Chapter 1. I can see the script of life. In the vast realm of Xiantian, within the desolate regions, lies the sacred land of Ascension, specifically at the Golden Scale Peak. Under the blazing sun, the heat is nearly unbearable. It has been a month since I arrived in this world, yet I am still unable to break through to the innate realm. A deep sigh escapes as a young man sits cross-legged on a slab of azure stone atop the mountain. Gathering his energy and gradually opening his eyes, his expression grave. With striking sword-like brows and starry eyes, the youth is undeniably handsome, yet at this moment, a shadow of sorrow clouds his features. A month prior, he unexpectedly traversed into this realm, embodying the life of a fellow named Su Yun, inheriting his memories and becoming Su Yun himself. Unlike the technological civilization of his past life on Blue Star, this is a fantastical world, one where, as described in novels, everyone has the potential to cultivate. Through cultivation, one can gradually harness the forces of heaven and earth, channeling great power into oneself. The strong can pluck stars from the sky and move mountains and fill seas, possessing abilities akin to myth. The weak, however, are no different from ants. In this world, there exist empires that govern endless territories, ancient clans that have persisted through the ages, mysterious hidden legacies, and sacred lands that have endured for millennia. The sacred land of Ascension, where Su Yun resides, is one of the three foremost powers in the desolate region, ruling over millions of miles, revered by countless nations with innumerable subjects. Every 6 years, the sacred land conducts a recruitment drive for its territories. More than 5 years ago, at the tender age of 10, Su Yun entered the sacred land alongside many peers from the Su family, successfully passing the recruitment assessment to become a named disciple. However, his talent is mediocre after more than 5 years of arduous training. He has only attained the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Many of his contemporaries from the Su family, who entered the sacred land with him, have already broken through to the innate realm and advanced to the outer sect. He has witnessed too many who, unable to meet the requirements, left in despair. Gazing at the ever-churning sea of clouds, Su Yun's eyes are filled with depth. In the desolate region, cultivation is strictly categorized by levels. Acquired, innate, divine ability, primordial, divine concealment, cave heaven, Yuan spirit, Dharma form, celestial position, unity, divine tribulation. The acquired realm focuses primarily on refining the physical body, honing one's physique, and solidifying the foundation. The innate realm marks the beginning of one's interaction with Qi, serving as the first threshold of cultivation. In just over half a month, Su Yun's time in the sacred land will reach 6 years. Once that time elapses, if he cannot break through to the innate realm and ascend to the outer sect, he will be expelled and sent back. This is precisely what troubles Su Yun. Having lost his parents at a young age, the inheritance left behind was taken by the family, under the guise of safeguarding it for him. However, all these years have passed, and he has seen not a single hair of it. From childhood to adulthood, he has been bullied by those representing the clan leader's son, with no one to speak up for him. If he is sent back without the support of a sect, with his talent, he will never achieve anything significant in this life. Everything will revert to square one. I must strive harder. I have no other path but to work diligently. Clenching his fists, Su Yun's gaze is resolute. If I am expelled back to the Su family, my life will be one of mediocrity. To live a life can be ordinary, but one must never be an unremarkable individual. Su Yun, are you still working hard on your cultivation? At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through from behind. A youth clad in splendid garments, surrounded by admirers, slowly emerged. Su Ling. Su Yun's brows furrowed at the sight of him. Su Ling is a direct descendant of the Su family, and since childhood, he has taken pleasure in bullying Su Yun. However, Su Yun entered the sacred land on his first attempt, while Su Ling only became a disciple 2 years later. This incident has become a source of humiliation for Su Ling. You have been in the sacred land for almost 6 years and are still unable to break through to the innate realm. In my opinion, in half a month, you will be packing your bags and leaving, Su Ling mocked. When you return to the Su family, I will ensure you are well taken care of. The last few words dripped with malice. Ha! Laughter erupted from the crowd. Being expelled would mean Su Yun's fading into obscurity among the masses. For Su Ling, this was a most gratifying outcome. At that time, he could once again wield his influence over Su Yun as he had before. Dingling. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of a ringing alarm echoed. Before Su Yun, an interface resembling a game attribute panel materialized. Name: Su Ling. Identity: son of the second elder of the Su family, named disciple of the sacred land of ascension. Fate: white. Talent: mediocre. Cultivation: pinnacle of the acquired realm. Life script: supporting role, Xiantian Great World. Recent turning point: 3 days hence, he will accidentally fall from the moon-watching cliff, discovering a cave and obtaining a Yuan spirit fruit, subsequently breaking through the pinnacle of the acquired realm to become an outer sect disciple. Could this be my golden finger? Su Yun stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting to contend with Su Ling. As an avid reader, Su Yun was well aware of the significance of a golden finger. A powerful golden finger could alter fate and pave the way to immortality step by step. At this moment, compared to the golden finger, anything else seemed trivial. He completely disregarded Su Ling and immediately began to examine the functions of his golden finger. Basic information requires no extensive explanation. It is worth noting the aspect of fate. Fate represents the inherent destiny of all living beings, which, barring unforeseen circumstances, remains unchanged throughout one's life. There are 10 colors of fate, each signifying a level: black, gray, white, blue, green, purple, red, gold, 5 colors, and rainbow. Generally, a higher fate level indicates a richer fortune and greater accomplishments. For instance, Su Ling's white fate signifies that without significant changes, he will not achieve great success in his life. Fate below white, such as gray fate, often bears the burden of misfortune. Black fate is accompanied by calamity. The star of calamity and solitude falls into this category. Talent, on the other hand, encompasses a person's comprehension, physique, and overall qualities, corresponding to fate with 10 levels as well. Unlike fate, talent can be altered through effort. For example, an illiterate individual can become wise and mature through diligent study of the classics. A mere mortal can enhance their physique and comprehension through cultivation and treasures. The two can mutually reinforce each other. Could it be that the term supporting role in the life script implies that, similar to a character in a film, Su Ling is merely a passerby in my life, destined to make no remarkable impact? Su Yun pondered. His gaze then fell upon the final line. Recent turning point. This is the true function of the golden finger. The recent turning point displays the imminent changes in a person's fate. Su Ling's information indicated that in 3 days, he would fortuitously break through to the innate realm due to a mishap, thus ascending to the outer sect. Is he out of his mind? A delicate-looking girl exclaimed in surprise. Su Ling had humiliated Su Yun, yet Su Yun showed no reaction, standing like a statue for a quarter of an hour, leaving everyone perplexed. Pay him no mind. Su Ling dismissed with disdain. In half a month, he will be nowhere to be seen in the sacred land. Within the sacred land of ascension, any form of violence between disciples is strictly forbidden. Should a conflict arise, it must be settled on the life and death platform. Thus, Su Ling only dared to hurl insults, not daring to take real action. The most crucial point is that both are at the pinnacle of the acquired realm, and Su Ling would gain nothing by striking first. Once he is sent back, I will deal with him properly. Let us leave. Su Ling, uninterested, turned away. Su Yun ignored him. It felt like striking a punch into cotton, and remaining was futile. The crowd began to descend the mountain. Watching Su Ling's retreating figure, Su Yun smiled. Su Ling, I must truly thank you. If not for you, I would have no idea when I could break through to the innate realm. I shall gladly accept the opportunity you have presented. With a slight shift in his gaze, he began to investigate his own information. Name: Su Yun. Identity: named disciple of the sacred land of ascension. Fate: gray. Talent: unremarkable. Cultivation: pinnacle of the acquired realm. Life script: supporting role. Recent turning point. In half a month, due to an inability to break through to the innate realm, he will leave the sacred land of ascension in disappointment, And on the way back to the Su family, he will encounter bandits from the Black Dragon stronghold, suffering fatal injuries and dying. Su Yun's heart sank. He had only traversed here a month ago. Without the golden finger, had he not glimpsed both his own and others' life scripts, he would likely have experienced merely a month and a half of this new life. However, starting now, he possesses the chance to gradually reverse his fate. Chapter 2. Seizing Opportunities, Ascending to the Innate Realm. If I recall correctly, the Yuan spirit fruit should be a second-grade spiritual herb. No wonder Su Ling can leap into the innate realm with its help and ascend to the outer sect. Spiritual herbs are categorized into 9 grades, with first grade being the lowest and 9th grade the highest. Even for those at the innate realm, first grade spiritual herbs are exceedingly precious, let alone second grade. Let's head to the moon-watching cliff immediately. Su Yun wasted no time, acting decisively and without hesitation. He traveled light and, after half an hour, descended the mountain, racing westward. The entrance of the sacred land of Ascension is vast, spanning tens of thousands of miles, divided into 3 distinct areas. The Moonwatching Cliff and the Golden Scale Peak are situated in the same area, approximately 50 miles apart. After a brief period, Su Yun arrived at the Moonwatching Cliff. This moment, twilight descends, and a chill pervades the air. A full moon hangs majestically in the sky, and standing atop the Moonwatch Cliff, it seems almost within reach to pluck it from the heavens. Su Yun channels his inner power, the blood and energy coursing through his body, and immediately his senses sharpen, allowing him to meticulously examine the path leading down the cliff's base. The Moonwatch Cliff rises several hundred zhang high, its sheer walls standing like a fortress, smooth as a mirror, devoid of any footholds he could hardly consider jumping down. After all, burdened with a grave fate, it is highly likely that Su Ling would merely fall from the cliff without facing any dire consequences, yet he could suffer severe injuries or even meet his demise. Thus, every action must be taken with utmost caution. I found it. Moments later, Su Yun finally discovers an exceedingly concealed path, shrouded by grass towering to his height, rendering the trail nearly imperceptible, steep as a vertical line. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun plunges downward. Along the way, he encounters a tangle of thorns and vines. Despite his robust physique, he cannot evade the slicing wounds that leave him stinging with pain. After a brief interval, Su Yun reaches the base of the cliff, where an open space lies surrounded by ancient trees and underbrush, casting eerie shadows under the moonlight. The temperature at the cliff's foot is even lower, and mist escapes with each breath. Not long into his search, Su Yun spots a cave. He retrieves a fire torch from his pocket, crouches low, and ventures into the cavern. Upon entering, a shiver courses through him. The cave is narrow and oppressive, filled with an icy chill, while droplets of water sporadically fall from the ceiling, echoing within. After traversing a considerable distance, the space finally opens up. What an abundant aura of spiritual energy! Su Yun senses the increasing richness of the energy within the cave and quickens his pace, reaching the end shortly thereafter. In the deepest crevice of the cave, a spirit tree, towering to his height, thrives with moonlight and starlight filtering through the fissures above, illuminating a fist-sized, golden fruit hanging from its branches. Yuan Lingua! At last, he has discovered the treasure, and Su Yun's eyes gleam with excitement. The Yuan Lingua bends the branch under its weight, radiating a dazzling light in the pitch-black cave, akin to a star, drawing in the moonlight and starlight, exuding a captivating fragrance. Without hesitation, Su Yun darts forward, plucking the Yuan Lingua from the tree. As he grasps the fruit, a chill spreads throughout his body. The potent spiritual energy seeps through his skin, flooding Su Yun's being, evoking a sensation of bliss that urges him to cry out. Is this truly a second-tier spiritual herb? It is indeed extraordinary. Su Yun is overwhelmed with joy. Even a mere touch of its spiritual essence fills him with the exhilarating anticipation of breaking through his limitations. Though he has encountered spiritual herbs before, this is the first time he has held one in his hands. The power of this Yuan Lingua is gentle. I should be able to refine it. Su Yun contemplates. He begins to consume the flesh of the Yuan Ling Gua piece by piece, and in an instant, a torrent of power surges within him, spreading throughout his limbs. Beidu Xiantian Gong. Su Yun activates his profound technique. This technique, chosen as his foundational practice upon entering the path, can only ensure practitioners ascend to the Xiantian realm, primarily relying on the stellar energy of the Big Dipper to temper the body. Boom! The immense power crashes through his body, and Su Yun struggles to bear at his meridian strain under the weight of such abundant spiritual energy, threatening to rupture. Sweat pours down his face, yet he remains steadfast. He pushes the Beidu Xiantian Gong to its limits, continually refining the spiritual energy, converting it into his own essence. Within his Dantian, the spiritual energy swells, resembling a mighty river in tumult. I must step into the Xiantian realm. Su Yun bellows, multitasking as he refines the spiritual energy while simultaneously cultivating his own power. The hallmark of entering the Xiantian realm is the forging of true qi. Only by cultivating true qi can one unleash it externally, executing martial techniques and truly embarking upon the path of cultivation. Moments later, Su Yun is drenched in sweat. He persists undeterred. The power of the Yuan Ling Gua grows increasingly wild, accumulating to a perilous degree, and Su Yun's meridians struggle to cope. However, retreat is not an option. Failing to reach the Xiantian realm means certain death if cast out from the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land in half a month. Only by breaking through can he take the first step toward defying fate. Half an hour passes. An hour. 3 hours pass. Finally, within Su Yun's Dantian, a thread as fine as a hair, infused with stellar energy, manifests as true qi. Su Yun is elated, yet he does not relent. Only by converting all the spiritual energy into true qi can he claim to have broken through to the Xiantian realm. Su Yun fervently channels the Beidu Xiantian Gong, fully immersed in his cultivation, nearly reaching a state of oblivion. The following day, as the sun rises, Su Yun's aura surges, the spiritual energy in his Dantian completely transforming into true qi, swirling in a vortex that autonomously converts strands of spiritual energy into true qi. This is a cyclone, one of the hallmarks of the Xiantian realm. With his cultivation elevated, Su Yun's speed of refining the Yuan Ling Gua increases dramatically within an hour. He completely absorbs the residual power of the fruit, attaining the mid-stage of the Xiantian realm. He channels his technique, and a strand of true qi suddenly erupts from his fingertips, swift as wind and thunder, slicing through 8 zhang, akin to a blade's energy, leaving a 3-inch deep gash upon the cliff face. If this were to strike a person, it would surely prove fatal. Has a single day truly transformed me into such a formidable being? Su Yun marvels, astonished and elated. The power of the Xiantian realm is indeed incomparable to that of the Houtian realm. They exist on entirely different planes. He retracts his true qi, turning his gaze toward the Yuan Ling tree. This tree, which bears a single Yuan Ling Gua, requires at least a decade to mature. Should he take the spirit tree back to the Jinlin Peak, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Su Yun exits the cave. As his eyes dart to the open area at the cliff's base, he suddenly halts. Su Ling, I shall deliver another grand gift to you. A sly smile crosses Su Yun's face as he channels his true qi, excavating the entire clearing, creating a deep pit over 10 zhang in depth, covering the bottom with thorns. When the time comes, should Su Ling fall from the cliff, he will surely land right into the pit. Su Yun feels no guilt whatsoever. The two have a history, and not setting up a wooden spike trap at the bottom is already a display of his mercy. After covering the pit with brush, completing his task, Su Yun strides away. 2 days later, accompanied by a piercing scream, a figure plummets from the Moonwatch cliff. Thankfully, it isn't too high. Su Ling, suspended in midair, glances down, gauging the distance to the ground, and exhales a sigh of relief. However, upon his descent, as his body makes contact with the earth, the underbrush gives way beneath him, and Su Ling plunges into the deep pit, emitting a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. It takes him a full half-hour to crawl out of the pit. He resembles a porcupine, covered in thorns and blood. Damn it! How is there a pit here? who has been digging holes recklessly. Su Ling roars in rage. By the time he expels the thorns from his body, he is completely swollen. Just as he intends to leave, a flicker of movement catches his eye, leading him to the cave's entrance. Why is there a cave here? And footprints. He follows the footprints deeper into the cave, discovering a barren Yuan Ling tree, its branches showing signs of recently plucked fruit. Within the cave lingers a disarray of spiritual energy, along with a fruit pit. For reasons unknown, witnessing this scene, a sense of emptiness suddenly wells up within Su Ling, as if something of his own has been snatched away. Odd. Su Ling furrows his brow. That feeling leaves him profoundly unsettled. Chapter 3. The Countenance of Genius. A fortuitous encounter at Golden Scale Peak. Su Yun sat cross-legged in a stone chamber, diligently cultivating his inner energy. After a day's time, he had thoroughly consolidated his cultivation. Delving into his internal realm, he observed the spiraling energies within his Dantian gradually expanding, with his true qi beginning to take on a more tangible form. Should he progress further to the late stage of the innate realm, he would be able to transform his true qi into true essence, leading to a qualitative leap in his strength. With a flicker of thought, a status panel materialized before him. Name: Su Yun. Identity: registered disciple of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Ground. Fate: white talents, mediocre cultivation level, mid-innate realm. Life script: supporting role. Recent turning point: his life has begun to change. Destiny is shifting, and the future remains uncertain. A joyful expression washed over Su Yun's face. Originally, his fate was to fail in breaking through to the innate realm, to be expelled from the Feathered Ascension Sacred Ground, and ultimately to perish at the hands of the ruthless bandits of the Black Wind Stronghold. However, having seized the opportunity of Su Ling, his cultivation had advanced, and his destiny had swiftly altered. At the very least, a tragic life would no longer be his fate. This was merely the beginning. With eyes gleaming with determination, Su Yun grasped the essence of his life script. Through it, he could continuously grow stronger. Being an outer disciple was merely a starting point. Even becoming a saintly child of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Ground was not beyond the realm of possibility. The immediate priority was to pass the Sacred Ground's test and attain the status of an official outer disciple. Dispelling distracting thoughts, Su Yun exited the stone chamber and made his way to the outer sect's transmission hall. The Feathered Ascension Sacred Ground sprawled vast and majestic, with towering peaks and celestial cranes soaring through the skies. The deeper he ventured, the denser the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth became. The spirit mountains, shrouded in mist and clouds, with babbling brooks, resembled a realm of immortals. As he walked, Su Yun observed his fellow disciples, most of whom were ordinary individuals. Even when he occasionally encountered a few outer disciples, they proved unremarkable, lacking any worthy opportunities for him to seize. After the burning of 2 incense sticks, Su Yun finally arrived at the transmission hall. The hall was grand and imposing, exuding an air of solemnity. The coming and going disciples were all outer disciples of the innate realm. Disciple Su Yun pays respects to the elder, he said, finding the transmission elder and bowing deeply. Disciple has broken through to the innate realm and has come to be assessed for promotion to outer disciple. The transmission elder was a young man with a pale complexion, clad in blue attire. One hand held a feathered fan, while the other cradled a wine jug. His countenance was flushed, and he emanated a distinct aroma of alcohol. His gaze appeared somewhat hazy, as though he were inebriated. Su Yun? The blue-clad man murmured, failing to recall the name. With tens of thousands of disciples in the Feathered Ascension Sacred Ground, it was unsurprising that he could not remember an inconspicuous boy. This is the Spirit Stone. It will assess your cultivation. Simply place your hand upon it, and the results will be revealed. The blue-clad man gestured, and a translucent jade stone floated in midair. Understood, Su Yun nodded. Approaching the Spirit Stone, following the elder's instructions, he placed his right hand upon it and activated the Northern Dipper innate technique. With a resounding hum, the jade stone radiated a brilliant light, and a force began to emanate from it, drawing in a strand of Su Yun's true qi. Simultaneously, a wisp of starlit true qi manifested within the jade stone. Passed. The blue-clad man barely glanced at him and called over another individual. Instructing, fetch a set of outer disciple robes and a magical weapon. By the way, what's your name? The blue-clad man seemed to have forgotten Su Yun's name yet again. Su Yun, he replied. The transmission elder appeared to have a rather poor memory. "Did you hear that? Hurry along," he said with an air of indifference. "Yes." The disciple assigned to retrieve the items left promptly. Upon promotion to outer disciple, "You may select a cultivation technique from the transmission hall. Feel free to choose," the blue-clad man advised. Disciple understands. Su Yun regarded the blue-clad man with curiosity. Such a youthful transmission elder was indeed noteworthy. He wondered if he could glimpse into his life script. As the thought crossed his mind, a panel materialized before him. Name: Zhang Baiyu. Identity: former true transmission disciple of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Ground, now a transmission elder of the outer sect. Seeing this line, Su Yun was taken aback. There were 108 true transmission disciples in the Feathered Ascension Sacred Ground, each a prodigy in their own right. So how had he fallen to the position of a mere outer sect elder? The role of a transmission elder was typically reserved for those who had lost hope of advancement. Yet Zhang Baiyu clearly did not fit this mold. Su Yun continued to peruse the information. Fate, purple talents, genius cultivation level, perfected Yuan Dan realm life script, supporting role recent turning point. In half a month, he shall guide an exceptionally talented outer disciple, In Qing Yun, obtaining the long dusty half-step Great Zhou Star technique located in the southwest corner of the Daozong Tower. They will forge a fortuitous bond, becoming both mentor and friend, ultimately aiding each other in transcending barriers, ascending to the divine concealment realm, and returning to the ranks of true transmission disciples, securing the affection of a beautiful partner. A purple fate, a genius. Su Yun's expression shifted to one of astonishment. A purple fate belonged to the 6th tier, surpassing the majority of individuals in the world. Those endowed with a purple fate are anything but ordinary. No wonder he was relegated to a supporting role. Su Yun mused to himself. Most beings in this world are mere extras, yet there are those with exceptional gifts who rise to prominence as supporting characters. Zhang Baiyu was evidently one of these individuals. However, for someone with a purple fate to be reduced to the position of an outer sect elder guarding the transmission hall seemed far from simple. Nevertheless, he hadn't anticipated that there would be hidden opportunities within the Daozong Tower. Su Yun's expression brightened. The cultivation technique was an unexpected boon. Forming connections with others was one thing, but forging a bond with this opportunity was paramount. His resolve solidified. He was destined to become a seeker of fortune. The Great Zhou Star technique was meant for him alone. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up," Zhang Baiyu, reeking of wine and exhibiting a rather irritable temperament, chided Su Yun upon noticing him dawdling. Snapping back to reality, Su Yun swiftly entered the Daozong Tower. The regulations of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Ground were stringent. One could only select a cultivation technique upon advancing in cultivation level. Each technique possessed its own attributes, predetermined from the moment of entry into the sect. Therefore, selecting a technique that aligned with oneself was imperative. The Northern Dipper innate technique that Su Yun practiced belonged to the star system, while the Great Zhou Star technique shared the same origin, making it perfectly tailored for Su Yun. According to the information he had gathered, he soon located a long-sealed jade slip. As Su Yun's consciousness sank into the jade slip, he discovered a seal preventing access to the techniques contained within, likely designed to deter disciples from peeking. Having acquired the opportunity for the technique, he refrained from exiting immediately. After all, the Great Zhou Star technique had remained a secret for so long. If he were to find it in merely a quarter of an hour, it would certainly raise suspicions. His current strength was too weak to invite scrutiny. Su Yun meandered through the Daozong Tower. After the passage of an incense stick, he emerged, holding the jade slip. "Elder, I have selected my technique," Su Yun announced, presenting the jade slip to Zhang Baiyu. "Please assist me in breaking the seal." Zhang Baiyu accepted the jade slip, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Su Yun with surprise. "I didn't expect you to find this technique," he remarked, somewhat taken aback. Feigning ignorance, Su Yun inquired, "Elder, what is so special about this technique?" Given his current low cultivation, it would likely be difficult for him to grasp the essence of the technique immediately. If Zhang Baiyu could provide some guidance, his cultivation would surely progress more smoothly. Zhang Baiyu hesitated for a moment, and in an unexpected turn, he revealed the origins of the technique to Su Yun. This is an entry-level foundational technique, ranking among the top 10 even within the Feathered Ascension Sacred Ground. Since you practice the Northern Dipper innate technique, which harnesses Starlit True Qi, this technique aligns perfectly with your cultivation. Perhaps this is your destined fate. In truth, Zhang Baiyu had long been aware of the Great Zhou Star technique's existence. But having not encountered anyone with exceptional talent during his tenure as transmission elder, he had refrained from disclosing it to others. One must understand that a powerful technique also required sufficient insight to comprehend. Otherwise, it would remain as a mere gem gathering dust in the hands of an ordinary person. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed his power, effortlessly breaking the seal on the jade slip and returning it to Su Yun. Is it truly that formidable? Su Yun was filled with excitement. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. I am immensely grateful. In an inexplicable manner, Su Yun felt a peculiar bond forming between himself and Jiang Baiyu. He was not surprised. In this world of fate, the moment he obtained the technique, the connection that Jiang Baiyu had with Yin Qingyun had silently shifted to him. Chapter 4. Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Junior brother Su Yun. Here is your identity jade token, a magic sword, and a disciple's robe. A disciple from the transmission hall returned, presenting Su Yun with the tokens of an outer disciple. Thank you, senior brother. Su Yun expressed his gratitude and accepted the tokens. He donned the attire, grasped the magic sword, and ran his fingers over a green jade token. The front of the token bore the characters for Su Yun, while the back displayed the words Feathered Ascension Sacred Ground. Within the Feathered Ascension Sacred Ground, a green jade token represented an outer disciple, while a purple jade token denoted an inner disciple. As for true transmission disciples, they were marked by a golden token. By infusing a strand of true qi, one could activate the jade token in the future. While traversing the outside world, displaying the token would suffice to establish one's identity. Jiang Baiyu languidly remarked. And Su Yun immediately complied. Indeed, as he channeled his true energy into the jade tablet, a strand of true energy imprint emerged within, resonating with the unique aura that belonged solely to Su Yun. Young man, you possess a rare affinity for the law. Do not squander this opportunity, Jiang Baiyu cautioned gravely, his gaze revealing a hint of seriousness. Do not allow the pearl to gather dust. I shall heed the elder's teachings. Su Yun replied respectfully. Jiang Baiyu nodded, and his perception of Su Yun shifted slightly. Su Yun exhibited neither arrogance nor servility, displaying a commendable temperament. Though his innate talent may not be exceptional with diligence, he would not tarnish the reputation of the great Zhou's celestial star technique. Junior, take this jade tablet and proceed to Xiang Mountain, the disciple from the transmission hall declared with a smile. Within the outer sect, Xiang Mountain hosts a minor spiritual vein, conducive to cultivation. Observing Jiang Baiyu's demeanor towards Su Yun, the disciple's gaze shifted, laced with a touch of goodwill. He was no fool. Jiang Baiyu's treatment of Su Yun was evidently distinct from others. If he could forge a connection with Su Yun now, perhaps he might bask in his future success. Brother, your kindness is deeply appreciated. May I inquire your esteemed name? Su Yun, quick-witted, discerned Chen Zhong's intent and inquired with a smile. Chen Zhong, he replied with a hearty laugh. Su Yun bid farewell to the two and exited the transmission hall. Su Yun, what brings you here? Just as he stepped out, a familiar voice reached his ears. He turned to see Su Ling, accompanied by a poised young man, striding towards him, seemingly also headed for the transmission hall. Su Ling bore the marks of recent injuries, appearing quite disheveled at first glance. Su Yun nearly burst into laughter, as Su Ling's injuries were indeed a result of his own actions. Outer sect attire? The young man furrowed his brow, astonishment flickering in his eyes. You, a worthless wretch, have actually broken through to the innate realm and become an outer sect disciple. Upon hearing this, Su Ling seemed to awaken from a stupor, staring incredulously at Su Yun's outer sect robe. You, just 2 days ago, were still at the perfected postnatal realm. How could you have ascended to the outer sect in such a short span? My breakthroughs are of no concern to you. Su Yun retorted sharply. The young man was Su Hong, the legitimate son of the Su family patriarch. Throughout their lives, Su Hong had always held a position of superiority, having humiliated Su Ling and others more than once. And thus, no camaraderie existed between them. Moreover, it was the patriarch's faction that had led to Su Yun's near demise. The animosity towards Su Hong ran deep within Su Yun's past life. Does this fellow possess any opportunities? Su Yun's expression subtly shifted as the narrative of Su Hong's life unfurled in his mind. Name: Su Hong. Identity: outer sect disciple of the Feather Transformation Sacred Land, legitimate son of the Su family in Lingyun City. Fate: blue. Talent: exceptional. Cultivation: late innate realm. Life script: supporting role: Xintian Great World. Recent twist: 3 days prior, Su Hong fortuitously stumbled upon an unopened sword pill in Qingyun Market a month later, while passing through the sword-washing pool. The sword pill resonated with the sword intent of the pool, achieving perfect harmony. Su Hong thus comprehended the Thunder Sword technique, breaking through to the divine ability realm and entering the inner sect. Upon reading the last line, Su Yun's eyes lit up. A sword pill. It seemed to be a treasure only cultivators at the divine ability realm could forge. How fortunate that Su Hong had discovered such a gem in the marketplace. Regrettably, this individual, despite possessing a treasure, remained oblivious to its significance. As thoughts swirled in Su Yun's mind, he realized that acquiring that sword pill would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation significantly, potentially propelling him into the divine ability realm, allowing him to join the inner sect. How could he seize it? Oh, still holding onto your pride. Su Hong crossed his arms, maintaining his lofty demeanor. Su Yun, considering our kinship, come and follow me. I assure you that you will be free from worries in the outer sect. Su Yun, your cousin is showing you favor, so express your gratitude. Su Ling flattered. I am not like you. I am a person, not a dog, Su Yun scoffed, fixing his gaze on Su Hong. You have grown accustomed to your arrogance within the Su family. But have you forgotten? This is the Feather Transformation's sacred land, not the Su family. Here, you and I stand as equals. Su Hong's eyes narrowed. Su Yun, I am the young master of the Su family. As long as you are a member of the Su family, you shall obey my commands. Should you dare defy me, I will teach you a lesson just as I did in our childhood. However, I am not known for my restraint, and should I accidentally cause you serious harm, I will not take responsibility for your aftermath. Su Hong grinned wickedly, seemingly reliving the moments of humiliating Su Yun. Su Yun narrowed his eyes, a wave of murderous intent slowly rising within him. Since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me for being unkind. The only way to deal with someone harboring ill will towards you is to strike first. The Feather Transformation sacred land forbids disciples from engaging in combat. Do you truly wish to challenge me on the life and death stage? Su Yun said expressionlessly. Ha ha ha, Su Hong dismissed. You coward. Do you dare to step onto the life and death stage? UVE just entered the innate realm. Do you really think you could kill me? Su Hong thoughtlessly replied. He could never fathom that Su Yun would dare to use the life and death stage to scheme against him. The transmission hall was a sacred place. Who would dare raise a ruckus here? Zhang Baiyu and Chen Zhong approached, drawn by the commotion. What is happening? Zhang Baiyu asked, frowning as he turned to Su Yun. Su Yun maintained his composure, replying, just a trivial matter. I did not expect to disturb the elder. I apologize. If you have unresolved grievances, take it to the life and death stage and settle it once and for all. Zhang Baiyu coldly huffed, if you disturb me again, I shall send you both to the soul-devouring abyss. The soul-devouring abyss was a demonic pit within the sacred land, specifically designed to punish those who defied its principles. Wretch, spare us the chatter. Do you dare step onto the life and death stage? Su Hong, filled with animosity, impatiently demanded. Not a chance. Seeing Su Hong fall into his trap, Su Yun decided to feign weakness. Scoffing, you are at the late innate realm, while I have just entered the innate realm. Engaging in a duel on the life and death stage would be akin to seeking death. Zhang Baiyu slightly nodded, appreciating Su Yun's rationality. He did not seek reckless glory, which earned him a measure of favor in the elder's eyes. Su Hong was taken aback. Initially, he thought Su Yun was merely boasting, but now it seemed that Su Yun genuinely wished for a life-or-death confrontation. If you desire death, then I shall grant it. I will give you one opportunity, 1 month. Su Hong extended a finger, declaring, you have 1 month to cultivate. After that, we will meet on the life and death stage for a decisive battle. As the young master of the Su family, Su Hong was proud and sensitive to his reputation. He did not want this incident to circulate, becoming the subject of ridicule. Moreover, the typically timid and inept Su Yun had dared to challenge his authority today, igniting Su Hong's desire to swiftly eliminate him and set an example. Su Yun exhaled deeply, having awaited this very moment. With Su Hong's arrogant temperament, he would undoubtedly be led astray, falling into his trap. Now was the time to ensnare him. A month is too long. 10 days will suffice, Su Yun smirked. In 10 days, I shall confront Su Hong on the life and death stage. I hope the elder will bear witness. Su Ling mocked, as expected. Even if you manage to cultivate to the innate realm, you remain a worthless fool. Even granting you a month would not reverse your fortunes. let alone 10 days. A flicker of intrigue appeared in Jiang Baiyu's eyes. Su Hong and Su Ling could not discern Su Yun's cultivation level, but as a Yuan Dan realm elder, he could clearly see that Su Yun had already reached the mid-innate realm. However, Su Hong was at the late innate realm. Could it be that Su Yun was confident of breaking through to the late innate realm within 10 days? Jiang Baiyu's interest was piqued. Good. Su Hong laughed uproariously. If you are eager to meet your demise, then I shall oblige. In 10 days, we shall meet on the life and death stage, where we will settle our grievances once and for all. A contract was drawn up, sealing their agreement with a drop of blood from both Su Yun and Su Hong. The contract took effect in 10 days. I shall personally oversee your duel. The victor will not only have the authority over the loser's life and death, but will also claim their possessions. Jiang Baiyu stated Su Yun was well aware of the rules governing the life and death stage. Otherwise, he would not have proposed such a duel. Su Yun, prepare yourself. Su Ling laughed wickedly. Su Yun paid him no mind. He was fully confident in the upcoming battle. Not only would he acquire the sword pill, but he would also avenge his past life's grievances. A double victory. Elder, I take my leave, Su Yun said. Junior Su Yun, wait a moment, Chen Zhong interjected with a smile. Now that we have some time, I will take you to Ziyang Mountain. Thank you for your kindness, brother, Su Yun replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. The two then set off towards Ziyang Mountain. Chapter 5. An unusual technique. Ziyang Mountain was situated over 50 miles away. As Su Yun and Chen Zhong chatted, they made their way along the road. Junior brother, since you have decided to step onto the life and death stage, I can only wish you success. Chen Zhong hesitated, his expression becoming serious. However, Su Hong is the legitimate son of the Su family and possesses far greater cultivation resources than you. In these 10 days, while you are training, he will also be making progress. Moreover, Su Hong possesses an extraordinary skill, the 3 points return to origin sword technique. Although it does not constitute a divine ability, even an ordinary warrior at the late stage of the innate realm would find themselves outmatched. I shall remember your kindness, senior brother, Su Yun remarked with a smile. He had indeed heard of the 3 points return to origin sword technique. It was a unique art of the Su family, said to cultivate a sword momentum that, when perfected, could unite one's vital energy, spirit, and sword as one. However, Su Yun remained unfazed. He had mastered the great Zhou Tian star technique, and 10 days were ample time for him to fully comprehend it and advance to the late stage of the innate realm. Moreover, within the great Zhou Tian star technique, 2 superior martial arts were recorded. Once mastered, Su Yun would be confident in defeating Su Hong. Not to mention, he possessed a golden finger. Commanding the scripts of others' lives and seizing opportunities was Su Yun's trump card. As they conversed, the two had arrived at Ziyang Mountain. Towering 1,000 feet high, the mountain slopes were gentle, with ancient trees reaching for the sky. Sunlight bathed the mountainside, casting a purplish hue upon the forest. Hence the mountain's name. Chen Chong, a disciple of the transmission hall, was well aware of the geographical advantages of the outer mountain peaks. As they ascended to the halfway point, a stone house came into view. Nestled against the mountain, the stone dwelling was beside a babbling brook, creating a serene and elegant environment. This area was known to converge with a spiritual vein. How delightful! Chen Chong exclaimed. Su Yun's gaze sharpened. Is that stone house? Junior brother, you are truly astute. You've grasped it in an instant, Chen Chong replied. That stone house is built atop the vein. Practicing within it, the concentration of spiritual energy is nearly double that of the outside world. Thank you, senior brother. Su Yun's expression was earnest as he produced several gold leaves from his bosom, placing them into Chen Chong's hand. Why family wealth is meager. I can only offer this, and I hope you do not take offense. Chen Chong accepted the gold leaves without hesitation, saying, Junior brother, be wary of Su Hong's lackeys in the outer sect. I must return to the transmission hall immediately. If you require anything, seek me out. Su Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Chong employed lightness technique, leaping away. The living conditions of outer disciples were indeed a tier above those of registered disciples, Su Yun mused. The stone house was clean and simple. Its furnishings sparse yet spacious, over 5 times the area of his previous residence. Furthermore, within the stone house, there was a dedicated meditation chamber. Entering the meditation room, Su Yun observed intricate runes etched into the floor. And at the center of the array lay a slightly yellowed low-grade spirit stone. Remarkably, a gathering spirit array. Su Yun gasped in astonishment.
He had previously heard from other disciples that the cultivation sites for outer disciples were inscribed with miniature gathering spirit arrays. Seeing it firsthand, he confirmed its existence. The disparity in treatment between outer disciples and registered disciples was indeed striking. Just the robe alone was impervious to fire and water, coupled with a sword capable of slicing through iron like mud. This entire ensemble was worth at least several hundred taels of gold. Innate realm warriors regarded gold as currency, while only those who ascended to the realm of divine abilities would treat gold as mere refuse. Using spirit stones instead. Let me try out my new technique. Su Yun settled himself at the center of the array, channeling the Baidu innate technique and directing a stream of true energy into the small gathering spirit array. With a rush, the true energy surged into the array, activating it instantly. Runes illuminated, and the spirit stone radiated a faint yellow glow, while a vortex manifested above Su Yun's head. The spiritual energy from the surrounding realm converged towards the array at a visibly rapid pace. Moments later, the spiritual energy above Su Yun's head coalesced into a dense mist. Having thoroughly memorized the Great Zhou Tian Star technique, Su Yun immediately began to practice according to the prescribed method. Sitting cross-legged, he opened the acupoints throughout his body, allowing streams of spiritual energy to flow in through his mouth and nose, circulating through his limbs and meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian. With the stars as my guide, I shall condense my energy into a core, he declared, pressing his tongue against the roof of his mouth and issuing a soft command. In mere seconds, Su Yun's entire pool of true energy underwent compression, transforming into a seed of star energy, akin to an inner Dan, suspended within his dantian. Elder Zhang's words rang true. Cultivating the Baidu innate technique and transitioning to this new technique was akin to adding wings to a tiger. Devoid of any sense of obscurity, Su Yun was elated. The transition was seamless, requiring no adjustment period. More importantly, he had refined his true energy into a star seed without any loss in cultivation. Instead, his true energy had become more cohesive, sharper than a blade. This signified a substantial enhancement of Su Yun's foundation. A towering edifice rises from the ground, to traverse further along the path of cultivation. One's foundation must be solid. Condensing the first star seed was merely the beginning. This technique was capable of producing 108 star seeds. When that time came, would not my capacity for true energy exceed that of my peers by over 100-fold? Su Yun finally comprehended why Zhang Baiyu proclaimed the Great Zhou Tian Star technique as one of the top 10 foundational techniques of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land. Such formidable power was nothing short of monstrous. Facing 100 opponents was no mere boast. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Filled with excitement, Su Yun did not cease his cultivation. He continued to channel the technique, refining the spiritual energy. Time passed unnoticed, and a day slipped by in an instant. Su Yun's stomach growled. He had not yet reached the level of fasting, still requiring sustenance to replenish his energy. The rigors of cultivation drained both mental and physical stamina, and after a day without food, he found himself utterly depleted. Ceasing his practice, Su Yun turned his attention inward. Within his dantian floated 4 star seeds, signifying that in just one day, his true energy storage had increased threefold. This technique was indeed the cornerstone upon which I could establish myself in the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with determination. Theo forge iron. One must first strengthen oneself. No external object could ever compare to the importance of one's own power. Let me test the might of my star energy. With a clang, Su Yun focused his thoughts, suddenly unleashing a thread of true energy that erupted from his fingertips like starlight, extending 3 inches long, effortlessly carving a 3-inch deep gash into the ground. Impressive, Su Yun exclaimed, elated. At my current cultivation level, I could likely contend with an average warrior in the late innate realm. Ordinary warriors at this level would require 5 to 6 times the total amount of true energy to condense their essence. Su Yun's cultivation was only slightly inferior to theirs, yet he wielded star energy. A single thread of true energy was as sharp as sword chi, capable of penetrating the protective true energy of a late innate realm warrior and striking true. I'm so hungry, Su Yun collected his thoughts and decided to find something to fill his stomach. Exiting the stone house, he made his way down the mountain. Brother Lin, did you see clearly? In the dense forest, Su Ling whispered to a lean, dark-skinned youth. Yu Ling glared at Su Yun's retreating figure with resentment. He the one who dares to challenge senior brother Su Hong to a life-and-death duel? The lean youth, named Lin Feng, who had reached the mid-stage of the innate realm, smirked as he gazed at Su Yun. I've never seen someone who has just broken through to the innate realm so eager to court death. That's him, Su Ling replied solemnly. From now on, you will monitor his every move. Should anything unusual occur, report it to brother Su Hong immediately. Leave it to me, Lin Feng promised, thumping his chest. Hailing from a humble background, he had allied himself with Su Hong. Now, with an opportunity to earn merit, Lin Feng was eager to seize it. If you handle this well, the Su family will not treat you poorly, Su Ling added enticingly. You may return now. Lin Feng moved with the swiftness of a breeze, vanishing as he followed Su Yun down the mountain. Su Ling's eyes narrowed. A sinister smile gracing his lips. Su Yun, by severing ties with the Su family and attempting to escape our control, you shall find no path to survival. Chapter 6. The Windfall of Cleanse Dust Pill. The Feathered Ascension's sacred land boasts a dedicated dining hall, known for its meticulously prepared medicinal cuisine, which aids martial artists in their cultivation. The cost of a meal is not exorbitant, serving as a form of sect welfare. The bustling atmosphere of the dining hall was one of the reasons Su Yun chose it. If he could encounter someone bearing an opportunity, he could seize it for his own benefit. With 9 days remaining, he needed to grasp every chance to enhance his strength. Senior brother, please make way. Junior brother Lu, come sit over here. The dining hall was filled with the lively chatter of disciples. Senior brother, I would like a serving of fire bowl ginseng rice in a single portion, Su Yun said, handing over a gold leaf as he collected his meal and seated himself in an empty corner. As Su Yun feasted heartily, his gaze wandered over his fellow disciples. However, nearly all of them bore white destiny marks, with even a few exhibiting gray marks, indicating that opportunities were scarce among them. The majority of people in this world are ordinary. Where would all the opportunities come from? Su Yun chuckled bitterly. Get lost? Suddenly, a domineering and arrogant voice rang out as a richly dressed youth entered the dining hall, surrounded by a throng of admirers. As the youth arrived, disciples immediately parted ways, creating a clear path for him. Who was this person, so audacious? Su Yun frowned. Keep your voice down, whispered a girl at the neighboring table. His brother is an inner sect disciple and a member of the 10,000 Treasures Alliance. No one dares offend him. Moreover, his innate talent is exceptionally high. At merely the tender age of 10, he cultivated to the innate realm, and now, at the age of 12, he has already achieved perfection in the innate realm. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since he is a genius, he must not be overlooked. He gazed at the young man in splendid attire, and the script of the boy's life immediately unfolded before him. Name: Lu Li. Identity: outer disciple of the Feathered Ascension Holy Land, younger brother of inner disciple Lu Yun. Fate: blue talent, outstanding cultivation, perfected innate realm. Life script: supporting role in the Xintian Great World, recent turning point. After a short incense stick burns, Lu Li finishes his meal in the dining hall and heads to Qingyun Fengshe to browse for treasures, where he will stumble upon a nether dust pill, mistakenly believed to be a useless pill, at the stall of an elderly man in yellow robes. Ha ha ha! Su Yun's heart brimmed with joy. Indeed, he is a genius, and he possesses extraordinary fortune. The nether dust pill, akin to the marrow cleansing pill, can aid martial artists in purging their tendons and marrow. However, only the finest marrow-cleansing pills can truly be called nether dust pills. Given the commonality of the nether dust pill, it is difficult to recognize unless one possesses discerning eyes. Otherwise, it would not be mistaken for a useless pill. The nether dust pill enhances one's talent and surpasses the value of the Yuanling fruit by several tiers. Thus, the trip to the dining hall was far from wasted. Kid, you've been staring at senior brother Lu. Do you have any objections? A man in the later stage of the innate realm glared at Su Yun with an unfriendly expression beside Lu Li. Senior brother misunderstood me. I have no objections, Su Yun replied, shifting his gaze. He had no desire to waste time with Lu Li and his companions. He had only the duration of an incense stick. Lu Li cast a casual glance at Su Yun, unimpressed. After all, he was merely an ordinary outer disciple. Su Yun exited the dining hall and hurried towards Qingyun Fengshe. Where is he rushing off to? Lin Feng pursued Su Yun, his expression filled with curiosity. He sneered. I want to see what schemes you are up to. There's someone tailing me. Su Yun furrowed his brow. After cultivating the great Joestar decision, His spiritual awareness had sharpened. Coupled with Lin Feng's amateurish tracking skills, it became easy for Su Yun to detect his presence after some distance. He feigned ignorance and continued on his path. Half an hour later, Su Yun arrived at Qingyun Fengshi. Within the Feathered Ascension Holy Land, the identities of disciples are complex, with both commoners and noble families represented. Many common disciples venture out to train, hunt ferocious beasts, and exchange for cultivation resources. Qingyun Fengshi serves as a marketplace for resource exchange. Upon entering Qingyun Fengshi, Su Yun slowed his pace to avoid drawing attention. He calculated the time in his mind, pausing at various stalls so as not to appear too purposeful. After a quarter of an hour, Su Yun reached the stall of the elderly man in yellow robes. The old man exuded a profound aura. Clearly a martial artist perfected in the innate realm, evidently one who has lost hope of further breakthroughs and remains in the sect to live out his days. Outer disciples differ from registered disciples. Once one becomes an outer disciple, they can remain in the Feathered Ascension Holy Land for life, albeit with the obligation to contribute should the sect be in peril. The elderly man squinted, his eyes half closed, his face etched with age. Senior brother, how much for this bottle of chi-boosting pills? Su Yun picked up a cyan porcelain vial, smiling as he inquired. 70 taels of gold. The old man opened his eyes, his expression impassive. That's too expensive. Su Yun shook his head. The old man replied sternly, Junior brother, a single chi-boosting pill costs 5 taels of gold. This bottle contains a full 20 pills. Alas, senior brother, your words are misguided. In my view, the quality of your chi-boosting pills cannot compare to those distributed by the sect, Su Yun replied indifferently. The old man's expression tightened, revealing a hint of embarrassment. How about this? Su Yun casually picked up a black pill, resembling iron forged into shape, along with a martial arts manual, and said, 70 taels of gold, deal. The old man revealed a toothy grin, his face lined with wrinkles as he laughed. Su Yun produced a purse of coins and handed it to the elderly man. Are today's youngsters so easily deceived? The old man mused. The cyan porcelain vial indeed contained 20 chi-boosting pills, all of inferior quality, worth no more than 20 taels of gold on the market. As for the black pill and martial arts manual, they held no value for a perfected innate realm martial artist. This transaction netted him a pure profit of 50 taels of gold. This fool is growing impatient. Lin Feng observed Su Yun acquiring the chi-boosting pills, a sinister smile spreading across his face. In his view, Su Yun aimed to use the pills to enhance his cultivation in preparation for the life and death battle on the 9th day. He would never suspect that Su Yun's true intent lay with the worthless nether dust pill. Believing himself the victor, the elderly man was, in fact, at a significant loss. The nether dust pill was now in hand. Su Yun felt a sense of satisfaction, carefully placing the nether dust pill into his pocket. He continued to meander through Qingyun Fengshi, hoping to uncover more treasures. Senior brother Lu, why have you come here? A boisterous voice rang out as one of Lu Li's lackeys strutted forward, filled with disdain. Qingyun Fengshi is filled with rubbish. It hardly merits your attention. Upon hearing the voice, Su Yun turned to see who it was. He has arrived. Su Yun's gaze flickered. I wonder how he will feel if I seize his fortune? Instead of hastily departing, Su Yun lingered, observing Lu Li silently. Silence. Lu Li's eyes glinted with a hint of malice as he coldly shot a glance at the speaker, causing the lackey to shut his mouth in annoyance. Lu Li was well aware that most of the wares at Qingyun Fengshi were subpar. However, today he felt an inexplicable urge, as if some unseen force was guiding him to the marketplace. Yet, that feeling vanished without a trace the moment he set foot in Qingyun Fengshi. Lu Li felt a vague sense of restlessness. His followers also sensed his unease and remained silent, navigating through the stalls. Lu Li eventually arrived at the elderly man's stall. As his gaze swept across the offerings, an abrupt feeling of emptiness surged within him, as if something of great importance had slipped through his fingers. Seized by another strange, Lu Li furrowed his brow. Why am I feeling this way today? Senior brother. One lackey noticed Lu Li's odd demeanor and attempted to inquire. Be quiet. Lu Li snapped coldly. Everyone fell silent. Observing this scene, Su Yun's expression sharpened. Could it be that my interception of their fortune is perceptible to them? Su Yun speculated. Yet, judging by Lu Li's demeanor, he had no inkling of the specific reason and would not suspect Su Yun. Su Yun's mind raced. If those from whom I seize fortune possess higher cultivation, could they trace the source through some intuitive perception and uncover the entire truth? With that thought, Su Yun felt a chill run down his spine. This is a world of fantasy, rife with inexplicable mysteries, especially among the high-ranking figures whose reach is extensive. Su Yun could not guarantee that he would always succeed in intercepting others' fortunes, should he be exposed. He would undoubtedly become the subject of scrutiny, facing a fate worse than death. Tio grow stronger. I must rely on my golden finger. Su Yun's gaze hardened. He must quickly elevate his status to gain the Feathered Ascension Holy Land's attention. This way, even if unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, he would have a formidable backing that, of course, in the future, he must act with greater discretion. Chapter 7. Every journey begins with a first step as Lu Li and his entourage drifted away. Su Yun withdrew his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at the lurking Lin Feng before disappearing around a corner. The bustling Qingyun Fengshe was alive with chatter as Su Yun ambled leisurely into the Wild Mountains. The Wild Mountains, renowned as the 10,000 Great Mountains, teem with countless ferocious beasts and serve as a natural training ground within the territory of the Feathered Ascension Holy Land. Every moment, life and death struggles unfold. Upon entering the Wild Mountains, is he seeking to hone his skills through hunting ferocious beasts? Lin Feng wondered, should I return to report to young Master Su Hong? No, after a moment's thought. Lin Feng shook his head, a mere rookie at the initial stage of the innate realm. I can easily handle the situation with my strength. For now, I will follow him closely to ensure nothing goes awry. Young Master Su Hong will surely reward me handsomely. Lin Feng held no doubts about Su Yun's intentions. Roar, faintly, the sounds of beastly roars echoed around. Su Yun remained unfazed. He had entered the Wild Mountains not to hunt ferocious beasts, but to lure Lin Feng into a trap. He would not allow anyone to pry into his affairs. The two moved deeper into the dense forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The sound of crunching leaves echoed beneath their feet. Suddenly, Su Yun vanished. Oh no! Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he scanned the surroundings, searching for Su Yun's whereabouts. Senior brother, if you were looking for me, there was no need to be so sneaky. Su Yun's voice resonated from above, as he perched upon a tree branch, sword in hand, his gaze cold and glimmering with murderous intent. So, you noticed me all along. A chill coursed through Lin Feng's heart, leaving him perplexed. How could someone like Su Yun, despite being beneath him in cultivation, discern his presence? Furthermore, if he had the means to escape, why would he voluntarily reveal his location? At this juncture, Lin Feng had yet to consider that Su Yun might seek to eliminate him. I have never encountered you before. We bear no enmity. Who sent you? Su Yun loomed above, resembling a hunter gazing upon his prey. Lin Feng scoffed. Why should I divulge anything to you? You may choose silence, but I possess myriad methods to extract the truth. With a swift motion, Su Yun descended like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Channeling his true energy into his sword, gripping it tightly as he struck downward. Go wield a sword without mastery, yet dare to attack me? Lin Feng's cold laughter echoed as he summoned his inner strength. The aura of a mid-stage innate practitioner erupting forth. With a single hand raised, 6 beams of cold light surged through the air. Swish, 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 swish. The chilling light pierced through the sunlight, revealing its true nature. They were 6 leaf-shaped darts, shimmering with a frosty brilliance, empowered by true energy. A single hit would either be fatal or grievous. Clang! With a deft twist of his wrist, Su Yun transformed his offense into defense. Ping, ping, ping! The 6 leaf darts were deflected by the sword, flying into the trees, releasing hissing wisps of white smoke. Poisonous? Su Yun furrowed his brow. Ha ha! Lin Feng's face contorted with mockery. You're merely a novice in the innate realm. Significantly weaker than I, yet you dare to engage me? Very well. I shall subdue you today and present you before young Master Su Hong. Indeed, he was one of Su Hong's men. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Su Yun's gaze. Yield or be captured. Lin Feng's technique appeared to be wind-based, as he darted forth with the swiftness of a tempest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng leapt through the forest, unleashing a flurry of dart-like cold lights from his fingertips. Akin to a torrential downpour, relentless and fierce, Su Yun remained silent. Since arriving at the Feathered Ascension sacred land, He had never engaged in combat. This was his inaugural battle, why strength far surpasses his. As long as I remain cautious, defeat is impossible, Su Yun mused, recognizing that Lin Feng's lack of combat experience could serve as an opportunity for him to refine his skills. Clang! Su Yun moved with agility, evading each dart like a wisp of smoke, gradually closing the distance to Lin Feng. Something felt amiss, a sudden tension gripped Lin Feng's heart. Su Yun's aura was profound, effortlessly dodging the onslaught of his torrential darts, betraying a caliber beyond that of a mere novice in the innate realm. However, Su Yun's movements were somewhat juvenile, reminiscent of a novice practitioner. In a flash, Su Yun closed the gap, channeling his sword with thunderous force aimed at Lin Feng. What immense power! The sound of air splitting echoed, and Lin Feng's countenance turned ashen. This power was not something a mere novice in the innate realm could wield. Even he himself lacked such robust strength. You are concealing your true capabilities. Lin Feng's expression turned to one of horror. You have deduced correctly. Crack! Su Yun, swift as lightning, pierced Lin Feng's shoulder with his sword, a mere flick sending a chunk of flesh flying. Blood spraying into the air. I shall report to young Master Su Hong and ensure you find no rest in death. Lin Feng clutched his wound, his true energy surging as he fled toward the feathered Ascension sacred land. As long as he reached the sacred land, Su Yun would hesitate to kill him. You cannot escape. Su Yun's grip on his sword was slick with perspiration, yet his resolve to kill was unwavering. He would not allow Lin Feng to flee. Whoosh! The stunning swan sword technique. Su Yun activated his martial art, enveloping his body in robust true energy, which he infused into his sword. His speed reached its zenith, leaving behind a blurred afterimage in his wake. This technique was of mid-grade quality, one he had mastered thoroughly. Martial arts are categorized into 3 tiers: inferior, mid-grade, and superior. The Great Celestial Star technique was of the highest tier. But in a single day, Su Yun could not fully assimilate it for combat. He could only rely on the stunning swan sword technique. Even so, when paired with Su Yun's celestial true energy, this mid-grade technique could unleash the might of superior martial arts. Su Yun, you've fallen into my trap. As Su Yun closed in, merely 3 paces away, Lin Feng, who had been fleeing for his life, suddenly erupted with a sinister laugh, sweeping his hands to release countless beams of cold light from beneath his robe. Countless darts rained down, overwhelming and unavoidable. Perish! Lin Feng's face twisted in a malevolent grin. Resembling a specter in the shadowy thicket, he had been waiting for the opportune moment to retaliate. Su Yun's offensive was too fierce. He could not sheath his sword and defend at such a close distance. And as long as he evaded in time, Su Yun could only inflict heavy damage. Kill 1,000, self-inflict 800 die. In that instant, Su Yun realized he had been ensnared. Why combat experience is still too shallow. Su Yun gritted his teeth, unable to fathom that Lin Feng had feigned weakness to entice him into revealing a flaw. Clang, clang. The next moment, Su Yun's sword pierced through Lin Feng's protective true energy, penetrating his right shoulder and causing blood to spurt forth as Lin Feng let out a harrowing scream. Yet dozens of poisoned leaf darts struck Su Yun. Even Su Yun felt himself ensnared in a dire predicament. But an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the leaf darts descended, they failed to penetrate the celestial true energy surrounding him. Simply put, Lin Feng's attacks could not breach Su Yun's defenses. Impossible! Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He was a mid-stage innate practitioner. With a full-force strike, he could even breach the defenses of a late-stage innate warrior. What is happening? A dim, starry light enveloped Su Yun as the leaf darts clattered to the ground, corroding patches of earth. Lin Feng, your time is up. Su Yun ceased his prattling, channeling the Great Celestial Star technique. The celestial energy surged from his fingertips as he delivered a fatal strike aimed at Lin Feng's throat. Lin Feng's blood gushed forth as he clutched his throat, staring fixedly at Su Yun, unable to find peace even in death. Bang! When Lin Feng's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, Su Yun still felt a twinge of unease. He severed Lin Feng's head with a single stroke, the body slumping to the earth. Killing is truly exhausting. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Yun caught sight of Lin Feng's corpse. A wave of nausea surged within him, compelling him to suppress the urge to vomit. In his previous life, he had lived in a civilized society. This was his first experience with taking a life, inevitably triggering a physiological response. Nevertheless, Su Yun stifled his revulsion, refusing to succumb to it. There is always a first time for everything. Even if given another chance, he would act the same. Lin Feng's survival could mean the exposure of his secrets. He could not allow an uncertain variable to persist in this world. Once his composure returned, Su Yun rifled through Lin Feng's belongings, retrieving a pouch containing approximately 200 taels of gold, a considerable sum. Additionally, he discovered a martial arts manual, prominently featuring the torrential downpour of petals. I do not practice hidden weapons. This manual is of no use to me, but I could fetch a handsome price for it at the Qingyan market. Su Yun contemplated, recognizing that a mid-grade martial arts manual could easily sell for dozens of taels of gold. After plundering, Su Yun hastily buried Lin Feng's body and set off back to the Feathered Ascension sacred land. Refining the purifying dust pill to elevate his aptitude was his immediate priority. Chapter 8. Bestow a name upon returning to Qingyan market. Su Yun sold the torrential downpour of petals manual, buying a bag of dragon tooth rice, a basket of meat, and vegetables before embarking on his journey back to the sect. During his return, fortune did not favor him. He encountered no opportunities, passing by the Golden Scale Peak. Su Yun's expression grew slightly dazed. In 2 days, the world had undergone a transformation. Little beggar, do you not realize this is Senior Brother Zhou's territory? How dare you cultivate here? You must have the audacity of a leopard. Suddenly, a venomous curse shattered Su Yun's reverie. He turned to see a group of outer disciples encircling a small, scrappy-looking girl with disheveled hair. Despite her meager initial cultivation, the girl displayed remarkable tenacity, unafraid of the numerous practitioners above her in strength, boldly retaliating. Yet she was far too weak, repeatedly knocked down. Still, she stood up time and time again, displaying unwavering defiance. Little beggar, do you really think we fear to kill you? One disciple sneered. Don't rush. We've finally caught a fun one. Let us not end the game too quickly. The laughter of others filled the air, as if it were a cat playing with a mouse. Ding! At that moment, a light sound resonated in Su Yun's mind. Before his eyes, an attribute panel materialized. Name. None identity. Outer disciple of the Feathered Ascension sacred land fate. Golden aptitude. Extraordinary talent. Pure blood celestial demon. Yet to awaken. Cultivation. Early stage innate life script. Protagonist. Xiantian Great World. Recent turning point. In 1 month, the celestial demon bloodline will awaken, causing an uproar across the realm, attracting the attention of the Central Celestial Domain's Celestial Demon Palace, which will send personnel to the wasteland to elevate her as a holy maiden in the Central Celestial Domain. A golden fate. An extraordinary talent. Su Yun's heart raced. This was the first time the life script had actively manifested. Yet more astonishing was the realization that the girl being beaten was a golden-fated extraordinary talent, a prodigy of the demon race. She was the first true protagonist Su Yun had encountered thus far. With a fate of the 10th tier, Golden Fate represented the 8th tier, placing her nearly at the pinnacle of the world. Undoubtedly, she was a true protagonist. Such a remarkable figure existed within the Feathered Ascension sacred land. Certainly, at this moment, the unnamed girl, whose evident talents had yet to awaken, was clearly marked by an impending shift in her fate. Her recent records indicated that it would take a month for her to awaken the pure bloodline of the celestial demon. When that time arrived, the mere manifestation of extraordinary phenomena would undoubtedly astonish the entire wasteland and even draw the attention of the grand powers in the Central Celestial Domain. The Xiantian Great World. Vast in territory, though extensive, merely occupies a corner of the world. It is the legendary Central Celestial Domain that serves as the heart of the world. The Demon God Palace, by its very name, signifies an extraordinary force that surely rivals the Feathered Holy Land, if not surpassing it. The transformation of the unnamed girl from a mere registered disciple to a saintess of a great power would indeed be a breathtaking ascent. A meteoric rise. Su Yun's thoughts immediately began to stir. Now was an opportune moment to forge a connection. Remarkably, she had endured for such an extended period. I shall see whether your bones are as tough as my fist. A disciple at the pinnacle of the postnatal realm, robust and imposing, swung his fist downwards. This strike clearly wielded considerable force. Should it land upon her, it would either result in her demise or grievous injury. Stop! Su Yun furrowed his brow and admonished. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the bullying he had witnessed in his childhood, an occurrence that seemed to transpire within a fantastical realm. Inheriting the memories of this body brought forth a flood of recollections, allowing Su Yun to empathize with her plight. Most importantly, she was a prodigious talent with a golden fate. If he could cultivate a favorable connection, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon on his path of cultivation. Therefore, Su Yun felt compelled to intervene. Who was the fool seeking to make a name for himself? Brother Zhou's eyes glinted with menace as he turned away. Brother Zhou, he is from the outer sect. A registered disciple recoiled, fixating on Su Yun's outer sect robe, his expression betraying his fear. In an instant, Brother Zhou turned back, recognition dawning as he saw the robe. His demeanor shifting to one of obsequiousness as he proclaimed, it is an outer sect brother. I am Zhou Qi, at your service. Greetings, brother. The group of registered disciples bowed respectfully. The distinction between outer sect disciples and registered disciples was indeed monumental. One must attain the status of an outer sect disciple to be considered a disciple of the feathered Holy Land, and in the face of trouble outside the Holy Land, they could proudly invoke it as a shield. Have you all forgotten that violence is forbidden within the Holy Land? Su Yun spoke coldly. We dare not forget. The crowd responded solemnly. We were momentarily confused. Please forgive us, brother. This sister, I shall take it upon myself to address your grievances. Su Yun said, his gaze fixed upon the injured girl. Who dared to lay a hand upon you? You are free to retaliate. Despite her battered state, the girl remained silent. Upon hearing Su Yun's voice, she slowly regained her composure. She opened her eyes, revealing orbs as dark and bright as the stars in the sky. Yet her face was pale and disheveled, indicative of malnutrition. Thank you for your kindness, she said, struggling to brush off the dust covering her, her gaze sweeping over the group of registered disciples who had bullied her. But I do not require your assistance for vengeance. Those who have wronged me, I shall repay one by one. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. Had he not gleaned some information about her from the script of her life, he would hardly have discerned that the figure before him was a woman. Brother Zhou's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Once I leave, you shall not see the dawn, he vowed. How resolute, Su Yun chuckled lightly. You are indeed a remarkable talent, with a distinctive character. Thank you, brother. I appreciate your mercy. The crowd began to disperse as if granted a reprieve. Did I permit you to leave? Su Yun's voice turned frigid. Upon hearing this command, the group froze in place, too frightened to move. You have defied the rules of the sect. Although this sister does not wish to punish you, I must teach you a lesson on behalf of the sect today. Su Yun continued nonchalantly. You shall each deliver 10 slaps to one another. Only once you have finished may you depart. Should anyone go easy, they shall receive slaps in return. Yes, the crowd dared not disobey Su Yun's command. The sound of resounding slaps filled the air. Moments later, they bore bruised faces, resembling a collection of swollen pigs. Begone. Su Yun waved his sleeve dismissively. Thank you, brother. The crowd fled, not daring to exhibit a hint of discontent, as if released from a great burden. Why did you help me? Once the crowd vanished from sight, the girl raised her delicate head, her youthful face marred by several bruises. Her disheveled hair obscured her eyes, revealing a hint of confusion. In my past, I endured a similar fate as yours, Su Yun replied, his gaze profound. He gently shook his head, dispelling distracting thoughts, and inquired, Sister, what is your name? I have no name, the girl replied, shaking her head. Since birth, I have known neither my parents nor a name. Just 3 days ago, I passed the examination of the feathered Holy Land, becoming a registered disciple. A flicker of sympathy arose in Su Yun's heart. Her childhood was indeed pitiful, a textbook case of a tragic life. What do you plan to do next? Su Yun probed. Will you remain on Jinlin Peak to continue being bullied by them? A look of confusion clouded the girl's eyes. If I stay, they will not spare me, though stubborn. The girl was not foolish, indeed. Your earlier words have irrevocably offended them. If you remain on Jinlin Peak, should I not be around, they will surely seek their revenge on you. Su Yun felt a sense of relief. It seemed she was not a naive and innocent soul. Come with me to Xiang Mountain. Why do you wish to help me? The girl echoed. First, you and I share a common plight, indicating our fateful connection. Second, I am focused on my cultivation and do not wish to waste time on trivial matters. I require someone to tend to the fires, cook meals, and make beds. After wandering alone for so long, you must possess these skills. Third, I am your savior. and I now seek your gratitude. Su Yun laid out his 3 reasons. The girl pondered internally, ultimately nodding. After all, she had no better options. However, she still harbored a sense of wariness. How could a complete stranger suddenly show her such kindness? The 2 of them, one after the other, made their way to Xiang Mountain. After a short incense stick's time, they arrived at their residence. This where the outer sect disciples reside. Upon entering the 2-room stone dwelling, the girl curiously surveyed her surroundings. Su Yun nodded. You have no name. How should I address you from now on? Su Yun suddenly recalled something. The girl stood frozen in place. Having had no friends since childhood, she had always been alone. And naturally, no one had ever called her by name. Su Yun's question left her at a loss. How about this? Su Yun mused, smiling. I shall give you a nickname. From now on, you will be called by this name. If you ever wish to have a proper name, you may choose one for yourself. All right, my name is Su Yun. Since you are my servant, I shall call you Su Su. From this day forth, you shall be known as Su Su. Su Yun declared with a smile. Su Su. The girl murmured, repeating the name softly, as if savoring it. From now on, this room will be your bedroom. Do you remember? Do not disdain it. I have never lived here either, and your disdain will change nothing. Su Yun allocated the sole bedroom to the girl, moving to the meditation chamber for his own practice. Thank you, young master. A hint of long-lost joy illuminated Su Su's face, her eyes curving slightly as if shaped like a crescent moon. How could she disdain it? Yet when she realized that Su Yun's gaze was upon her, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, and she quickly lowered her head. This vial contains high-grade healing ointment. Take it to tend to your wounds. Su Yun handed her a medicine bottle. Young master, allow me to prepare a meal for you first. Su Su tucked the healing ointment into her clothes and made to leave. Wait until your injuries have healed before preparing my meals. We can afford to wait a couple of days, Su Yun stated firmly. Yes, a gentle smile graced Su Su's lips, her eyes gradually forming a crescent shape once more. For the first time in 14 years, someone cared for her and treated her kindly. The warm current surged within Su Su's heart. Su Yun exited the stone dwelling, gathering vegetables, washing them, kindling a fire, and cooking. The sound of the flowing stream harmonized with the curling smoke from the kitchen. As the young man leisurely prepared the meal, resembling a tranquil landscape painting. Chapter 9. Cleansing the marrow, standing out among peers. These clothes are new. Take them and change. Su Yun placed several sets of clothing in the room before turning towards his meditation chamber. Su Su blinked, her eyelashes fluttering as she watched Su Yun depart step by step, not pulling her gaze away until he entered the meditation chamber and closed the door, at which point she averted her eyes. A slight smile gracing her lips. I wonder if this dust-cleansing pill will enable me to break through to the late stage of the innate realm. Su Yun sat cross-legged, retrieving the pitch-black dust-cleansing pill from his pocket. He channeled his starry true chi, slicing through the pill. With a crisp crack, the black iron shell encasing the dust-cleansing pill shattered. Su Yun peeled away the shell, revealing the smooth, jade-like core within. Holding it in his hand, he felt a refreshing chill and sensed a surge of pure energy swirling within the pill. Truly a superior marrow-cleansing pill. A smile spread across Su Yun's face. He shed his clothing, revealing his well-defined physique, and swallowed the dust-cleansing pill in one gulp. A surge of potent medicinal energy and spiritual essence erupted from the pure dust pill, flowing into numerous meridians. This force, while immense, was remarkably gentle, akin to the warm caress of a spring breeze. The medicinal power coursed through his flesh and blood, as if an invisible hand were providing a soothing massage, offering unparalleled comfort and pleasure. However, Su Yun's intent in consuming the pure dust pill was not for mere enjoyment. He immediately activated the Great Zhou Tian Star technique, channeling vital energy from his dantian to guide the power of the pure dust pill into every part of his body, commencing the process of refining the medicinal potency. As the essence integrated into his physical form, impurities were gradually expelled from his body. As time passed, a sense of lightness blossomed within Su Yun, as if he had shed some binding restraint. Rendering his body remarkably agile, dark filth slowly seeped from his pores, and as these impurities were eliminated, Su Yun's skin became delicate and radiant, while streams of power gathered in his dantian, coalescing into one star seed after another, leading to an explosive growth in his cultivation level. In the span of a mere half a tea session, he had condensed 6 seeds of vital energy, representing only a fraction, 1/10, of the Pure Dust Pill's formidable strength. Given that it was renowned as the ultimate marrow-cleansing pill capable of transforming one's aptitude and physique, one could only imagine the vast power contained within the Pure Dust Pill. Refining it was not a task to be accomplished overnight. Days passed. One day, then Su Yun devoted himself to cultivation, not stepping outside. During this time, Su prepared meals, calling him to dine several times. Yet he merely offered brief replies, remaining indoors to fully digest the essence of the Pure Dust Pill. On this day, Su Yun finally completed the refinement of the Pure Dust Pill. His body now cloaked in a layer of black filth, akin to scabs, permeated with a foul odor. It was unbearable. Su Yun awoke, nearly retching from the stench. As one consumes grains, the body naturally accumulates impurities over time, which can adversely affect health. The purpose of the Pure Dust Pill was to expel these toxins and purify the physical vessel. After refining the Pure Dust Pill, Su Yun felt his body become light, with heightened senses, and he successfully forged 50 star seeds. At this moment, he had condensed 54 star seeds, reaching halfway to the 108 star seeds needed for the completion of the mid-stage of the innate realm. Despite this progress, Su Yun's strength could not be measured by ordinary standards. The Pure Dust Pill had enabled his power to surge 50-fold in just a few days, and following the cleansing of his marrow, his aptitude was bound to elevate correspondingly. As he pondered, he examined his life script. Name: Su Yun. Identity: Outer Sect disciple of the Feathered Ascendant's Sacred Land. Fate: White. Aptitude: Exceptional cultivation. Mid-stage of the innate realm. Life script: Supporting role. Recent turning point: Your life has undergone a transformation. Fate begins to shift, and the future remains uncertain. Indeed, my aptitude has improved. Su Yun was elated. 1 Pure Dust Pill had elevated him from an average individual to an exceptional one, a remarkable feat. However, his fate still remained white, leaving him in a state of mixed emotions. Su Hong and Lu Li, both possessing exceptional aptitudes, had their fates ranked as 4th-tier blue. While his aptitude matched theirs, his fate remained stubbornly white. To alter one's fate was an arduous endeavor. Su Yun shook his head with a wry smile. Fate is predetermined. Attempting to defy it would surely invite the wrath of the heavens. Thus, reversing one's fate is akin to climbing to the heavens. Yet, Su Yun remained undeterred. As long as he could steadily enhance his cultivation and aptitude, there would come a day when he could change his fate and become the protagonist. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Similarly, a traveler who does not wish to be the protagonist does not deserve to traverse. Rising, Su Yun pushed open the door. It was already midnight, the stars twinkling in the vast sky, the waning moon partially hidden behind dark clouds, casting a silvery glow akin to frost. To avoid waking Su, he tread lightly out of the stone house and approached the stream. Entering the deeper waters, Su Yun felt a refreshing thrill. How invigorating! After cleansing himself of the grime, he donned his clothes and reclined on a smooth, flat boulder, resting his head on his hands while gazing up at the starry sky. He had spent 4 days refining the Pure Dust Pill, and with 5 days remaining until his life and death duel with Su Hong, he needed to master the martial arts recorded in the Great Zhou Tian Star Technique. These 2 martial arts were the Heavenly Gang Northern Dipper Sword Technique and the 7-Star Step, a sword technique for offense and a martial art for agility. Both were supreme martial arts that complemented the Great Zhou Tian Star Technique, and their combination could unleash tremendous power. Having undergone the marrow cleansing, Su Yun was confident he could master both martial arts within 5 days. Young master, why are you still bathing so late? Su stealthily emerged from her room, peeking out with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. I just finished my cultivation, Su Yun replied, turning to look at her. Why are you still awake? I heard some noise and thought there might be an intruder, so I got up to check, Su explained as she approached. Su Yun was momentarily speechless, perhaps due to her solitary upbringing. Su exhibited a high level of vigilance. Come sit here, he beckoned. Making space on the boulder, Su cautiously perched herself on the stone, her head slightly bowed, not daring to meet Su Yun's gaze. She realized that Su Yun seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation during these past few days. Su Yun turned to observe her. After several days of recovery, Su's injuries were nearly healed. And with proper nourishment, her complexion had gradually regained its rosy hue. Upon closer inspection, Su Yun noticed she possessed a delicate, oval face, double eyelids, and large, expressive eyes, with skin so fine it hinted at her innate beauty. Feeling his gaze, Su Su blushed and lowered her head even more. Su Yun averted his eyes, realizing that while this girl appeared fragile, she was, in fact, incredibly resilient. Who would have thought she could be so bashful? Young master, I once heard someone say that the stars in the sky are transformed from deities. Is that true? Su Su shifted the topic, pointing at the heavens with curious eyes. One can discern the truth upon witnessing it firsthand. When I achieve mastery in my cultivation, I shall take you to see for yourself, Su Yun replied with a smile. I've seen them before. Su Su's small hands cupped her cheeks, her gaze fixed on the crescent moon above, revealing a rare hint of innocent pride. Over a year ago, one night, I saw a beautiful big sister on the moon and even greeted her, but she probably didn't see me. A flicker of melancholy crossed her small face. Su Yun assumed she was jesting. The moon seemed close, yet it was infinitely distant from the earth. Even if there were indeed people on the moon, how could one possibly see them with the naked eye? Nevertheless, he refrained from contradicting her. In youth, who hasn't entertained some impractical fantasies? Perhaps it was Chang'e, Su Yun teased. Who is Chang'e? Is she beautiful? Chang'e is a deity from my homeland, residing in a place on the moon called the Palace of Eternal Cold. Renowned for her unparalleled beauty, Su Yun explained with a smile. Su Su giggled, saying, that sister on the moon must be just as beautiful. Young master, you are so impressive. Why not marry her as your wife? Then the next time you see her, let me take a look too. If she isn't pretty, I won't want her. Su Yun laughed heartily, a rare sense of contentment blooming in his heart. Having a little girl beside him was quite delightful. During moments of boredom, she could engage him in conversation and alleviate his ennui. However, a month later, Su Su would be taken away by the Demon God Palace, and he would be deprived of such companionship. The Demon God Palace, Su Yun mused to himself. He had researched and found snippets in the records of the Shintian calendar mentioning the Demon God Palace. Even within the vast Shintian realm, the Demon God Palace was a top-tier power, rendering the Feathered Ascendant's sacred land insignificant by comparison. And now, the innocent little girl Su Su before him would one day become the saintess of the Demon God Palace. Yuheng Peak, the foremost of the 10 outer sect mountains of the Feathered Ascendant's sacred land. Unlike Xiang Mountain, Yuheng Peak was interwoven with 7 spiritual veins, exuding a rich concentration of spiritual energy, rivaling even the residences of certain inner sect disciples. However, to reside on Yuheng Peak, apart from disciples from noble families, one must be a recognized genius by the sect. Su Hong dwelled on Yuheng Peak. Su Ling hurried into an independent courtyard, her expression flustered. Brother Hong. Su Ling called out. Su Ling. 2 disciples at the peak of the innate realm, who were guests in Su Hong's residence, looked at her and chuckled. Why the rush? Have you gotten into trouble? Tell me, and I will help you sort it out. Brother Wu, Brother He, I have urgent matters to discuss. Where's Brother Hong? Su Ling, lacking the leisure for idle chatter, inquired anxiously. He is in closed-door cultivation, Brother Wu replied, scrutinizing her. What could be so significant that we cannot handle it? Is it related to Su Yun? The two, being Su Hong's right-hand men in the outer sect, had already heard about the matter concerning the life and death arena. Indeed, Su Ling's complexion darkened. 4 days ago, I sent Lin Feng to keep watch on Su Yun's every move, yet 4 days have passed without a trace of him. I suspect he may have met with misfortune. You are being overly anxious, Wu Shixiang chuckled and said. Lin Feng is at least in the mid-stage of the innate realm and is well-versed in hidden weapons. How could Su Yun, who has just entered the innate realm, possibly be his match? I initially shared this belief. However, Su Ling solemnly remarked, the more I ponder over it these past few days, the stranger it seems. Why would Su Yun agree to a life-and-death duel with Brother Hong on the death arena in 10 days? Unless he has lost his mind. This matter is indeed peculiar. He Shixiang furrowed his brow and suggested. Perhaps we should visit Xiang Mountain to investigate Su Yun's true capabilities. Thank you, He Shixiang, Su Ling replied, a cloud of worry lifting from his face. He Jinin, possessing a perfected innate realm cultivation, holds a significant position among the outer disciples. With him accompanying me, there should be no unexpected occurrences. All for the sake of the young master. There's no need for formality, He Jinin smiled. Wu Shixiang, when Brother Hong emerges, please convey my message to him, as Yu Ling said with a smile. You may go. Wu Shixiang remained unconvinced as the two departed together. Chapter 10. The Celestial Star of Doom. A mortal on the brink of death. Whoosh. As the sun rose, the sky was awash with purple clouds. A figure wielding a sword moved gracefully through the forest, stepping with profound footwork as the sword shadows danced in the air, creating a symphony of sounds that pierced the silence. After the cleansing of his marrow, Su Yun experienced a dramatic transformation in his physical constitution. For 4 consecutive days and nights, he remained alert and unwearied. Not once feeling fatigued at by morning, he had thoroughly memorized the incantations of the Tiangang Beidou sword technique and the Qixing step. The Tiangang Beidou sword technique consists of 36 intricate forms, each interlinked, making it quite demanding to practice, yet once mastered, it would signify Su Yun's command over an entire suite of supreme martial arts, even allowing him to deconstruct it into 36 distinct techniques. The Qixing step, on the other hand, emphasizes intention over form, easy to begin but increasingly complex with further practice. Swish, swish, swish. Su Yun's steps quickened, his figure ethereal, reminiscent of celestial stars, exuding a nebulous beauty. He had grasped the essence of form, and his sword was equally sharp and fierce, yet the transitions between stances were filled with a sense of ethereal agility. Truly impressive, Su gazed at the training Su Yun with profound envy. She too aspired to attain such prowess so that no one would dare to bully her again. Clang! Channeling the Qixing, he exclaimed, "Break!" Su Yun let out a piercing shout, dividing the sword energy into 7 and striking towards a tree large enough for 2 to embrace. With a crack, 7 streams of sword energy descended, leaving 7 afterimages in the air. Each strike surpassed the last, and astonishingly, he severed the tree cleanly in half, which crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Sending dust swirling, breathless, Su Yun wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a heavy breath, fatigue flickering in his eyes. Channeling the Qixing was the 19th form of swordplay, the only one he had begun to comprehend so far. The subsequent 17 forms would be increasingly challenging. "Young master, would you like some water?" Su approached with a bowl of water. "Thank you." Su Yun drank it dry and handed the bowl back to her. Expressing his gratitude once more, "Without the Jingchen Dan, I couldn't have hoped to grasp the 19th form in mere hours." Su Yun understood all too well that his rapid progress was largely due to the Jingchen Dan. Of course, his efforts were equally crucial. Talent alone without diligence would yield no accomplishments. "There are still 4.5 days left. It should suffice for me to preliminarily master the Tiangang Beidou sword technique and the Qixing step. Dealing with Su Hong should pose no challenge." Su Yun murmured, "Su Yun, you truly are diligent, practicing so early in the morning." Suddenly, Su Ling's voice echoed from a distance, accompanied by He Jian Yi, and Su Yun remained composed. He had anticipated that Lin Feng's inexplicable disappearance would provoke Su Hong's unease, prompting him to hunt down Lin Feng's whereabouts. Thus, upon encountering Su Ling, he felt no panic. "Young master, who are those 2? Su stared at the unfriendly newcomers, unafraid. "Enemies." Su Yun's response was succinct and clear. Su's eyes instantly turned vigilant, a trace of cold fierceness lurking deep within that others could not perceive. He Jin Yin's gaze swept over Su Yun, landing on the tree that Su Yun had just felled, his pupils narrowing. "Did you do this?" The previous sound was loud enough for even the deaf to hear, and the smooth, clean cut of the tree revealed it had just been severed. Go slice through a tree that large with a single strike would be a daunting task, even for a late-stage, innate realm warrior. "It was me," Su Yun replied nonchalantly, neither confirming nor denying. The truth was evident, and there was no way to conceal it. Moreover, Su Yun had no desire to hide. In the past, his strength had been insufficient, forcing him to endure. Today, however, having acquired strength comparable to a perfected innate realm warrior, why should he continue to tolerate? What a remarkable young man, hiding such depths. He Jin Yin's expression turned astonished, his eyes filled with wariness. "You cannot possibly be merely a newcomer to the innate realm." He Xixiang. "What is going on?" Su Ling inquired, puzzled, as he was too weak to discern the underlying intricacies. He Jin Yin paused thoughtfully, his tone heavy as he said, "Su Yun's strength likely rivals my own." Hiss. Upon hearing this, Su Ling inhaled sharply. How is this possible? Just days ago, Su Yun had only just advanced to the outer gate. How could his strength have risen so swiftly? It's absurd. Su Ling could hardly believe it. If He Jin Yin's words were true, then the impending battle on the death arena carried the risk of a dramatic reversal. Rest assured, He Jianyin composed himself, speaking calmly. Young Master Su Hong is currently in seclusion and will soon achieve a breakthrough to the perfected innate realm. He possesses numerous martial arts techniques. And once he breaks through, even the average perfected innate realm warrior would not stand a chance against him. Su Ling's heart eased somewhat, recognizing that Su Hong's cultivation resources were far beyond those of ordinary individuals. Su Yun, we have come to seek you out today for a specific matter. He Jianyin finally revealed the purpose of their visit. Lin Feng was ordered to follow you 4 days ago and has been missing ever since. What is his current whereabouts? Despite being aware of Su Yun's strength, He Jianyin's tone still carried an air of condescension. Did you kill Lin Feng? Su Ling questioned directly, if prior to reaching Xiang Mountain Su Ling still held doubts. Upon hearing Su Yun acknowledge his strength, he became convinced that Lin Feng had perished at Su Yun's hands. It was me who killed him. Su Yun replied coldly. Su Hong is next, the next one. Su Yun's gaze fell on Su Ling, a smile that was not quite a smile gracing his lips. Perhaps it will be you. Su Ling, you are truly audacious to dare harm a fellow disciple. Su Ling felt a chill run down his spine under Su Yun's scrutinizing gaze. I will report this to the Holy Land. I will see you punished. Su Yun replied indifferently. I killed Lin Feng in the barbaric mountain range. Not within the Holy Land. Even if you report it, I will not face any punishment. However, should I decide to slay you now, I would certainly incur the Holy Land's wrath. He Shixiang. Su Ling's heart raced as he hurriedly hid behind He Jianyin, fearing that Su Yun might lose control and attack him without regard for the consequences. Observing Su Ling's disheveled state, Su Yun couldn't help but scoff. He Jianyin's expression turned grave as he regarded Su Yun. Everything now falling into place. The battle on the death arena was no mere whim of Su Yun. He had come prepared. Such depth of character at such a young age. Su Yun, we have underestimated you. He Jianyin said coldly. However, to contend against the Su family with your own strength is nothing but a delusion, and no matter how deep you hide, you will have no chance of victory on the death arena. We shall see. Su Yun smirked slightly. I wonder if this fellow possesses any opportunities. Su Yun pondered as He Jianyin's life script slowly unfolded before him. Name. He Jianyin identity. Outer disciple of the Feathered Ascension Holy Land fate. Great talent. Mediocre cultivation. Perfected innate realm life script. Supporting role, Xintian Great World. Recent twist. 7 days prior, He Jianyin encountered a celestial star of doom and had physical contact, resulting in the malevolent energy invading his fate. Within a day, the malevolent energy will fully corrode his fate. While practicing martial arts, he will suddenly slip and be pierced through the heart by his own sword. Pfft. Su Yun nearly burst into laughter. He Jianyin had actually contracted a celestial star of doom, and the malevolent energy had contaminated his fate, leading to such a bizarre demise. Truly poetic justice. How terrifying could a celestial star of doom be? A question arose in Su Yun's heart. As the most unfortunate, bizarre, and terrifying type of fate, he was immensely curious about the black-fated celestial star of doom. Was it a genius or a fool? He Jianyin felt uneasy under Su Yun's gaze. Su Ling, let us return to Yuheng Peak. There is no need to waste words with a dying man, He Jianyin declared. Su Ling nodded, completely terrified since learning that Lin Feng had been slain by Su Yun. His fear of Su Yun was boundless. Indeed, he is a dying man, Su Yun replied expressionlessly. Though he yearned to taunt He Jianyin, rationality prevailed, and he would not divulge a single hint about He Jianyin's imminent fate. Young master, are you going to the death arena? Su raised her head to gaze at Su Yun, her delicate brows furrowing in a manner that was captivating yet tinged with an indelible worry. As a named disciple, Su was acutely aware of the existence of the life and death platform, a place where one either lived or perished. Oh, not fret on my behalf, Su Yun said, extending his hand to gently smooth her brow, adding with a smile, frowning does not suit you at all. Su replied, her voice scarcely above a whisper. She quietly etched the names of Su Hong and Su Ling into her memory. Chapter 11. A sword that slays in an instant. Activate the 7 stars. The stars shine brilliantly. The myriad phenomena of the stars fall. The echoes of commands resonated through the forest as Su Yun wielded his sword with the swiftness of the wind, executing the 7-star steps and leaving behind a series of fleeting afterimages in midair. The sound of his sword slicing through the air sharp and urgent. After a bout of practice, Su Yun sheathed his sword to rest. Following 3 days of diligent training, he had preliminarily grasped the celestial pole and Big Dipper sword technique, seamlessly executing all 36 sword forms, marking a significant enhancement in his prowess. Under his relentless cultivation, he had also nearly mastered the 7-star steps. However, he still lacked a slight edge in comprehending the divine essence. Achieving this level of cultivation in merely 4 days was no small feat yet. Rather than feeling elated, Su Yun remained vigilant. The absence of Su Hong and his entourage over the past few days was unusual, stirring a sense of unease within him. Recalling what He Jianyin had said last time, Su Hong was currently in seclusion to break through. 3 days had passed, and Su Hong had likely reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. Coupled with Su Hong's mastery of superior martial arts, Su Yun could not afford to be careless. What level of strength do I possess now? Su Yun murmured to himself, in the span of 3 days. He had cultivated 6 star seeds, bringing his total to 60, equivalent to the strength of 60 mid-stage innate realm warriors. Yet, he was unable to gauge his true power. "My lord, you've practiced all morning. Perhaps you should take a break," came Su Su's youthful voice. Su Yun returned to the stone cottage and gulped down a bowl of water. "Su Su, accompany me to the life and death platform this afternoon," he proposed. Naturally, Su Su had no objections. After lunch, the two set off to the life and death platform. The outer sect, inner sect, and even the core of the Ascension Sacred Land each housed a life and death platform, established to resolve irreconcilable disputes among disciples. The outer sect's life and death platform was situated atop the Heartbreak Cliff, where the chilling winds howled and the atmosphere was tense. "Su Yun, have you come to choose your grave at Heartbreak Cliff today?" Brother Wu and Su Ling, among others, were also present at the cliff, and upon spotting Su Yun and Su Su, Su Ling mocked him. Su Yun remained unfazed. "And where is that dog?" He thought of He Jianyin. The moment he spoke, Su Ling and his companion's expressions darkened. The day after He Jianyin returned from Xiang Mountain, he was discovered dead in his cave dwelling. The Sacred Land dispatched investigators, but the cause of death was absurd, eliciting both laughter and incredulity. He had perished due to a misstep during training, at his own hands. He Su Yun. Among the several outer sect disciples on Heartbreak Cliff, one remarked with keen interest, "I've heard this person is also from the Su family, a newly appointed outer sect disciple. I wonder why he dares to establish a life and death contract with Su Hong and ascend to the life and death platform for a showdown." Utterly reckless, another sneered. "Su Hong is a tyrant in the outer sect. His strength is far beyond that of a mere newly appointed disciple. Regardless, it has nothing to do with us. We shall simply watch the spectacle tomorrow." Another chimed in. Idle chatter filled the air. Su Yun remained composed. "How can you presume my lord will lose without even a contest?" Su Su exclaimed, her small fists clenched, indignantly protesting. Su Ling fixed his gaze on Su Su. Sneering, "Su Yun, you dare not speak for yourself and rely on a mere child to defend you? Truly pathetic. If you are unwilling to accept this, we can ascend to the life and death platform right now." Su Yun replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Su Ling immediately fell silent. He thrived on the backing of power. Once a confrontation commenced, he had to rely on genuine skill. Though he was arrogant, he possessed enough self-awareness to know that, with his strength, he could hardly contend with Su Yun, just a newly appointed outer disciple. "Who grants you such audacity?" A youth in blue robes beside Su Ling scoffed. "How about you test your mettle against me?" Junior brother Zhou, brother Wu, Wu Qing, frowned slightly, seemingly about to intervene. However, the blue-robed youth was quick to act, leaping onto the life and death platform, drawing his sword with an air of utmost disdain. "Though you dare?" he taunted, pointing his sword at Su Yun. Su Ling felt a stir of excitement. This was a perfect opportunity to gauge Su Yun's abilities. Onward. Many disciples cheered, eager for the entertainment. They cared not for the consequences. It was of no concern to them. With a light tap of his toes, Su Yun ascended the life and death platform like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. The blue-robed youth, a late-stage innate realm cultivator, was merely one small realm above him, presenting an ideal chance for Su Yun to assess his own strength. "Junior brother, do not underestimate Su Yun. He is not weak," Wu Qing cautioned solemnly. "Rest assured." "Brother," came the reply. The blue-robed youth dismissed the warning. "Even if I triumph today, I shall not take his life. His fate is for young Master Hong to decide. Then do take care not to strike too hard. Su Yun responded with a harmless smile. Killing me would not bode well for young Master Su Hong. Enough of the pleasantries. With that, the blue-robed youth unleashed his profound energy, launching towards Su Yun like an arrow released from a bow. A sword strike descending with tremendous force, a 1-foot-long sword aura cleaving the air, igniting sparks as it sliced through. The sheer speed of the strike was evident. He had exerted at least 50% of his strength. With Su Yun only possessing mid-stage innate realm cultivation, taking the blow head-on would leave him gravely injured, if not dead. The spectators below watched intently, offering their critiques. The speed is sufficient, but the power lacks. Su Yun narrowed his eyes, shifting his body slightly to effortlessly evade the blue-robed youth's sword strike. As the sword descended, a scar marred the surface of the life and death platform. This platform had stood atop Heartbreak Cliff for a millennium. Weathered by storms and soaked in the blood of countless warriors, its surface marked by the scars of history, rendering the new sword scar rather inconspicuous. His speed. It surpasses mine. A flicker of surprise ignited in the blue-robed youth's eyes. It seems you possess some skill, he remarked, his tone slightly more serious, though contempt still lingered in his gaze. However, I have only exerted 50% of my strength. Let the next strike conclude this battle. Dragon and snake dance with the pearl. With a swift motion, the blue-robed youth unleashed his full power, his arm trembling violently as his long sword struck out like a venomous serpent, the sword light chilling and splitting into 2 sword auras that danced in the void. Swoosh! The 2 sword auras, one yin and one yang, entwined in a dramatic display, resembling a dragon and a snake, swiftly approaching. That the dragon and snake sword technique? An outer sect disciple's eyes gleamed with fervor. This was a top-tier martial art, rumored to have evolved from a divine ability, extraordinarily mysterious. Who would have thought that this individual had mastered such profound martial arts? To employ such a technique against a mid-stage innate realm warrior was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The clamor of voices filled the air, though most were filled with envy. A hint of pride crept onto the blue-robed youth's face. This was a technique he had exchanged numerous contribution points for at the transmission hall. His most formidable skill, my lord. You must emerge unscathed. Su's heart raced, her hands tightly clasped, her eyes filled with concern. This martial art is indeed intriguing. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. From this moment forth, it belongs to me. Clang. Su Yun drew his sword from his waist, its brilliance slicing through the void. The sword draw technique? One disciple burst into laughter. A basic martial art attempting to counter the dragon and snake sword technique? How laughable, however. The next moment, laughter faded into silence. With a swift motion, Su Yun's sword was drawn, a crimson arc streaking through the air, and suddenly, the blue-robed youth's figure froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. Clang! The long sword clattered to the ground as the blue-robed youth collapsed. Lifeless. The expressions of all present turned rigid. Chapter 12. The Dragon and Snake Sword Technique. Su family Qing Su Yun stood, sword in hand, his demeanor poised and dignified. Witnessing the outcome, the disciples were left speechless. Zhou Hao, who had wielded the Dragon and Snake Sword Technique, was slain in an instant by a mid-stage innate realm disciple using a basic sword draw technique. Such a feat of slaying beyond one's rank had not been seen in the outer sect for quite some time. If my conjectures are correct, this individual is bound to become an extraordinary figure in the future. A man in yellow attire spoke solemnly. I find myself eagerly anticipating the duel between Su Yun and Su Hong tomorrow. Another chimed in. Originally, the disparity in their realms rendered the life and death battle seemingly devoid of suspense. Yet, after Su Yun's astounding display of skill in slaying Zhou Hao, the outcome of his clash with Su Hong remained uncertain. Anticipation flickered in the eyes of all present. My lord is truly remarkable. With a joyful leap, Su's face radiated delight, her eyes brimming with admiration. Tio fight beyond one's level is an exceedingly rare trait, almost exclusive to geniuses. The fact that Su Yun could slay Zhou Hao while transcending level serves as a testament to his own genius. Junior brother Su. Wu Qing was momentarily stunned, but soon his expression twisted with fury as he charged onto the life and death platform. Glaring at Su Yun and bellowing, Su Yun, as disciples of the sacred land, how can you so casually take a life at the first opportunity? Below, Su Ling was engulfed in inexplicable terror. How could this useless individual's strength have surged so rapidly in such a short span? Su Ling was utterly perplexed. Su Yun replied coolly, on the life and death platform, it is either life or death. Once you step onto this stage, you must be prepared for death. Ignoring Wu Qing, he squatted down to claim his spoils. Clang! A sword fell before Su Yun, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Su Yun smiled. On the life and death platform, the victor claims everything from the defeated. This is a rule set by the sacred land. Do you intend to break this rule? Wu Qing, can you not afford to lose? A man in yellow sneered. The other disciples displayed their dissatisfaction. Wu Qing's countenance darkened. He coveted Zhou Hao's dragon snake sword technique and did not wish to relinquish it. Yet, the wrath of the crowd was not to be trifled with. Under the watchful eyes of all, Wu Qing slowly sheathed his treasured sword. Su Yun, do not become too complacent, he warned, his gaze sharp. Tomorrow will be your day of reckoning. Su Yun had little interest in engaging in further banter. He focused on tallying his gains. A superior martial text and a gold note worth 400 taels, quite satisfactory. A smile graced Su Yun's face. This excursion had not been in vain. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing's expression turned ashen. Junior brother Su Ling, we shall take our leave, he said, turning to descend the life and death platform. Taking Su Ling with him from the cliff of broken hearts. Our accounts will eventually be settled, Su Yun. His voice echoed from behind. Su Ling stumbled slightly, hastily regaining his balance and quickening his pace. Su, let us go buy some groceries. After stowing away his spoils, the two departed the cliff of broken hearts. After purchasing the groceries, they returned to Xiang Mountain. As night deepened and the stars twinkled overhead, a chill swept through the mountains. Su Yun lay upon a green stone, perusing the dragon snake sword technique. Astonishingly, it was a martial art distilled from a divine ability. No wonder it was so formidable. Su Yun mused. Divine abilities are combat secrets accessible only to those of the divine realm, capable of summoning winds and rains, soaring into the skies, and burrowing into the earth, entirely beyond the realm of martial arts. Bordering on myth, the origin of the dragon snake sword technique is a divine ability. This martial art consists of only one move, yet its power is not to be underestimated, rivaling the Tiangang Beidou sword technique. With a flicker of thought, Su Yun sprang into action. Whoosh! He channeled his true energy, his fingers poised like a sword, executing the martial art's movements according to the dragon snake sword technique. Swish! Two sword energies sliced through the air. Leaving shallow marks on the green stone, Su sat on the threshold, clutching a pillow, her small hand propping up her chin, watching with rapt attention. The dragon snake sword technique requires the harmonization of two opposing forces, yin and yang. My starlight true energy is supremely yang, yet the other sword energy necessitates a feminine yin force. Only through the balance of rigidity and flexibility can the dragon snake sword technique unleash its utmost power. Su Yun's comprehension of martial arts advanced swiftly. Within half an hour, he had fully absorbed the essence of the dragon snake sword technique. However, achieving perfection in practice would undoubtedly be exceedingly challenging. Perhaps I can substitute the yin force with my vital blood energy? An idea sparked in Su Yun's mind. Let us give it a try. Su Yun began to circulate the great Zhou star technique while mobilizing his vital blood. Allowing both forces to traverse his meridians in harmonious coexistence, he concentrated the two energies into his left and right hands. The moment was ripe. Swish! A radiant star sword light erupted from the tip of his right finger. Undulating like a swimming dragon, while his left finger pulsated with vital blood, coalescing into a supple, ethereal serpent, gracefully weaving through the air. Under Su Yun's control, the two sword energies entwined and danced. Boom! The two energies gradually fused into one, crashing down with tremendous force, cleaving the large green stone in two. Indeed, my hypothesis was correct. Su Yun was overwhelmed with joy. Utilizing blood energy as the yin force and true energy as the yang force, the combined might surged tenfold, affirming that his path was the right one. Su was left speechless, her mouth agape, her small face etched with astonishment. With an entire night left to cultivate, I should be able to master the dragon snake sword technique even more proficiently. Su Yun thought to himself, Su, you should rest first. I wish to practice a bit longer. Su Yun smiled. I'll be waiting for you, my lord, Su replied. Rest well, so you can cheer for me tomorrow. That makes sense, Su pondered. picking up her pillow and returning to her room for sleep. Swish, swish, swish. Outside the stone house, the sharp sounds of sword energies slicing through the air rang out as Su Yun performed the 7-star steps. Fully engrossed in his cultivation, the battle tomorrow was of utmost importance. He could not afford to falter on Yuheng Peak. At the Su residence, Wu Qing, Su Ling, and 3 disciples at the pinnacle of the innate realm stood in the courtyard, while a young man clad in purple finery sat at a stone table, eyes closed in meditation. Ha ha ha! Just then, a hearty laugh shattered the tranquility of the night. Young Master Su Hong has emerged from seclusion. Wu Qing and the others displayed expressions of delight. The young man in purple remained unmoving. A figure strode forth from the inner hall, exuding an imposing presence, unmistakably Su Hong. After several days of seclusion, he had successfully broken through to the pinnacle of the innate realm, his martial arts now seamlessly integrated. Were he in the mundane world, he could truly be called a martial arts master. Young Master Hong. Wu Qing and the 3 disciples bowed and smiled obsequiously. Su Hong's gaze swept over them, brow furrowing. Where is he, Jinin? His retinue consisted of 5 disciples at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Yet only 4 had come to congratulate him, which struck him as odd. He Shixiang has perished. One replied, a few days ago, during his training, he met with an accident and was slain by his own sword. Such an eerie occurrence? Su Hong fell silent, while the others exchanged wry smiles, agreeing that the incident was indeed bizarre. Brother Qi Yu Hong's gaze fell upon the young man in purple, and he clasped his hands in a salute. Didn't he expect you to be here? The young man in purple rose, smiling. Congratulations, junior brother, on reaching new heights. You flatter me, Su Hong replied, unusually humble. Compared to a practitioner of your caliber, my achievements are trivial. I came this time because I heard you have a life-and-death wager. Senior brother Qinghe was worried and asked me to keep an eye on things, the young man in purple said with a smile. It's merely a traitor from the Su family. Nothing to concern yourself with, Su Hong laughed. Young Master Hong, do not underestimate Su Yun. Wu Qing's brow furrowed deeply as he recounted the events of Su Yun's battle with Zhou Hao, declaring, Su Yun's strength has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. How could his power have escalated so quickly? Su Hong was incensed. Su Ling, I tasked you with keeping watch over him. And this is the result you present me? Brother Hong. Lin Feng was discovered during his surveillance and was killed by Su Yun long ago. Su Ling fell to his knees, nearly in tears. I am weak, and you were in seclusion. I truly did my best but was powerless and no matter. The young man in purple chuckled lightly. Junior brother, take this. He produced a jade vial and handed it to Su Hong. Smiling, this is a valuable item. You may find it useful in critical moments. I asked this from senior brother Qinghe? Su Hong asked, excitement evident. The young man in purple nodded. Wu Qing and the others felt a sense of reassurance. Su Qinghe, a once-in-a-generation talent of the Su family, had long since reached the divine realm, making him a standout even among the elite disciples of the inner sect. Senior brother Qinghe has instructed me to convey that you must not bring shame to the Su family. The contents of the jade vial are to ensure absolute success. Chapter 13. The life and death battle. The following day, the Cliff of Broken Hearts was teeming with people. The impending battle between Su Hong and Su Yun had spread throughout the outer sect. A disciple newly initiated into the pinnacle of the innate realm daring to sign a life-and-death contract with a fully realized innate warrior was already sensational in itself. Following Su Yun's decisive victory over an innate late-stage warrior the previous day, this battle was bound to attract immense attention. As the sun rose high in the sky, casting a warm glow that intensified the heat in the air, Su Yun and Su Su arrived at the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Gazes converged upon them as they made their entrance. Su Yun's eyes wandered among the crowd, surveying their life scripts, yet none of those present held any remarkable fates that could capture his attention. Elder Jiang, Su Yun called out, directing his gaze towards Jiang Baiyu, who sat alone at the edge of the cliff in white robes, a wine flask in hand, his expression melancholic as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Senior brother Qin, Su Yun greeted Qin Zhong with a respectful nod. Junior brother Su, today you are the main attraction. Qin Zhong replied with a light chuckle. I heard you swiftly defeated a late-stage innate warrior with a single sword strike yesterday. Truly impressive. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes. Elder Jiang had indeed discerned the gem among men. You've arrived, Jiang Baiyu said, retracting his gaze from the clouds to alight on Su Yun. Offering a faint smile, to cultivate the great Zhou Star technique to such a level in just 10 days is commendable. As a formidable expert in the Yuan Dan realm, Zhang Baiyu immediately discerned Su Yun's cultivation level, 64 star seeds. This equated to the prowess of 64 mid-stage innate martial artists. Had it not been for the elder's teachings, the disciple would have been unable to grasp the profound intricacies of the great Zhou Tian star technique. Su Yun smiled as he acknowledged Zhang Baiyu's compliment. Zhang Baiyu regarded Su Yun with favor, and Su Yun reciprocated the sentiment, both understanding each other without words. Your opponent has arrived. Suddenly, a commotion arose as Su Hong ascended the Heartbreak Cliff. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, clad in resplendent golden robes with a sword at his waist, he glared intently at Su Yun. Elder Zhang, the youth in purple saluted with a respectful bow upon seeing Zhang Baiyu. As an inner sect disciple, the purple-clad youth was acutely aware of Zhang Baiyu's illustrious background, having once been a direct disciple. Even now, demoted to the outer sect's transmission hall, he dared not underestimate him. Zhang Baiyu nodded slightly and produced a death contract, stating, "If there are no objections, please take the stage." Whoosh! Su Hong had been waiting for this moment. As Zhang Baiyu's words fell, he leaped onto the platform of life and death. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a condescending gaze upon Su Yun, "Su Yun, step up. Today, I shall eradicate this traitor from the Su family. Go for it." Su clenched her small fists. Filled with anxiety, Zhang Baiyu glanced at Su, astonished. When did this lad acquire a little girl by his side? Su Yun ascended the platform step by step, gripping his sword, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Fight, fight, fight!" The crowd of martial artists chanted in unison atop the Heartbreak Cliff. "Senior Brother Zhong, can you discern Su Yun's strength?" Wu Qing inquired, gazing at the youth in purple. Zhong Yun's penetrating gaze fixed upon Su Yun as he remarked, "This young man has reached the mid-stage of the innate realm, his aura robust and enduring, indicating a solid foundation. In a battle of the same realm, Su Hong cannot possibly be his opponent." His assessment was exceedingly high. Upon hearing this, Su Ling felt a mix of awe and fear. In merely half a month, Su Yun's transformation was staggering, inciting both envy and trepidation within him, and no matter how formidable he was, he could not escape death today. "Elder, do you think Su Yun can win?" Qin Shang's brow furrowed with concern. Su Hong's strength lay not only in his cultivation, but also in his mastery of martial arts and treasures. In any aspect, Su Yun was far inferior. "Let us await the outcome," Zhang Baiyu replied. "If you have any final words, speak them now. Otherwise, there may be no opportunity left." Su Hong maintained an air of arrogance. Reminiscent of his former self, Su Yun frowned slightly. Having slain Zhou Hao with a single stroke, his prowess was evident. Su Hong must have learned of this yet remained unfazed, indicating he had some assurance. "Let us settle our grievances today," Su Yun stated indifferently. "If you have any last words, feel free to express them. Otherwise, I fear you may run out of time." His eyes radiated immense confidence. "This battle is destined for victory." "Su Yun, who grants you the audacity to be so insolent?" Su Hong retorted with a sardonic laugh. Throughout their lives, he had never taken Su Yun seriously, and this moment was no different. "Let my sword convey that to you." With a resonant clang, Su Yun unsheathed his sword, stepping forth and elegantly swirling it, conjuring a flurry of sword blossoms in the air. His true energy surged like steel needles as he unleashed 6 streams of sword chi. Slashing towards Su Hong. Swish, 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 swish. The assault was swift and fierce, akin to a tempest. "This lad seems to have grown even stronger," Wu Qing noted, his brow furrowing. Su Yun's progress was exceedingly rapid. Such trifling skills. Daring to display before this young master. Su Hong scoffed disdainfully, not even drawing his sword, casually striking down with his palm, gold-tinged true energy swirling around it, sharp and unmatched, bang, with a single palm strike. The 6 streams of sword chi were instantly shattered. He slightly bent his knees and shot towards Su Yun like a bolt from a crossbow, unleashing a roar that echoed like thunder. A fusion of ferocity and speed, splitting the air. Buzz! In an instant, Su Yun's eardrums were pierced by the thunderous roar, blood seeping from his ears. The sonic waves surged forth, causing his blood to boil and his true energy to become erratic. Appearing perilously close to disaster, That is a superior sound wave martial art, the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound. A complete, innate realm disciple exclaimed. Superior martial arts are inherently powerful. Sound wave techniques are exceedingly rare. And Su Hong's Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound was acquired at great expense, capable of captivating the mind and disrupting one's true energy, often yielding remarkable results. Su clenched her small hands tightly, sweat beading as she worried for Su Yun. To defeat me with this technique, you underestimate my strength, Su Yun thought. How could he be unprepared? He immediately activated the Great Zhou Tian Star technique, stabilizing his mind and regulating his blood and true energy. Star movement, Su Yun bellowed, unleashing the first form of the Tiangang Beidou sword technique. The sword glimmered, as if the stars themselves had come alive, radiating a soft light as a beam of sword light erupted from the tip, piercing towards Su Hong. Su Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Tio diffused the impact of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound so swiftly, he indeed possessed some skill. Zhou Hao's demise at your hands is no injustice. However, Su Hong remained unflustered. With 2 fingers, he pinched the sword's tip, as if 2 iron pincers were gripping it, leaving 2 impressions on the blade, demonstrating the sheer might he wielded. Activate the 7 stars. Su Yun's lips curled into a smirk. He had been awaiting this moment. Su Hong's arrogance led him to underestimate Su Yun, and once he became careless, Su Yun could exploit the Tiangang Beidou sword technique to catch him off guard. With a fierce shout, his sword technique shifted abruptly. He reversed his wrist, activating the 7 stars step, and an overwhelming surge of stellar energy flooded into the sword, unleashing 7 streams of sword chi that burst forth in a dazzling display. As he beheld this scene, Zhang Baiyu smiled. Impressive comprehension. Su Yun's ability to alter his sword technique in an instant demonstrated that he had mastered the Tiangang Beidou sword technique. Achieving this in just 10 days was no small feat. However, defeating Su Hong with this technique was utterly impossible. The sudden change in swordplay caught Su Hong off guard. This sword technique was fierce and powerful, far beyond what his physical body could withstand. Su Hong hastily released the sword tip, but Su Yun's speed was even greater. The sword whirled, and 7 streams of sword chi descended. Even as Su Hong's palm struck down, 1 stream still managed to land upon him. The sword chi rent Su Hong's golden robes, striking him with a resounding clang. Glimmers of silver flashed from beneath his tattered clothing. Protective armor? Su Yun's pupils contracted. Ha ha ha! Su Hong laughed heartily. Su Yun, you are far too naive. What status do you think I have, to be on par with a mere country bumpkin like you? This armor, forged from mysterious iron, cannot be pierced even by a typical complete innate realm martial artist. Let alone you that I came prepared this time. This fellow is insufferably arrogant. Su Hong's demeanor incited indignation among the spectators. Su Yun was at a disadvantage. They were merely testing each other before. This battle has only just begun. Chapter 14. A battle to fame stars twinkling. Unfazed by the failure of his initial strike, Su Yun flicked his sleeves, dashing towards Su Hong like a streak of light, leaving behind an afterimage. Such speed. Wu Qing's pupils contracted. It was now clear to him that Su Yun had not exerted his full strength when slaying Zhou Hao, Dragon Elephant Great Strength Technique. Su Hong activated his martial arts, stirring his blood, the cracking of bones echoing as his height surged, transforming him into a towering figure over 2 meters tall. His energy surged violently as he launched a punch at Su Yun. Bang! The overwhelming force shattered the sword chi as his fist struck the sword, bending it to its limits. Su Yun's hands trembled as he was thrown back, staggering. Although his body had been tempered by stellar energy, it still fell short compared to a complete innate realm martial artist. Young master. Su's expression turned anxious. Do not fret, Zhang Baiyu said, taking a sip of wine, unconcerned. He has yet to unleash his full potential. Boom! Su Hong charged forth, thunder roaring, his strength overwhelming and speed blinding, creating a shockwave that pushed the air aside, creating a vacuum around him. Thunderstorm fist? Su Hong roared, true energy swirling like thunder around his fist. Arcs of electricity crackling, moving with the speed of wind and thunder. Bright moon emerging from the river. Su Yun's expression hardened as he traced a half-moon arc with his sword, illuminating the ground with moonlight. Transforming into a chilling sword chi that rained down upon Su Hong. Bang! With a single punch, the attack obliterated the sword chi entirely. Clang! Su Hong soared through the air, a cold glint flashing in the void as his sword fell. Sword chi raining down, instantly enveloping Su Yun. Good, Wu Qing cheered. Come on. Su Yun let out a long howl, urging his sword to meet Su Hong. The two figures intertwined in a fierce exchange, sword strikes clashing violently. How can this lad's true energy be so dense? Su Hong thought, astonished, as he engaged Su Yun in a duel of swordplay. A quarter of an hour passed, and he had already expended a third of his true energy, revealing signs of decline, while Su Yun remained vigorous, growing even stronger with each passing moment. He certainly did not realize that Su Yun's true energy was even more formidable than his own. Was Su Yun truly a mid-stage innate martial artist? Wu Qing was left utterly speechless. The foundational cultivation method he practiced was likely the legendary Great Zhou Tian Star technique. As an inner sect disciple, Zhong Yun's perspective far exceeded that of Wu Qing and his peers. At this moment, he had already discerned the origins of Su Yun's martial arts. This particular technique was renowned as one of the top 10 foundational methods of the Holy Land. How could he have obtained it? Zhong Yun was filled with confusion. Moreover, Su Yun had only been in the outer sect for a mere 10 days. How could he have cultivated to such a level in such a brief span of time? The spectators below were abuzz with speculation. While the situation on the arena had already turned, Su Yun unleashed the Tian Gangbei Do sword technique, dazzling with 36 sword forms that shifted incessantly in their offensive maneuvers. In that instant, Su Hong found it difficult to defend against the relentless onslaught. At this rate, even if he couldn't kill me, I would be drained to the point of exhaustion. Su Hong's eyes darted around as he reached into his robe and produced a blue pill. Swallowing it whole, as the pill entered his abdomen, a torrent of power surged through his limbs and meridians, causing his aura to swell dramatically in an instant. Zhang Baiyu had been closely monitoring the battle on the arena and sensed a change in Su Hong's energy. Furrowing his brow, Zhong Yun discreetly glanced at him, anxiety gnawing at his heart. However, Zhang Baiyu did not intervene to halt the fight. How could his aura suddenly become so formidable? Su Yun felt a chill run down his spine. You little beast, perish! Su Hong's face contorted with ferocity, resembling a malevolent spirit as his treasured sword sliced through the air like thunder, striking with unprecedented speed. The power of this strike had at least doubled. Something is amiss. At this moment, not only Zhang Baiyu but also numerous outer sect disciples sensed that something was off. Su Hong, do you really think that through despicable means you can defeat me? Su Yun scoffed, fervently channeling the Great Zhou Tian Star technique, as star seeds transformed into pure energy that surged into his sword. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his killing move, Waning of All Stars. In an instant, the heavens and earth shimmered with starlight, the celestial bodies flickering as if on the verge of collapse. As Su Yun struck with his sword, the stars fell, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This was the 35th form of the Tian Gangbei Do sword technique, a true killing move. The clash of swords echoed like the sound of 1,000 armies in battle, the cacophony of metal ringing in the air as Su Yun and Su Hong found themselves evenly matched for the moment. How can this kid be so strong? Su Hong was taken aback. The pill he had consumed, the Xian Yuan pill, would double a martial artist's cultivation without any side effects. Yet despite this, he was unable to subdue Su Yun immediately. In that moment, he realized he could no longer see through Su Yun. Regardless, you must die today. With a leap, Su Hong soared into the air, thrusting his sword down like a great sun descending upon the world. The blinding light of his sword glinted fiercely, its heat akin to flames that blinded Su Yun. Waves of scorching heat surged forth. As fierce as the sword's aura, he broke through the waning of all stars. Aiming directly for Su Yun's head. In that critical moment, Su Yun's sword technique shifted once more as he executed the 36th form of the Tian Gangbei Do sword technique, Eternal Darkness. This form was the most terrifying of killing moves. In an instant, the sky plunged into darkness, and Su Yun advanced fearlessly, merging with his sword as he effortlessly deflected Su Hong's weapon, countering his martial arts. Their positions had completely reversed. Hong Guo is in danger, Su Ling exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Oh, not worry. The young man in purple replied with a smile. He has yet to employ the threefold return sword technique, which contains the essence of swordsmanship. Having consumed the Xian Yuan pill, Su Hong's strength had surged. Within the same realm, he had few rivals. Even if Su Yun mastered the Great Zhou Tian Star technique, defeat was inevitable. You little brat, Your concealment is impressive. Su Hong gritted his teeth, unable to comprehend that Su Yun's swordplay had reached such a level, rivaling his own. But alas, no matter how strong you are, you cannot defeat me. Threefold return sword technique? Su Hong howled. Suddenly, his sword split into 3 beams of light, embodying the vastness of heaven, the solidity of earth, and the agility of humanity, merging into one. He seemed to enter a state of unity with his sword, mirroring Su Yun's own state. Both individuals had reached an astonishing level of understanding and swordsmanship. A disciple remarked enviously, Su Yun is doomed. It is unfortunate that he has spent too little time in the outer sect. His cultivation is still shallow. Given his talent, with a bit more time, he could surpass Su Hong. He is too impatient. Many disciples lamented. Sister Lin, your hopes may be dashed, one of the 2 women standing gracefully on an ancient tree remarked. The woman in yellow said, Su Yun is clearly no match for Su Hong. Su Hong is peculiar. The other woman, dressed in a flowing purple gown and possessing a graceful figure, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, stronger than Su Hong, detected something amiss. So what? The woman in yellow replied, in the arena of life and death, fate is predetermined. This battle is about life and death. Even using poison is within reason. Lin Ziyue understood this all too well, her expression tinged with regret. If he survives, he will undoubtedly enter the inner sect and perhaps even become a true successor. On the arena of life and death, no 2 individuals have ever walked away together, the woman in yellow remarked. Boom. The might of the threefold return sword technique erupted, and Su Hong's aura became terrifyingly formidable. He charged forth like wind and thunder, shattering Su Yun's swordplay. The terrifying sword aura closed in, tearing Su Yun's garments to shreds. Young Master Su clenched her small hands, nearly brought to tears, not wanting to witness Su Yun's demise. Although their time together had been brief, it was enough for Su to regard Su Yun as a kin. Yet, she felt utterly powerless. Is this the end? Zhang Baiyu murmured, a hint of regret in his eyes. He had seen too many talents rise only to fall before their time. Su Yun was no exception. Chen Zhong's expression was grave, unable to see any hope for Su Yun's comeback. You little beast. Perish. Su Hong's grin was sinister, resembling a malevolent spirit as he transformed into a streak of sword light, aiming to obliterate Su Yun completely. Everyone seemed to foresee the grim outcome of Su Yun's severed head. Hey! Su Yun took a deep breath. Had he not acquired the dragon snake sword technique, the outcome would have remained uncertain. But now, it is you who shall perish. With unwavering calm, Su Yun declared. Su Hong had already exerted his utmost. Yet Su Yun was only now revealing his full strength. Moreover, he still had reserves. 64 star seeds. He had only exhausted half of his true energy. He remained at his peak condition. Clang. He cast aside his sword and fully activated the dragon snake sword technique. 10 star seeds released a torrent of true energy, causing his blood and chi to surge. 2 forces, one yin, one yang, flowing forth from his arms. Kill. Su Yun's fingers formed into a sword-shaped 2 streams of sword aura. One yin and one yang burst forth from his fingertips like a dragon and a snake. The dragon-shaped sword aura surged forth to meet Su Hong. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the dragon-shaped sword aura halted Su Hong's assault, blocking the power of the threefold return sword technique. In the next moment, the snake-shaped sword aura shot forth like a beam of light, piercing through Su Hong's protective armor and embedding itself in his body. Su Hong froze in place, his sword clattering to the ground as he looked down at his chest, where a blood hole the size of a thumb continuously oozed crimson. The sensation of death flooded Su Hong's mind. A chilling aura spread throughout his being, rendering him trembling. Bang! Moments later, Su Hong could no longer endure and collapsed to his knees. Su Yun, you little beast, how could you possess the dragon snake sword technique? Su Hong stared at Su Yun, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could not fathom why, despite unleashing all his power, he could not defeat a mid-stage innate Su Yun. I shall reveal a secret to you. Su Yun smirked coldly. I have only expended half of my true energy. Your death is not in vain. The light in Su Hong's eyes gradually dimmed as Su Yun's words made it clear to him that he had never stood a chance of winning. Rest in peace. Su Yun retracted his aura, speaking indifferently. Tio the victor go the spoils. In this battle, Su Yun rose to fame, emerging as the ultimate victor. From this day forth, His achievements would resonate throughout the outer sect and even the inner sect. Chapter 15. Inner Sect Rankings, Jialan Pavilion. Su Hong, brother. Su Hong, junior brother. The tides had turned. Su Yun had turned the tables, leaving countless spectators on the Broken Heart Cliff in stunned silence. Inner sect disciple Zhong Yun stared at Su Hong's lifeless body, as if struck by lightning. How could Su Hong, who seemed so assured of victory, be overturned in an instant? How was he to explain this to Su Qinghe? The dragon snake sword technique? Wu Qing and Su Ling were both horrified. Fully aware that Su Yun had obtained the dragon snake sword technique from Zhou Hao just yesterday in the span of a single day, he had cultivated it to such a formidable level? Su Ling's legs trembled at the sight before her. She felt utterly terrified. She even entertained thoughts of fleeing back to the Su family. Not just the two of them, but also the spectators from the previous day could hardly believe what they had witnessed. If I recall correctly, the dragon snake sword technique was only acquired by Su Yun yesterday in just one day. He has mastered it to such an extraordinary degree, and as a trump card. He turned the tables. That's incredible. A disciple at the late stage of the innate realm held immense admiration. Indeed, can one not be in awe of such talent as that of junior brother Su Yun? Which makes us feel utterly insignificant? Many disciples expressed their envy, believing that Su Yun had fallen into a dire predicament. Little did they expect that what awaited Su Hong was a devastating martial technique. The crowd was utterly amazed, bowing in reverence. Young master has triumphed. Su leapt 3 feet high, overwhelmed with joy, tears of elation streaming down her face. Upon witnessing Su Hong's demise, the heart she had clutched in anxiety finally settled. This lad has truly caught me off guard. Zhang Baiyu exhaled a sigh of relief. That Su Yun could achieve victory and survive to the end was precisely the outcome he desired. Su Yun's dragon snake sword technique, harmonious in its balance of yin and yang, left him astonished. He had clearly mastered the intricacies of the sword technique. Should he cultivate it to the level of divine powers, it could evolve into something truly extraordinary. Sister Huang, we were all mistaken. Lin Zus smiled with delight. This individual is truly formidable. That dragon snake sword technique can harness both true qi and blood vitality, amplifying the sword's might exponentially. Huang Kun's eyes sparkled with admiration. Evidently, Su Yun's dragon snake sword technique had shone brilliantly on the life and death stage, captivating all who beheld it. Su Hong, brimming with confidence after consuming a pill, ultimately could not escape his fate. Lin Zus shook her head lightly with a sigh, recognizing the remarkable prowess of junior brother Su Yun. From the onset of the battle, Su Yun maintained an absolute position of dominance. Even after Su Hong ingested the Xian Yuan pill and unleashed his deadly strike, he was still dispatched with a single sword. This clearly indicated that Su Yun was well prepared. On the life and death stage, he stood like a sword, exuding an aura of sharpness. With the enemy slain, it was time to collect the spoils. He approached Su Hong's corpse and removed the storage bag from his waist. Generally, disciples could not possess such bags. After all, they were exceedingly valuable, often costing thousands or even tens of thousands of taels of gold, which ordinary martial artists could scarcely afford. However, Su Hong, being the scion of the Su family, had abundant resources, making such a bag trivial. I wonder how much I shall gain this time. Su Yun mused, filled with joy. Su Yun, cease this at once. Zhong Yun barked, his face betraying murderous intent. Su Hong has already perished at your hands. Do you truly wish to strip him of everything? The rules of the life and death stage state that the victor is entitled to all of the loser's possessions, a decree set by the sacred grounds. Surely, my senior brother is aware of this. Su Yun replied with calm assurance. If you have the audacity, then take it. Zhong Yun found himself at a loss for words and could only resort to threats. Su Yun scoffed. If I dared to slay Su Hong, would I shy away from claiming his storage bag? Moreover, a significant part of my motive for eliminating Su Hong was that thunder sword pill. Unfazed by Zhong Yun's threats, he methodically gathered the precious armor and sword, pocketing Su Hong's storage bag as he descended from the life and death stage. Zhong Yun's countenance darkened like a stormy sea. How dare an outer disciple defy him? Su Yun, though this storage bag is now unclaimed, you must imprint your consciousness within it to wield it freely, Zhang Baiyu remarked with a smile. Hand it over, and I shall assist you in mastering it. Thank you, elder. Zhang Baiyu took the storage bag, channeling his energy to draw forth a strand of Su Yun's spiritual essence. embedding it into the bag's consciousness imprint. In an instant, Su Yun established a connection with the storage bag. The bag, measuring 3 zhong, contained numerous items, including over 100 low-grade spirit stones and a pile of gold notes, likely worth several tens of thousands of taels of gold. As Su Yun searched through the contents, he eventually uncovered a black iron pill nestled among the spirit stones, a thunder sword pill. Ha ha ha! Su Yun's heart soared with elation. He had risked life and limb on the life and death stage for this very pill. Furthermore, his gains extended beyond this. The hundreds of low-grade spirit stones represented a substantial fortune, sufficient for him to successfully cultivate to the mid-stage of the innate realm, refining 108 star seeds and advancing to the late stage. Su Yun, you must be aware of Su Hong's identity. Zhong Yun, along with Wu Qing and Su Ling, approached him. Zhong Yun's eyes darkened. By killing Su Hong, you have made an enemy of the entire Su family. Senior brother Qinghe will never let you off the hook. Prepare yourself for the relentless pursuit of the Su family. Su Yun's gaze sharpened. He was well aware of who Su Qinghe was, the foremost talent of the Su family, already at the level of divine powers and a leading figure among the younger generation in the sacred grounds. However, Su Yun felt no fear. Given Su Hong's character, even without the scheme surrounding the Thunder Sword Pill, he would eventually have clashed with the Su family. Strike first to avoid calamity was Su Yun's modus operandi. Su Qinghe? He is indeed a ruthless individual. Many outer disciples spoke in hushed tones, clearly intimidated by his reputation. If Su Qinghe truly set his sights on Su Yun, the latter's future would be fraught with challenges. Several disciples shook their heads in sympathy for Su Yun. Junior brother Su, Zhong Yun speaks truth. Su Qinghe has reached the pinnacle of divine powers and holds a place on the inner door rankings, commanding considerable influence, Chen Zhong explained in a low voice. These individuals possess significant strength. You must be cautious of their retribution. Indeed, Zhong Yun puffed out his chest, his face brimming with arrogance. Only those within the top 30 of the inner door rankings can claim a spot on the list. Senior brother Qinghe is one of them. The inner door rankings? Zhang Baiyu scoffed dismissively. Child, it seems we share a bond. I find you likable. Should they bully you, invoke my name. The top 10 of the inner door? What does that amount to? A smile flickered at the corner of Su Yun's eye. Though he did not reveal his thoughts, he understood that from this moment onward, he had officially entered Zhang Baiyu's line of sight and gained his attention. Elder Jiang, what do you mean by this? Zhong Yun's expression soured. Zhang Baiyu was no ordinary figure. He had once been a true disciple, rumored to have fallen from grace due to a mistake and relegated to the Legacy Hall. Yet, such a talent would inevitably be recalled by the higher-ups of the sacred grounds. Zhong Yun dared to insult Su Yun but would not dare to act recklessly before Zhang Baiyu. Who provided that Xian Yuan pill? Zhang Baiyu's gaze pierced through Zhong Yun. Zhong Yun's heart raced. The matter of the pill had indeed not escaped Zhang Baiyu's notice. Return and inform Su Qinghe that within the rules of the sacred grounds, one can play as they wish. However, should they resort to underhanded tactics, let him weigh the consequences of crossing me. Zhang Baiyu's voice turned icy. If Su Yun had not possessed sufficient strength, he would have undoubtedly perished at the hands of Su Hong after consuming the Xian Yuan pill, which displeased Zhang Baiyu greatly. Elder Jiang. Enough. Zhang Baiyu snapped, his patience wearing thin. He detested those who relied on power to intimidate others. In this world, strength was paramount. Zhong Yun, feeling humiliated, dared not retort and could only stifle his anger as he departed with Wu Qing and the others. Witnessing this scene, many disciples were left in astonishment. This outer legacy elder was willing to stand against a promising disciple ranked among the inner doors elite. Curiosity about Zhang Baiyu's identity began to brew among the onlookers. Thank you for your assistance, Elder. Su Yun expressed his gratitude sincerely. Su follows suit. Thank you, Senior, for helping my family's young master out of a predicament. I'm not merely aiding you. I'm also upholding the rules of the sacred grounds. Zhang Baiyu fixed his gaze on Su Yun. Within the confines of the rules, should you fall to them, I will not intervene. Do you understand my meaning? Su Yun nodded. Zhang Baiyu's words conveyed that within the sacred grounds, he could ensure Su Yun's safety. However, once he stepped beyond the sacred grounds, he would not be bound by such regulations. Just as Su Yun had slain Lin Feng, that act lay beyond the realm of rules. Only under pressure can one find motivation. Zhang Baiyu patted Su Yun's shoulder with a smile. Your talent, though not exceptionally remarkable, holds great potential for growth. Given time, Your achievements may well rival my own. Strive diligently. With that, Zhang Baiyu left a final remark before departing with Chen Zhong. Su Yun clenched his fists. To firmly establish himself within the sacred grounds, he must eliminate the Su family's lineage. The mere mention of the inner door rankings weighed heavily on him. Junior brothers at that moment, Lin Ziyue and Huang Kun approached, their statuesque figures standing out among the crowd, capturing Su Yun's attention. Do the two senior sisters have matters to discuss? Su Yun inquired, puzzled. Junior brother, your exceptional talents have made you a rare genius. Would you be willing to join our Jialan Pavilion? Lin Ziyue gently twirled a strand of hair by her ear, revealing her pearly white teeth as she smiled sweetly. The Jialan Pavilion? Su Yun's expression shifted. The Feather Transformation Sacred Grounds boasted formidable strength, with a disciple roster numbering in the tens of thousands. Embroiled in constant strife, disciples were often aligned with various factions, with the True Dragon Society, Jialan Pavilion, and 10,000 Treasures Alliance being the most powerful, established by the three most elite true disciples who each commanded their own domain. The invitation from the Jialan Pavilion signified that they recognized his potential and did not wish to overlook a gem in the rough. Junior brother, the Su Qinghe they speak of is not only a genius on the inner door rankings, but also a key figure in the True Dragon Society. Lin Ziyue explained with a smile. Therefore, to offend Su Qinghe means to simultaneously provoke the True Dragon Society. Among the Feather Transformation Sacred Grounds, the only force capable of rivaling the True Dragon Society is our Jialan Pavilion. Su Qinghe is a member of the True Dragon Society. Su Yun's expression was one of astonishment, but after a moment's reflection, he soon found solace in the thought that Su Qinghe, with his exceptional talent, was naturally absorbed into the True Dragon Society as a key member. Su furrowed her brow tightly. She could sense the pressure on Su Yun, but felt frustrated that she could not alleviate it for him. Lin Ziyue gently nodded her head and remarked, with your talent, junior brother, joining my Jialan Pavilion will surely lead to your brilliance being recognized by senior sister in due time, allowing you to ascend to great heights. Moreover, once you become a member of Jialan Pavilion, even if Su Qinghe wishes to act against you, he must consider the implications of confronting our sect. Su Yun smiled faintly. Although Lin Ziyue spoke with such eloquence, he understood that with his current strength, Jialan Pavilion would not risk incurring enmity with the True Dragon Society merely for his sake. At that point, he would merely be a pawn, easily discarded. Presently, with Zhang Baiyu as his backing, Su Qinghe dared not act recklessly, making it unnecessary for him to join the Jialan Pavilion. After all, should he join, any escalating conflict between himself and Su Qinghe would evolve from a personal vendetta into a struggle between two factions. And in such a scenario, even Zhang Baiyu would find it difficult to mediate. Factional disputes are inherently complex. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation, and he wished to steer clear of such entanglements. Most importantly, he did not wish to become someone else's subordinate. May I inquire your esteemed name, senior sister? Su Yun clasped his hands in greeting. Lin Ziyue, she replied. Thank you, Lin sister, for your kind offer, Su Yun said with warm gratitude. But at present, I am solely focused on my cultivation and do not wish to affiliate myself with any particular faction. I appreciate your goodwill. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Lin Ziyue's eyes. Such ignorance, the woman in the yellow dress remarked coldly. Su Yun remained unfazed and unperturbed, stating, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Junior brother Su Yun, Lin Ziyue called out to him. He turned back. If one day you wish to join Jialan Pavilion, you may seek me at Biluo Peak, Lin Ziyue said with a smile. Very well, Su Yun nodded, taking Su Su's hand as they descended the mountain together. Does he truly believe himself to be an extraordinary genius? The woman in the yellow dress seethed with anger. In her view, their invitation had been met with Su Yun's unhesitating refusal, a blatant disregard for Jialan Pavilion's prestige. Lin Ziyue fell silent, contemplating. This Su junior brother was indeed no ordinary individual. His composure during life-and-death confrontations revealed his exceptional prudence. His refusal to join Jialan Pavilion surely stemmed from deeper motives. Child, why are your eyes so red? On their descent, Su Yun turned to Su Su, noticing her unusual demeanor. The little girl, despite her efforts to conceal it, could not hide her emotions from Su Yun's keen gaze. Young master, I am so afraid you might lose. Su Su bit her lip, bravely holding back tears, though her eyes were growing increasingly reddened. Foolish girl, Su Yun gently ruffled Su Su's hair and smiled. I will never undertake ventures without assurance. Young master, can you teach me to cultivate? After a moment's contemplation, Su Su suddenly inquired, I want to become stronger so that I can help you too. Of course, Su Yun replied, a smile breaking across his face as warmth surged within him. He could feel Su Su's sincerity. Regrettably, only 20 days remained. Su Yun thought with a sigh, in 20 days, Su Su's bloodline would awaken. Drawing her away to the central celestial domain, a twinge of discomfort washed over him. After all, Su Su was the only person he had grown close to in this foreign world. Upon returning to Xiang Mountain, they sat on the grass, and Su Yun imparted the teachings of the Beidu Xiantian Gong to Su Su, stating, this is the method of cultivation for the Beidu Xiantian Gong. You should commit it to memory. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Su Su nodded earnestly. She was still a novice, possessing only the initial cultivation of the acquired realm, practicing the most rudimentary qi nurturing technique, which paled in comparison to the Beidu Xiantian Gong. Here is a spirit stone for you. Su Yun handed her a low-grade spirit stone. You are too generous, young master, Su Su exclaimed, hastily pushing it away. Take it, Su Yun said sternly. A single spirit stone pales in significance to your cultivation. My dear, do not be lazy. I will periodically check on your progress. Understood. Su Su accepted the spirit stone and retreated to her room. I must also strive to break through to the late acquired realm soon. Su Yun thought to himself. After slaying Su Hong and acquiring over 100 low-grade spirit stones, he felt sufficiently confident to refine 108 star seeds and advance to the late acquired realm. The matter of the Thunder Sword Talisman could wait. At this moment, he was being closely monitored by unknown parties. There was no need to rush. Entering the training chamber, Su Yun activated the formation. He channeled his true energy, extracting low-grade spirit stones one by one and embedding them into the formation's grooves. As the formation operated, the spiritual energy within the stones was drawn forth in a continuous stream. After a brief incense stick's time, the training room became shrouded in mist, resembling a dream. Su Yun circulated the Great Zhou Tian star technique, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy and condense the star seeds. This was a painstaking endeavor that required time. Su Yun remained calm and unhurried. 2 days passed. 1/3 of the 100 low-grade spirit stones had been consumed, and Su Yun finally condensed 108 star seeds, achieving a complete state in the mid-acquired realm. Yet he knew it was not enough. Martial artists in the late acquired realm had already transformed their true energy into true essence, significantly increasing their power. Su Yun aimed to do the same. Transforming all 108 star seeds into true essence would require considerable time. After dining, Su Yun resumed his cultivation. The Great Zhou Tian star technique operated, compressing and refining his true energy within his dantian. 5 times the true energy was necessary to forge a single true essence. If he succeeded in fully transforming, his strength would surge 5-fold. Days turned into 1, then 2, until 3 days later, Su Yun had exhausted all low-grade spirit stones. The 108 star seeds became increasingly refined, and the true essence flowed through his dantian like a gentle stream. Su Yun was filled with exhilaration. I have finally broken through to the late acquired realm. Ha ha ha. His aura surged, a powerful presence emanating from him, rivaling even the peak state of Su Hong after consuming the Xian Yuan pill. I wonder just how strong I am now. Su Yun pondered. In the mid-acquired realm, with 64 star seeds, he had been able to vanquish Su Hong with ease. Now, with 108 star seeds and a breakthrough to the late acquired realm, could he become invincible among his peers? Could he even contend with the Qi Master of the Divine Transformation Realm? Su Yun shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. How naive of me, he chuckled at himself. A Qi Master of the Divine Transformation Realm was a being capable of wielding magical powers, able to soar through the skies and summon the winds and rains, clearly transcending mortal limits. No matter how strong he became, he remained merely a martial artist of the acquired realm, unable to rival a Qi Master. I wonder how far Su Su has progressed in her cultivation. Su Yun rose and exited the training chamber. The night was dark, and the air felt cool. Young master. Just as he stepped outside, he heard Su Su's urgent voice. I saw her. Who? Su Yun was bewildered, confused that it's the immortal sister. No, it's Chang'e, the immortal sister who resides on the moon. Su Su's words tumbled out in excitement, clearly overwhelmed. Chang'e, indeed. Su Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. utterly shocked. Was there truly an immortal living upon the moon? He dashed out of the stone house like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 17. The moonlit goddess, young master, come quickly. Su tilted her head back, gazing at the bright moon above. This night was clear and serene, with stars dotting the vast sky like a chessboard. The moon hung high, surrounded by a celestial crown of stars. The moonlight shimmered like a veil, enveloping the vast earth and its myriad mountains and valleys. Su Yun looked up at the full moon but did not perceive anything amiss. Su, where is this immortal sister on the moon? Su Yun asked, perplexed. As soon as he spoke, he suddenly realized the vast distance between the earth and the moon. With mere mortal eyes, how could he ever hope to see anyone on the moon? How foolish I am. Su Yun chuckled bitterly. There is. I can still see her. Su continued to gaze at the moon, transfixed, and not just one, but two sisters. Su Yun turned to look, astonished. He saw that in Su's deep, dark pupils, a flickering golden light danced, resembling strange symbols coalescing within her gaze, a sight both wondrous and mysterious. Yet, Su herself seemed oblivious to it that moment. Within the reflection of Su's eyes, Su Yun also glimpsed an extraordinary scene. Upon the moon stood two figures. Judging by their silhouettes, they appeared to be two women, possessing exquisite and graceful forms, entirely enveloped in divine light, one clad in white and the other in purple, their features obscured and indistinct. Even so, it was apparent that they were undoubtedly two breathtakingly beautiful women. Goodness! Su Yun was utterly flabbergasted. He had previously thought Su was merely jesting, but it seemed there truly were celestial beings on the moon, and even two of them. Young master, they seem to be fighting. Su remarked, puzzled. Su, which one did you see before? The one in white, Su replied. Can you discern their appearances? Su Yun asked, even more astonished. Of course. If one cannot discern her visage, how could she be referred to as the immortal sister? You are truly foolish, my lord. Su chuckled. Su Yun's expression grew solemn. The peculiarity of Su's eyes undoubtedly stemmed from the celestial demon bloodline coursing through her veins. Though it remained dormant, it had begun to reveal its extraordinary nature. In contrast, had he not seen the reflection in Su's pupils, he would never have believed in the existence of an immortal sister. Su. Do you see them every night? He inquired. Su gently shook her head. Every fortnight, I glimpse the wonders upon the moon. Sometimes I behold the immortal sister in white garb, yet at other times, she eludes my sight. Her brow furrowed as she added, this time, it was my first encounter with two figures. Clearly, she was as perplexed as he. I still remember the first time I saw the immortal sister. It was during a crescent moon when she sat gracefully upon the crescent, idly swinging her feet. Su's face radiated a blissful smile. She was simply enchanting. As a fellow woman, Su could not help but be captivated. Su Yun wore an odd expression. The Su before him appeared utterly besotted. What a pity I cannot see her, he lamented. He gazed skyward, the vast firmament above, the bright moon shining, yet no anomalies were apparent. Only through Su's pupils could he vaguely glimpse a sliver of the scene. Why, Lord, the sister in white is descending, Su exclaimed, her demeanor fraught with urgency as she jumped in place. Is she about to descend into the mortal realm? Perhaps, Su Yun mused, his gaze growing profound. These two women were likely the legendary practitioners of great power, far beyond his current reach, and thus he paid little heed. If she descends to the mortal realm, then my lord should take her as your wife. Su's remark nearly caused Su Yun to swoon with laughter. Why, lord, do you not fancy her? Su asked, puzzled. If she truly possesses the beauty you describe, then of course I would be enamored. Su Yun chuckled. The love for beauty is inherent in every individual, and a man's nature inclines towards beautiful women. He was but a mere mortal himself, and thus, he was no exception. Suddenly, a streak of light darted across the night sky, vanishing like a shooting star. And why, lord, the immortal sister is descending, Su exclaimed exuberantly. Pointing towards the southeast, the wild mountains, Su Yun's heart raced with excitement, his expression tense as he speculated, could it truly be? Has that esteemed figure been struck down from the moon and fallen into the wild mountains? My lord, let us hasten to find her, Su urged, grasping Su Yun's hand, eager to head towards the direction of the goddess's descent. She cared not whether the immortal sister had been struck down or how grave her injuries might be. For her, only a descent into the mortal realm meant a chance for her lord to take her as his wife. That will not do. Su Yun firmly extricated himself from Su Su's grasp. His voice grave, the wild mountains are fraught with peril. To venture there recklessly is to court death. Su Yun believed wholeheartedly in the scenes Su Su had witnessed. However, he was unwilling to consent to an immediate journey to the wild mountains. The allure of beauty, though compelling, must be tempered with the preservation of life. Moreover, at present, he was in the midst of a tempestuous situation, with Su Qinghe seeking to eliminate him. Once he stepped out of the sanctum. Whether he could return alive was uncertain. I must not go. In the span of mere moments, Su Yun had made his decision. Could Su Su's ability to see her be related to her? A thought suddenly flickered in Su Yun's mind. He turned to Su Su, activating the script of his life. Name: Su Su identity: registered disciple of the Ascension Sacred Land. Fate: golden talent, extraordinary prodigy, pure blood celestial demon. Yet to awaken: cultivation, initial perfection of the postnatal realm. Life script: protagonist: Xian Tian. Great world, recent turning points. 1. In half a month, the celestial demon bloodline will awaken, causing astonishing phenomena that will attract the attention of the central celestial domain's demon god Pallas, who will personally come to the wilderness to bring her to the central domain to be enshrined as a saintess. 2.16 days hence, while en route to the central domain, she will fortuitously encounter a gravely injured holy king who has fallen from the moon in Lingxi Valley and will awaken her, taking her to the demon god Pallas together. Indeed, a stir rippled through Su Yun's heart. Su Su's ability to see the white-clad goddess who was grievously wounded was indicative of an already established connection between them. Once the white-clad goddess descended into the mortal realm, Su Su's life script would commence its transformation. All was the design of fate. The life script, an eternal divine. Lingxi Valley. Su Yun pondered yet refrained from a rash venture. At this moment, the white-clad goddess might not even be in Lingxi Valley, and he was unaware of its precise location. I shall procure a map of the wild mountains tomorrow and ascertain the whereabouts of Lingxi Valley. Su Yun resolved, considering that if it lay on the periphery of the wild mountains, the danger would be minimal, and he could proceed. Su Su, I promise you, in due time, we shall venture to the wild mountains together. Su Yun declared with a smile. Wonderful. Su Su's face blossomed like a flower, but soon her expression shifted to one of concern. My lord, my strength is so feeble. Will I not be a burden to you? Of course not, Su Yun assured with a smile. This statement rang true. The bond of fate between the white-clad goddess and Su Su had already been forged, and Su Su accompanying him would surely endear her to the goddess. Su Su was overjoyed. Is there any anomaly on the moon? Su Yun inquired once more. Su Su tilted her head back to gaze, but as dawn approached, the moon gradually became obscured by clouds, rendering her unable to discern anything, and she shook her head towards Su Yun. Once daylight broke, Su Yun made his way directly to Qingyun Market. Senior brother, how much for a map of the wild mountains? Su Yun approached a vendor. 20 taels of gold. Came the reply. Deal. Su Yun took the map and departed. Just as he left, two young men with stern expressions approached the vendor, fixating their gaze upon him. That is the client's privacy. I cannot divulge, the vendor replied, his eyes darting. This one is worth 100 taels. One of the men in black tossed a gold note, demanding, now speak. The individual purchased a map of the wild mountains. The vendor revealed, pocketing the gold note with a smile. He heading to the wild mountains. The two men exchanged surprised glances. The feud between Su Qinghe and Su Yun had nearly become common knowledge within both the inner and outer sections. At such a time, does Su Yun dare to leave the sacred grounds? Regardless, we must report this to senior brother Qinghe. The man in black retrieved a communication talisman, infusing it with a stream of true essence to relay the information. Upon returning to his stone abode, Su Yun promptly unfurled the map of the wild mountains for study. Lingxi Valley, Lingxi Valley. He spread the map, searching for the location. I found it. Moments later, Su Yun's gaze locked onto a spot. Lingxi Valley lay at the edge of the wild mountains, approximately 1,200 miles from the Ascension Sacred Land. Not too far, yet not close either, with innate realm beasts frequently prowling the area. The innate realm beasts pose little threat, Su Yun murmured, but Su Qinghe's spies are the real concern. He understood the crux of the matter. With half a month remaining, there is no need to rush. Su Yun's thoughts meandered. The immediate priority was to enter the sword-washing pool, awaken the Thunder Sword Pill, and comprehend the Thunder Sword intent, thereby elevating his strength to a new level, sufficient to contend with those harboring ulterior motives. Chapter 18. Thunder Sword Intent. The sword-washing pool was situated at the junction of the inner and outer sections 800 years ago. A prodigy of swordsmanship from the Ascension sacred land returned from his travels. Cleansing his sword in the pool in a moment of divine inspiration, he grasped the principles of swordsmanship, transcending the ordinary, and thus the pool earned its name. Numerous disciples of the Ascension sacred land practicing swordsmanship frequently visited the sword-washing pool to cultivate. Almost like a pilgrimage, Su Yun's purpose was straightforward. He merely sought to utilize the Thunder Sword Pill to grasp the Thunder Sword intent. Senior Brother Su. As he traversed the path, outer sect disciples greeted him warmly. After his battle on the life and death platform, Su Yun's reputation soared, becoming a prominent figure among the outer sect, and the ordinary disciples regarded him with great respect. Why has he come to the sword-washing pool? One of the black-clad men, shadowing Su Yun, questioned. Our task is to monitor him and report his every move. Other matters are beyond our concern. Another man replied in a low voice. Understood. Su Yun reached the sword-washing pool and found a patch of grass to sit cross-legged. The sword-washing pool spanned approximately 3 miles, its waters a crystalline green, rippling gently in the breeze, imparting a refreshing coolness. In the center of the pool stood a pavilion, within which stood a statue of a figure adorned with a jade crown. A fair face devoid of a beard, tall and slender, bearing a long sword, exuding an air of nonchalance, akin to a living embodiment of an unparalleled swordsman. This was the individual after whom the sword-washing pool was named. One day, I too shall become such a person. In a moment of contemplation, Su Yun summoned his true essence to manipulate his storage bag, retrieving a pitch-black iron pill that appeared utterly unremarkable, resembling a mere scrap of iron. Yet only Su Yun understood that this iron pill was, in fact, the Thunder Sword Pill. How tragic it was to possess such a treasure without the awareness of its value. He mused, recalling Su Hong with a derisive snort. However, how could one comprehend the intent of the Thunder Sword? Su Yun found himself enveloped in uncertainty. Although Su Hong had harnessed the power of the Thunder Sword Pill to reach the realm of divine abilities, he had not divulged the method, leaving Su Yun to navigate this path alone. First, let the treasure re-emerge into the light. With a surge of true essence, wisps of starry energy, sharp as sword chi, struck the iron pill, producing a sharp crack. The iron shell encasing the sword pill began to fissure and peel away. A glimmer of brilliance seeped through the crack, sending a shiver down Su Yun's spine. The sword pill, forged by masters of divine abilities, transcended the mundane and served as an extraordinary offensive tool capable of claiming a life from 10 miles away. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-harm. With utmost caution, Su Yun peeled away the iron layers, revealing a golden sword pill the size of a dragon's eye, adorned with intricate lightning patterns that emanated a fierce aura. Legends spoke of sword cultivators who wielded sword pills to take heads from 1,000 miles away. What might be the true power of this sword pill? Su Yun pondered aloud. Perhaps I could attempt to infuse my true essence into the sword pill. He activated the Great Zhou Star technique, carefully channeling his essence into the Thunder Sword Pill. A hum resonated as a strand of true essence surged into the sword pill, yet it vanished as if swallowed by the ocean. Su Yun was taken aback. He let out a bitter laugh, remarking, "It seems I am too weak. My power is insufficient to awaken the sword pill. One must remember that the sword pill was crafted by Qi practitioners, and he was merely a martial artist at present. So let us take a gamble." With a sudden burst of energy, Su Yun channeled his profound techniques, igniting 108 star seeds within him. A torrent of true essence surged forth like a mighty river, flooding into the Thunder Sword Pill. An unusual reaction began to stir within the sword pill as the lightning patterns on its surface began to writhe, flickering with renewed energy and emitting crackling sounds. As if the very thunder was awakening within, hope ignited in Su Yun's eyes. Regardless of how Su Hong activated the Thunder Sword Pill, at this moment, he knew his method was not in vain. He continued to pour forth his true essence. What is that boy doing? He has been motionless by the sword-washing pool for an entire incense stick's duration. What could he possibly be up to? The man in black furrowed his brow in confusion. Should we check on him? Another suggested. Yes, came the agreement, their cultivation having reached a pinnacle stage, affording them a certain status in the outer sect. Rendering them unafraid of Su Yun. As they approached, one of them remarked, "Isn't that Senior Brother Qi and Senior Brother Yuan?" Noticing the duo's movement, another exclaimed, "It seems they are heading towards Su Yun. Heh, those two are the lapdogs of Su Qinghe. Their appearance here at the sword-washing pool must be at his behest." One disciple, seeing through their motives, spoke without reservation. Su Yun is truly unfortunate. After dealing with Su Hong, he still has to contend with Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe is not so easily dealt with. Su Yun sat cross-legged, wholly absorbed in his task. His true essence continued to flow into the Thunder Sword Pill. And after an incense stick's time, 70% of his true essence had been absorbed by the pill, its aura growing increasingly formidable. Tendrils of electricity broke free from the pill's confines and coiled around Su Yun. His spirit gradually melded with the Thunder Sword Pill, and he felt a fierce, domineering sword intent. "Above heaven and earth, I stand unrivaled." Yet it was not enough. Su Yun felt exhilarated as his connection with the Thunder Sword Pill tightened. Yet he sensed a lingering gap, requiring more true essence to fully awaken the Sword Pill. "I must succeed today." Clang! The Thunder Sword Pill burst forth with blinding lightning, emitting a resonant sword cry akin to a dragon's roar. Su Yun's eyes flew open, and he realized his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. A fierce and tyrannical sword intent radiated from him, as if he had transformed into a sword. In an instant, he perceived the icy silver needle. Swiftly, Su Yun pinched it between his fingers, moving with the speed of lightning, effortlessly capturing the needle. His gaze fell upon the man in black, his voice icy. "Do you wish to kill me?" Chapter 19. The Golden Fate. "A dragon among men, you seek to take my life." Su Yun sheathed the Thunder Sword Pill, rubbing the icy needle in his hand. Feeling a surge of murderous intent, within the sacred grounds, combat was strictly prohibited. However, the two men in black had dared to attempt an assassination during his cultivation, an affront Su Yun could not tolerate. "Ah!" The black-clad man and Yuan were struck with terror, their expressions betraying their guilt as they fumbled in panic. They could not fathom that Su Yun would awaken at such a critical moment. Unraveling their scheme, "Su Yun, you misunderstand." The man in black attempted to explain, but Su Yun offered no quarter. "This needle serves as evidence. Even if this reaches the law enforcement hall, I shall be in the right." Su Yun's murderous intent surged, and no one would save them today. With the 7-star steps in motion, in the blink of an eye, Su Yun was upon them. Clang! He drew his sword with fluid grace. Executing the heavenly Gang Beidou sword technique, a flash of sword light darting forth like twinkling stars, aimed directly at the two men. Having reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, Su Yun's strength was no longer comparable to before. The two men before him were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. He would repay hatred with hatred and kindness with kindness. There was no way Su Yun would spare them. "Su Yun, how dare you disregard the sect's rules and engage in combat within the sacred grounds?" The man in black panicked, fully aware they stood no chance against Su Yun's overwhelming presence and could only invoke the sect's regulations. The two men activated their techniques, unwilling to confront Su Yun's blade head-on. Su Yun remained silent, his murderous intent palpable. Activate the 7 stars. He channeled his sword technique, unleashing 7 strands of sword chi that were sharp and unyielding. The two men, unable to evade, were pierced through the shoulders. Howling in agony, under Su Yun's onslaught, they were utterly powerless to retaliate. What has caused this commotion? The sounds of combat in the vicinity of the sword-washing pool quickly attracted the attention of surrounding disciples. Su Yun is truly formidable, single-handedly overpowering Senior Brother Qi and Senior Brother Yuan. One disciple remarked with admiration. How reckless of Su Yun. Does he not know that combat is forbidden within the sacred grounds? A disciple voiced his dissatisfaction. Su Yun, do not overstep your bounds. The man in black and Brother Yuan were utterly frustrated. From beginning to end, they found themselves at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of life and death. In mere moments, their bodies were riddled with sword scars, battered and bruised. They had come to firmly believe that Su Yun genuinely intended to kill them. Yet, Su Yun remained indifferent, his sword intent growing ever more fierce. Offering them no respite, despair began to rise within their hearts. "Su Yun, if you dare to kill us, Senior Brother Qinghe will not let you go, nor will the sect," the two shouted, akin to cornered beasts. Su Yun paid them no heed. With the Ice Soul silver needle in his grasp, he held tangible evidence and occupied the moral high ground. Even if the matter escalated to the law enforcement hall, he could justify his actions that a killer must face death. Today, these two must perish at his hands. Universal Starfall. Su Yun summoned his true essence, unleashing a lethal strike. Sword energy fell like rain, saturating the heavens with an aura of slaughter. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot through the air like a silken thread. It was a silver spear that, like a dragon, shattered the torrent of sword energy and deflected Su Yun's blade. Rescuing the two men. Brother Qi, Brother Yuan, what is happening? A figure clad in white appeared before the men in black and Brother Yuan. A youth with striking eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding an extraordinary presence. Calm and composed, with an air of unflinching resolve in the face of adversity. His gaze was sharp, imbued with a restrained brilliance. He was a formidable master, Yi Chun. Brother Yuan exclaimed, filled with joy upon recognizing him. Yi Chun, Su Yun seeks to kill us. The man in black interjected immediately, oh, it is him. The surrounding disciples displayed expressions of surprise upon seeing the white-clad Yi Chen. Su Yun furrowed his brow. He had heard of Yi Chen's name. Hailing from a small town, he had been merely a named disciple a year prior. Yet in that short span, he had risen to become the foremost expert among the outer disciples at the tender age of 16. Such a meteoric rise inevitably raised suspicions regarding Yi Chen's fate. However, Su Yun was currently embroiled in battle and had no time to divert his attention to Yi Chen's life story. Su Yun, are you unaware of the sacred rules? Yi Chen's gaze turned cold, chillingly stating, not only have you engaged in combat at the sword-washing pool, but you also seek to take lives. What punishment do you deserve? With a single sentence, Yi Chen cast aspersions upon Su Yun, seeking to condemn him. Ha ha ha! Su Yun brandished the Ice Soul silver needle and scoffed. These two attempted to ambush me while I practiced. Had it not been for my vigilance, I would have long met my demise. It is only right that I kill them. You distort the truth in a vain attempt to frame me. Do you think you are worthy? A chorus of astonished murmurs erupted among the crowd. Initially bewildered by Su Yun's actions, they were now enlightened. Well said. The truth has revealed itself. Many disciples rallied behind Su Yun. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, shifting his stance. Even so, you should have handed them over to the law enforcement hall. Private punishment is unacceptable. Otherwise, if everyone acted as you do, what meaning would the sect's regulations hold? In my view, to hell with that. Su Yun erupted in a torrent of invective. Since the matter did not fall upon him, he felt no compunction. Today, I shall decide their fate. Boom. Su Yun wielded his sword. His strides light and graceful, akin to a startled swan, gliding past Yi Chen with an ethereal presence as he surged towards the men in black and Brother Yuan. Su Yun is too ferocious. The onlookers gazed in awe. Vengeance is the hallmark of our kind. Impudence. Yi Chen's countenance darkened, brandishing his spear to block. Get lost. Su Yun offered no quarter, striking down with his sword, unleashing a tremendous force that resonated like metal clashing. Sparks flying, causing Yi Chen to stagger back, his hands numbed by the sheer power of the blow. This kid's strength is astonishing. Yi Chen thought, astonished. Yi Chen, save me. The two men, gripped by terror, hastily summoned their true essence to defend themselves. Their protective energies crumbled like parchment upon contact, leaving them with fresh wounds, blood gushing. Drawing fire from the flames, Yi Chen unleashed his true essence, the spear tip erupting with blossoms of power, the spear lunging forth like a dragon. As the dragon plunged into the sea, unstoppable in its might, Yi Chen's thrust pierced through Su Yun's assault, forcing him to evade the onslaught. Yet, Su Yun did not relent. Yi Chen's prowess was formidable. His intervention ignited Su Yun's fighting spirit. Su Yun's speed intensified, his steps becoming increasingly elusive, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed repeatedly, neither gaining the upper hand. The air around them was filled with their transient silhouettes. I will hold him off. You two flee. Yi Chen declared solemnly. Su Yun's strength was not to be underestimated. He could not suppress him and could only buy time. The men in black and Brother Yuan, enlightened, immediately fled into the distance. Dragon snake sword technique. Su Yun formed his fingers into the shape of a sword, his vital energy and true essence intertwining in a harmonious balance. coiling through the air like a dragon and a snake, intertwined and striking at Yi Chun. The dragon and snake, each over 10 feet long, exhibited tenfold the power compared to their previous encounter at the life-death platform. This martial art truly is formidable. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes. He had heard of the dragon snake sword technique's brilliance from the life-death platform battle. However, he did not evade. Chaos Spear Radiance. Yi Chun's arm trembled violently, the spear vibrating at an extraordinarily peculiar frequency. Akin to a venomous snake, hidden within the spear's body were waves of fierce energy, and with a thrust, 12 bursts of power erupted. Bang! The dragon snake sword technique was instantly shattered. Su Yun, you are but. Yi Chun's words were cut short, his smile freezing in place as Su Yun had already abandoned him in pursuit of the two fleeing men. Swish! Su Yun moved with the swiftness of the wind. Within a few breaths, he caught up to the men in black and Brother Yuan. With a swift strike, two heads flew into the air, blood splattering across the sky. After slaying the two, Su Yun sheathed his sword and turned to gaze at Yi Chun. My heavens, Su Yun has truly killed. The disciples were horrified. Killing within the sacred grounds was an act of utmost rebellion. How many years had it been since such a fierce individual had emerged? Su Yun. Yi Chun gripped his spear tightly, his knuckles turning white as he gritted his teeth, calling out Su Yun's name, a chilling, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Su Yun's execution of the two before him was akin to delivering a public slap to Yi Chun's face. How could he tolerate such an affront? The enmity between them had been firmly established. If you wish to kill me, you may see. Su Yun sneered at Yi Chun. I am no madman. Yi Chun replied coldly. You have killed within the sacred grounds, disregarding the sect's rules. The law enforcement hall will naturally deal with you. Coward. Su Yun derided. Why Yi Chun's partiality towards the two men and his attempt to intervene certainly earned him no favor in Su Yun's eyes. Hiss! Yi Chun inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising anger and the intensifying killing intent. This fellow could be considered a genius. He wondered if there were any opportunities within his life story. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Yun. Just moments ago, he had sought to kill, leaving no time to investigate. Now that the matter was settled, curiosity welled within him. Why Yi Chun's experiences did not seem that of an ordinary person. Today might yield unexpected gains. With this thought in mind, Su Yun's gaze locked onto Yi Chun. Name. Yi Chun identity. Outer sect disciple fate. Red gold talent. A dragon among men cultivation. Perfected innate realm life story. Important supporting character. Xiantian Great World. Recent opportunities. A day later, he will receive a mission at the transmission hall to eliminate the bandits of Black Wind Stronghold. Through fortuitous circumstances, he will acquire the body-refining inheritance from a deceased master within a certain vein. The Hongmeng Dao Body Technique. Qingyun Market Promotion to Divine Power Realm. Cave-dwelling Wild Mountain Range Red Gold Fate. A dragon among men. Su Yun's heart-jolted.it was known that even Jiang Baiyu possessed only a purple fate. A talent of exceptional caliber. Why Yi Chun's life story surpassed Jiang Baiyu by a tier. Just beneath Su Su. No wonder this rascal could ascend from a named disciple to the foremost expert among outer disciples in just a year. He was indeed a hidden genius, a protagonist in a tale of discarded talent. A myriad of emotions coursed through Su Yun. The tiered classification of life stories was based on the world. For Yi Chun to be an important supporting character in the Xiantian Great World indicated his remarkable potential and talent. This was indeed extraordinary. One must remember that the wilderness was merely a fragment of the Xiantian Great World. Furthermore, this fellow had recently encountered 4 fortuitous events, each crucial for cultivation, a fitting testament to his status as a dragon among men. Your fortune now belongs to me, Su Yun remarked with a smile. Yi Chun's brow furrowed tightly. Su Yun's gaze instilled a sense of being seen through, rendering him uncomfortable. Little did he know, his recent fortunes were no longer his own. Indeed, this excursion had yielded bountiful rewards. Su Yun was thoroughly satisfied. Not only had he utilized the Thunderbolt Sword Pill to break through to the perfected innate realm, but he had also comprehended the Thunderbolt Sword intent and acquired a divine power. It was well known that divine powers required spiritual energy for mastery. However, the divine power derived from the Thunderbolt Sword Pill did not necessitate spiritual energy for activation. It required sword intent. Su Yun's Thunder Sword intent serves as the very sustenance of divine powers. Yet, when it comes to the greatest gain, it undoubtedly lies in the life script of Yi Chun. Looking across the desolate domain, few can rival Yi Chun in terms of such fortune and innate talent. Su Yun remarked, I have noted today's festivities. Yi Chun, with an expressionless countenance, replied, one day, I shall confront you openly in battle to avenge today's humiliation. I await that day. Su Yun answered coolly. As Yi Chun gradually receded into the distance. He pondered that the opportunity at Black Wind Stronghold awaited him on the morrow. He must outpace Yi Chun. However, he first needed to resolve the matter of murder. He decided to meet Jiang Baiyu. Su Yun did not return to Xiang Mountain, but hastily made his way to the transmission hall. Chapter 20. The Art of Bone Transformation. Junior brother Su Yun. Upon seeing Su Yun's expression, Chen Chong's demeanor shifted slightly. Have you encountered trouble? Su Yun nodded. Senior brother Chen, I wish to see Elder Jiang. I shall take you to him. Chen Chong, perceptive as always, did not pry further and led Su Yun into a side hall, saying, Elder Jiang is practicing within. You may enter. Thank you, senior brother. Su Yun expressed his gratitude and called out, Elder Jiang, it is your disciple Su Yun seeking an audience. Come in, Jiang Baiyu replied. As Su Yun entered, he found Jiang Baiyu seated in meditation, surrounded by a magnificent aura of power, exuding an intensely fiery presence. Above him, a sun hung high, infused with waves of purple energy. Though Su Yun could not comprehend its meaning, he discerned that it was indeed two distinct forces. Is this what it means to be a Qi practitioner? Su Yun's mind swayed, filled with admiration. After a moment, Jiang Baiyu withdrew his aura and beckoned. Come, sit. The two sat across from each other. Let us have some tea. Jiang Baiyu poured 2 cups, handing one to Su Yun. Elder, were you just practicing divine powers? Su Yun, brimming with curiosity, mustered the courage to inquire. Jiang Baiyu paused, shaking his head. What I practiced was a form of technique. A technique? Su Yun asked, astonished. Can a single technique yield 2 forces? Ha ha ha. Jiang Baiyu's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Ordinary techniques cannot achieve that. Yet, this particular technique is a synthesis of the strengths of 2 schools, a creation of my own. His gaze reflected pride, yet beneath it lingered a trace of unnoticeable sadness. Speaking of which, my fall to the outer sect is also tied to this. Jiang Baiyu sighed with a wry smile, leaving the rest unsaid. Su Yun understood. Jiang Baiyu's descent to the transmission hall was related to the demonic sect, and this technique likely bore connections to it. What brings you here today? Jiang Baiyu inquired. Elder, I have taken a life. Jiang Baiyu spat out a mouthful of hot tea, staring at Su Yun in shock. Su Yun laid out the entire sequence of events. This is the evidence. He presented the Ice Soul silver needle to Jiang Baiyu. Jiang Baiyu examined the needle, smiling faintly. This item possesses an icy nature, dissolving upon entry into the body, making it nearly impossible to trace. No wonder they dared to attack me at the sword-washing pool, Su Yun realized with clarity. You handled this matter well, Jiang Baiyu commended. They sought to kill you, and you retaliated, with evidence to corroborate your actions. Even the law enforcement hall cannot convict you. Our feathered ascension's sacred land has strict rules, but it is also a place of reason. There is no need for you to worry. Hearing this, Su Yun felt a great sense of relief. I never expected your approach to matters to be quite similar to mine. Jiang Baiyu laughed heartily, increasingly satisfied with Su Yun. Though I am but a mortal, I understand the importance of repaying kindness and avenging enmity. Su Yun stated firmly, those who kill must be killed in turn. Well said, Jiang Baiyu applauded. Elder, I have one more matter to discuss. Su Yun paused for a moment, his expression turning serious. I wish to take on a task at Black Wind Stronghold to punish the wicked and eradicate the treacherous. Oh, Jiang Baiyu expressed surprise. Black Wind Stronghold has been entrenched for a long time. While it lacks Qi practitioners of the divine realm, the 9 leaders are all experts of the innate realm, particularly the chief, who is merely a step away from attaining true power. I have my own plans. Su Yun's resolve was unwavering. Very well, Jiang Baiyu agreed. But are you not afraid of Su Qinghe? I have slain 2 of them. For the time being, Su Qinghe will not send anyone to watch over me. This is the best opportunity for training. Su Yun analyzed the situation thoroughly. He was not a reckless individual. Every move he made was calculated with precision. Jiang Baiyu nodded inwardly. Su Yun's temperament and talent were exceptional. Given time, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence within the Feathered Ascension sacred land, his future achievements likely surpassing his own. Regarding the task at Black Wind Stronghold, I will conceal your identity and ensure no one is aware. Jiang Baiyu offered further assurance. You may proceed with confidence. Thank you, Elder. Su Yun's face lit up with joy, as this was one of his reasons for seeking Jiang Baiyu. With a swift motion, a jade slip flew towards Su Yun. He caught it, looking at Jiang Baiyu with intrigue. This jade slip contains a technique for concealing one's aura, allowing for transformation and disguise. When you venture out for training, this method will assist you in overcoming numerous challenges. Elder's great kindness is beyond my ability to repay. Su Yun knelt, a warm current surging through his heart. You and I are fated to meet. Jiang Baiyu smiled, train diligently, and do not disappoint my expectations. For matters concerning the task, consult Qin Sheng. He will make the arrangements. Understood. Su Yun was not one to linger. He slowly rose, bid farewell, and exited the side hall, heading to see Qin Sheng. Senior brother Qin? He called. Qin Sheng turned around, smiling. Junior brother Su, you are quite the rising star now, your strength surpassing mine. I fear I shall have to start calling you senior brother. Senior brother is older than I, and has been of great assistance to me. Once a senior brother, always a senior brother, Su Yun replied. Chen Chang's gaze flickered. Su Yun's words served as a promise to him. The elder has informed me. This crystal jade slip contains basic information about Black Wind Stronghold. If you can complete the task, you shall earn 120 contribution points. Qin Sheng explained. Su Yun accepted the jade slip. A smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. 120 contribution points were negligible. What he truly sought was the primordial Dao body technique. As thoughts of Black Wind Stronghold surged within him, Su Yun felt a wave of murderous intent wash over him. Had he not awakened to his life script, he might have already perished at the hands of Black Wind Stronghold. This task would not only allow him to resolve his deep-seated grievances, but also fulfill the sect's mission and gain the opportunity from Yi Chen. Truly a case of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Senior brother, wait for me to return for a drink. Su Yun left behind those words as he departed the transmission hall. The art of bone transformation. As Su Yun walked along the path, he diligently studied the technique for concealing his aura. This technique was not complex. It required the adjustment of one's vital energy to alter the appearance of the practitioner. It also involved the repositioning of bones to modify the practitioner's physique, enabling the repression of one's aura. In short, this technique could transform a person both in form and essence. This technique truly arrives like a timely blessing, Su Yun exclaimed with delight. With the art of bone transformation in hand, he could disguise himself and no longer had to worry constantly about the pursuit of Su Qinghe. Upon returning to Xiang Mountain, he reminded Su Su a couple of times, informing her that he would be away for several days to prevent her from worrying. Additionally, he left behind 10 low-grade spirit stones for Su Su's cultivation. Having completed these tasks, Su Yun left the stone house and ventured into a secluded corner to practice the art of bone transformation. Crack, crack, crack. As the technique activated and true energy flowed, Su Yun's bones emitted audible sounds as their density contracted, becoming leaner. His appearance underwent a dramatic transformation, visibly shifting from that of a handsome youth to a rugged young man with a steadfast demeanor. Furthermore, Su Yun's aura changed significantly, his expression sharp, exuding the essence of a decisive and formidable man. In just a quarter of an hour, Su Yun was entirely transformed into another person. Now, who could possibly recognize me as Su Yun? He mused, thoroughly satisfied. Presently, even if he stood before Su Ling, she would not be able to identify him. Black Wind Stronghold, here I come. Su Yun became a fleeting shadow, dashing towards the southwest. Chapter 21. The bold journey on the perilous peaks. 2 hours later, Su Yun arrived at the foot of a grand mountain, Black Iron Mountain. The mountain's body was pitch black, devoid of vegetation, barren and desolate, hence its name. Years ago, Black Wind Stronghold emerged, boasting formidable strength. Within a 500-mile radius, numerous small villages thrived, and every 7 days, Black Wind Stronghold would descend from the mountain to plunder the villages, seizing food and supplies, wreaking havoc upon the region. The mountain's base stood an estate that housed the horses of Black Wind Stronghold. A group of a dozen men were gathered, engaged in a game of cards, their conversation laced with foul language and incessant curses. Su Yun strolled into the estate with an air of nonchalance. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon Black Wind Stronghold? Noticing Su Yun's arrival, several ruffians immediately set down their cards, gripping their weapons tightly. The one who will kill you, without uttering another word. Su Yun drew his sword, unleashing a chilling gleam as a wave of frost surged forth, leaving the men with no time to retaliate. Bift, 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 with a swift draw and sheathing of the sword. In mere moments, over a dozen fierce bandits remained seated, yet each bore a slender scar upon their necks. Moments later, blood flowed from their throats, and they collapsed to the ground. Yu Yun's gaze was indifferent. His heart devoid of any turmoil. This band of marauders had plundered the innocent and deserved their fate. He was no longer the naive youth who would vomit at his first kill. To eliminate the bandits of the manor, Su Yun ascended the stone steps, sword in hand. Stop, at last. He encountered the men of Black Wind Stronghold, one at the peak of the postnatal realm and three in the late stages of the same. They seemed poised to descend the mountain. Whoosh, like a streak of lightning, Su Yun dashed past them, severing four heads that tumbled away, their bodies rolling down the steps. The sound of slaughter roused the bandits of Black Wind Stronghold, each appearing atop the mountain, their eyes filled with fury and surprise. Yet, their cultivation was woefully inadequate. Most were merely postnatal warriors, and not a single one dared to step forward to obstruct him. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Su Yun stepped into the camp of Black Wind Stronghold, where the bandits immediately surrounded him, forming an impenetrable barrier. Kill! A voice bellowed, and dozens of bandits, their expressions twisted with malice, charged towards Su Yun. Activate 7 stars. Su Yun unleashed the celestial polar sword technique, the blade's radiance flashing as he struck swiftly, mercilessly, and accurately, each blow claiming a life. The first wave of charging bandits fell lifeless before him. Stop! Just then, a gruff voice rang out. A burly man in wide sleeves and a bushy beard wielded a 7-ringed broadsword, its blade thudding against the stone-paved ground, sparks flying. Ninth Chief, this scoundrel has slain many of our brothers. We implore you to take action. A furious bandit from the innate realm cried out. The bearded man gazed at Su Yun and asked, "Who are you, and why do you oppose Black Wind Stronghold?" "The one who slays your kind," Su Yun replied coldly. "Arrogant." The bearded man seethed with rage. He had concealed himself in the shadows, witnessing Su Yun's prowess, which clearly indicated he was not a mere practitioner of the divine realm. Having reached the late stage of the innate realm, he had mastered the Thunderfire 7-ring blade to perfection. He could contend with most perfected innate warriors. Whoosh! Despite his bulk, the bearded man moved with surprising speed, leaping forward like a rabbit pouncing on its prey, closing the distance to Su Yun in mere steps. Clang! The 7-ringed broadsword came crashing down, its thunderous force resembling a meteor hurtling from the heavens, igniting the air with its momentum. Empty in form, Su Yun scoffed. With a deft movement, he sidestepped the man's strike, appearing behind him. Swish! He countered with a sword thrust, executing the opening move of the celestial polar sword technique. The sword's aura surged forth, swift as a meteor. Without even turning, Su Yun's sword energy pierced the bearded man's neck, blood gushing forth. Ninth Chief. The Ninth Chief is dead. The remaining bandits were overtaken by a tide of panic. For the man they had revered was the 9th strongest in Black Wind Stronghold, and he had been slain in an instant by a dark-faced youth. Fear gripped their hearts, and they began to retreat. You who rob and pillage, your cruel deeds end today. I shall rid the world of your menace. Su Yun's blood surged with righteous fervor. He harbored the dream of a chivalrous warrior, to uphold justice and savor the adventures of the martial world. Today, all of you shall perish. Swish, swish, swish. Su Yun activated the 7-star step, embodying both the ethereal lightness of the wind and the hazy glow of starlight, weaving through the bandits like a specter. With each rise and fall of his sword, blood spattered the air. These bandits were woefully weak. The strongest among them barely reached the mid-stage of the innate realm, nowhere near a match for Su Yun. In mere moments, dozens lay slain beneath his blade. Fall back! A commanding shout echoed as 7 powerful warriors emerged, among them a woman clad in a red dress, her delicate features alluring, her attire revealing, exuding an unconventional charm with every movement. Second Chief, Third Chief. The bandits of Black Wind Stronghold appeared exhilarated, as if they had spotted a savior. Disciples of the feathered ascendants? The alluring woman in red fixed her gaze on Su Yun, her eyes sparkling with temptation. Placing a finger on her lips, She seductively proposed, "Little brother, why don't we negotiate a truce? I could offer you a deeper exchange." "You are too ugly," Su Yun replied nonchalantly. "You!" The woman in red gritted her teeth in anger. The second chief's gaze flickered over the corpse of the ninth chief. His expression turned serious as he said, "You dare to enter Black Wind Stronghold alone? Do you know how many lives you have? One life. It suffices to eliminate all of you." Whoosh! Su Yun was disinclined to engage in further conversation. His goal was to swiftly eradicate Black Wind Stronghold. Find the opportunity related to Yi Chun, and avoid unnecessary delays and complications. Time was of the essence. Indeed, disciples of the Feathered Ascendants are truly arrogant, the second chief sneered coldly. Yet, in recent years, we have slain more than one disciple of the Feathered Ascendants. You shall be next, brothers, charge together. The second chief, wary of Su Yun's power demonstrated through the instant defeat of the ninth chief, commanded the others to attack, kill. The 7 innate realm warriors surged towards Su Yun in unison. The woman in red wielded a long whip, its surface adorned with silver barbs. Channeling her true essence into the whip, it slithered forth like a venomous silver serpent, aimed directly for Su Yun's neck. The second chief brandished a meteor hammer, attacking head-on, while the remaining 5 utilized their martial arts to divide Su Yun's attention. Clearly, this was not their first collaboration. Their coordination was commendable. Moreover, among the 7, 4 were perfected innate warriors. Had Su Yun not refined the Thunder Sword talisman and comprehended the Thunder Sword intent to reach the perfected innate realm, he would have had little chance against their combined might. However, today, his abilities were far beyond comparison. Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound. Su Yun's blood surged as he unleashed a mighty roar, akin to the fierce growls of a tiger or leopard, shattering stone and gold alike. The woman in red, the weakest among them, was the first to suffer the brunt of the sonic wave. Her eardrum ruptured, blood streaming forth. It is worth noting that the Su Yun of Yer would have been injured by such an attack from Su Hong. But the woman in red was far beneath his current capabilities. The 6 remaining bandits were taken aback, hastily fortifying their eardrums with true essence. Universal Starfall. With a single roar, Su Yun countered, unleashing his lethal move. A single sword stroke sent the temperature plummeting. "Second brother, save me!" The woman in red cried out in terror, recognizing that Su Yun's strike was aimed directly at her. "Eighth sister." The second chief, third chief, and others looked on in horror, but it was too late. Yu Yun had perfected the 7 stars step. His speed was akin to lightning, and combined with universal starfall, he severed the long whip, driving his sword through the woman in red, chilling her to the core. She spat a mouthful of blood, her beautiful head drooping lifelessly, her charm extinguished. "Eighth sister." The 6 bandits' expressions twisted with rage, longing to devour Su Yun whole, yet they were also gripped by terror. Despite their combined efforts, they had been utterly overwhelmed by Su Yun, a testament to his overwhelming power. Altogether, the 6 chiefs commanded, "No matter how strong you are, today, either you die or I perish. Whoever injures him shall receive a bounty of 1,000 taels," roared the second chief. "Kill!" The bandits, driven by greed over life, charged towards Su Yun. Undeterred by death, propelled by the promise of gold, moths to a flame, Su Yun scoffed. "Come at me together. I shall eradicate you all." Su Yun surged forward with his sword, yet he remained vigilant. The chief of Black Wind Stronghold was but a step away from the divine realm and likely had already converted some of his true essence into magical power. This unseen adversary was a threat to be wary of. The sword light danced like dragons and serpents through the void, showering the air with crimson blossoms. Su Yun's blade struck with the speed of lightning, moving with the might of thunder, far surpassing his former prowess, a result of his comprehension of the Thunder Sword intent. "I do not wish to die." The cries of despair rang out, limbs severed flying in all directions. Su Yun stood as a god of slaughter, his sword drawn, blood guaranteed. "Second brother, this brat is too fierce. Aside from the boss, no one can subdue him," the third chief fretted. "If we do not act soon, our years of effort will vanish. With such a commotion, the boss cannot possibly be unaware. Let us not dwell on that. We must engage and stall this fellow. Once the boss arrives, he is certain to perish." "That makes sense." The 6 chiefs reached a consensus. Whoosh, whoosh, Whoosh! The six plunged into the fray, their true essence erupting as superior martial arts were unleashed. Yet they merely surrounded Su Yun without attacking, clearly stalling for time, awaiting reinforcements. But Su Yun would not grant them that opportunity. Inky darkness. Su Yun let out a thunderous roar, executing the 36th form of the celestial polar sword technique. His true essence surged, the sword light chilling and foreboding, as if the heavens themselves were shrouded by his strike, obscuring the light dye in truth. The dazzling sword energy blinded their eyes for a moment. Fall back. The second chief sensed the danger and immediately retreated. But many others were caught unawares. Swish, swish, swish. Su Yun's sword swept across the vast expanse, severing heads with each stroke, their eyes wide open in disbelief, unable to close in death. Fourth brother, sixth brother. This martial art technique was a group attack skill. Beneath a single stroke of his sword, the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh leaders all met their demise. Over 100 ruthless bandits were reduced to a mere dozen. Covered in blood, Su Yun advanced step by step towards the remaining foes. The second and third leaders were filled with dread, utterly powerless against Su Yun. With a swift motion, Su Yun dispatched more than 10 bandits, his gaze landing on the second and third leaders. Mockingly stating, "It seems your elder brother has no intention of coming to your rescue." The two men wore expressions as dark as storm clouds. "Young brother, the Black Wind stronghold has no enmity with you. Why must you resort to such brutality?" A soft sigh echoed, and a figure clad in white appeared silently behind Su Yun, drifting towards him like a specter, a delicate hand extending towards his back. This palm, imbued with a sinister and chilling energy, was a deadly strike. "Finally, he has made his appearance," Su Yun smiled, unperturbed. "It is my elder brother's bone-transforming soft palm." Upon witnessing the white-clad man's intervention, the second and third leaders' faces lit up with hope. For their elder brother had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, a half-step into the godly realm, with undeniable prowess, dragon and snake sword technique. Without turning back, Su Yun formed his fingers into a sword, channeling his blood and true essence through his meridians, converging at his fingertips, his aura surging. He pointed behind him in a swift motion. Roar! A faint dragon's roar echoed as the sword light transformed into a dragon. The blood flowing like a snake, intertwining in a magnificent display, gradually merging into one and slicing towards the white-clad man. Such a terrifying swordsmanship, it nearly rivals that of the godly realm. The white-clad man was taken aback. Hastily retreating, his toes lightly tapping the ground, moving as swiftly as a dragonfly skimming the water, boom! The sword energy, stretching several dozen feet, cleaved through a camp, splitting it in two. The second and third leaders were left aghast. Is this truly just a perfected innate warrior? The second leader felt a chill in his heart. Su Yun's strength was indeed monstrous. Su Yun turned to face the white-clad man. Unlike the fearsome bandits, this man was as unblemished as a scholar, his eyes radiating wisdom, his sharpness subdued. Glancing at the bisected camp, the white-clad man clasped his hands with a smile, saying, "No wonder you are a disciple of the Feathered Ascension sacred land. I am Li Huaxian. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Su Yun," he replied indifferently. "Young friend Su, the Black Wind stronghold has already been obliterated. It would be unwise for us to continue this conflict. Shall we not come to an understanding?" Li Huaxian suggested with a smile. "Elder brother." The second leader clearly did not expect Li Huaxian to concede to Su Yun. To capture the chief, one must first seize the king. If the root of evil is not eradicated, a second Black Wind stronghold will inevitably arise. Su Yun's gaze was sharp, his intent cleared. "It is best for you to join your comrades on their journey." Whoosh! Su Yun launched himself forward with explosive speed, striking towards Li Huaxian. "Second brother, third brother, take action." Li Huaxian did not harbor any hope that Su Yun would relent. His pupils constricted slightly as a concealed sword emerged from his sleeve. Akin to a serpent, meeting Su Yun's blade, clang. The two swords clashed, a tremendous force erupting from the collision. Li Huaxian's might was not inferior to Su Yun's, and they engaged in a fierce battle. Boom! The second leader activated a meteor hammer, its thunderous energy surging towards Su Yun. "Get lost." Su Yun retaliated with a palm strike, wielding a superior martial art, the primordial thunder palm, which shattered the meteor hammer upon impact. With a resounding crash, The second leader staggered back several dozen feet, blood trickling from his mouth. Swish! Li Huaxian charged at Su Yun, his movements mysterious, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, making it difficult to discern his true position. 13 swords of the Lone Peak, Li Huaxian shouted, his sleeve sword dancing with an air of lofty isolation, 13 sword energies splitting the light and descending upon Su Yun. Stars twinkling, Su Yun remained unfazed. Willingly meeting Li Huaxuan's assault head dash on Li Huaxuan's skill was formidable. This technique was indeed a top-tier martial art, even within the feathered Ascension's sacred land. Clang, clang. The sound of their swords clashing echoed, a symphony of metal reverberating through the air. In the void, sword lights danced everywhere. The second and third leaders dared not join the fray. One misstep could cost them their lives. After a quarter of an hour, the two sword lights separated, forcing Li Huaxian to retreat step by step, while Su Yun pursued relentlessly, executing the Northern Dipper sword technique with remarkable precision. Suddenly, a sinister smile crept across Li Huaxian's face. His sleeve billowed, releasing a cloud of yellow mist that enveloped Su Yun like a fog, poison. Su Yun's expression shifted. Inhaling the toxic gas, he felt a momentary discomfort, a stagnation in his blood flow, indicative of a potent poison. He quickly sealed his acupoints and activated the Great Celestial Star technique to suppress the toxicity. Simultaneously, he held his breath and leaped out. What a despicable trick! Su Yun mused. Ha ha ha! Li Huaxuan's eyes glinted maliciously. Su Yun, how does the taste of the defeated blood powder feel? With just half a stick of incense, your vitality will be completely consumed, leaving no trace behind. The disciples of the feathered Ascension sacred land, though powerful, lack experience in the martial world. Indeed, my elder brother is quite formidable. Ahahaha. The second and third leaders laughed boisterously. Half a stick of incense is more than enough time for me to eliminate you. Su Yun took a deep breath. Having inhaled only a small amount of the defeated blood powder, the impact was not particularly severe. Clang. Su Yun activated his profound energy, a wave of domineering sword intent radiating from him. Sword intent? Li Huaxuan's expression shifted. At such a young age, you have comprehended sword intent? Such talent would be unparalleled even in the feathered Ascension sacred land. Unfortunately, today you are destined to perish at my hands. Boom! Li Huaxian unleashed his technique, witnessing his true essence transform into strands of mana, exuding a chilling aura. Half of my true essence has been converted. Once fully transformed, I will advance to the godly realm. Li Huaxian declared coldly. You stand no chance against me. The second and third leaders were filled with excitement, stepping into the godly realm meant entering the true realm of cultivation. Swish! Su Yun summoned the thunderclap sword intent, his mind unwavering, fully merging his thoughts with the sword intent, achieving a state of unity between man and sword. Radiating a fierce sword intent, clang, a resounding sword cry erupted in the minds of the three men. Ah! The third and second leaders shrieked, their bodies invaded by the sword intent, penetrating their minds, rendering them utterly defenseless. Their true essence rendered ineffective. I will deal with you first. Su Yun charged towards the two. A beam of sword light slicing down like a bolt of lightning, fierce, swift, and unyielding. Li Huaxian silently observed this scene. Elder brother, save us. The two leaders looked to Li Huaxian, but he turned a blind eye. I will fight you with everything I have. The two men frantically summoned their mana. Yet under the suppression of the thunderclap sword intent, their strength was significantly diminished, unable to unleash even half of their power. Puff! The sword energy descended, and the two let out a final scream as their heads fell to the ground. Now, it's your turn. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Yun advanced towards Li Huaxian. Do you think I am so easy to kill? Li Huaxian laughed in anger, threads of mana swirling around his fingertips, gently tapping Su Yun's sword tip. In an instant, the sword energy was encased in ice. Even Su Yun's sword intent was impeded. Unable to penetrate Li Huaxuan's mind and suppress his power, is this the power of mana? Su Yun's heart trembled. Li Huaxuan's strength had surpassed true essence, grasping a portion of the abilities of a Qi practitioner. Mana represents the power of nature. Li Huaxian practiced an ice-based technique, and the mana he conjured emanated a chilling aura. Little brat, you are too naive, Li Huaxian sneered. Do you believe that comprehending thunderclap sword intent will allow you to obliterate the Black Wind stronghold? Do you not know that my Black Wind stronghold has existed under the watchful eyes of the Feathered Ascension sacred land for years, not by luck, but through my own prowess? Clang! Li Huaxian grasped the treasured sword, mana coursing along its length, attempting to encase Su Yun in ice. Tiger and leopard thunder sound. Su Yun roared, merging the thunderclap sword intent with sonic martial arts. In an explosive moment, it was as if thunder had erupted in Li Huaxuan's ears, instantly shattering his mana. Staggering back, Li Huaxian felt the impact of the sudden blow. Good lad. Li Huaxuan's eyes narrowed. Su Yun's mastery of the thunderclap sword intent had reached an impressive level, as he understood how to integrate sword intent into martial arts, catching Li Huaxian off guard. Yet, he was unaware that Su Yun had only grasped the thunderclap sword intent for a mere day. Even if you possess exceptional talent, you shall not survive today. Li Huaxian gripped his sleeve sword, mana surging into it, causing the blade to crack ominously. How could an ordinary weapon withstand the power of a Qi practitioner? Boom. The sleeve sword shattered, scattering into countless shards. Like flying daggers infused with ice, menacingly slicing towards Su Yun. The sky was filled with debris, an unavoidable storm of lethal fragments. It is not yet time. Su Yun's expression was tinged with a hint of daze. A sign that the toxic effects of the blood defeat powder were beginning to take hold as he exerted more of his strength. The corrosion he suffered intensified. He possessed a secret weapon, one thought. Thunderclap, however, to achieve a decisive victory, he needed to strike with surprise once more. The potency of this divine ability was uncertain, and should he falter, he would find himself in peril. After numerous battles, Su Yun had accumulated experience. He was no longer the novice he once was, Starry Guardian. Su Yun fervently activated 108 celestial seeds. Waves of true essence surged forth from within him, enveloping his corporeal form in a protective shield. He unleashed the heavenly polar Big Dipper sword technique, executing the dragon and serpent sword arts to cleave through the myriad shards. Thud. Despite Su Yun's exhaustive efforts, his martial skills were still countered by formidable magical forces. 9 shards breached the celestial barrier, leaving deep gashes that revealed bone beneath. A chilling aura began to seep into Su Yun's flesh, as if it were a relentless parasite. Die for me, Li Huaxian leapt into the air, his right hand gleaming like jade, radiating an icy coldness that sent shivers down Su Yun's spine even before the attack arrived. Boom! A massive palm imprint materialized in the void, containing the full might of Li Huaxuan's strike. Descending with the weight of a mountain. One thought, thunderclap. Su Yun channeled all his energy into the thunderous sword intent. In that fleeting moment, he transformed entirely into a sword, his intent and thoughts converging into the thunderclap sword pill, generating an overwhelming force that activated the thunderclap sword pill. This divine ability required no magical energy, only the sword intent to harness the power of the thunderclap sword pill. The thunderclap sword pill was immensely powerful. Unbeknownst to Li Huaxian, he too sought a conclusive victory. Clang! The thunderclap sword pill trembled slightly. Arcs of lightning danced across its surface, coalescing into a glowing orb of electricity that slowly emerged from his bag of holding. The devastating aura it exuded instilled fear even in Su Yun. Thankfully, this was a power he had mastered. Crackle! Lightning flickered in the air. The domineering sword intent surged forth, nearly draining 90% of Su Yun's true essence in an instant. The currents in the void gathered at a visible speed, transforming into a fearsome sword-shaped thunderbolt that struck towards Li Huaxian. Divine ability? How could you possibly unleash a divine ability? Li Huaxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Crack! The thunderous sword aura shattered Li Huaxuan's magical force, cleaving his palm as if it were mere flesh, nearly bisecting his body, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. Thud! Li Huaxian fell to the ground. Still twitching, unable to close his eyes for an extended period, he could not comprehend how Su Yun, devoid of any magical essence, could unleash a divine ability. With a limp gait, Su Yun approached, delivering another strike that pierced through Li Huaxuan's forehead and embedded itself in the earth. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Su Yun sank to the ground in despondence. Merely the depleted Li Huaxian, with only 50% of his magical essence, had nearly cost him his life. How formidable must Su Qinghe, who ranked on the inner sect leaderboard, be? Initially, Su Yun believed that with the thunderclap sword pill, He could contend with practitioners of the divine ability realm by comprehending the thunderous sword intent and mastering a divine ability. In hindsight, he had been overly naive. The strength of a practitioner lay not only in their magical essence, but also in their mastery of divine abilities. Divine abilities could manipulate nature. He needed to quickly elevate himself to the realm of divine abilities. Su Yun clenched his fist. As the leader of the Black Wind Stronghold, this man undoubtedly possessed numerous treasures. Clearing his thoughts, Su Yun turned his gaze towards Li Huaxian. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground, cultivating to recuperate. The immediate concern was to expel the poison. Otherwise, if the toxicity penetrated his bones, even a celestial being would find it difficult to save him. Chapter 23. The Earth Vein Dragon Pearl and the Primordial Tao Body Technique. Su Yun sat in the lotus position, circulating the Great Zhou Star Rotation Technique, drawing in the essence of the sun while restoring his true essence and refining his blood to eliminate the toxins. After half an hour, a drop of black blood flowed from his index finger. The toxicity of the blood defeat powder completely eradicated. Even so, Su Yun's body still felt somewhat weak. He approached Li Huaxian, the leader of the Black Wind Stronghold, who possessed a low-tier bag of holding. Su Yun removed the bag and dripped blood upon Itian. The next moment, he felt a connection established between himself and the bag. Inside the bag were likely tens of thousands of taels of gold, along with a yellowed ancient tome, numerous martial arts manuals, and several vials of elixirs, including a fair amount of poisons. This man's collection was indeed abundant. Su Yun extracted the yellowed tome and began to peruse its contents. This technique was called the 3-in Mysterious Ice Technique, comparable in level to the North Dipperonate technique he had previously practiced, merely ordinary. Among the martial arts manuals, there were 3 superior techniques, one of which detailed the practice of the bone transformation soft palm. These items, if taken back to the Holy Land, could fetch over 10,000 taels of gold. Having seized Li Huaxian's lifetime savings, Su Yun proceeded to search the other 8 leaders, acquiring over 10,000 taels in gold notes. The martial arts they practiced were also collected into the bag of holding, intended for monetary exchange. Su Yun beheaded the 9 leaders and stored their heads in the bag as proof of his extermination of the Black Wind Stronghold. Yi Chen's records indicated that the Black Wind Stronghold harbored an earth vein located at the back mountain. Having completed his tasks, Su Yun's gaze flickered as he made his way towards the back mountain. His injuries were not yet healed, and he walked while recuperating. The terrain of the back mountain was exceedingly treacherous. After a quarter of an hour, Su Yun arrived at a concealed cave entrance, shrouded by wild, overgrown vines that completely obscured it, forming an impenetrable barrier. Had it not been for the guidance of a script, he would never have discovered the cave. No wonder Li Huaxian had occupied the Black Wind Stronghold for years without uncovering this place. Su Yun sighed. Recognizing the hand of fate, Li Huaxian possessed an ordinary destiny, while Yi Chen was a person of fortune. Thus, Yi Chen was able to fortuitously discover the cave entrance and acquire the Primordial Tao Body Technique. Su Yun severed the vines with his sword and cautiously entered the cave. Upon entering, he felt the chill and dampness envelop him. After traversing a distance, he sensed the spiritual energy within the cave gradually intensifying, coalescing into mist, indicating he was drawing closer to the earth vein. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Yun finally arrived at the heart of the earth vein. The cave walls were adorned with bizarre stones, resembling the head of a massive stone dragon. Exhaling rich spiritual energy, from a distance, within the dragon's mouth, lay a pearl-sized gem, akin to a precious pearl, radiating a brilliant light. This must be the Earth Vein Dragon Pearl. A smile spread across Su Yun's face. The earth vein accumulated the essence of mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies, eventually transforming into a dragon, which over time would crystallize into a dragon pearl at the source of the earth vein. This phenomenon was known as the true dragon spitting pearl. Su Yun's gaze shifted, and he noticed a skeletal remains that glimmered like jade. Even after many years of death, the remains still emanated faint traces of fragrant essence, an extraordinary sight. This must be the predecessor who passed down the Primordial Tao Body Technique. Su Yun immediately deduced the origins of the skeleton. The Primordial Tao Body Technique obtained by Yi Chen originated from the legacy of a person who had achieved enlightenment in this vast cave. This individual was the sole presence, and naturally, the Primordial Tao Body Technique resided with him. As Su Yun approached the skeleton, the fragrant essence enveloped him, bringing a sense of tranquility. The power this predecessor possessed in life must have been extraordinarily formidable. Otherwise, after years of death, the remains would not retain such fragrance, Su Yun marveled, pondering what realm of strength this individual had attained. Perhaps that of a deity. The skeleton sat cross-legged, a golden bamboo slip resting in its embrace, radiating an unusual brilliance. Junior Su Yun, today I receive the legacy of the predecessor. I shall surely carry it forward to honor your spirit in the heavens. Su Yun bowed deeply, performing 3 respectful bows. Receiving the legacy was akin to inheriting a profound teaching. Such reverence could not be overlooked. After paying his respects, Su Yun picked up the golden bamboo slip. Suddenly, a strand of dark golden divine light burst forth, slicing a wound into Su Yun's fingertip, allowing his blood to flow into the golden slip in an instant. The slip shone with radiant golden light. Woo-woo. The slip transformed into a beam of golden light that soared into Su Yun's mind. One after another, ancient characters of considerable size materialized in his consciousness, the opening line reading 5 grand characters. Primordial Dao Body Technique. Truly enigmatic and profound. Su Yun was astonished. Although he could not recognize those ancient characters, he comprehended their meanings with clarity upon mere glance, truly fantastical. After a considerable time, Su Yun fully absorbed the 3,600 ancient characters. Primordial Dao Body Technique. Su Yun was filled with exhilaration. This technique was a body-refining secret art, not solely for practitioners of Qi. Even ordinary individuals could cultivate the Primordial Dao Body Technique. From the description of this technique's divine power, achieving a high level of physical cultivation could unleash terrifying strength, rivaling that of practitioners. Did this imply that cultivating this technique could allow one to refine both Qi and body? However, could body refinement lead to longevity? Su Yun pondered, perplexed. The Primordial Dao Body Technique did not provide such explanations. It appeared that the text abruptly ceased at a critical juncture, leaving him uncertain whether the legacy he had received was complete. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Su Yun chuckled. Even if the technique recorded in his mind was incomplete, achieving mastery would undoubtedly elevate his strength to a terrifying level. The sole drawback was that cultivating the Primordial Dao Body Technique required an abundance of resources. Contemplating this, Su Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. Throughout history, the path of body refinement has predominantly relied on vast resources for its cultivation. In this grand sanctuary of transcendence, there was not even a single practitioner dedicated solely to the enhancement of the physical form. The majority of disciples primarily focused on Qi cultivation, with body refinement as a secondary endeavor. This clearly illustrates the desolation faced by body refiners. Predecessor, though I know not your name nor lineage, our encounter is a twist of fate. Having inherited your legacy, I shall pay my respects. Su Yun bowed deeply. I will ensure your remains find peace and erect a nameless monument in your honor. With a surge of true essence, he wielded his sword with fluid grace. In a brief moment, he excavated a grave, wide enough for a person and a depth of 10 feet. Cradling the white skeletal remains in his arms, he gently touched the bones. Suddenly, they crumbled to dust, transforming into shimmering divine light, dispersing like fireflies into the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Su Yun stood frozen, momentarily taken aback. After a few breaths, he managed a wry smile. The fragility of these bones suggested that the individual had suffered grievous injuries in life, rendering it unlikely that he could have shattered them with his current strength. He collected the remnants of the mysterious person's tattered garments and interred them alongside the remains. With a resounding clang, Su Yun approached the mountainside, cleaving a massive stone slab with his sword. After much meticulous carving, he fashioned it into a smooth gravestone, placing it before the grave. How many great and powerful beings ultimately returned to but a handful of earth, with some even denied a proper burial? Su Yun mused, a tinge of sorrow washing over him. The path to immortality is strewn with thorns. How far can one truly traverse? Yet, he was not one to wallow in melancholy, reigning in his emotions. Su Yun stepped before the stone dragon, its pearl glistening like jade, radiating a resplendent glow. The pure and overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth, invigorating Su Yun, who felt an overwhelming desire to consume the dragon pearl. This treasure is truly remarkable. I must secure it for myself. Su Yun retrieved the earth vein dragon pearl, and placed it within his Qinkuan bag. With this pearl, my cultivation will undoubtedly ascend to the realm of refined magical power in the shortest time, allowing me to step into the realm of divine abilities, his ambition soared. Once I enter the realm of divine abilities, I will possess the confidence to contend with Su Qinghe, even if it means opposing the entire Su clan. I shall not waver. Chapter 24. Su Qinghe stepping out of the cave. Night had fallen. The bright moon hung high in the starry sky, its silvery light like gossamer, enveloping the myriad mountains and valleys. A slight chill lingered in the AI artist. Su Yun did not linger, retracing his steps back to the sanctuary of transcendence. After 2 hours, the eastern horizon began to glow with the first light of dawn as he entered the sanctuary. Activating the bone transformation technique, his bones cracked and shifted, his appearance altering back to his original form. Gazing into a mirror, Su Yun revealed a dazzling smile, his white teeth gleaming. Without comparison, there is no harm. But upon comparison, one can truly see how strikingly handsome I am. As dawn broke, the sanctuary bustled with activity. A stream of people coming and going. Brother Su. Many greeted him with respectful bows, following his exploits on the life and death stage and the sword-washing pool. Su Yun's name had spread far and wide among the outer sect, even reaching the ears of inner sect disciples. They recognized him as a formidable figure unafraid to take lives within the sanctuary, and his reasoning for such actions was deemed justifiable. Su Yun returned the greetings in kind and made his way to the hall of transmission. Brother Chen is not present today. I am on duty in his stead. A sharp-eyed youth approached Su Yun. You must be Brother Su Yun, correct? Brother Chen instructed me to escort you for the exchange of contribution points. Su Yun smiled, realizing that Chen Zhong had anticipated his safe return. Here are the 9 heads of the leaders from Black Wind Stronghold. Please verify them. He handed over the severed heads to the young man in black. The young man produced a set of portraits and meticulously matched them. Once confirmed, he took a jade-like spirit pin and made a mark in a ledger. Instantly, Su Yun's record received an additional 120 contribution points. Junior brother, I have a few martial arts tomes I wish to exchange. How can I convert them into gold? Su Yun asked, producing a golden leaf and handing it to the young man. The young man expertly accepted the golden leaf, his face lighting up with joy. Please follow me, senior brother. After a short while, they arrived at a counter. Su Lao, Brother Su Yun wishes to exchange for martial arts. Could you please assist him with the registration? You are Su Yun? The old man looked up, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of surprise. Su Yun nodded. I acquired these 12 martial arts tomes from the leaders of Black Wind Stronghold. I kindly request you exchange them all for gold. 6 tomes of superior martial arts, 3 of which were of exceptional quality. After a brief interval, Su Lao smiled. In total, they can be exchanged for 9,000 taels of gold. Su Lao, convert 36,000 taels of gold entirely into contribution points, Su Yun stated, producing a storage bag and withdrawing numerous gold notes to hand over to Su Lao. 100 taels of gold can be converted into a small amount of contribution points. Su Lao replied, in total, you will receive 360 contribution points. Exchange all of it, Su Yun instructed. The young man in black's eyes sparkled with excitement. My goodness. Brother Su Yun is truly affluent. 480 contribution points were indeed a staggering sum for an outer sect disciple of the sanctuary. Su Yun's brows furrowed slightly as he handed Su Lao a 100-tael gold note. Su Lao, I urgently require resources for body refinement. Could you recommend a few? Regarding the path of body refinement, Su Yun could hardly claim to possess any profound understanding, being virtually clueless. Su Lao, having long served in the Hall of Transmission, was well versed in various matters, and seeking his assistance would surely yield results. With a warm smile, Su Lao accepted the gold note, swiftly drafting a list of resource materials. The items listed here are the finest for disciples at the innate realm. 480 contribution points will be more than sufficient. Thank you, Su Lao. Xiao Zhou, please fetch 2 sets of each resource listed above, Su Lao instructed. Understood. The young man in black took the list and departed. Half an hour later, he returned to the Hall of Transmission, presenting Su Yun with the requested items. Please verify them, senior brother. No need, Su Yun replied, placing the items into his Qinkuan bag before taking his leave. This individual possesses remarkable talent, yet remains humble and composed. His future achievements will undoubtedly be significant, Su Lao reflected with a satisfied smile as he watched Su Yun's retreating figure. The young man in black also wore an expression of envy. Su Yun? As Su Yun stepped out of the hall of transmission, a voice called out, Yi Chun, clad in a black training uniform, approached with a look of surprise and a flicker of fierce determination in his eyes. Junior brother Yi, what brings you here? Su Yun replied casually. Upon seeing Yi Chun, he recalled that today was the day Yi Chun was to receive his tasks, unaware that his own opportunities had been seized. A smirk graced Su Yun's lips at this thought. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased with Su Yun's address. I'm heading out for training today. I have no desire to engage with you, he coldly remarked, brushing past Su Yun and entering the hall of transmission. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon seeing Su Yun, Yi Chun felt an unsettling restlessness, as if his mind could not settle. He approached the task board, his gaze flitting over various assignments. Strange, Yi Chun frowned. Why are the tasks from Black Wind Stronghold absent? He had come specifically to claim a task from Black Wind Stronghold, yet found no trace of it. A sense of emptiness washed over him as he reluctantly selected a random task before departing the hall of transmission. Xiang Mountain Su Su, I have returned, with the sun high in the sky. Su Yun finally reached his abode. Yu Su sat cross-legged on a mat, deeply engrossed in her cultivation practice. After a period of recuperation, her once pale complexion had transformed into a rosy glow, her delicate features becoming a picture of youthful beauty. Watching Su Yun felt a flicker of admiration. This little girl is truly diligent, beginning her practice early in the morning. He refrained from waking her, opting instead to return to his room and organize the body refinement resources in his Chinkuan bag. Among them were bone refinement pills, beast essence wine, and black jade ointment, alongside a precious powder known as sunfire powder, which required mixing with water for a bath that would absorb solar essence to maximize the refinement of the physical body. This item was exceedingly expensive, costing 200 contribution points for a small vial. How long will all these resources last? Su Yun pondered. If they could allow me to achieve the first realm, that would be ideal. Young master, you have returned? Suddenly, Su opened her dark eyes, her aura reined in. Filled with delight in just a few days, with Su Yun's resources at her disposal, she had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the postnatal realm, no longer the easily manipulated little girl she once was. How has your training progressed? Su Yun asked, affectionately ruffling Su's hair, a pleasant herbal fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Young master, I reached the mid-stage of the postnatal realm just last night, and I have now solidified my foundation. Su replied, pride evident in her eyes. Impressive, Su Yun praised, taking out several vials of pills and producing a jade hairpin. I went out and did not bring you a gift. Consider this hairpin a token of my appreciation. Su accepted the hairpin, her eyes glistening with tears. No one has ever given me a gift before. Thank you, young master. She cherished the hairpin, admiring it fondly. I shall place it in your hair. Su Yun adorned Su's head with the hairpin. You look like a young lady now. Su Yun, with a hint of mischief in his demeanor, watched as Su's slender, jade-like neck flushed a delicate crimson. It was a rare moment of spirited debate as she remarked, Young master, I have reached the age suitable for marriage. I am already a grown woman. Ha ha ha. Su Yun laughed heartily, nearly doubling over in my homeland. Your age still finds you in the throes of education. Young master, where is your homeland? Su's sparkling eyes regarded him with curiosity, pondering a place that could birth so many deities and legends. Surely, it must be a fascinating realm. Su Yun felt a stirring within, an inevitable pang of melancholy. Alone in a foreign land, as a stranger, Su's words struck a chord deep within him. In the brief span of just over half a month, though he had endured much, he remained merely an ordinary person newly traversed into this world, lacking the resilience forged through countless trials. Just then, an incongruous voice interrupted the moment, heralding the arrival of unexpected guests. The leader, clad in resplendent golden robes of exquisite fabric, stood tall at 7 feet, exuding a formidable presence. His brows arched like swords, his visage sharply chiseled, emanating an air of formidable authority. Su Yun did not recognize him, yet he was familiar with another, Zhong Yun. The Xian Yuandan of Su Hong was a treasure entrusted to him by Zhong Yun on behalf of Su Qinghe. Thus, the identity of the golden-robed man became apparent. Su Qinghe, the foremost genius of the Su family, a prodigy on the inner sect rankings. Chapter 25. The death order Su Qinghe, Su Yun mused, was lauded as the greatest cultivation talent of the Su family, a paragon among the inner sect elite. He wondered if there were any fortuitous opportunities in the unfolding script of his life. Name: Su Qinghe. Identity: inner sect disciple. Fate: purple. Talent: genius. Cultivation level: perfection of the divine transformation realm. Life script: supporting character. In the Xintian great world. Recent turning point: none significant within the past month. Ah? Su Yun furrowed his brow. He held no objections towards Su Qinghe's fate and talent, but did the last statement imply that he could only discern another's turning points within a month? Or perhaps it was due to his own inadequate strength that limited his insight into life scripts. Upon reflection, he noted that the turning points he observed in others' life scripts seemed confined to a month's time frame. With Su Qinghe's cultivation level already reaching the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm, even if he were to break through to that level, it would be implausible for him to contend with Su Qinghe. Su Yun's thoughts lingered on the cultivation line, a chill settling in his heart. The first genius of the Su family, indeed not undeserving of the title in just a handful of days, he had cultivated to the peak of the innate realm. Truly, Su Yun's junior brother was remarkable. Zhong Yun's expression mirrored astonishment. Brothers, are you again here to hunt me down? Su Yun responded with a half-smile, maintaining his composure. Within the sacred land of Ascension, he genuinely felt no fear of Su Qinghe and his entourage. Have you not yet paid your respects to senior brother Qinghe? A woman clad in blue chided coldly. Her aura was robust, evidently a practitioner of the divine transformation realm, her strength surpassing that of Zhong Yun. Her gaze towards Su Qinghe concealed an admiration. Su Qinghe's eyes fell upon Su Yun, revealing a hint of regret, as he spoke with an air of superiority. With your innate talent, should you wholeheartedly serve the Su family? You would undoubtedly elevate our clan to greater heights, Su Yun. If you can find your way back from this misguided path, I can intercede with the family on your behalf, granting you leniency. Su Yun remained unmoved, replying, though you are of a collateral line, you have never suffered the humiliation wrought by Su Hong and Su Ling. Thus you cannot fathom their contempt. One cannot counsel others in virtue without having endured their suffering. Is this simple truth beyond your understanding, senior brother Su? Impudent. The woman in blue rebuked, such insolence is a grave disrespect. Calm yourself, Su Qinghe admonished mildly, his expression dispassionate. The woman fell silent at once, with a hint of amusement. He remarked, indeed, a born rebel. Keeping you around will inevitably lead to disaster. Do you intend to kill me here? Su Yun secretly summoned his true essence in defense. His subtle actions did not escape Su Qinghe's notice. I am a disciple of the sacred land of Ascension and will adhere to the rules of the sect. I have come today under the orders of the family head to deliver a message. Su Qinghe cast a dismissive glance at Su Yun. From this moment forth, you are no longer a member of the Su family. Ha ha ha, what a delightful turn of events. Su Yun retracted his true essence. Grinning broadly, Su, let us prepare a feast to celebrate. Zhong Yun, the woman in blue, and the other disciples twitched in disbelief. Su Yun was the first to dare exhibit such audacity before Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe, unfazed by the provocation, considered Su Yun's rapid growth impressive, but still deemed him merely an outer sect disciple, lacking the qualification to be his rival. There is one more thing you must know. He continued with a smile. The clan head has issued a death order. Should you step outside the sacred land of Ascension, you will face relentless pursuit. Anyone who brings your head to the Su family will be rewarded handsomely. Unless you perish or the Su family falls, this death order shall not be lifted. Su Yun's pupils constricted in alarm. The Su family's hand was indeed ruthless. Once the death order was issued, countless would seek to harm him, rendering evasion nearly impossible. This demonstrated the depth of the Su family's murderous intent. To rally the entire Su clan to hunt me down. They truly regard me highly. Su Yun scoffed. Su Yun, if you are wise, return to the Su family now and admit your faults. Perhaps there remains a path to survival, Zhong Yun suggested. Su Yun regarded him as if he were a fool. Senior brother, it seems your mind is gravely ill. Do you dare insult me? Zhong Yun seethed with rage. There is no need to spar with words, Su Qinghe chuckled, his figure suddenly vanishing from Su Yun's sight. By the time Su Yun sensed the shift, Su Qinghe had appeared beside him like a specter, his hand extending towards Su Yun's shoulder with the swiftness of a ghost. Instinctively, Su Yun dodged. Yet the disparity in their strengths was vast. Fu Qinghe's speed was blinding. His grip, akin to an iron claw, firmly ensnared Su Yun's shoulder, causing his bones to creak ominously. Gasping in pain, Su Yun inhaled sharply as the intense agony surged through him. "Young master!" Su rushed forward in alarm. "Do not come closer," Su Yun warned. Su halted obediently, her eyes blazing with fury. Zhong Yun and the woman in blue exchanged knowing smirks. "You are far too weak. If I were to kill you, it would be unworthy of my prowess. Once you reach the divine transformation realm, I shall extend a challenge," Su Qinghe said, patting Su Yun's shoulder, a smile playing on his lips. "I hope you will not keep me waiting too long." Su Yun clenched his teeth. Enduring the pain, Su Qinghe's actions were meant to intimidate him. Bound by the rules of the sacred land, he dared not kill him. However, should he truly wish to end him, it would be as effortless as a mere flick of his finger. This was the lesson Su Qinghe intended to impart. "Let us depart." Fu Qinghe turned to leave. "Truly pathetic," Zhong Yun mocked. "You shall likely remain within the sacred land for the rest of your days." As they departed, Su looked at Su Yun with concern. "Young master, does it hurt?" Since their acquaintance, Su Yun had been threatened by the Su family, never experiencing a single day of peace. Su felt a deep sense of guilt. If only she possessed the strength of a celestial sister, she could protect him from such indignities. "Of course it hurts," Su Yun replied with a smile, concealing his anger. "But the suffering I endure today, I shall repay Su Qinghe tenfold in due time." Su Yun summoned his true essence, attuning himself to the meridians throughout his body. Yet, he discovered no abnormalities. Su Qinghe was indeed formidable. That last move had likely involved some trickery against him. Su Yun, ever meticulous, was deeply concerned about Su Qinghe's unusual behavior. However, after a thorough examination, he found no traces of malfeasance. Perhaps it was merely a show of force, Su Yun mused. "You must be hungry, young master?" Su interrupted his thoughts. "I shall prepare a meal. Go ahead." Su Yun replied with a smile. He loosened his muscles, allowing the circulation of blood and energy to flow freely. After a quarter of an hour, the lingering soreness finally dissipated entirely. Su Yun began to comprehend the primordial body technique. This physical cultivation method required the consumption of vast resources, akin to a beast that devours gold. The scroll he obtained was divided into 2 major realms and 7 minor stages. The first realm was known as the Dragon Elephant Spirit Bodied. As the name suggests, upon entering the first minor realm, one could harness strength comparable to that of a true dragon or divine elephant. Even in mere physicality, one could rival a practitioner of the divine transformation realm. "Young master, dinner is ready." Su's voice echoed. "I'll be right there." He responded, "I shall eat first before continuing my training." His stomach growled in hunger as the aroma of the food wafted through the air, prompting him to hurry to the table. "Earlier, I implanted a trace of my energy within Su Yun," Su Qinghe remarked as they descended from Xiang Mountain. "Senior brother is truly wise." Zhong Yun brightened, complimenting him. "With this, Su Yun's movements will be entirely within your grasp. A minor character. I shall not squander my time on him." A flicker of disdain flashed in Su Qinghe's eyes as he produced a lustrous blue orb, the size of a longan, stating, "This object is known as the wind-locking pearl, capable of pinpointing a particular aura. Zhong Yun, I entrust this to you. Once Su Yun departs from the Feathered Ascension's sacred land, you are to eradicate him. Should you return with his head, I shall reward you with a superior human-grade divine ability." Upon hearing this, many in the crowd gazed at Zhong Yun with a mix of envy. Such a simple task yet yielding such a generous reward truly seemed like a pie falling from the sky. "Thank you, senior brother," Zhong Yun expressed with uncontainable joy. Martial arts are divided into 3 grades, and divine abilities possess their own tiers: human, earth, heaven, and divine. Zhong Yun, being at the initial stage of divine ability, commanded no more than a mid-grade human ability as his strongest skill. How could he remain unmoved by Su Qinghe's promise? Chapter 26. The second opportunity. The properties of the bone-refining pill and black jade ointment are rather mild. One for internal use and the other for external application. Let us commence with these 2 body-refining elixirs. Su Yun sat cross-legged in the meditation chamber, consuming a bone-refining pill. As the elixir entered his abdomen, it transformed into a warm current coursing through his limbs and bones, refining his meridians and skeleton under the impetus of his true essence. He then shed his garments and applied the black jade ointment all over his body. The ointment felt cool against his skin, and as its medicinal effects permeated him, Su Yun's vitality surged, flowing like a mighty river, radiating an aura of masculinity in just a quarter of an hour. The effects of the bone-refining pill and black jade ointment were fully absorbed so quick, Su Yun exclaimed in astonishment. This truly costs a fortune. He continued to consume bone-refining pills, increasing the dosage, and lavishly applied the black jade ointment upon his flesh. With a roar, Su Yun's body became a furnace, his vitality like fire, and under the enhancement of the elixirs and techniques, his strength surged dramatically. Practicing the great Zhou Tian star technique, he refined his physique with stellar power, which was already destined to surpass that of ordinary martial artists at the same realm. However, after cultivating the Hongmeng Dao body technique, his physical prowess saw a remarkable enhancement, indicating that his body still held vast untapped potential. After an entire afternoon of training, Su Yun consumed an entire bottle of bone-refining pills and 2 bottles of black jade ointment. Feeling a sharp pang in his heart, 40,000 taels of gold would hardly sustain him for long. As night fell, the stars and moon concealed their light. Su Yun poured the sunfire powder into a wooden tub, immersing himself in it for a medicinal bath. Gasp! Sitting in the tub, the medicinal liquid bubbled like boiling water, scalding Su Yun's skin to a vivid red. The intense power felt like flames igniting his very essence. Su Yun sensed countless fires raging within him, so hot, so painful, he gasped. The potency of the sunfire powder was fierce. This initial medicinal bath rendered Su Yun nearly unbearable in agony. This process was exceedingly prolonged. Yet the benefits were evident. As time passed, Su Yun's vitality surged, his veins became remarkably resilient, and his bones as tough as iron, transforming him into a being akin to steel. Moreover, as time went on, Su Yun grew more capable of enduring the vigorous effects of the sunfire powder, no longer suffering as he had at the beginning. He remained submerged in the tub throughout the night. By morning, his skin glowed red, resembling a large lobster, yet he felt no fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated and brimming with vitality. Indeed, expensive things have their worth. Su Yun mused. A night in the medicinal bath equated to an entire afternoon of arduous training. The pain was genuine, and no wonder few dedicate themselves to physical cultivation. The sheer agony is something few can endure, Su Yun murmured. Young master, it's time to eat, Su called out. Coming, Su Yun replied. He donned his clothes, exited the meditation chamber, dined, and then returned to his room to continue his training. Young master is truly a cultivation fanatic, Su thought to herself. I must strive harder. After tidying up, Su also returned to her room to cultivate. Upon his return, Su Yun had brought back numerous foundational elixirs for her, enough to sustain Su's training for at least half a month. After half a month, she too would not linger in the feathered ascension sacred land. Days turned into weeks. The bone-refining pills, black jade ointment, and Beastmaster wine gradually depleted, while the sunfire powder was entirely consumed by Su Yun. Achieving this level within just 7 days was no small feat. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with vitality. However, mastering the dragon elephant spirit body would still require some time. During the past 7 days, Su Yun remained at Ziyang Mountain, diligently practicing the Hongmeng Dao body technique. Completely exhausting the resources acquired from the transmission hall, tens of thousands of taels of gold vanished into thin air. Now, his body was as strong as steel, capable of contending with an ordinary martial artist at the pinnacle of the innate realm. It seemed that the realm corresponding to the dragon elephant spirit body was most likely that of a chi master in the divine ability realm. To cultivate the dragon elephant spirit body, one must condense their vitality into the true spirit of the dragon and elephant, mastering the power of these creatures. This step necessitates the relentless tempering of one's vitality, in merely 7 days of cultivating the Hongmeng Dao body technique. Su Yun did not harbor any illusions of achieving the dragon elephant spirit body within such a short span. If he were to encounter an opponent of Li Huashuan's caliber without resorting to the thunderous divine ability, he believed he could still vanquish him. Refining numerous resources, Su Yun's strength soared. Moreover, during this period, he also endeavored to operate the great Zhou Tian star technique, converting his true essence into magical power, which had already shown preliminary results. Within his dantian floated a wisp of intangible golden radiance, distinct from true essence. This strand of magical power was derived from expending 10% of his true essence. The disparity between the two forces was monumental that it was uncertain how long it would take to completely convert his true essence into magical power. Su Yun shook his head. The primary urgency lay in cultivating the dragon elephant spirit body. For once it was forged, even without mastering magical power, he could contend against Qi masters in the divine ability realm. However, the foremost task at hand was to proceed to Qingyun Fengshe and intercept Yi Chen's opportunity. A smile played on Su Yun's lips as he contemplated this, by the sword-washing pool. He glimpsed the script of Yi Chen's life. In a mere month, he would encounter 4 significant opportunities. With the Hongming Dao body technique already in his possession, he certainly would not let the spiritual divine ability at Qingyun Fengshe slip through his fingers. Calculating the time, it was precisely at noon today. He needed to arrive ahead of schedule at Qingyun Fengshe. Once he acquired that divine ability, he would take Su Su to Lingxi Valley. Su Yun's gaze deepened. He had always placed great importance on the matter concerning that goddess. Whoosh! Su Yun set forth for Qingyun Fengshe. Half an hour later, he entered the bustling market, weaving through the throngs with ease. Yi Chen. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Su Yun caught sight of a youth clad in a black robe with a jade belt. Exuding an extraordinary aura, it was indeed Yi Chen. How could I have forgotten? The script of Yi Chen's life indicated that he would acquire that divine ability at noon, not that he would arrive at Qingyun Fengshe at that time. Su Yun's expression shifted slightly as he promptly approached a stall situated in a corner. That moment, Yi Chen was also heading toward the same spot. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. His cultivation at the late stage of the innate realm, with dark skin and calloused hands, leisurely perusing a novel of folk tales, Su Yun squatted in front of the stall, his gaze drifting over the various items. "Young brother, if you fancy something, feel free to speak," the middle-aged man said cheerfully, eager for business. "I guarantee my wares are both exquisite and affordable." Su Yun. "What brings you here?" Yi Chen approached, fixing his gaze on Su Yun. His brows furrowed. Is Qingyun Fengshe your family's establishment? Su Yun replied nonchalantly, "Am I not allowed to come?" He picked up a weathered martial arts tome, smiling. "Senior brother, how much for this martial arts manual?" "This is the mid-grade martial art, Bone-Shattering Claw. Its original price is 100 taels of gold," the middle-aged man replied with a sincere smile. "However, for you being my first customer today, I can let it go for 80 taels. What do you say?" Deal. Su Yun nodded. The page containing the spiritual divine ability was concealed within this Bone-Shattering Claw manual. A smirk graced Su Yun's lips. Intercepting what was rightfully Yi Chen's opportunity in front of him was indeed a delightful affair. "Wait!" Just then, Yi Chen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, fixating on the Bone-Shattering Claw manual. "Su Yun, I want that manual. 200 taels of gold." Chapter 27. The Lotus Platform Concealing Divine Law. The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled. Yi Chen's offered price was more than double that of Su Yun's. "Are you intentionally trying to oppose me, brother Yi?" Su Yun's expression grew cold. "In business, the highest bidder takes all," Yi Chen replied with a faint smile. "Su Yun, we are both fellow disciples. Why would I seek to oppose you? I merely feel that this item is destined for me." Su Yun's pupils constricted. Could it be that he sensed his opportunity was about to be seized? Other than that, Su Yun could not fathom a different reason. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Yun chuckled, turning to the middle-aged man. "This brother has already agreed to sell the manual to me. Here are 80 taels of gold. Please confirm it. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. "Are you Su Yun?" the middle-aged man inquired. "That is I." Su Yun nodded. "Do you recognize me, senior brother?" The middle-aged man forced a smile, fully aware of Su Yun's reputation at the outer gate. How could he possibly remain ignorant? Initially, he had intended to have Yi Chen compete for something, but upon learning of Su Yun's true identity, he swiftly extinguished that thought. Most importantly, he had indeed promised to sell to Su Yun. "Yi Chen, if you truly desire it, I see no reason to refuse." Su Yun lifted the secret manual and said, "If you can kneel before me now regarding the matter of the sword-washing pool, I will hand it over to you without asking for a single coin in return." "Do you dare to insult me?" Yi Chen seethed with rage. Ever since he ascended to prominence, no one had dared to humiliate him again. "Indeed," Su Yun retorted with a cold smile, "if you do not kneel today, there will come a day when I shall compel you to do so." Su Yun was a person who held grudges. And regarding the sword-washing pool, he would not let the matter rest easily. "I await that day." Yi Chen's murderous intent was palpable, hoping that the day would not be far off with that. He turned and departed. This fellow truly possesses remarkable patience, Su Yun mused, noting that despite the humiliation, Yi Chen had managed to swallow his pride and had not proposed a life-or-death duel. No wonder he is regarded as a dragon among men. Su Yun murmured, pondering which script Yi Chen was following. Was he a genius or a mere waste with fortuitous encounters? Su Yun's strength was not inferior to his own. After walking a considerable distance, Yi Chen felt increasingly vexed. The last time they clashed, he found himself evenly matched with Su Yun, and though he had not exerted his full strength, Yi Chen suspected that Su Yun had not done so either. To eliminate this adversary, he must first break through to the Divine Passage realm and become a Qi practitioner. Since encountering Su Yun, nothing had gone smoothly. Yi Chen furrowed his brow tightly. He could not find peace of mind without eliminating this rival. Unfortunately, he had yet to master the first layer of the Great Five Elements sword technique. Otherwise, he could have harmonized the 5 elements and fully comprehended the essence of the 5 elements sword intent, thereby achieving true magical prowess. During this period, he needed to hasten the gathering of the essence of the 5 elements. A year ago, he was merely a named disciple of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land, with mediocre talent. Yet one night, he suddenly dreamt of falling meteors, and upon awakening, he pursued them, ultimately acquiring a 5 elements divine cauldron, within which was imprinted a top-tier sword technique. From that moment on, Yi Chen collected the essence of the 5 elements, gradually forging his 5 elements sword body, cleansing his marrow and enhancing his innate qualities, establishing an incredibly solid foundation, and even comprehending the sword energies of Gung metal, Yi wood, Li fire, and Kuei water. The 5 elements sword intent was nearly perfected, just one step away. However, before outsiders, he had consistently wielded a spear, concealing his true mastery of swordsmanship. Throughout the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land, no one knew that Yi Chen was, in fact, a swordsmanship genius. Su Yun, you may yet become my rival, Yi Chen declared with a chilling resolve. Leaving the Qingyun market, Su Yun returned to Xiang Mountain. Young master, upon returning to the stone house, Su Su eagerly rushed towards Su Yun, exuding vivacity, her eyes shining with innocent delight. Young master, I have broken through to the late stage of the postnatal realm. So soon? Su Yun exclaimed in astonishment. He recalled that upon her return from the Black Wind stronghold, Su Su had only reached the mid-stage of the postnatal realm in merely a week's time. She had ascended another level, surpassing even Su Yun's own progress. Thanks to the elixirs you provided, young master, Su Su replied with a smile. Su Yun shook his head, amused. The pills he had given her were merely basic foundation-building elixirs. The true reason for her rapid advancement must stem from Su Su herself. The day of her complete bloodline awakening drew ever closer, though Su Su remained unaware. Su Su, solidify your cultivation for a few days. And then we shall seek out the fairy sister together, Su Yun suggested. Oh, that sounds wonderful, Su Su exclaimed with great anticipation, imagining finding the fairy sister and bringing her back as a bride for young master. Su Yun felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. Upon returning to his meditation chamber, Su Yun promptly retrieved the bone-shattering claw manual. As he flipped through its pages, he found no sign of the page containing the mental attribute technique. How can this be? Su Yun frowned, knowing that the script clearly indicated the mental technique was contained within the manual. Yet, despite thorough examination, there was no trace to be found. Suddenly, as he caressed the paper, he noticed a peculiar thickness among the pages. After a quarter of an hour, Su Yun indeed discovered an anomaly. The paper was nearly uniform in thickness, save for one page that was distinctly thicker. Without hesitation, he tore out that page and carefully ground away the outer layer with his true essence. Gradually, a strand of silver silk began to emerge, and as more paper was removed, it revealed a page as thin as a cicada's wing, crafted from an unknown material that felt as smooth as silk to the touch. This silver page was covered in tiny characters, totaling 216, inscribed in small seal script in this era. One could hardly cultivate without knowledge of multiple written languages, Su Yun thought with a wry smile. The previous owner of this body, though of mediocre talent, had been diligent, having dabbled in ancient scripts, small seal script and oracle bone script. Otherwise, Su Yun would not have been able to decipher a single word. It was titled Lotus Platform Spirit Gathering Method. As Su Yun perused it, he grasped the essence of the Lotus Platform Spirit Gathering Method. Mental attribute techniques were exceedingly rare, and this one was particularly precious. Cultivating the Lotus Platform Spirit Gathering Method required visualization, imagining the sea of consciousness as a lotus platform with one's soul seated upon it, while the spirit transformed into petals of the lotus, surrounding and protecting the soul. This was a defensive mental technique. Let me give it a try. Practicing this method did not require the formation of spiritual awareness. As long as one could maintain the visualization in their heart, one could succeed in cultivation. Of course, this was also because the Lotus Platform Spirit Gathering Method was not an offensive technique, but rather focused on defense. Otherwise, spiritual attacks would inevitably involve the spirit consciousness. Without entering the divine passage realm, one could not form spiritual awareness, and thus could not separate their consciousness from the body. Su Yun settled into a lotus position, closing his eyes and concentrating, beginning to visualize the spiritual lotus in accordance with the method. His thoughts flowed like a brush, slowly sketching within the sea of consciousness. "Young master, it's time to eat," Su Su called out, but Su Yun remained oblivious to her. He was immersed in the spiritual realm, unable to perceive the outside world. After a prolonged silence with no response, Su Su anxiously pushed open the door to the meditation chamber, only to find Su Yun's complexion pale, drenched in sweat, and devoid of vitality, as if his very essence had been drained. "Young master, what has happened to you?" Su Su sensed something was amiss and immediately channeled her spiritual energy into Su Yun's body. With a whoosh, a stream of spiritual energy flowed into Su Yun's heart like a clear spring. In that instant, Su Yun opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, as if he had been utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground. His spirit had been completely depleted, and his blood vitality was drastically weakened, nearly extinguished. How terrifying, Su Yun realized, awakening to the fact that his mental fatigue had drained both his heart and blood essence. Had Su Su not arrived in time, he would have surely perished from spiritual exhaustion. "Su Su, thank you." Su Yun grasped Su Su's small hand, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. He had been overly ambitious, attempting to visualize the complete lotus in one go, but his spirit had not been sufficient to sustain the entire process. Indeed, human greed knows no bounds, Su Yun thought, filled with trepidation. "Young master, what exactly happened just now?" Su Su held onto Su Yun's hand with concern etched upon her face, her eyes filled with worry. "I was so scared for you." "There's nothing to worry about." Su Yun managed a strained smile, and with Su Su's assistance, he laboriously sat up. "Silly girl, do not fret. I have endured far worse. I shall be fine. Please rest well, young master. I shall reheat the food for you shortly," Su Su gently said, stepping back and closing the door to the meditation chamber. Su Yun's heart stirred. This little girl, though young, was remarkably considerate. Yet, she was destined to leave the feathered Ascension's sacred land and head to the demon god palace. A pang of reluctance welled up within Su Yun. Though their time together had been brief, they had come to regard each other as family. Perhaps at the outset, Su Yun had harbored other intentions, but as they spent time together, he genuinely grew fond of Su Su. Her cleverness, thoughtfulness, and gentle nature were endearing. In this unfamiliar world, how could Su Yun not be moved? Chapter 28. Lingxi Valley. Su Su. Today we shall venture to Lingxi Valley. The next day, Su Yun informed Su Su. Find the fairy sister? Su Su's bright, dark eyes sparkled, and she cheered joyfully. Indeed, Su Yun nodded. But before we go, we must disguise ourselves. He produced a jade vial, pouring out a slightly yellow powder to apply onto Su Su's smooth, delicate face. This is a disguise powder. It can alter one's appearance. Many eyes are watching us covertly, and we must proceed with utmost caution, leaving no room for carelessness. "I understand," Su Su replied, her expression earnest. Sensing the warmth of Su Yun's fingers, Su Su's body trembled slightly, and she made no attempt to resist. After a cup of tea, Su Su applied a disguise powder, transforming into a girl with a sallow complexion. Resembling one who is malnourished, her face shape shifted from an oval to a round apple-like visage, appearing even more plump. "Mission accomplished," Su Yun exclaimed with a hearty laugh. He activated the easy bone technique, his true essence flowing, causing his entire skeletal structure and skin to undergo a transformation. changing him into an ordinary, yellow-faced youth. Your original appearance is far more handsome, Su Su remarked in confusion. Why not make yourself a bit more dashing? Discretion is key, Su Yun replied with a smile. Once prepared, the two ventured into the jungle, taking a detour to descend from Xiang Mountain via another path. Upon exiting the Feathered Ascension sacred ground, Su Yun promptly retrieved a map for careful examination. Lingxi Valley lay at the fringes of the barbaric mountain range, a distance of 1,200 miles from the Feathered Ascension sacred ground. With their combined stamina, it would take them a full day and night to arrive. Su Su, can you ride a horse? Su Yun inquired. Su Su shook her head. Having been born in a time of chaos, with barely enough to eat, how could she have learned to ride? Shopkeeper, I require a swift steed. Entering the Qingyun marketplace, they approached a horse ranch. Young master, please follow me, the shopkeeper said, leading them to the stables. He pointed to the first horse, introducing it. This horse is named Treading Snow, possessing a trace of celestial horse bloodline. Its speed is akin to the wind, capable of covering 3,000 miles in a day. How much? 400 taels of gold. The shopkeeper replied with a smile, I'll take it. With a wave of his hand, Su Yun produced 400 taels of gold to hand over to the shopkeeper. Moments later, they mounted their horses and sped towards Lingxi Valley. What a magnificent steed! After an hour, Treading Snow galloped into the barbaric mountain range, showing no signs of fatigue in another 3 to 4 hours. They would reach Lingxi Valley. It was now the 12th day, with only 3 days remaining until Su Su's bloodline would be fully awakened. There was still time, Su Yun thought to himself, hoping she could recuperate in Lingxi Valley. After all, it was on the 16th day that Su Su would encounter that woman, so it was highly likely she would be healing in Lingxi Valley. Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of the Feathered Ascension sacred ground, Ding Yun concluded his training and, as usual, took out the stabilizing wind pearl. Upon inspection, he was filled with immense joy. This little beast has truly dared to leave the Feathered Ascension sacred ground? A cold smile crept upon his lips as his gaze fell upon the stabilizing wind pearl, which indicated its departure of over 600 miles. Indeed swift. Calm and composed, Ding Yun resolved, this time, I shall personally bring your end. He sealed his cave and set off in pursuit of Su Yuan. As time passed, Treading Snow raced through the forest with astonishing speed. The deeper they ventured into the barbaric mountain range, the more perilous the surroundings became. They encountered numerous fierce beasts of the innate realm along the way. However, none dared to confront Su Yun under his imposing presence. The sun gradually dipped in the west. Ushering in dusk, crimson clouds painted the sky, creating a breathtaking tapestry. Here we are. Su Yun reined in the horse, bringing Treading Snow to a halt before a valley. The terrain surrounding the valley was gentle, and despite it being twilight, a thin mist enveloped the area, infusing the air with a damp chill that felt rather peculiar. Young master, is this Lingxi Valley? Su Su asked. Su Yun nodded. Finally, we shall meet the fairy sister. Su Su was immensely excited, having long admired the moonlit goddess, considering herself one of her devoted fans. It's so cold. Dismounting, Su Yun released Treading Snow. The steed let out a long whinny and trotted away, distancing itself to avoid revealing their presence. As they approached Lingxi Valley, a wave of chilling air struck Su Su, sending a bone-deep cold coursing through her body, freezing her hands and feet, and leaving her face pale as frost. This chill is exceedingly strange, Su Yun remarked, his brow furrowed. Naturally, with his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the innate realm and his body tempered by the primordial Dao body technique, he remained unaffected by the cold. Su Su, allow me to assist you in circulating your energy. Su Yun grasped Su Su's small hand, channeling his true essence into her body to help dispel the cold. Streams of true essence surged forth, protecting Su Su's meridians and physique. Su Yun's expression shifted slightly. He sensed that within Su Su's blood flowed an extremely powerful, even ancient aura, akin to a slumbering primordial deity gradually awakening. Its accelerating. Su Yun thought to himself, are you feeling better? He inquired with concern. Su Su nodded like a chick, pecking at rice. Together, they stepped into the valley, where the cold intensified, accompanied by a biting wind that stirred the mist like clouds rolling across the sky. Obscuring their path ahead, Su Yun activated the Great Zhou Tian Star technique, enveloping himself in starry true essence, sword in one hand and holding Su Su's hand with the other. maintaining a vigilant stance. Lingxi Valley, nestled within the barbaric mountain range, held unknown dangers. Who could tell what formidable beasts might lurk within? Senior brother, we are almost there, Su Su announced. At that moment, a group of individuals emerged from the other side of the mountain range, led by a young boy whose youthful face bore an expression of exceptional pride, exuding an air of arrogance as if looking down on the world. He was Lu Li. The pure dust pill that Su Yun had obtained was snatched from Lu Li's opportunity. Time passed, and Lu Li's cultivation had progressed from the pinnacle of the innate realm to the realm of divine abilities, having mastered his magical powers, becoming an inner disciple at the tender age of 13. Even among the talented disciples of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Ground, Lu Li stood out remarkably. As the group arrived at the entrance of Lingxi Valley, Lu Li observed the surrounding cold aura and smirked. Li Shidi, it seems your information was accurate. This Lingxi Valley indeed has the potential to conceal the Xianin treasure. If I can secure any gains, you shall have your share. Thank you, senior brother. A black-clad youth at the pinnacle of the innate realm said, astonished and hurriedly expressing gratitude. Spirit herbs and treasures are typically guarded by fierce beasts. Lu Li said nonchalantly, I shall probe with my divine sense first before entering Lingxi Valley. Senior brother's insight is commendable. The others flattered. Lu Li closed his eyes, channeling his technique. A strand of divine sense traversed his consciousness, leaving his physical form, quietly drifting towards Lingxi Valley. For a practitioner of the divine abilities realm, once divine sense is achieved, it comes with a range limitation. Lu Li's range extended 300 zhang, while Lingxi Valley measured only about 200 zhang in circumference. Is someone there? Moments later, Lu Li suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing across his face. His divine sense had detected Su Yun and Su Su, one at the pinnacle of the innate realm and the other at the mid-stage of the postnatal realm, daring to precede him and covet his treasures. Utterly oblivious to their impending doom, Lu Li's voice turned icy, filled with hostility in his eyes. They were mere ants, insignificant and easy to dismiss. Of course, he replied arrogantly, at 13. I have already cultivated magical powers and become a practitioner. How could a warrior at the pinnacle of the innate realm be worthy of my attention? Is there anyone else? Show yourselves. Suddenly, with a sweeping gesture, Lu Li unleashed a purple light blade several zhang long towards a large boulder behind him. Sparks flew as electric arcs danced through the air, creating a terrifying spectacle. Boom! The boulder shattered, and a figure was forced to reveal itself. Lu Shidi, do not act rashly. It's me, Ding Yun exclaimed, surprise etched across his features. Ding Yun? Upon seeing him, Lu Li's expression soured. Ding Yun was associated with Su Qinghe, a key figure in the True Dragon Society, while his brother, Lu Yun, was a vital member of the 10,000 Treasures Alliance. Thus, Lu Li had no reason to show him courtesy. This brat has grown remarkably fast, already reaching the divine abilities realm, Ding Yun thought, aghast. Lu Shidi, I must confess, I am here on the orders of senior brother Su Qinghe to hunt someone down. Ding Yun explained, indicating that the target was within the valley as shown by the stabilizing wind pearl. It's Su Yun. Lu Li scoffed as Su Qinghe is truly a waste, being on the inner sect rankings yet unable to handle a mere outer disciple. Resorting to such despicable methods, Ding Yun suppressed his anger. Although he had entered the divine abilities realm before Lu Li, he quickly realized he was no match for him upon witnessing Lu Li's power. Indeed, Ding Yun replied, I hope Lu Shidi can show some leniency. That can be arranged, Lu Li replied nonchalantly. I am here for the treasures within Lingxi Valley. As long as you remain compliant, I won't make things difficult for you. However, should you harbor any ill intentions, do not blame me for being ruthless. Rest assured, senior brother. I only desire Su Yun's head, Ding Yun said, his expression easing slightly as long as Lu Li did not create trouble for him. Everything could be negotiated. Chapter 29. The proud goddess Su Su, have you noticed? It seems we've been circling around. As though we've returned to our starting point, Su Yun said, his brow furrowed. Feeling as if he were trapped in a maze, I feel it too, Su Su replied. The cold seems to be in a continuous loop, as if we are in a sealed space, young master. I have a method, Su Su suggested. Su Yun looked at her in surprise. With a swish, Su Su channeled her spiritual power. Streams of spiritual energy flowed into her eyes, and intricate patterns began to weave within them. In that instant, the cold mist dissipated from Su Su's vision, revealing the scattered stones, towering cliffs, and twisting vines with clarity. Young master, follow me. Su Su grasped Su Yun's hand, her gaze piercing as they ventured straight into the heart of Lingxi Valley along a narrow path. Su Yun felt a sudden clarity. Her eyes seemed capable of perceiving the celestial goddess upon the moon, a testament to Su Su's divine sight. The small maze before them was no obstacle for her. Fortuitously, she had brought Su Su along, and Su Yun felt immensely grateful. His cultivation was far too feeble. Without Su Su's intervention, he could not fathom how long it would take to escape the labyrinth. If there was indeed a formation, the goddess must be within the valley in this secluded gorge of the wild mountains. It was improbable for a formation to arise naturally. It had to be man-made. With light, nimble steps, Su Su danced with joy, leading Su Yun in circles within the valley. After what seemed like an eternity, they finally emerged from the shroud of mist. A glance back revealed swirling cold fog, as though an invisible barrier separated them from the chilling haze. The divine patterns in Su Su's eyes faded, revealing a hint of weariness. It was evident that employing this mystical art was immensely taxing. They turned their attention forward, where a cavern awaited, adorned with creeping vines that cascaded down its entrance. An eerie chill wafted from within. Su Su, let us proceed, Su Yun said, turning to clasp Su Su's hand as they approached the cave. How cold! Upon entering, Su Su shivered, and even Su Yun felt the icy touch upon his skin. The temperature inside was as if it belonged to an entirely different realm, yet the cave was remarkably dry, devoid of any dampness. After a quarter of an hour, they reached the end of the passage. Fairy sister, Su Su exclaimed, her eyes landing upon a striking figure. Clad in white, she sat cross-legged, her long azure hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, radiating an aura of chilling elegance akin to an iceberg, evoking a sense of trepidation. Su Yun too was captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. She possessed an oval face, her features exquisitely crafted as if bestowed by the heavens. Flawless and ethereal, her skin smooth as jade, devoid of any visible pores. She resembled a flawless porcelain figure, utterly perfect. Su Yun was entranced. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful person he had ever encountered in 2 lifetimes. Words escaped him, as even the legendary Chang'e paled in comparison. His breath quickened, immobilized by a sudden wave of nervousness. Could I perhaps glimpse her life's script? The thought crossed his mind, prompting him to look at the woman. Name, Yu Wumian. Identity, fate, talent, cultivation, life script, recent turning point. What? Su Yun was bewildered, a cascade of question marks overwhelming him. Only a name appeared. The cultivation of this elder must be extraordinarily formidable. Otherwise, how could he see nothing but her name, devoid of any further information? A chill ran through his heart. From the moment he began viewing Su Qinghe's life script, he had sensed certain limitations in what he could perceive. At least the recent turning points were confined to a month's span. Yet, never before had he encountered someone like Yu Wumian, of whom he could discern only a name. A voice resonated from ahead as Yu Wumian opened her eyes, which sparkled like stars, momentarily dimming the brilliance of the world around them. She fixed her gaze upon Su Yun, seemingly aware of his scrutiny. Fairy sister, you are so beautiful, Su Su declared with unabashed admiration, captivated by Yu Wumian's beauty, feeling a genuine sense of reverence as a fellow woman. I have seen you before, Yu Wumian responded, a smile gracing her exquisite features, her voice as melodious as a celestial song. You were gazing at me, and I noticed you too. She was aware of Su Su's secret. As for how the two had navigated the maze to enter the cave, Yu Wumian appeared unsurprised. Your Majesty? Su Yun's expression shifted slightly, as the term Your Majesty hinted at her being a sovereign of a divine realm. The implications of her origins were staggering. It seems your bloodline is on the verge of awakening, Yu Wumian remarked with a knowing smile, instantly discerning the mysteries of Su Su's lineage. Bloodline? Su Su was bewildered, entirely unaware of the pure celestial demon bloodline within her. When the time comes, you will naturally comprehend, Yu Wumian replied without elaboration, her gaze shifting to Su Yun, her smile fading into indifference. And you? Who are you? Fairy sister, this is my young master, Su Su quickly interjected. Young master? Yu Wumian's expression turned curious. He is unworthy. Understanding her implication, Su Yun bowed slightly. Junior Su Yun, pays respects to the elder. Elder? Yu Wumian scoffed lightly at the term. Am I so old? Su Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Did he truly have to address her as fairy sister? Then, should I address you as fairy sister? Yu Wumian replied nonchalantly, I am not a fairy. Nor do we share a bloodline. Su Yun's lips twitched. A double standard. Su Su could call her fairy sister, yet he could not. Su Su giggled beside him. How should I address you, then? Su Yun inquired. Henceforth, you shall refer to me as your majesty, Yu Wumian decreed. Su Yun's face twitched. The queen? Ugh. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he hastily dispelled them. Henceforth, suddenly, Su Yun caught on to a crucial keyword. His purpose in coming here was to make the acquaintance of this eminent figure. Did her words imply that she had acknowledged him? Perhaps it was due to Su Su's influence. With Su Su possessing a pure celestial demon bloodline, her future was boundless, and even Yu Wumian regarded her with utmost significance. Their destinies had been intertwined from the moment Su Su gazed at the bright moon. The reason Yu Wumian did not challenge Su Yun stemmed from the regard she held for Su Su. Your Majesty, Su Yun acknowledged, feeling a surge of joy. Rise, Yu Wumian commanded. Su Yun fell silent, realizing that this woman was indeed proud, believing herself to be an emperor. Fairy sister, why do you not remain upon the moon? Su Su asked curiously. It's her words. A flicker of annoyance crossed Yu Wumian's eyes. Staying on the moon is terribly dull and lonely. I descended to experience the mortal realms, Yu Yun inwardly scoffed. He had witnessed much of what transpired on the moon through Su Su's eyes. Yu Wumian had been cast down to the mortal realm by a woman. Yet, with Yu Wumian's proud nature, how could she possibly admit to such a thing? Is that so? Su Su turned to Su Yun, puzzled. Young master, why does it seem that the fairy sister we see is quite different? Su Yun maintained a composed demeanor. Her Majesty's words are undoubtedly true. Desire to survive surged within him. Yu Wumian nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that although Su Yun was young and of average appearance, he understood how to conduct himself. To her, Su Yun's true visage was merely ordinary. After all, throughout her life, she had been surrounded by countless charming suitors, all of whom were dashing and heroic. Su Yun, while not unattractive, lacked the maturity and bearing that set them apart. Fairy sister, why not return with us? Su Su proposed mischievously. Why, young master is an exceptional cook. I assure you will find it hard to leave. You can cook? Yu Wumian regarded him with skepticism. A basic skill. Can you compare with the palace chefs? Yu Wumian queried further. Su Yun was rendered speechless. This woman was intent on undermining him. He felt a surge of frustration. I need to fully refine this Xian in spiritual vein to recuperate. Yu Wumian stated. Once I absorb its energy, I shall return with you. Sister, are you injured? Su Su inquired in astonishment. Dio fairies get hurt too? A vein throbbed on Yu Wumian's forehead. A minor injury. She exhaled a breath of turbid air. Regaining her composure, I shall not hold a grudge against a little girl. Su Su appeared somewhat puzzled. Will this Xianing spiritual vein help heal your injury? She asked, her eyes darting. I need to heal. Yu Wumian dismissed, unwilling to engage further with Su Su, fearing she might lose her composure in front of others. How could I argue with a little girl? Yu Wumian, with her thoughts aligned, closed her star-like eyes and resumed absorbing the energy from the Xian spiritual vein to heal herself. Su Su felt a pang of disappointment. Meanwhile, Su Yun reveled in the sight of Yu Wumian's discomfort. It dawned upon him that within Lingxi Valley lay a Xian spiritual vein, explaining her presence here to recuperate. He glanced at the area where Yu Wumian resided, noticing a spiritual orb nestled in her embrace. This orb continuously absorbed the Xianing energy, replenishing Yu Wumian's own vitality. Could he perhaps harness the power of the Xian spiritual vein? A thought sparked within Su Yun. He seated himself, activating the great Zhou Tian star technique, eager to partake in this energy. As his technique flowed, tendrils of Xianing energy were drawn toward him, integrating with his corporeal form. Wow! Su Yun exclaimed inwardly, a bone-chilling cold enveloping him, as if to freeze his very being. It was unbearably frigid. He felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. This technique was rather intriguing. Although Yu Wumian kept her eyes shut, she sensed the fluctuations in Su Yun's energy and understood the essence of his cultivation method. Boom! Su Yun mobilized his vital energy, his body radiating warmth akin to a furnace, swiftly dispelling the chill as he began to refine a wisp of profound energy. This young man's physical strength is quite commendable, Yu Wumian. Multitasking, absorbed the profounding energy to heal her wounds while keeping a watchful eye on Su Yun. Upon witnessing this scene, a hint of astonishment flickered across her face. His true essence is several dozen times greater than that of his peers. Indeed a fine specimen. Alas, he is not particularly handsome, and his talent seems rather dull. Yu Wumian gently shook her head. In this regard, she was not mistaken. Although Su Yun had altered his fate, his innate talent was merely average, lacking any remarkable qualities. The only two highlights were his true essence and physical form. Child, your master must have cultivated in the innate realm to perfection for at least a decade, correct? Yu Wumian inquired of Su Su, curiosity blooming in her heart. Not at all, Su Su replied. I first met my master nearly a month ago. At that time, he had only just stepped into the innate realm. Since then, it has only been a month. A month? Yu Wumian's expression momentarily froze. Such a brief span to elevate oneself by an entire major realm is not something an unremarkable talent could achieve, especially considering the cultivation method Su Yun practiced, which emphasized foundational strength and required a gradual approach. A slight misstep could damage the foundation of one's path. However, after careful observation, Yu Wumian noted that Su Yun's foundation was solid, devoid of such risks. Moreover, Su Su declared with pride, my master was able to slay Su Hong, who had perfected the innate realm, while he was still in the mid-stages of the innate realm. He is truly a genius that appears once in a century. Fairly impressive, I suppose, Yu Wumian remarked, her eyes flickering slightly. The characteristics described by Su Su were indeed those of a prodigy. For this young man of average appearance, a flicker of interest sparked within Yu Wumian's heart. Chapter 30. The aroma of soft rice. Intriguingly, half an hour passed, and Lu Li and Zhong Yun remained ensnared within the maze formation. Lu Li grinned, saying, who would have thought someone would set up a maze in this valley? Could it be Su Yun? Zhong Yun, filled with suspicion, replied, surely not Su Yun. Lu Li looked at him as if he were a fool. How could a perfected innate realm practitioner possibly set up a maze capable of ensnaring us in such a short time? Nevertheless, their ability to break through the maze before us in such a brief period does indicate some skill. What should we do now? Zhong Yun furrowed his brow, unable to discern the formation's core. Thus unable to escape the maze, boom, with a thought, Lu Li suddenly unleashed a radiant five-colored light from the silver ring on his unnamed finger. This was the Qinkuan ring, a superior storage artifact. More advanced than a Qinkuan pouch, a terrifying aura emanated from the Qinkuan ring as a treasured cauldron gradually ascended, exuding the power of the five elements. A low-grade treasure? A five elements cauldron? Zhong Yun exclaimed in shock. Weapons, like cultivation, have ranks. They are divided into magical artifacts, spirit artifacts, treasured artifacts, heavenly weapons, and divine weapons. Upon reaching the divine ability realm, one can master spirit artifacts. However, this is only applicable to ordinary Qi practitioners. Lu Li's brother was a core member of the 10,000 Treasures Alliance and a skilled individual on the inner sect rankings. This five elements cauldron had once belonged to Lu Yun and was now entrusted to Lu Li. Zhong Yun gazed at it with envy, while the youths from the Li clan regarded it with awe. Boom! Lu Li's magical energy surged into the five elements cauldron, causing it to tremble with an explosive force, emitting radiant light that pierced through the maze, instantly dispelling the chilling fog and revealing its true form. The maze was shattered. To think a mere formation could hope to ensnare me, truly a delusion. Lu Li declared, stowing away the five elements cauldron, pride evident on his face. Someone has intruded. Yu Wumian suddenly spoke within the cave, having sensed the maze's dissolution at the first instance. A playful glint appeared on her face. Su Yun opened his eyes, his expression sharpening. Ha ha ha! Moments later, a hearty laughter echoed through the cave as Lu Li strode in, flanked by Zhong Yun and others. What a beautiful woman! Zhong Yun exclaimed upon spotting Yu Wumian, utterly captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. The profound in spiritual vein? Lu Li, seemingly too young, completely overlooked Yu Wumian, his attention seized by the profound in spiritual vein, his demeanor exuding joy. Indeed, a marvelous treasure. Junior Li, once we return to the Feathered Ascension sacred grounds, I shall reward you handsomely. Thank you, Senior Lu, the youth from the Li clan replied excitedly. Zhong Yun. Su Yun's pupils constricted, instantly realizing a possibility. Su Qinghe has meddled with me. Ha ha ha, Zhong Yun sneered. Su Yun, you aren't entirely dull, but your awareness comes too late. Today, I shall claim your head as a trophy. A murderous intent radiated from Zhong Yun. Remember this lesson, Yu Wumian advised. Upon hearing this, Su Yun suddenly understood. Yu Wumian had likely discerned the oddity about him from the very first glance, but chose not to reveal it, wanting him to learn from this experience. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the guidance. I shall certainly remember it. Su Yun expressed his gratitude. Swish, with a delicate flick of her finger, strands of profounding energy surged into Su Yun's body, enveloping him, while a purple light was extracted from within him. Though the means of this spirit cultivator may be rudimentary, they are sufficient to deceive a novice like you. Yu Wumian remarked nonchalantly. Su Yun felt a blow to his confidence. Could we not refer to me as a novice? He thought, realizing she was indeed a spirit cultivator. Lu Li, witnessing Yu Wumian's techniques, exuded confidence, radiating an air of control as he proclaimed, "From this moment forth, this spiritual vein belongs to me. If you depart now, I shall not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise today." Su Yun shook his head inwardly, and no matter how powerful he was still just a child. Such an extraordinary beauty should not be within reach of someone like him. Shouldn't it all belong to me? To trespass in my sacred cultivation ground is a crime beyond forgiveness. Yu Wumian's tone was exceedingly calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, as if her words were a divine decree. Unassailable. Ha ha ha. Lu Li laughed heartily. A mere weak woman dares to refer to herself as I. How utterly ridiculous. Zhong Yun, make your move. Despite his words, Lu Li remained cautious. After all, she was a spirit cultivator, and one must not be careless. Clang, Zhong Yun summoned his magical energy, grasping a spirit sword that resembled red jade, etched with fiery symbols, a mid-grade spirit artifact known as the Blazing Sun Sword. Young Master Lu, spare this woman's life. Zhong Yun said with a lewd smile, as Lu Li's indifference to women did not imply a lack of desire. All I desire is the profound and spiritual vein, Lu Li replied coldly. These two are truly audacious, Su Yun silently lamented, wishing to redeem their honor. Great Sun Heavenly Gang. Zhong Yun channeled his energy, and beams of sword light converged, transforming into a resplendent sun. The great sun loomed overhead. Radiant golden light pouring forth, each beam resembling a sword of sunlight, slashing down and igniting the air, creating a formidable spectacle. Beware, Sister Fairy. Su warned anxiously. Fear not, Su Yun reassured her, though she bears injuries. Dealing with a few minor opponents is effortless for her. It must be noted that the power of the profound and spiritual vein had been largely refined by Yu Wumian. While this power could not restore her to her peak, or even 1% of it, it sufficed to easily eliminate 2 early-stage spirit cultivators. Seeing this, Lu Li also summoned his magical energy. The 5 elements ascending dragon technique he practiced was among the finest methods of the feathered ascension sacred grounds. Capable of harmonizing the 5 elements and commanding their power, the wisp of azure energy erupted from Lu Li's fingertips, the power of which stimulating, as vines sprouted from the earth like tendrils. Racing towards Yu Wumian and Su Yun's trio, a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. Yu Wumian, expressionless, elegantly twirled her slender finger in the void, as profounding energy coalesced from all directions, forming 9 serpentine dragons several zhang long. With a gentle gesture, Yu Wumian commanded, "Roar." In the next moment, the 9 dragons let out a deafening roar, their dragon cries reverberating through the cave, causing the walls to tremble and rocks to tumble. A terrifying chill enveloped the entire cave, freezing the air, while Zhong Yun's sword energy and magical force were encased in ice. The vines suspended in mid-air, unable to move. The followers of Lu Li transformed into ice sculptures. Flee! Lu Li's expression turned pale with fear in that singular strike. He realized he was no match for Yu Wumian. Her strength was extraordinarily fearsome, undoubtedly surpassing the divine ability realm. Roar! Yet, as the world was encased in ice, there was no escape. The 9 serpentine dragons charged towards Zhong Yun. "Junior Lu, save me!" Zhong Yun cried out in desperation, frantically channeling his blazing sun sword, pouring his magical energy into the spirit sword, which ignited, transforming into a fire dragon racing toward the 9 ice dragons. Boom! The fire dragon was instantly vanquished, sparks flying, and before it could extinguish, it was frozen in mid-air, reverting to its sword form. The Five Elements Grand Hand Seal. Luli let out a low growl as the Five Elements Cauldron soared from the Qinkuan ring, the power of the five elements steaming and shimmering with radiant treasure light. From this cauldron emerged an enormous hand, measuring several zhang in circumference, colossal beyond imagination. Wrapping around this gigantic palm was the brilliant light of the five elements, which thunderously struck towards the 9 wandering dragons. Crack! The 9 dragons glided through the void, but in an instant, they were frozen by the power of the five elements. No. Luli frantically urged the five elements cauldron, lifting it to smash towards the 9 dragons. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, causing the 9 dragons to momentarily falter in the void before being instantly encased in ice, rendering Luli immobile, frozen in place. Your Majesty's might is unmatched, Su Yun called out. After all, spitting words costs nothing. Sister, you are magnificent. Su Su gazed at her with admiration. Eliminating those two certainly required no significant effort. Yu Wuin's expression remained as still as a deep well, yet she relished the praise in her heart. A proud glint dancing in her eyes, crack, crack, with a flick of her sleeve. Yu Wuin transformed the 9 dragons into dark, shadowy energy that merged into her being. The ice shattered at a visible speed. And the bodies of Zhong Yun, Luli, and the young man surnamedly crumbled into icy fragments, leaving no complete corpses behind. However, the spirit sword, the five elements cauldron, the Qinkuan ring, and other items were preserved. Your Majesty, how shall we dispose of these treasures? Su Yun inquired, his heart itching with desire. A spirit sword, a precious cauldron, and a Qinkuan ring. If he could obtain them, it would be a windfall. Even if he reached the realm of divine abilities, they would prove immensely useful. Sister is an immortal. Why would she concern herself with mortal possessions? Su Su replied with a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with cunning as she looked at the breathtaking Yu Wuin. Isn't that right, immortal sister? You are indeed quite focused on him, Yu Wuin remarked, a peculiar glint in her gaze. These items are of no use to me. If you desire them, take them for yourself. However, the cauldron bears a mark of divine consciousness, and I shan't be bothered to erase it for you. Thank you for bestowing these treasures, Your Majesty. Su Yun beamed with delight. Yu Wuin remained engrossed in her meditation. Offering no response in half a day's time, she would fully refine the dark Yin's spiritual vein, allowing her to attain a more stable state. Yu Wuin's indifference did not faze Su Yun. This sovereign was proud and aloof, difficult to approach, and he had no intention of seeking her favor. This soft living was truly delightful, he mused, envisioning a day when Su Su might also grow to this level, allowing him to indulge comfortably in soft living. Su Yun picked up the Qinkuan ring, lamenting, alas, I have yet to break through to the realm of divine abilities, rendering me unable to claim the Qinkuan ring as my own. He sighed, for the Qinkuan ring was a high-grade storage artifact, containing a space far surpassing that of the Qinkuan bag, yet ordinary blood recognition could not be applied to it. Thus, a mark of divine consciousness was required, necessitating mastery of divine abilities. This five elements cauldron is truly a remarkable item. Su Yun's eyes gleamed. Regrettably, they are all ill-gotten gains, unsuitable for open use. He had perused Lu Li's life script and knew that Lu Li's brother, Lu Yun, was a powerful figure on the inner sect rankings, even surpassing Su Qinghe, and was a backbone of the 10,000 Treasures Alliance. The 10,000 Treasures Alliance, the True Dragon Society, and the Jialan Pavilion were deeply entrenched among the younger generation of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land. Su Yun did not overlook the Qinkuan bags of the young men surnamedly, gathering everything with a buoyant spirit, the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land, within the inner sect, on a cliff shrouded in clouds and mist. A man as solid as an iron tower sat cross-legged, absorbing the vital essence of the sun and sky. His aura was incredibly robust, having reached the pinnacle of divine abilities. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound emanated from Lu Yun's Qinkuan ring. Little brother! Lu Yun's eyes snapped open, his expression shifting dramatically as a shattered green jade token appeared in his palm. This was a soul token. Qi practitioners could entrust their divine consciousness to the soul token. If they perished, their consciousness would cease to exist, and the token would shatter automatically. Who killed you? A tear rolled down Lu Yun's left eye, his murderous intent tearing through the clouds and mist. I swear by my brother's name, I will hunt down your killer and tear them to shreds. Chapter 31. The Annihilation Engine Su Yun sat cross-legged, operating the Great Zhou Tian Star technique to absorb the essence of the Dark Yin spiritual vein, using its chilling energy to assist in refining his true essence and cultivating his magical power. However, as Yu Wuyin practiced, drawing in the Dark Yin energy like a whale gulping water, the amount of Dark Yin energy he could absorb was exceedingly limited. After half a day, the Dark Yin spiritual vein was entirely depleted. A hint of blood color appeared on Yu Wuyin's stunning visage, still maintaining a sickly pallor. Despite this, she remained breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an air of frailty. With the Dark Yin energy exhausted, Su Yun ceased his cultivation. The Dark Yin spiritual vein is indeed extraordinary. In just half a day, I refined a tenth of my magical power. Alas, without more Dark Yin energy, it would have taken no more than 3 days to fully convert my true essence into magical power, Su Yun lamented. This place has been rendered barren. Yu Wuyin replied coolly. Little Susie, lead the way ahead. Su Yun stumbled slightly. Your Majesty, could you refrain from calling me Little Susie? He rolled his eyes. He was a dignified man, and the name sounded as though he were a eunuch. Then I'll call you Little Yunzi. Yu Wuyin shot him a glance. Su Yun had no retort. After all, his fists were not strong enough. What is the highest realm of a Qi practitioner in this world? Once they exited the Lingxi Valley, Yu Wuyin walked alongside Su Su, casually inquiring, Your Majesty, I am merely an ordinary disciple of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land, and the number of divine ability practitioners I have encountered can be counted on one hand. Su Yun replied with a bitter smile. However, I have heard that the master who comprehended the sword washing pool is said to be a being of the extraordinary realm. Even in the desolate lands, he is among the elite. Is the extraordinary realm considered a master? Yu Wuyin scoffed, gathering from Su Yun's words that the world she had descended into was undoubtedly a remote and savage land. Your Majesty's might is unparalleled, and your martial prowess is supreme. Such a trivial extraordinary realm naturally cannot catch your eye. Su Yun immediately lavished her with praise. Although Yu Wuyin had been cast down to the mortal realm, a withered camel was larger than a horse. She was still a force to be reckoned with. How come I never noticed before that you are quite the eloquent speaker? Su Su remarked, her eyes twinkling. Could it be that it's because the immortal sister is so exceptionally beautiful? As day turned to night, the trio finally returned to the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land after a full day and night. Your Majesty, do you not wish to conceal your appearance? Su Yun suggested. Yu Wuyin looked at him in surprise. His thoughts were evidently more composed than those of his peers. With a thought, she draped a veil over her unparalleled beauty. Nonetheless, it could not conceal her cold demeanor and extraordinary grace. Make way, fellow disciples, step aside. Just then, a cacophony of voices erupted from behind, as a group of disciples rushed into the sacred land, a pungent smell of blood wafting through the air. Su Yun turned to look, and on a flying carpet lay the corpses of several young disciples, most of whom were gravely injured, with severed limbs. The scene was gruesomely bloody, and Su Su could not bear to look. Clutching Su Yun's sleeve and hiding behind him, Junior Brother Yu, what has transpired? A figure descended like a beam of sword light. A man in pristine white appeared, his expression darkening as he gazed at the one controlling the flying carpet. Did you not receive orders to venture into the Taixin domain for training? Why are you the only one here? Yu Wanlu was covered in wounds, gritting his teeth as he spoke. We were ambushed by the true demon palace and fell into a trap. 12 junior brothers and sisters perished. I am utterly incompetent. Why? Yu Wanlu cried out in anguish, left with no choice but to return with their remains. The surrounding disciples displayed expressions of indignation upon hearing this. The true demon palace, one of the 3 top sects in the desolate realm, had a long-standing feud with the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land, marked by frequent bloodshed. Where is Junior Brother Qin? The white-clad man's face darkened. Among this group, he noticed the absence of Qin Chu Qin. It must be noted that Qin Chu Qin was the grandson of the previous Grand Elder. His status esteemed, he could hardly fathom the conflict that would erupt between the true Demon Palace and the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land should anything happen to Qin Chu Qin. Senior brother, I am here. A voice devoid of emotion resonated in everyone's ears as a tall, knife-faced young man in black slowly emerged into view. Whoosh! The moment the black-clad youth was seen, a group of outer disciples fled like the wind. The first calamity of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land. To think that this small place not only harbored pure-blooded heavenly demons, but also a youth with the nightmarish demon body. Yu Wuin's phoenix eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. Su Yun felt a stir of confusion. Nightmarish demon body. But wasn't Qin Chuqi known as the Celestial Calamity Star? He vividly remembered that He Jin had merely crossed paths with Qin Chuqi, only to meet an untimely demise the very next day, leaving behind an air of suffocating frustration and unforeseen tragedy. This individual was indeed a veritable harbinger of misfortune. Su Yun activated his life script to examine Qin Chuqi. Name: Qin Chuqi. Identity: Intersect Disciple Destiny, Black Fate. Qualifications: Celestial Calamity Lone Star. Cultivation level: Late stage of Divine Passage. Realm life script: Important supporting role: Xintian Great World. Recent turn of events: None. Keep your distance from this person for your safety. Su Yun was rendered speechless. The final line of the life script explicitly highlighted the terrifying nature of Qin Chuqi. It was worth noting that prior to this, such a warning had never appeared in the life script. The peculiarity of this individual's constitution was so ominous that, even if opportunities arose, it was prudent to steer clear. Su Yun pondered grimly, unable to fathom the potential curse that might befall him should he seize Qin Chuqi's fortunes. The Celestial Calamity Lone Star bore a conceptual similarity to the nightmarish demon body. Moon Wuyin explained, albeit reluctantly, that the nightmarish demon body was merely one manifestation of the Celestial Calamity Lone Star. Among these, there existed the Calamitous body, the Misfortune Calamity body, and the Heavenly Punishment Sin body. Su Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. He could hardly believe that the Celestial Calamity Lone Star's fate could give rise to such a multitude of forms. In the world, most Celestial Calamity Lone Stars were known for bringing death to others, particularly beginning with their kin and friends. It was best to avoid any person or object they had interacted with. Your Majesty possesses unparalleled divine abilities. Do you truly fear Qin Chuqi? Su Yun inquired incredulously. This time, Moon Wuyin did not retort with her usual prideful defiance. She responded with a cold smile, stating that such individuals were engines of annihilation. Remaining in their company was perilous unless one were graced with extraordinary fortune. Otherwise, they would surely find themselves without a burial place. The countless deceased Qi cultivators were most likely victims of his calamity. Clearly, Moon Wuyin shared a profound apprehension regarding Qin Chuqi. While his cultivation was not formidable, the calamity he wielded knew no bounds. Sister, young master, we must leave at once, Su Su urged, her anxiety palpable. At that moment, Qin Chuqi also noticed the trio. All the outer sect disciples scattered like birds and beasts at his return, yet the three remained rooted in place. A glimmer of light flickered in his gaze. Swoosh! Sensing Qin Chuqi's attention, Su Yun wasted no time in grasping Su Su's hand and hastening away. Moon Wuyin's pace quickened as well. Had it been during her peak, she would have dismissed the trivial threat posed by a mere divine passage realm nightmarish demon body. But now, having descended into the mortal realm, entangling herself with misfortune could lead to a swift demise. Qin Chuqi shook his head in self-deprecation, a bitter smile gracing his lips as the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, leaving him engulfed in desolation. Ever since the day he was deemed a Celestial Calamity Lone Star after causing the death of his parents, everyone in the Ascension's sacred land had avoided him. The only one who remained steadfast was his grandfather, who had lost an arm to the true demon palace years ago, left with a lingering ailment that rendered him nearly a cripple. As for friends, he had scarcely tasted the sweetness of camaraderie. He was, without a doubt, a calamity incarnate. Junior brother Qin, since you are unharmed, I shall escort junior brother you back to the sect for healing. A man in white remarked, his eyes twitching as he refrained from rekindling old ties with Qin Chuqi. Wai Yuan Lu clenched his fists tightly, his gaze towards Qin Chuqi filled with rage. He attributed the deaths of their fellow disciples and his own injuries solely to Qin Chuqi. Qin Chuqi, if I were you, I would leave the Ascension sacred land. Yuan Lu spat bitterly, his words piercing Qin Chuqi's ears. For every day you linger in this world, more lives will be lost because of you. Sooner or later, the Ascension's sacred land will decline because of you. Qin Chuqi trembled at the accusation. With a pained smile, he slumped to the ground, muttering, Do I have any choice? Chapter 32. The Great Terror Between Life and Death, Your Majesty. Henceforth you shall reside in the cultivation chamber. Su Yun proposed. His abode contained only 2 rooms, yet there were 3 of them. Thus he had no choice but to relinquish his own. "Where will you stay?" Moon Wuyin inquired, a hint of unusual color flashing in her deep-set eyes as she raised her chin in feigned arrogance. Saying, "How could I reside in a place you have occupied? I shall share quarters with the little girl," she declared. Su Yun could not help but scoff inwardly at her haughty demeanor. "Zyro Yunzi, I am hungry," Moon Wuyin announced. "Sister, I can cook," Su Su quickly interjected. "Young Master S cooking is terrible. Let me do it instead." Su Yun felt warmth in his heart. Su Su was indeed his caring little cotton-padded jacket. Unlike Moon Wuyin, who only knew how to command. Half an hour later, a tantalizing spread was served, and the 3 of them feasted heartily. Moon Wuyin ate with utmost elegance, savoring each bite, and her enchanting beauty made even the act of watching her dine feel like a delightful experience. Su Yun, however, devoured his meal ravenously, swiftly clearing the table. "How uncouth," Moon Wuyin remarked in dissatisfaction, her appetite rising just as the table emptied. "Your Majesty, please rest well. I must go cultivate," Su Yun said with a grin. Departing with a wave, he entered the dense forest, wielding his sword, practicing the Tiangang Beidou sword technique, and subsequently circulating his vital energy to temper his physique, the sound of his bones resonating like thunder. An awe-inspiring spectacle, he continued his training until dusk, at which point he finally ceased. Though his qualifications were lacking, his diligent efforts allowed him to make some progress. Moon Wuyin observed with a look of satisfaction. "Sister, young master trains with such diligence. Aside from eating and sleeping, he spends the entire day cultivating," Su Su said, propping her chin on her small hand, filled with admiration. "Young master will surely become an exceptionally powerful chi cultivator." Moon Wuyin snorted lightly. If mere diligence could forge a master, the world would be teeming with deities, and masters would be as common as dogs. True cultivation depends on innate talent, and Zyro Yunzi's talent is woefully inadequate. Is it truly possible to reach the peak of the innate realm within a month with such poor talent? Su Su questioned, perplexed. Moon Wuyin had no retort for this inquiry. How does he cultivate? A question arose in the depths of Moon Wuyin's heart. As night fell, Su Yun applied body-refining ointment all over himself, activating the Hongmeng Dao body technique to infuse the ointment's medicinal properties into his flesh and bones. He then initiated the Great Zhou Tian Star technique to draw upon the celestial energy and refine his body in the pitch-black night, where one could not see a finger in front of them. His vital energy surged like a blazing sun, fierce and masculine, as thunderous roars erupted from his body. This body-refining technique is quite commendable, Moon Wuyin noted, her eyes brightening. The Great Zhou Tian Star technique that Su Yun practiced was, in her estimation, an exceptionally effective method. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed Moon Wuyin's face as she sensed a faint dragon's roar emanating from Su Yun's body. However, the sound was incredibly weak. Bang, bang, bang. Su Yun's vital energy surged, his bones cracking like thunder, unleashing a torrent of power. He pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth and rose to unleash waves of energy. He had not utilized a shred of true essence. It was purely the strength of his physical body. Boom. Su Yun let out a fierce howl, unleashing a powerful blast of energy from his mouth that shot forth like a flying sword. Piercing through a large boulder with a whoosh, he exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of turbid air. I am but one step away, Su Yun sighed. The first step of the Hongmeng Dao body technique required one to refine their entire vital energy into the true spirit of the dragon and elephant to step into the initial realm and forge the dragon and elephant spirit body. However, this step was exceedingly arduous. He had already expended nearly 100,000 taels of gold on body refinement alone, yet progress remained limited. "Your Majesty, have you not yet rested?" Su Yun turned around, only to find Moon Wuyin leaning against the railing, her rapt attention fixed on him. "It's too noisy. I cannot sleep," she replied without delving deeper, "though you know what is most crucial to take the first step in cultivating the Hongmeng Dao body technique? Refining the body, increasing vital energy, and forging the true spirit of the dragon and elephant," Su Yun answered. "How foolish," Moon Wuyin retorted. "The Hongmeng Dao body technique is a pinnacle body-refining method. The most vital aspect of practicing this technique is to possess a resilient heart and an indomitable courage to face death and emerge reborn. Only then can one forge the true spirit of the dragon and elephant and advance unimpeded." Su Yun was taken aback. Moon Wuyin could indeed discern the origins of his cultivation method? After a moment of reflection, he realized it was not surprising. Moon Wuyin's background was, after all, extraordinary. Your Majesty, how can one cultivate such a resilient and fearless heart? Su Yun inquired humbly. Moon Wuyin had been waiting for this question. Though your talent is mediocre, your desire for enlightenment is commendable. I can assist you, she said, her gaze deep and mysterious. I can offer guidance in your cultivation. A chill crept into Su Yun's heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that Moon Wuyin harbored ulterior motives. Of course, you will need to provide me with items of extreme een, be it treasures, elixirs, or spiritual veins in the realm of the night. Where the moon casts its silent glow, she practiced a method of cultivation that was profoundly een and chilling. Now, gravely wounded, she must draw upon the essence of the most extreme cold to heal her injuries. Deal, Su Yun readily acquiesced. His intention was to keep Yu Wuxian by his side. The transaction proposed by Yu Wuxian resonated perfectly with his desires. Moreover, with guidance from a top-tier master, Su Yun was confident that his cultivation would progress at an accelerated pace. The following day, Su Yun and Yu Wuxian ascended to the summit of Xiang Mountain. As the sun began to rise, ethereal purple mist streamed from the east, enveloping Yu Wuxian in a divine aura. Akin to a celestial being, she appeared so sacred that one dared only to gaze from afar, refraining from conversation. Your Majesty, what brings me to the mountain top? Su Yun inquired, puzzled. Jump, Yu Wuxian replied coolly. You want me to leap off the cliff? Su Yun was struck with trepidation. Although Xiang Mountain was not the highest peak in the immortal realm, it stood several hundred feet tall. Even a practitioner at the divine power stage would find it perilous to plummet from such a height. He was merely a practitioner at the innate stage. Yu Wuxian nodded lightly. This is to cultivate your fearless heart. You must leap from this mountain without employing your true essence, relying solely on your vital energy. In the face of life and death, there lies great terror. If you can confront the fear of death directly, it will elevate your abilities, Su Yun faltered, but that doesn't mean I should be sent to my demise. Suddenly, Yu Wuxian extended 2 fingers like a wraith, swiftly tapping several points on Su Yun's body. In an instant, he felt his entire true essence sealed, unable to mobilize even a fraction of it. Your Majesty, is it too late to have regrets now? Su Yun exclaimed in horror. Yu Wuxian coldly replied, not everyone is worthy of receiving my guidance. Since you have agreed, there is no room for recantation. With a forceful kick, she propelled Su Yun off the cliff, sending him plummeting in a free fall. At that moment, her voice echoed in his mind. The dragon roams the heavens, embracing the oneness of the universe. Fearless and undaunted, if you cannot overcome this trial, you will forever remain confined to this insignificant place. Her consciousness locked onto Su Yun, her magical power swirling around her. Though she appeared indifferent, she was not a heartless killer. If Su Yun truly could not succeed, she would have to intervene. However, once she acted, he would no longer be deemed worthy of her teachings. Embrace the oneness, Su Yun fervently chanted in his mind. As he fell, the only thought that consumed him was to survive. Chapter 33. The other side of Su Su like a shooting star, Su Yun plummeted, experiencing a momentary lack of oxygen that blurred his consciousness. Hongmeng Dao Body Technique? Su Yun roared, his voice resounding like a tiger's growl or a dragon's chant, as his vital energy coursed through his body, yet the descent showed no signs of abating. What does it mean to be fearless? What does it mean to be undaunted? His mind raced, contemplating Yu Wuxian's words. Could one truly leap from a height of hundreds of feet and survive merely by embracing fearlessness? It seemed impossible. Dragon Elephant True Spirit. A flash of brilliance ignited in Su Yun's eyes as he recalled a crucial insight. The Dragon Elephant True Spirit. To forge the Dragon Elephant True Spirit with a heart of great fearlessness must be intertwined with one's own will. Boom! Su Yun exerted every ounce of strength into cultivating the body technique, his vital energy surging like a great river. Following the energy path of the Hongmeng Dao Body Technique, he endeavored to forge the Dragon Elephant True Spirit. His vital energy split into 2 streams, converging in his heart chambers. Roar! In the distance, the sounds of dragon roars and elephant trumpets could be faintly heard as a half-inch tall true dragon and a half-inch tall divine elephant formed from the congealed vital energy within his heart. The elephant, embodying the indomitable spirit, roared at the sky, while the dragon, traversing the heavens, encapsulated the essence of transformation. A flicker of enlightenment ignited within Su Yun. The Hongming Dao body technique was not merely a method for physical cultivation. It encapsulated the philosophy of body cultivators. Even when the heavens conspire against him, he must rise up in defiance, resilient and unyielding, while also adapting to the natural order of things, as the dragon and elephant materialized. Su Yun's intent seemed to resonate with them. He channeled all his energy, and the dragon and elephant roared in unison, enveloping him in a mysterious force. The vital energy flowed to his feet, forming clouds beneath him, which remarkably slowed his descent. However, his vital energy was rapidly depleting. Despite his lackluster aptitude, his understanding was commendable. Yu Wuxian observed this and nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation glimmering in her autumn-like luminous eyes. Boom! A sudden explosion echoed as Su Yun, caught off guard, felt his legs forced apart by a branch protruding from a crevice in the cliff. Cold sweat broke out as he swiftly twisted his legs like scissors, snapping the branch and sending splinters flying. Su Yun's heart raced with trepidation. Had he not reacted in time, he might have truly met his end. The chilling wind howled as he neared the ground, approximately 50 or 60 feet away, but his vital energy was nearly exhausted, rendering him incapable of sustaining the dragon-elephant true spirit. Boom! A gust of wind struck him, and Su Yun felt like a drifting leaf, colliding solidly with the cliffside. Stars danced before his eyes, and rubble fell around him as he nearly depleted his strength, desperately protecting his vital points while rolling down the cliff. Boom! After several breaths, Su Yun crashed to the ground, battered and bruised, his hands scraped by the jagged rocks, leaving gruesome trails of blood. He lay motionless on the ground. Is he dead? Yu Wuxian descended gracefully like a celestial being, her presence ethereal, close, but not quite. Su Yun coughed up a mouthful of blood, managing a wry smile. Thanks to your guidance, Your Majesty, I was able to condense the dragon-elephant true spirit at a critical moment and save my life. His gratitude was sincere. Without her instruction, it would have taken him much longer to achieve such mastery. Yu Wuxian stood with her hands behind her back, a trace of pride hidden within her icy demeanor. With a scoff, she remarked, "When did you manage to forge the dragon-elephant true spirit? Didn't I?" Su Yun rose slowly, bewildered. You have merely grasped the method of forging the dragon-elephant true spirit, allowing you to initially merge your will with it and exert some control. Your current vital energy is too feeble to truly forge the dragon-elephant true spirit and retain it within your heart. You require considerable effort, Yu Wuxian stated flatly. Su Yun felt utterly defeated. Among practitioners of the same realm, his physical body was undoubtedly exceptional, yet in Yu Wuxian's eyes, he was weak and frail. How formidable must the talents of her world be? A surge of competitiveness welled up within Su Yun. With his golden finger, could he truly be inferior to them? Physical refinement was not an overnight endeavor. It necessitated an abundance of spiritual herbs and elixirs. If he could acquire dragon blood and elephant blood, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Dragon blood and elephant blood? Su Yun chuckled bitterly. In the entire wasteland, one cannot find a single true dragon, and even flood dragons are exceedingly rare. Where would I obtain dragon blood? And elephant blood is certainly not ordinary. Let us take it step by step, Su Yun pondered. The desire to leap to great heights in one bound has always been unrealistic. I control the script of my life and understand this principle all too well. Even someone as fortunate as I, who seizes opportunities, must endure rigorous training. What of others? Your Majesty, what should my next course of action be in my training? Please guide me. Su Yun clasped his fists and inquired earnestly. Once you can leap from the cliff top without a scratch, only then shall you proceed to the next step. As for today, your vital energy is depleted. Continuing to cultivate would be akin to seeking your own demise, Yu Wuxian replied, turning to return to their dwelling. Su Yun's expression shifted. Though this empress was undeniably proud and aloof, she did not possess a malicious heart, a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. He chuckled to himself, hastily rising. However, a sudden movement caused him to feel a sharp pain, and he cried out in distress. Pathetic! Yu Wuxian's mocking voice echoed back to him. Su Yun, feeling the sting of her words, watched as the flicker of goodwill he had felt moments before dissipated. The two returned to the stone cabin, now at midday, yet Su Su was conspicuously absent. Where is the little girl? Su Yun wondered aloud. At this hour, she should have already begun preparing the meal. Today seems unusual. Something must have happened. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Senior brother Su. Suddenly, an urgent voice called out as a young man in a blue robe rushed toward the stone cabin, his expression fraught with anxiety. This was an outer sect disciple, moving with the swiftness of the wind. In a flash, he stood before Su Yun. Niu Shidi. Su Yun recognized the face and asked, "Why the haste?" "Something has occurred," Niu Shidi panted, glancing at Su Yun's battered form with a mixture of surprise and concern. Suddenly, a realization struck Su Yun, and he gripped Niu Shidi's shoulders tightly, his grip like iron, eliciting a series of cracking sounds from the bones. It related to Su Su? Ah? Niu Shidi gasped in pain. Hastily interjecting, "Senior brother, please let go." "Forgive me." Su Yun realized his overreaction and quickly released Niu Shidi, asking urgently, "What exactly happened?" "Your little follower is currently on a rampage," Niu Shidi replied solemnly. "I have seen her a few times and am aware of her close relationship with you. So I came to inform you." Yu Wuxian's gaze sharpened, revealing a flicker of intrigue. "Quickly take me to her." Su Yun's pupils contracted sharply as he recalled the words Su Su had uttered during their first encounter when he saved her. Once she attained strength, she would personally seek retribution against those who had bullied her. Whoosh! Under the guidance of junior brother Niu, Su Yun stepped on the 7 stars and raced ahead. Though his body was battered and his vitality depleted, his true essence remained at its peak, unfazed by the trials he faced. Yu Wumian followed them at a leisurely pace. A quarter of an hour later, the two arrived at the summit of Jinlin Peak, revisiting the familiar ground, yet Su Yun felt no joy. His sole desire was to find Su Su quickly to spare her from harm. However, upon their arrival at the battlefield, they beheld a grim scene. The named disciples, both male and female, lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony, each one reduced to a pitiable state. Su Su stood firm, administering a lesson to the last 2 opponents. Her gaze was icy and her strikes were fierce. Devoid of hesitation, within 3 exchanges, she had severely injured the 2 late-stage disciples, their cries echoing like that of wounded animals. Su Yun was taken aback. Despite Su Su's cultivation being merely at the late stage, there were still 6 or 7 late-stage disciples among the defeated, yet they fell victim to her alone. Moreover, judging by their injuries, it was evident that they had suffered a one-sided beating. Why had the young girl's strength suddenly surged to such an extent? Su Yun's heart raced with astonishment. Her bloodline must be on the verge of awakening. Though this was a matter worthy of celebration, a sense of melancholy washed over Su Yun. "This is what you owe me," Su Su declared coldly. "Sister, it is all our fault." The numerous named disciples repeatedly bowed their heads in apology. "Little beggar, you have violated the sect's rules and will be severely punished." Some still refused to accept defeat. Shouting defiantly, bang, without a word, Su Su delivered a kick to one's chin, deforming half of his face and sending him flying a considerable distance. The onlookers fell silent in fear. Su Yun was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Su Su's methods to be so decisive and ruthless. After all, the Su Su of yesteryears had only revealed a hint of defiance and stubbornness during their first meeting. Typically, she was gentle, kind, and considerate to it. Seemed that even upon arriving at the Demon God Palace, Su Su would not be easily trifled with. Su Yun thought, feeling reassured. "Su Su," he called. "Young master, sister." The little girl turned sharply at the sound of his voice. The coldness and severity on her delicate face vanished, replaced by the demeanor of a remorseful child. Her hands nervously clutching her clothing. "Young master, I've caused trouble." Su Yun couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her. Where was the battle-hardened warrior he had just witnessed? Yet, she was indeed correct. She had caused a ruckus. "Senior brother, it was her." Several martial artists leaped forward, 3 of whom bore the emblem of the Law Enforcement Hall on their robes. One named disciple pointed an accusatory finger at Su Su, proclaiming, it was she who harmed others. The leader of the Law Enforcement Hall, clad in black, scanned the fallen and frowned before bowing slightly to Su Yun. His gaze then fell upon Su Su. "Junior sister, you have harmed others, violating sect rules. You must come with us." "Go on." Su Yun ruffled Su Su's hair with a smile, reassured her, "Don't worry." Regardless, the matter of Su Su's breach of sect rules was a foregone conclusion. And Su Yun could not publicly obstruct the law enforcement hall from taking her away. Su Su nodded. Senior brother, she must be punished severely. The injured named disciples clamored for retribution. How to handle this is governed by sect law. And it is not for me to decide, the black-clad man replied solemnly. This statement was also a message to Su Yun, who was well aware of it, watching them take Su Su away. Su Yun said to Yu Wumian, Your Majesty, I must visit the Hall of Transmission. Yu Wumian nodded. Su Yun had no time to change his attire. He dashed toward the Hall of Transmission with great urgency. Only Zhang Baiyu could come forth to save Su Su. The awakening of the little girl's bloodline has commenced, Yu Wumian murmured to herself. Within 3 days at most, her bloodline will fully revive and manifest in the world. While Su Yun could estimate time based on life scripts, Yu Wumian could discern the changes in Su Su's bloodline. Had it not been for the gradual awakening of her bloodline, which greatly enhanced her power, how could she possibly have single-handedly reduced a group of named disciples to cries of despair? In the central heavenly domain, at the Demon God Palace, this was the sacred ground within the hearts of the demon race. Towering celestial mountains floated in the air, waterfalls cascaded, and clouds billowed in hues of red and gold, resembling a realm of immortality. Atop one of these celestial peaks stood an observatory, several thousand feet high, constructed of ancient bronze, drawing in the essence of the stars. It appeared as if one could reach out and pluck the stars from the heavens. Upon the observatory, a circular orb resembling a star was engraved with wondrous patterns and intricate, ancient designs, seemingly dividing the heavens and earth into countless realms. This was the star pearl, encompassing the myriad phenomena of the universe, profound and unfathomable. Suddenly, a beam of eerie red light fell from the firmament. Plunging into the star pearl, buzz! In an instant, the red light spread across the surface of the star pearl, staining a portion of the area a deep crimson. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moments later, 3 figures descended from various directions of the Demon God Palace. Landing upon the observatory, Palace Master, the celestial demon has emerged. One man exclaimed excitedly. Our Demon God Palace has awaited this day for countless years. The Palace Master, garbed in a moon-white robe, exuded an air of elegance. His complexion was fair, devoid of a beard, and his presence was steady. Yet, upon witnessing the anomaly of the star pearl, he could not conceal his excitement. The wilderness? The Palace Master narrowed his gaze at the area in question, his brow furrowing. It was a desolate place of little worth. Keep it a secret and do not announce it, he instructed, as you command. You may withdraw. This matter will be handled by me. With a wave of his grand sleeve, the Palace Master vanished from the observatory. Moments later, he appeared within a magnificent palace, summoning a pure white deer. The white deer trod upon the clouds, entering the palace, transforming into a middle-aged man clad in white. Exuding grace and an ethereal charm, I pay my respects to the Palace Master. The white-clad man bowed. Swish! The Palace Master flicked his finger, sending a blood orb flying toward the white-clad man. Palace Master. What is this? The white-clad man inquired, catching the blood orb with a puzzled expression. This is the blood orb of the celestial demon, containing a trace of celestial demon blood. Within 100,000 miles, any demon race possessing the celestial demon bloodline will sense it, the Palace Master explained, his gaze intense. White deer, I have a task for you. The white-clad man's heart stirred. He sensed the gravity of the situation. Undoubtedly linked to the celestial demon, I am at your service, he knelt. You shall take the blood orb of the celestial demon, move stealthily, and head to the wilderness. You must bring back anyone bearing the celestial demon bloodline. The Palace Master instructed in a deep voice. The revival of the Demon God Palace rests solely upon you. Through fire and water, I shall not hesitate, the white-clad man vowed, his expression resolute. Go. The Palace Master waved his sleeve. Whoosh! The white-clad man stowed away the blood orb of the celestial demon, transforming into a white deer once more, galloping toward the exit of the Demon God Palace. Chapter 34. Seeking Justice. Hurry and inform Brother Qinghe. Su Ling requests an audience urgently. In the inner gate, at Taishan Mountain, Su Ling hastened to Su Qinghe's abode, his face alight with excitement. Qinghe was in the midst of his cultivation when a servant in green attire observed Su Ling. Are you responsible for delaying important matters? Su Ling snorted disdainfully. This little one will report immediately. Young master, Please wait. The servant took out a jade token, activating a formation to enter the residence. The residence was adorned with luminous night pearls, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime, with pavilions, flowing waters, and artificial mountains, exuding opulence in every detail. In a grand hall, Su Qinghe sat cross-legged, practicing his breathing techniques. What is it? The servant entered the hall, startling Su Qinghe, who opened his eyes and regarded the servant with evident displeasure. Why disturb my meditation? Young master, Su Ling has arrived, bearing urgent news. Let him in, Su Qinghe instructed, his brow slightly furrowed. Shortly after, Su Ling, guided by the servant, entered the grand hall. The moment he laid eyes on Su Qinghe, he exclaimed excitedly, Brother Qinghe, the opportunity for revenge against Su Yun has arrived. Su Qinghe raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what has transpired? The little girl by Su Yun's side suddenly erupted in fury today, severely injuring a group of named disciples, and she has now been taken away by the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. Awaiting judgment, if we can seize this opportunity, we can eliminate her and strike a blow against Su Yun, Su Ling sneered. Immediately head to the Law Enforcement Hall. Without hesitation, Su Qinghe left the residence. Making his way to the Law Enforcement Hall, the death of Su Hong was regarded as a disgrace for the Su family by Su Qinghe. Although the cause of Zhong Yun's death had not been confirmed, it was undoubtedly related to Su Yun. After all, Zhong Yun possessed the wind-stabilizing pearl and had pursued Su Yun from the feather transformation sacred ground, and now he was nowhere to be found. Su Qinghe had no faith that Su Yun was innocent. He now sensed Su Yun as a threat. This was no ordinary youth. At the Law Enforcement Hall, Su was under scrutiny, junior sister. You have inexplicably injured 9 named disciples, with dozens more lightly wounded, disregarding sect rules. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Crash. A wooden gavel struck, and a young man in a black robe, exuding an air of authority, stood before them, his expression serious and imposing. The entire Law Enforcement Hall was suffused with a solemn atmosphere, instilling fear in the hearts of those present. I am not in error, Su, with unwavering resolve, declared, they have wronged and humiliated me. I am merely seeking retribution. In moments of past torment, the sect offered no assistance in my plight. Now, as I seek justice, the sect punishes me instead. I refuse to accept this. The young girl, with her innocent visage and dark, penetrating eyes, brimmed with indignation. The past shall not be recounted. The youth in black robes, devoid of expression, stated, you have broken the law and must face severe punishment. According to sect regulations, you are to be imprisoned in the devouring spirit abyss for 10 days. This shall be executed immediately. Beside them, the enforcing disciple furrowed his brow. Given Su's cultivation level, enduring 10 days in the devouring spirit abyss would be tantamount to a death sentence. Wait, at that moment, Su Qinghe and Su Ling entered the Law Enforcement Hall. Senior Brother Qinghe. Upon seeing Su Qinghe's arrival, a flicker of a smile crossed the otherwise impassive face of the black-robed youth. What brings you to the Law Enforcement Hall, Junior Brother Chiu? I have just received news that 3 of the 9 individuals grievously injured by this demoness have succumbed to their wounds. Su Qinghe replied coldly, isn't sentencing her to the devouring spirit abyss merely letting her off lightly? In my view, even if she cannot be executed on the spot, she should be confined in the Black Prison until death. The Black Prison, located at the abyss's depths within the devouring spirit abyss, was notorious for its inescapable hardships. Even a practitioner at the spirit transformation level would struggle to survive a month there. Senior Brother Qinghe's words ring true, Junior Brother Chiu flattered, perceiving Su merely as a weak girl of the acquired realm. If he could align himself with Su Qinghe, the future benefits would be immeasurable. For the prestige of the inner sect rankings far surpassed that of ordinary inner disciples. Qinghe, though you are an inner sect disciple, what gives you the authority to interfere with the Law Enforcement Hall's affairs? Suddenly, Su Yun and Zhang Baiyu soared into the hall. Zhang Baiyu, with a gaze sharp as a blade, fixed his eyes upon Su Qinghe, demanding, are you attempting to obstruct justice, disregarding sect regulations? Ah, it is Jiang Shishu. Su Qinghe remarked, unfazed by Zhang Baiyu's presence. A hint of contempt curled at the corners of his lips. I have heard tales of you, Shishu, disregarding sect rules in your youth to form ties with a sorceress from the demonic sect. How curious that you now wield sect regulations against me. Truly, Your audacity knows no bounds. In that moment, Su Yun's pupils constricted. He finally understood why Jiang Baiyu, a once prominent disciple who had attained the Essence Dan at such a young age, had been relegated to the outer sect as an elder of the transmission hall. It was due to the entanglement of his life with that mysterious sorceress. Hearing Su Qinghe's words, a pang struck Jiang Baiyu's heart. His expression briefly contorted with pain, though he swiftly concealed it. Though defy the hierarchy, with just your words, I could execute you. Jiang Baiyu's murderous intent surged. Jiang Shidi, I trust you are well. Another figure entered the law enforcement hall. Attired in white, with an elegant fan and a refined demeanor, exuding an air of superiority that elicited both fear and disdain. Senior Brother Qin, Jiang Baiyu frowned at the newcomer. Is this trivial matter truly worthy of your attention? Qin Shibua, Su Qinghe, Junior Brother Qiu, and the others respectfully bowed. As an officer of the law enforcement hall, it is my duty to address any cases that arise. Chen Xingchuan nonchalantly acknowledged Su Qinghe with a nod before turning his gaze to Jiang Baiyu. And you, Jiang Shidi, why are you here disrupting the proceedings of my law enforcement hall? Chen Xingchuan's eyes suddenly sharpened. Jiang Baiyu chuckled, realizing that Chen Xingchuan and Su Qinghe were in collusion. Jiang Shidi, are you aware that just 15 minutes ago, 3 of those gravely injured by this girl have already perished? This is no mere brawl. It is murder. Such audacity to kill within the sacred grounds. Chen Xingchuan's voice escalated sharply, reverberating like a dragon's roar, a thunderous sound that pierced the air, leaving all present breathless. Half an hour ago, I departed from Jinlin Peak. Although some disciples were severely injured, none were in danger of death, Su Yun retorted, sensing the underlying conspiracy. If you doubt my word, you may inquire with this elder. He gestured toward the black-robed youth apprehending Su Sui, the black-robed youth. Casting a sidelong glance at Junior Brother Qiu, Su Qinghe, and Chen Xingchuan, felt a chill in his heart and hastily shook his head. When I apprehended her, several were gravely wounded and on the brink of death. They must have perished due to a lack of timely medical attention. Nonsense. Su Yun's fury ignited. He could not fathom how events had spiraled to this extent, his anxiety mounting as Su Su's bloodline was on the brink of awakening. Yet, if she were cast into the black prison before her awakening, her fate would be dire. 3 days remain until the people from the Demon God Palace arrive. Feeling utterly powerless, Su Yun pondered how he could assist Su Su in enduring those 3 days. Are you suggesting that I am lying to frame this girl? Chen Xingchuan's eyes narrowed, his gaze venomous and fierce like that of a striking serpent. Senior brother, we harbor no such intentions, Jiang Baiyu interjected. However, if we do not investigate thoroughly, it would be unjust. He gradually relented. Chen Xingchuan's personal presence and relentless pressure indicated that he was serious about pursuing this matter. Although he shared a bond with Su Yun, it was not profound enough to sway him to eye in this hall. My word is law, Chen Xingchuan declared, his voice commanding. Bring this girl to the black prison immediately. Her sentence is 3 months. A cold smile crept across his lips. If she survives 3 months, then she is fortunate, and I shall no longer pursue her transgressions. Su Yun clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Should he step forward or remain still? He felt torn. With his strength, resisting Chen Xingchuan would surely lead to disaster. Whether he could succeed was one matter. Whether he dared to act was another. Suddenly, Su Yun experienced a moment of clarity. If he lacked the courage to save Su Su, what right did he have to claim fearlessness? He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively before Su Su, unflinching as he gazed at Chen Xingchuan. Senior Brother Chen, you possess the authority to enforce the law, yet you cannot misuse the regulations. There are too many uncertainties in this matter. Why impose a sentence without thorough investigation? Jiang Baiyu trembled, his lips quivering as he stared at the young man before him. In Su Yun, he saw a reflection of his younger self. Ha ha ha! Jiang Baiyu laughed heartily, a surge of boldness coursing through him, revealing an unexpected defiance. Su Yun, I knew I had not misjudged you. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself arrives, I shall rescue you. He had once stood up in the past but lacked the strength. Now, he refused to allow Su Yun to endure the same tragic fate he had faced. Chen Xingchuan, I have tolerated you for far too long. With a clang, a bronze ancient sword slipped from his sleeve, the blade adorned with swirling dragons and serpents, emanating a palpable aura of righteous fury. If you dare to act recklessly, I shall lead them out of the law enforcement hall today to seek justice at the Feathering Sacred Hall. Chapter 35. Bloodline Manifestation. Jiang Baiyu, are you inciting rebellion? Chen Qingchuan's face twisted with rage, his brows furrowed deeply as he summoned his power, unleashing the overwhelming aura of the Essence Dan realm, sweeping through the hall like a tidal wave. The atmosphere grew thick. Even the breaths of those present felt constricted, nearly suffocating. Even Su Qinghe and junior brother Qiu, both inner sect disciples at the spirit transformation stage, felt the weight of the pressure. The confrontation between two Essence Dan masters was overwhelming. A mere exchange of energy rendering them breathless. Zhu Yun stood behind Jiang Baiyu, shielded by his presence, feeling relatively unaffected. Rebellion? Jiang Baiyu scoffed, the ancient sword exuding a chilling intent as he pointed it at Chen Qingchuan. The Law Enforcement Hall is a place of justice, not your dictatorial domain. If you seek to condemn without uncovering the truth, how much have you pocketed? Preposterous. Chen Qingchuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Anger flaring within him, as an elder overseeing the outer sect, I possess the authority to decide life and death without further debate. Then you are a butcher, Jiang Baiyu retorted coldly, gripping the bronze sword. He turned to Su Yu and Zhu Yun. Take the girl and leave quickly. I will join you shortly and bring you to the Feathering Sacred Hall to seek the Master's judgment. Though his anger surged, he maintained his composure. The incident involving Su Su was a breach of sect regulations, and an explanation was indeed necessary. However, Su Su would undoubtedly perish in Chen Qingchuan's clutches. You shall not leave in my presence. Chen Qingchuan roared, his voice echoing like a raging dragon, waves of sound rippling through the law enforcement hall. Ah! The black-robed youth screamed, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Junior brother Qiu and Su Qinghe immediately activated their profound arts to counter Chen Qingchuan's overwhelming power. Su Qinghe's lips curled into a smile of triumph, relishing the chaos. Let the heavens and earth collide. Su Qinghe mused, casting a protective spell over Su Ling to shield him from the sonic attack unleashed by Chen Qingchuan. Lotus Seed of Spiritual Essence. Su Yun also summoned his true essence, enveloping himself in a protective barrier as the Lotus Seed of Spiritual Essence activated, safeguarding his fragile soul within its petals. Whoosh! Jiang Baiyu stepped forth with an air of authority, instantly arriving beside the two individuals. With his left hand, he formed intricate seals, directing 2 strands of arcane energy into the foreheads of Su Yun and Su Su. A circle of azure spiritual light blossomed forth, serving to repel the onslaught of sonic waves. Suddenly, Jiang Baiyu's expression shifted, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at Su Su. To his astonishment, Su Su was absorbing his magical essence. What could possibly be happening? A surge of alarm coursed through Jiang Baiyu. He, a practitioner of the Yuan Dan realm, found himself unable to reign in his own power, while Su Su appeared as an insatiable abyss, continuously devouring his strength. There was something decidedly peculiar about this girl. Without hesitation, Jiang Baiyu activated his profound techniques, sealing the 8 extraordinary meridians and halting the flow of his magical energy, while he grasped Su Yun and distanced them from Su Su. Su Su's eyes seemed to be coated with a layer of golden sheen, radiating brilliance. Threads of enigmatic divine patterns wove within her gaze, golden light cascading forth and gradually enveloping her corporeal form. An overpowering and sinister aura emanated from Su Su, her cultivation level soaring with astonishing rapidity. In the blink of an eye, she ascended to the innate realm. A roar, reminiscent of dragons, phoenixes, lions, and elephants, erupted from within her. As her body began to levitate, exuding an otherworldly blood radiance that mingled with the golden glow, embodying both the sacred and the uncanny. Gradually, a shield of crimson gold light enveloped her, while blood-colored divine patterns danced around her form. In the ethereal realm, it seemed as though deities were whispering ancient incantations. Was she human or divine? The young man in black gazed at Su Su in terror as the fearsome divine speech echoed in his ears. Causing his body to wither gradually, his true essence and vitality flowing towards Su Su like rivers converging into the sea. This was a demon. Chen Qingchuan, Su Qinghe, and junior brother Qiu wore expressions of dread, striving to maintain their composure and drawing their qi to their dantian, determined not to fall prey to her. She has awakened her bloodline, murmured Su Yun. The magical essence Jiang Baiyu had unleashed was of paramount importance. The two watched in horror at the unfolding scene. Was this the immense power of a pure-blood celestial demon's bloodline? Su Yun pondered, realizing that merely awakening her bloodline enabled her to consume the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Siphoning the vitality of martial artists from afar, boom. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth, intertwining with the otherworldly divine patterns that coiled around Su's body, resembling a pair of wings unfurling behind her. An ethereal figure materialized, a phoenix, its eyes ablaze with golden radiance, its feathers forged of crimson gold, exuding a demonic aura that reached for the heavens. With a piercing cry, a formidable force shattered the roof of the law enforcement hall, sending a torrent of crimson light shooting skyward like a divine sword, tearing through clouds and shaking the very foundations of the world. Rumbling, above, thunder roared, the weight of divine authority pressing down upon all present, making it difficult for them to breathe. At last, she has awakened, on Xiang Mountain. Yu Wumian sat upon a large stone, removing her embroidered shoes, her fair feet like jade dipping into the stream. With her hands resting behind her head, she gazed upon the manifestation of the extraordinary phenomenon. I have underestimated the purity of the celestial demon bloodline within her. Such a spectacle suggests a bloodline purity of 100%. Yu Wumian murmured. At that moment, the cry of the phoenix echoed through the heavens, as a crimson gold phoenix soared through the realm, stirring the thunderclouds, while the spiritual energy from all directions converged like rivers returning to the sea. Devoured by the phoenix, its aura intensified, its form expanding, as if it were challenging the heavens. What kind of monstrosity lay hidden within her? Chen Qingchuan trembled, overcome by a sense of dread under the pressure of the celestial demon bloodline. Unable to resist the urge to prostrate himself. How dare you, evil fiends, act with such impudence in my sacred land of ascension? Suddenly, a hoarse feminine voice resonated through the cosmos. Clouds swirled like mist. A colossal hand descended from the heavens, aiming to seize the crimson gold phoenix. The hand, gnarled and dry as tree bark, was covered in wrinkles yet radiated a terrifying divine might, the creases resembling mountain ranges. Pressing down with overwhelming force. This was a powerful entity from the sacred land of ascension. A deep sense of worry surged within Su Yun. The sacred land of ascension was home to transcendent beings. Jiang Baiyu's expression darkened. Just then, a clear sound of swordplay echoed from the east. Upon hearing it, Jiang Baiyu's face lit up with joy. Su Yun, fear not. The young girl shall not come to harm. Swish! A streak of azure light flew from the horizon, a manifestation of sword energy. Within the sword energy, images of vast landscapes and the cycle of the sun and moon emerged, exuding an aura of righteousness as it converged the essence of heaven and earth, cleaving toward the ancient hand. With a whoosh, the sword energy flashed and the ancient hand shattered in response. You will not pass without giving me an explanation, a voice resounded in the void. Rest assured, Master Uncle, came a deep, magnetic reply. Your disciple shall provide you with an account. Moments later, a man clad in white descended upon the law enforcement hall. His hair was streaked with gray, giving him the appearance of a middle-aged man. Yet his eyes sparkled like stars, his brows sharp as swords, and his face was chiseled with distinct angles, adorned with stubble that spoke of his weathered experiences. The white-clad man moved with the grace of the wind. Approaching the law enforcement hall, with a swift motion, he pointed his finger like a sword, azure light enveloping it, and gently tapped Su's forehead. In an instant, the crimson gold phoenix descended from the heavens, entering Su's body, while the blood-colored divine patterns gradually withdrew, causing the extraordinary phenomena to vanish abruptly. None could react in time. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Master. Moments later, Jiang Baiyu stared blankly at the man before him, his eyes misty and filled with complex emotions, exclaiming involuntarily. Su Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. This divine-like man in white was actually Jiang Baiyu's master. What was Jiang Baiyu's true identity before his demotion to the outer sect? Disciple pays respects to master. Jiang Baiyu knelt, bowing his head deeply. I am no longer your master. The white-clad man did not acknowledge Jiang Baiyu's greeting. Once a teacher, always a teacher, Jiang Baiyu insisted solemnly. The white-clad man's gaze flickered, but he offered no reply. Disciple salutes Master Feng, Junior Brother Chiu, and Su Qinghe bowed deeply. Chen Qingchuan also spoke respectfully, not daring to show any disrespect in front of the white-clad man. For he was none other than the illustrious figure behind the name of the sword-washing pool, one of the transcendent beings of the sacred land of Ascension. Salutations, Master Ancestor, Su Yun intoned respectfully. Please rise, the white-clad man instructed. Once they stood, Su Yun looked at Su Su, whose once otherworldly and terrifying aura had dissipated. Leaving her pale as paper and exceedingly weak, he grasped her hand. She trembled. Uncertain if from fear or sheer exhaustion, her eyes dimmed and her softness evoking a deep sympathy within him. Su Su, it will be all right, Su Yun comforted her gently. Do not worry. She has merely overexerted her energy and is not gravely harmed. The white-clad man said with a calm demeanor. He then shifted his gaze to Chen Qingchuan. Now, elucidate the sequence of events to me in detail. As his words echoed, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, enveloping Chen Qingchuan, junior brother Qiu, and Su Qinghe, instilling terror in all present. Junior brother Qiu, Su Qinghe, and Su Ling trembled, not daring to utter a word. Eventually, the truth could no longer be concealed. Master Uncle, this incident stemmed from my misjudgment. Chen Qingchuan quickly deflected the blame towards Su Qinghe. I was led astray by Su Qinghe's slander. Thankfully, Master Uncle graced us with your presence. Otherwise, we would have nearly wronged an innocent. I bear the guilt. Please punish me, Master Uncle. Su Qinghe's face paled in shock. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed such accusations, but the man before him was none other than Feng Suiyuan, the renowned sword god of the sacred land of Ascension, a figure of righteousness and integrity. Even his former favored disciple, Jiang Baiyu, had been ruthlessly expelled for his ties to demonic paths and relegated to the transmission hall. Master Ancestor, this matter is a fabrication by Su Ling. I was entirely unaware. Su Qinghe suddenly knelt, desperately contemplating how to extricate himself, and in a moment of panic, he placed the blame squarely on Su Ling. Su Ling was about to defend himself when he suddenly sensed a gaze laden with murderous intent fixed upon him. Without needing to think, he realized it was Su Qinghe. Thud. Su Ling's knees buckled, collapsing to the ground in tears. Master Ancestor, it was my impulsiveness that led me to fabricate lies to harm Sister Su. Please punish me. Su Ling was no fool. He knew that denying his involvement would not absolve him of guilt. In the aftermath, he would surely face consequences from Su Qinghe, putting his life and that of his family at risk. He had no choice but to shoulder the blame alone. Su Qinghe exhaled deeply, while Chen Qingchuan and junior brother Qiu felt relief wash over them. Su Yun silently observed the unfolding drama, choosing not to interject. His stance bore little importance. Everything hinged upon Feng Suiyuan, the true arbiter of this situation. To conspire against a fellow disciple and desire to cast them into peril is tantamount to murder. Feng Suiyuan declared coldly, cast this individual into the black prison for 1 month. Understood, Master Uncle, Chen Qingchuan replied, sweeping his sleeve to summon junior brother Qiu, denying Su Ling any opportunity to defend himself. Immediately take this person to prison, at your command. Qiu Shidi received the command. The Master Ancestor, I wronged Su Ling. Upon hearing the verdict, he was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly awakened to the grim reality. If he were to be cast into the dark prison, his death would be inevitable. He struggled frantically, attempting to break free from Qiu Shidi's grasp. Silence! Qiu Shidi coldly scoffed, pressing a finger on Su Ling's neck, sealing his acupoints and rendering him utterly speechless. Tears streamed down Su Ling's face. He could never have imagined that this day would mark his demise. Su Ling, for the future of the Su family, I must sacrifice you. Su Qinghe mused inwardly. As for your parents, I shall inform the clan leader to take good care of them. Su Qinghe, though you are an inner disciple, you have no right to interfere with the enforcement of the law. According to the Sacred Land's rules, you must receive 50 demon suppression strikes. Feng Suiyuan pronounced. I am willing to accept the punishment. Su Qinghe immediately replied. Chen Qingchuan, your enforcement has been lax. You have been misled by slander. From today onward, you are dismissed from your position, Feng Suiyuan added, his tone leaving no room for debate. I am willing to accept the punishment, Chen Qingchuan said with a bow. Everyone, you may leave, he commanded. With a gentle sweep of his long sleeves, Feng Suiyuan dismissed the crowd. Little girl, come with me, he said, turning his soft gaze towards Su Su, a warm smile gracing his features. Master Ancestor, where are you taking her? Su Yun felt a surge of unease. She had awakened the bloodline of the demon tribe. In the Yuhua sacred land, she was an outcast. Whether to stay or leave would depend on the judgment of the sect leader. Feng Suiyuan glanced at him, patiently explaining, "She will not come to harm, will she?" Suddenly, Su Yun thought of Granny Yun. Once the bloodline of the celestial demon emerged, that individual would indiscriminately seek to kill Su Su. If the Yuhua sacred land was filled with such people, would it not be akin to watching her leap into a fiery pit? Su Yun, trust in your master's character, Zhang Baiyu said solemnly. Feng Suiyuan's gaze fell upon Zhang Baiyu, his expression somewhat complex, as he shook his head. Granny Yun is obstinate and harbors a deep hatred for the demon tribe. I can only do my utmost to protect her. If no news arrives in 3 days, you need not wait any longer. A cloud rose beneath his feet, carrying him and Su Su away from the enforcement hall and toward the summit of the Yuhua sacred land. Su Yun clenched his fists tightly. After this ordeal, he abruptly realized just how weak he still was. Su Yun, I will keep a watchful eye on Su Girl's situation. Your vitality is waning. You should return and recuperate, Zhang Baiyu consoled. Once I have news, I will inform you immediately. Thank you, Elder, Su Yun said with a respectful gesture. There is no need to thank me, Zhang Baiyu replied, a look of reminiscence crossing his face. The scene today is almost identical to my own experience 3 years ago. He chuckled, laughter tinged with endless sorrow. Go back and rest. Zhang Baiyu realized his own lapse and composed himself. Yes. From Su Qinghe's earlier words. Su Yun had surmised the reason but did not inquire further. After bidding farewell, he returned to Xiang Mountain. He had just undergone rigorous training and, after racing about, was utterly exhausted. 3 days. If Master Feng could help Su Su endure for 3 days, or even 2, the people from the Demon God Palace would surely arrive. Now, all he could do was pray for their timely arrival. In the Yuhua Sacred Hall, the elders gathered in solemnity. Granny Yun sat at the left side, occupying the foremost position, exuding a powerful aura, her sharp eyes akin to those of a hawk, lending her aged visage a somewhat sinister appearance. The sect leader sat upright, hands resting on the armrests, his brows slightly furrowed. Everyone awaited Feng Suiyuan's return. In a flash, a cloud soared to the mountaintop, descending gracefully before the hall, as Feng Suiyuan led Su Su by the hand into the Yuhua Sacred Hall. Greetings, Master and Senior Brother, Feng Suiyuan greeted. Su Su appeared bewildered, hiding behind Feng Suiyuan. Granny Yun's gaze was as sharp as a hook, intensely fixated on Su Su. Before Feng Suiyuan could speak, she launched an attack. Master's disciple. For over 10,000 years, the Yuhua sacred land has seen countless disciples perish at the hands of demons. How can we allow a demon girl to remain here? I implore the sect leader to administer immediate justice. Master Uncle, your words are misguided, Feng Suiyuan countered. At the beginning of human existence, one's nature is inherently good. This girl is gentle in temperament and does not belong to the demon clan. We cannot condemn her to death simply due to her bloodline. Your view is excessively extreme. Furthermore, her bloodline is exceptionally potent. With proper guidance, she will undoubtedly become a boon for the Yuhua sacred land. Such reasoning is valid, someone agreed. Su Su's bloodline phenomenon has shaken the wasteland. She is an extraordinary talent. For the sacred land to thrive, it requires top-tier prodigies to lead. Nonsense, Granny Yun scoffed. How can the esteemed Yuhua sacred land nurture a demon girl? If word spreads, what face will we have left? This girl must die. With a cold glint in her eyes, her murderous intent surged forth like an overwhelming tide aimed directly at Su Su. Sighing softly, the usually silent sect leader lamented, effortlessly dispelling Granny Yun's force as he rose slowly. Master Uncle, I empathize with your plight. Yet, the world is vast and full of wonders. Even among humans, the heart can be inscrutable. Can we judge solely by bloodlines? Master, Granny Yun's expression was one of unwillingness. Yet, before she could continue, the sect leader interrupted her. Master Uncle, I previously granted you leniency. I hope you will take heed. The sect leader's tone grew increasingly authoritative, leaving no room for debate. Granny Yun's complexion fluctuated between shades of anger and despair. The sect leader turned his gaze towards Su Su, as if beholding an exquisite uncut jade. This girl possesses an extraordinarily rare celestial demon bloodline. Even Qin Taichu pales in comparison. Qin Taichu was the foremost prodigy of the Yuhua sacred land, the pinnacle of young experts in the wasteland, and the leader of the true Dragon Assembly. Yet, he could not rival Su Su. She would be the hope for the sacred land's resurgence and its ascendance over the wasteland. The sect leader's gaze burned with fervor. I have made my decision. Once this girl reaches the realm of divine powers, she shall be named the Holy Maiden. Chapter 37. The Demon God Palace. The blood of the Jiaolong, ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I have heard all year. A derisive laughter suddenly erupted within the Yuhua Sacred Hall, echoing and lingering in the AI. Liu Bai, clad in pristine white, untouched by dust, appeared as a celestial being, devoid of any demonic aura, his eyes like moons, exuding an ethereal grace. He was strikingly handsome, every movement radiating an effortless elegance. How could a remote village possibly contain a true phoenix? Liu Bai scoffed, his gaze shifting to Su Su, softening in an instant, bold, audacious. The high-ranking elders of the Yuhua Sacred Land were incensed. The Yuhua Sacred Land was one of the three giants of the wasteland, unrivaled across the domain, and could not tolerate Liu Bai's insults. All of you, step back. The sect leader's eyes narrowed, fixing his gaze on Liu Bai. Who are you, and why do you speak so disrespectfully to us? Feng Suiyuan's fingers shimmered with sword light, ready to strike at any moment. For the strength of the individual before them still surpassed their OWN. It was likely that only the Grandmaster, who had been in seclusion, could contend with Liu Bai. However, the Grandmaster was aged and frail. How could he possibly match the vitality of Liu Bai at his peak? Not only will I speak disrespectfully, but I will also teach this person a lesson. With a swish, as if teleporting, Liu Bai appeared before Granny Yun, his overwhelming presence engulfing the space. She seemed frozen, unable to move. Touch you once, and my hands would be sullied. Slowly, Liu Bai withdrew a pair of gloves from his robes, woven from silk, immaculate and pure, and donned them with care. He then delivered a resounding slap to Granny Yun's face. Smack! Half of Granny Yun's face swelled. Master Uncle! The elder's eyes blazed with fury. This was a blatant humiliation of the Yuhua Sacred Land. Yet, the sect leader and Feng Suiyuan exchanged glances but did not intervene. Liu Bai's displayed aura was overwhelming. Should he choose to kill Granny Yun, none could stop him. If he acted, it would escalate into a full-blown conflict between the Yuhua Sacred Land and Liu Bai. The sound of slaps echoed incessantly as Granny Yun's face became grotesquely swollen, bruised and battered. Her teeth knocked out, stifled groans escaping her lips, yet she could not retaliate. After a long moment, Liu Bai finally ceased his assault. He carefully removed his gloves, discarding them on the ground, looking at Granny Yun with disdain. This time, it is merely a lesson. He had heard every word Granny Yun uttered. He would not let the one threatening Su Su go unpunished. However, the Grandmaster of the Yuhua Sacred Land possessed strength that rivaled his own. Liu Bai refrained from killing Granny Yun to avoid a complete rupture with the Yuhua Sacred Land. Master Uncle. Several elders rushed to Granny Yun's side as she coughed blood, her eyes filled with venomous resentment. Who on earth are you? The sect leader ground his teeth. Liu Bai's gaze swept over the sect leader, and he replied nonchalantly, I am from the Demon God Palace. Is that answer sufficient? Boom. As his words fell, the Yuhua Sacred Land fell into silence. Though the wasteland was a remote corner, those in high positions within the Yuhua Sacred Land were well aware of the existence of the Central Celestial Domain, the heart of the world, teeming with experts and prodigies. The Demon God Palace was the foremost among the myriad demons, a pinnacle of power. The sect leader's spirit crumbled. I should have anticipated this, he said with a bitter smile. With Su Su harboring the celestial demon bloodline, the awakening of that bloodline would surely stir the wasteland. How could the Demon God Palace remain indifferent? What qualifications does the sacred land of transformation possess? Saintess, I shall escort you home. With a swift strike to Granny Yun, Liu Bai sought to avenge Su Su, moving towards her with a slight bow and a warm smile, a stark contrast to his earlier imperious demeanor. Esteemed elder, are you addressing me? Su Su, hiding behind Feng Suiyuan, peeked out and asked in confusion. Liu Bai nodded. By the order of the palace master, I am here to take you back to the Demon God Palace. The Demon God Palace, where might that be? She inquired. In the Central Celestial Domain, the very heart of the world, Liu Bai explained. Only in the Central Celestial Domain can you truly harness the advantages of your bloodline. and one day ascend to the pinnacle of existence. I do not wish to go to the demon god palace." Upon hearing this, Susu shook her head vigorously. "I want to stay with my young master." "Young master?" At this, Lu Bai's expression turned icy. The designated saintess of the demon god palace dares to serve as a maid. Such audacity! Dao brother, do not misunderstand, Feng Suiyuan interjected. She and Su Yun are inseparable. "It is not as you perceive. I can take you to meet him," he offered. Lu Bai's expression softened. "I would be most obliged if you would lead the way." He clasped his hands in gratitude. Whoosh! Feng Suiyuan summoned his powers, conjuring auspicious clouds as they soared toward Xing Mountain. Su Yun. Granny Yun mulled over his name, wishing she could crush it to dust. "Disciple, please retreat to heal," the master of transformation instructed solemnly. Pausing before adding, "I hope you can learn from today's lesson." "Yes," Granny Yun nodded obediently. Xiang Mountain. Su Yun returned to the stone cottage, where Yu Wuxian was delicately putting on her stockings, her small feet as ivory white as the finest porcelain. Slowly enveloped in silk-like white socks, Su Yun, weary and disinterested in rest, was awaiting news. "What is the outcome?" As Yu Wuxian completed her attire and approached slowly, she informed him, "Susu's bloodline anomaly has alarmed the higher-ups of the sect, and she has been taken to the sacred hall of transformation for deliberation." A worried expression crossed Su Yun's face. "You do not blame me?" Yu Wuxian's eyes sparkled like stars, surprised. She had expected him to question her lack of intervention upon his return. Yet he remained silent. "Why would I blame you?" Su Yun chuckled self-deprecatingly. "This incident with Susu is a consequence of my own weakness. I failed to protect her." A glimmer of admiration appeared in Yu Wuxian's eyes. Su Yun's character was indeed commendable. With just this statement, "I can believe that your bond with the saintess is akin to that of siblings." Suddenly, Lu Bai, Feng Suiyuan, and Susu descended into the clearing. The gazes of the two masters did not linger on Su Yun but immediately focused on Yu Wuxian. "What a beautiful woman," Feng Suiyuan marveled inwardly. Throughout his life, he had never encountered a woman as exquisite as Yu Wuxian. "Truly beautiful," echoed Lu Bai, his eyes reflecting similar sentiments. Yet, both quickly regained their composure, for Yu Wuxian's aura was peculiar, eluding their comprehension. When had a woman so stunning and enigmatic appeared within the sacred land? Feng Suiyuan discreetly glanced at Su Yun. Despite his innate perfection, the presence of both Susu, a descendant of the celestial bloodline, and such a captivating woman was indeed extraordinary. Lu Bai, however, dismissed any further thoughts. He was tasked with bringing Susu back to the palace and had no time to concern himself with other matters. "Young master, Susu." The two were overjoyed upon meeting, and the little girl leapt into his embrace, which Su Yun returned tightly. "It is well that you are safe." He stroked Susu's hair, offering comfort. "Ahem." Lu Bai coughed lightly, his brow furrowing. "Little girl, let go." Su Yun was startled awake, promptly releasing Susu. Turning to Lu Bai, he inquired cautiously, "Esteemed elder, who might you be?" "I am Lu Bai of the Demon God Palace." Su Yun's heart sank. The people from the Demon God Palace had indeed arrived, signaling that Susu would soon depart from him. "I intend to bring Susu to the Central Celestial Domain. Before I leave, I wanted to inform you and express my gratitude for your care over the past month." Whoosh! Lu Bai flicked his fingers, and a blue-gold jade vial soared towards Su Yun. Instinctively, he caught it. The vial felt heavy in his palm, exuding a potent aura of malevolence that surged into his body, faintly resonating with the sound of a dragon's roar. "This vial contains the blood of a flood dragon. It will aid you in refining your physique. Use it wisely," Lu Bai noted, recognizing Su Yun's pursuit of physical cultivation. For body cultivators, dragon blood was considered a supreme elixir. "I am grateful for your kindness, esteemed elder." Su Yun accepted the offering without hesitation, knowing that he was at a crucial stage in cultivating the dragon-elephant physique. The flood dragon blood was a timely boon. "Saintess, you have met her. It is time for you to return to the palace with me," Lu Bai stated. "Young master, will you come with me?" Susu looked at Su Yun, then at Yu Wuxian, Sister Celestial. "Shall we all go to the Demon God Palace together?" Yu Wuxian shook her head gently. Her cultivation had yet to recover, and entering the Demon God Palace would pose dangers that could lead to her ruin. In the wilderness, she could ensure her own safety. Su Yun also shook his head, taking Susu's hand with a smile. "Susu, you must cultivate diligently in the Demon God Palace. Only by growing stronger can you protect me. If I am with you, I can also grow stronger and protect you, Susu retorted, pouting. She could not bear to part with him or Yu Wuxian. I will come to find you in the Demon God Palace before long. Su Yun promised, resigned. How long will that be? Susu's dark eyes gazed into his. Yu Yun hesitated. 4 years. At that moment, Yu Wuxian spoke. Feng Suiyuan and Lu Bai both frowned. The journey from the wilderness to the central celestial domain would take at least 3 days. Even for a demon god. Even if Su Yun were to reach the divine power realm, the journey would still exceed 3 years. It is simply impractical for Su Yun to pursue them immediately after their departure. Lu Bai remained unfazed. After all, Su Yun and Susu were from entirely different worlds. 4 years. Su Yun repeated. His tone resolute. 4 years would grant Susu hope and provide him with a goal within that time. He would strive to cultivate to a new realm. Young master, let us seal our pact. The two pressed their thumbs together, and in that instant, an invisible covenant bound their hearts. Saintus, it is getting late. We must take our leave, Lu Bai urged. Young master, I will wait for you in the Demon God Palace. Do not forget, it is 4 years. Susu's smile was radiant, her eyes curving like crescent moons, imprinting her most beautiful moment in Su Yun's memory. Lu Bai took her hand, gradually ascending into the sky. Susu gazed until the last moment, until Su Yun and Yu Wuxian were no longer visible. 2 tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, rolling down her cheeks and falling onto the auspicious clouds below. Lu Bai's expression remained calm. Parting was an inevitable sorrow of life. He believed that with time, Susu would gradually forget all. This novel can be downloaded through the open source, free Xingxuan downloader developed by Xingyu. If you acquire this novel file through a proxy download and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open source address, please request a refund immediately and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 20175937110. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https t.me/fq tool. Chapter 38, Dragon Elephant Physique. Did you kill someone at the sword-washing pool? Feng Suiyuan looked at Su Yun, his tone somber. Esteemed master, I was practicing by the sword-washing pool when someone attempted to assassinate me. I had no choice but to retaliate. Su Yun replied gravely. I do not harm others unless they harm me. This mindset is indeed suitable for the sword path, Feng Suiyuan mused. Su Yun's honesty and resilience, coupled with his insight, revealed a significant bond with Zhang Baiyu. This matter is in the past. I shall not pursue it further. However, you must remember that while in the sacred land of transformation, one must adhere to the rules. I understand, master. For now, take this divine power. When you reach the divine power realm, you will be able to practice this technique. With a wave of his sleeve, a jade slip fell into Su Yun's palm. Su Yun was both surprised and delighted. Yet he was unable to examine the contents of the slip as he had yet to cultivate his magical powers and consciousness. Thank you, esteemed master, he bowed respectfully. You have a connection with my inept disciple and have comprehended sword intent by the sword-washing pool. It seems fate has brought us together. Feng Suiyuan smiled, radiating warmth. Su Yun's thunderous sword intent did not escape his keen eyes. It was indeed rare for someone at the innate level to grasp sword intent. I, too, am curious to see how far you can progress in 4 years. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Feng Suiyuan's eyes before he vanished from sight. Fortune smiles upon you, Yu Wuxian remarked softly. Not only did you receive a vial of dragon blood, but you also obtained a sword technique. With Susu's bloodline manifestation, your gains are considerable. Hee, your majesty overestimates my achievements. Su Yun was unable to contain himself. Fully aware that both the blood of the dragon and the sword manual were inextricably linked to Susu. Being able to thrive on others' success was, indeed, a unique skill. Your majesty, why do you not venture to the Demon God Palace? Su Yun inquired in astonishment. He never anticipated that Yu Wumian would so resolutely decline Susu's invitation. Yu Wumian smiled enigmatically. It is precisely to remain here and train you. A chill ran through Su Yun's heart. Since you possess the dragon's blood, you need not continue resting, Yu Wumian asserted. Your vitality is depleted. Consuming the dragon's blood is essential for maximizing its refinement. Let us ascend to the mountain peak. Again? Su Yun lamented, nearly in tears. Your majesty, I have already been drained. I require further recuperation, or where will I find the strength? Do not forget, you only have 4 years, Yu Wumian retorted with a cold smirk. Then let us proceed. Su Yun's gaze hardened. He hoped that this vial of dragon's blood would aid him in achieving the dragon elephant spirit body. With a swift motion, Yu Wumian lifted Su Yun, and moments later, they reached the summit of Xiang Mountain. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting remnants of crimson clouds that danced like silken ribbons across the heavens. Your Majesty, should the dragon's blood be ingested or applied externally? Su Yun inquired. Ingesting it yields the best results, Yu Wumian replied. Su Yun nodded. Uncapping the vial, a potent, fishy odor assaulted his senses, nearly making him gag as swirling blood mist within the vial surged like a dragon soaring through the clouds. Yearning for flight. With a swift motion, Yu Wumian sealed the vial, submerging the blood mist within, preventing any further tumult. The dragon's blood was scarce, containing only 3 drops. Su Yun poured 1 drop, swallowing it whole. In an instant, a terrifying aura and the might of the dragon erupted, resonating with a roar that threatened to rend Su Yun's very soul, plunging him into agony. He howled, his body feeling as if it were about to burst. A surge of vitality instantly filled his limbs, yet the power contained within the dragon's blood was even more formidable. Bang! Yu Wumian delivered a swift kick to his rear, sending him plummeting down the cliff. As Su Yun descended uncontrollably, Yu Wumian suppressed a light chuckle. She did not disclose that while the effects of ingesting the dragon's blood were potent, they were also exceedingly intense and painful, requiring immense willpower to endure. The howling winds sliced through the air like blades, each gust a reminder of his precarious situation. Su Yun focused his spirit, embracing the primordial essence of the Dao body technique, his willpower reaching its zenith as he guided the vigorous vitality coursing through him into his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, 2 indistinct true spirits began to coalesce within his heart chambers. Roar! The dragon and elephant resonated in unison, their vitality surging forth like smoke, enveloping his body and slowing his descent. With a series of thuds, he collided with a massive boulder halfway down the mountain, rolling down yet sustaining minimal injury thanks to the protective vitality surrounding him. How exhilarating! Su Yun laughed joyfully, experiencing a blend of pain and pleasure. He felt his vitality multiplying at an astonishing rate, as his muscles, meridians, and bones underwent profound transformation. The refinement by the dragon's blood, guided by the dragon elephant true spirit, was meticulously honing every aspect of his body. Upon landing, Su Yun wasted no time and sprinted towards the summit once more. Night had fallen, and the heavens sparkled with stars. The moon like a radiant disk casting silken light across the mountains, the distant roars of beasts in the Highlang mountain range adding a natural melody to the serene landscape. Yu Wumian sat upon a stone. Her demeanor tranquil. "Do not dawdle," she remarked coolly. "Now that you can survive the fall, we must increase the difficulty of your training." "Your Majesty, I am at your command," Su Yun replied, brimming with determination. Having consumed the dragon's blood, he felt empowered, especially as the dragon elephant true spirit had not dissipated but was continuously gathering vitality, seemingly on the verge of solidification. "Carry that stone," Yu Wumian pointed at the boulder. "You want me to jump off the cliff while carrying it?" Even Su Yun, seasoned through countless battles, felt a jolt of apprehension. The stone measured several feet across and weighed at least 3 to 4 tons. To leap off a cliff with such a burden was no trivial feat. The heavier the weight, the faster his descent would be. His time for contemplation was limited. "If you do not wish to train, I will not force you," Yu Wumian remarked indifferently. "I want to." Su Yun gritted his teeth. Although Yu Wumian was demanding, she was undoubtedly the finest mentor. Under her guidance, in just a day, his physical strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. He aimed to forge the dragon elephant true spirit and establish the dragon elephant spirit body. For only then could he harness vitality to nourish his body, ultimately forging magical power and stepping into the realm of divine abilities, becoming a true cultivator. Bending down, he clasped the base of the stone. Muscles taut, and with tremendous effort, he hurled the boulder skyward. Yu Wumian remained seated, unfazed. The stone crashed onto Su Yun's back, causing the ground to sink and leaving 2 deep imprints. The boulder was not excessively heavy. The true test lay in leaping with the weight. "The power of the dragon's blood within you has yet to be fully refined," Yu Wumian cautioned. "The longer you delay, the more precious dragon blood essence you will waste. With that, Su Yun took a mighty leap, soaring like a frog, covering great distance as he descended the cliff. The stone adhered to him like a magnet, distorting his facial muscles and rustling his clothing as the oxygen levels in his brain plummeted. Primordial Tao Body Technique. Su Yun roared internally, his vitality surging like a river, coursing back into his brain and then into his limbs, forming a perfect cycle under the harmonization of the dragon-elephant true spirit. Roar! In that instant, a dragon and an elephant residing within his two heart chambers let out a simultaneous cry, and the power hidden in the dragon's blood surged uncontrollably, invigorating the spirits as if they were alive. The true dragon sprang forth from his heart chamber, entwining around Su Yun's body and dramatically slowing his descent. The divine elephant resounded beneath him. His vitality surged into the two true spirits, and Su Yun's mind gradually calmed. He retrieved the azure gold jade vial, swallowing the remaining dragon blood in one swift motion. Boom! The overwhelming vitality erupted within him, his heart beating fiercely as it absorbed the essence of the dragon's blood, flowing into the two heart chambers and fortifying the dragon-elephant true spirit. The dragon-elephant true spirit grew increasingly corporeal. With a resounding roar, his hair stood on end, each strand resembling a sharp sword, and his clothing tore apart, transforming into fluttering rags. Bathed in moonlight, Su Yun astonishingly hovered midair, the dragon and elephant coiling around him. Empowered by the dragon-elephant true spirit, he defied gravity, standing aloft. Roar! In that moment, the dragon and elephant seemed to come alive, the divine dragon opening its eyes, shimmering radiantly, while the celestial elephant trumpeted, treading the heavens and encircling Su Yun. As the two true spirits manifested, Su Yun felt his vitality solidify, allowing him to hover momentarily in the air. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Wumian's eyes. This lad's comprehension is becoming increasingly remarkable, she mused. When she first encountered Su Yun, she had merely viewed him as a gifted martial artist, cunning and brazen. However, after several days together, she began to recognize his virtues. Su Yun displayed unwavering loyalty and care towards Su, while in his cultivation, he exhibited a resilience akin to steel, pressing forward without hesitation. His demeanor and innate talent were commendable. Yu Wumian felt elated. Under her tutelage, within 4 years, he would surely penetrate the central celestial domain and carve out a formidable reputation. She regarded Su Yun with a gaze akin to that of an art connoisseur appraising a masterpiece. Dragon-elephant true spirit, Su Yun roared, his voice resonating with the might of a dragon and an elephant. The primordial Tao Body technique reached its zenith, the dragon's blood igniting like flames, swiftly transforming into the purest nourishment. Merging with his vitality, as the vitality surged, it integrated into his very flesh. Bang! Su Yun's fists clenched, and as his vitality exploded forth, the overwhelming force shattered the boulder. Humph! Yu Wumian's satisfied expression vanished instantly, replaced by a displeased huff. With a delicate step, she floated like a fleeting shadow onto the nearby cliff face. I've succeeded. Su Yun laughed heartily, his exuberance echoing across Xiang Mountain. That sounds like Brother Su's voice. Someone remarked, startled from slumber. What madness drives him to shout in the dead of night? Grumbled another. Suddenly, Yu Wumian flicked her fingertip, summoning a flash of azure light, and with a deft motion, she struck Su Yun in the kidney. Ouch! Su Yun winced, his vitality collapsing abruptly, and he fell to the ground with a thud, his face bruised and battered without the protection of his vitality. Your Majesty, could you perhaps choose a different target for your next ambush? Su Yun lamented. The kidneys, after all, were not merely an organ for a man. I intended to remind you not to become complacent. Yu Wumian retorted coldly. It was clearly due to my own excellence. Su Yun grumbled inwardly, unwilling to argue with the capricious woman. The primary reason remained that he could not defeat her. When the day comes that the roles are reversed, I shall avenge myself. Chapter 39. The realm of divine powers. Su Yun turned his inner gaze upon his physical form, observing the left and right ventricles of his heart. Within them lay a dragon and an elephant, coiled in slumber, brimming with vibrant life. As his vital energy flowed through the chambers, it was purified and refined by the true spirits of the dragon and elephant, becoming increasingly pure. Faintly, on his bones, blurred patterns emerged, resembling a dragon coiling and an elephant standing, a most wondrous sight. This was a sign of his attainment of the dragon-elephant spirit-bodied. At this moment, even Su Yun's physical strength could contend with the realm of divine powers. However, practitioners of this realm could soar through the skies and traverse the earth, and should they be on guard, Su Yun would not be able to reach them. Your Majesty, I have successfully refined the true spirit of the dragon and elephant. Achieving the dragon-elephant spirit body, I should be able to utilize my vital energy to nourish my Dantian, thus stepping into the realm of divine powers in one fell swoop. Su Yun brushed off the dust and humbly sought guidance. Yu Wuxin replied, "The Great Zhou Celestial Star technique you have cultivated is indeed an exceptional method for foundational training, yielding a true essence that is 108 times greater than that of other practitioners of the same tier. To enter the realm of divine powers, even with the nourishment of the dragon-elephant spirit body, will still require a considerable amount of time, at least a month, or as little as 10 days. Su Yun was greatly exhilarated. The prospect of transforming from a practitioner of the postnatal realm to one of the divine powers realm within a month's time was unprecedented, even among the most revered sanctuaries of ascension. It should be even faster, he murmured, for in his possession was a geomantic dragon pearl, continuously replenishing his true essence and vital energy. The two of them proceeded back to the stone chamber. Upon entering, Su Yun's expression momentarily faltered. The little girl has left 4 years, for a practitioner, was but the blink of an eye. Yu Wuxin, discerning Su Yun's thoughts, lightly snorted, "If you truly possess the capability, you will be able to stride confidently into the Demon God Palace 4 years hence. With your Majesty's guidance, there will be no issues." Su Yun, appropriately, offered a flurry of flattering compliments. Yu Wuxin maintained a stoic demeanor, yet her eyes sparkled with satisfaction, clearly relishing the praise. "Go prepare a meal," she urged, her stomach growling in hunger. Understood. Su Yun approached the stove, washing rice, cooking, and preparing vegetables. In half an hour, a fragrant spread was laid out, wafting delicious aromas that tantalized the senses. Is this for consumption? Yu Wuxin raised an eyebrow. She delicately picked up a piece of meat and tasted it, finding the flavor quite agreeable. Su Yun inquired softly, "Your Majesty, can this be eaten?" Yu Wuxin paused, a captivating smile gracing her exquisite features, her dimples appearing as if intent on ensnaring Su Yun's heart. Coughing, Su Yun, driven by a desperate will to survive, clarified, "What I meant to say is, Your Majesty is a celestial goddess. How could a mere mortal like myself dare to compare?" With a flurry of movement, Su Yun devoured his meal, finishing in mere moments. Once Yu Wuxin set down her chopsticks, washed her bowl, she retreated into her meditation chamber. He retrieved the geomantic dragon pearl, channeling his true essence as it merged with the gathering spirit array, unleashing a torrent of pure geomantic energy in a cyclical flowed, dragon-elephant spirit body. Su Yun roared, activating the primordial Dao body technique. His vital energy surged forth, devouring the spirit energy at an astonishing rate, flooding into his Dantian and compressing into true essence. Simultaneously, he operated the Great Zhou Celestial Star technique, as 108 star seeds floated, transforming the vast true essence through his cultivation into streams of magical energy. It must be said that under the nourishment of his vital energy, his cultivation speed dramatically increased. Yet, as Yu Wuxin had mentioned, cultivating magical energy was still a gradual process. Moreover, to forge this energy, one must open the Naiwen Palace and consolidate their consciousness through mental fortitude. Magical energy, consciousness, and divine powers were the hallmarks of practitioners within the realm of divine powers. None could be absent. For years, how far could little Yunzi progress? Yu Wuxin sat upon a blue stone, removing her shoes and soaking her delicate feet in the clear water, gently rippling. She gazed up at the starry sky. The full moon like a plate, its light ethereal. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Within the meditation chamber, Su Yun's cultivation reached a crucial juncture in those 3 days. The power of the geomantic dragon pearl was nearly depleted, and the true essence from the 108 star seeds had all been transformed into vast magical energy. Su Yun's strength surged significantly. However, one final and paramount step remained: opening the Naiwen Palace and refining his consciousness. Generally, the stronger one's physical body, the more challenging it became to unlock the Naiwen Palace. Yu Wuxin's melodious voice reached Su Yun's ears. You have cultivated magical energy, which can be supplemented with vital energy to strike at the Naiwen Palace and open the Sea of Consciousness. Little Yunzi, remember this. The larger the Sea of Consciousness, the greater the range of your consciousness, and the stronger your mental power will be, greatly benefiting your soul. Therefore, you must give it your all. Su Yun's heart trembled. Had it not been for Yu Wuxin's guidance, he would have remained unaware of this crucial aspect in matters of cultivation. He was but a novice. With a unified essence, opening the Naiwen Palace should not pose a significant challenge. Su Yun suddenly summoned his magical energy. Boom! A torrent of magical energy surged forth from his dantian like a celestial river, merging with his vital energy, flowing upwards in defiance towards the Naiwen Palace atop his head. This strike felt as if it were to cleave the heavens asunder, creating a new domain within his mind to harbor his soul and consciousness. Bang! The essence surged into his brain, seemingly encountering an invisible barrier, producing a dull thud. Su Yun felt dizzy, as if his soul were being shaken from his mind. His vital energy bubbling. Oh, and one more thing I forgot to mention, Yu Wuxin said with a smile. If you fail to open the Naiwen Palace, the lightest consequence is becoming a fool, the gravest. Your brain may explode. Thus, when advancing to the realm of divine powers, especially for gifted cultivators, they often have sects or clan elders to protect them. Su Yun longed to reprimand her. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. If he could not take this step, how could he discuss immortality? His resolve was firm. He would not retreat. Primordial Dao body technique? Su Yun cried out. The slumbering true spirits of the dragon and elephant roared in unison, his vital energy surging like boiling water. Mysterious blood patterns manifested like totems on either side of his chest, resembling a dragon and an elephant. Not only that, but Su Yun also fervently channeled his magical energy. Multitasking with fervor, he sought to strike decisively, to open the Naiwen Palace and unveil the Sea of Consciousness. Charge! Su Yun bellowed in his heart. Boom! In that moment, he exerted all his might. The vast magical energy surged forth, and the vital energy roared like the ocean. The two monumental forces converged, the dragon and elephant entwined in a grand chant, akin to a divine sword cleaving towards the celestial barrier deep within his mind. In a fleeting moment, Su Yun's spirit was utterly tranquil, for he believed wholeheartedly that he would not fail. With unwavering determination, he pressed forward. Boom! The essence sword plunged down, rending the celestial barrier asunder. Su Yun beheld a vast and chaotic expanse, dim and mysterious, as if the sound of crashing waves reverberated within. Now was the moment. Yu Wuxin's expression shifted slightly. Give it your all. Open the Sea of Consciousness. She had been silently observing Su Yun's every move. Boom! Su Yun propelled his magical energy, the vital energy and magical force surging into the chaotic realm, like 1,000 troops expanding their territory, crashing into the depths of the chaos. The vital energy surged forth. It forcefully expanded the Naiwen Palace. However, this Naiwen Palace seemed boundless, continuously expanding yet never reaching an end. Su Yun persevered, knowing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to forge his foundation. Seize the moment. Boom! He desperately channeled his profound art, the vital energy and magical energy transforming into two divine swords, cleaving and excavating within the Naiwen Palace, delving deep into the very core of the chaos. Time flowed on. The area he had opened appeared as a parched expanse. Yet in the next moment, streams of water flowed in, accumulating into droplets of spiritual essence. Before long, Su Yun beheld himself, a hazy figure of Su Yun, seated deep within the Naiwen Palace, emanating an enigmatic aura. This was the soul, the source of spirit. It is done. Yu Wuxin smiled gently. Buzz! Before her words could fully escape her lips, an invisible shackle fell away, and Su Yun's aura surged, fully stepping into the realm of divine powers, becoming a true practitioner of energy cultivation, ushering in a new beginning of immortality. He attempted to manipulate his consciousness, perceiving a radius of 1 mile with clarity, as if he could see through everything. Every minute detail laid bare before him. How marvelous, Su Yun marveled, as if he had opened his heavenly eyes. Measure the extent of your Sea of Consciousness and report back to me, Yu Wuxin instructed. 300 miles, Su Yun replied, already aware of the dimensions of his Sea of Consciousness. Moderate, Yu Wuxin's voice grew faint. lacking confidence. A sea of consciousness spanning 300 miles was nothing extraordinary, even for peak geniuses. Little Yunzi's innate talent was average, yet his cultivated techniques were truly top-tier. The Great Zhou Celestial Star technique was undoubtedly an exceptional method for foundational training, and with the assistance of the primordial Dao Body technique, opening a sea of consciousness spanning 300 miles was within reason. Xu Yun, however, was quite astonished. The Niwen Palace indeed contained multitudes. Nestled within his skull, it could host a 300-mile sea of consciousness, truly miraculous. Your Majesty, I must take time to solidify my sea of consciousness, Xu Yun conveyed through thought. How convenient cultivation has become. If only there were such practices on Earth, who would still be lost in the realm of two dimensions? A fleeting thought crossed Xu Yun's mind, prompting him to calm his spirit. Advancing to the realm of divine powers signified that he was now eligible to ascend to the inner sect and become an inner disciple. His status within the sacred land of ascension would undoubtedly rise in tandem. However, this facet bore little significance. What truly mattered was that becoming an inner disciple afforded him the opportunity to select a cave dwelling. Yi Chen's third stroke of fortune stemmed from such a cave. Calculating the time, he realized there were merely 2 days remaining. A smile crept across Xu Yun's face as he mused. Yi Chen, that cave shall also belong to me. He closed his eyes, summoned his vital energy, and channeled his cultivation technique, extracting the remnants of power from the earth vein dragon pearl to replenish his depleted magical essence. The following day, as the sun rose, casting a resplendent purple aura, Xu Yun concluded his seclusion. After a night of diligent cultivation, his prowess was firmly solidified. Clang, clang. The sounds from outside were somewhat raucous. Xu Yun quietly used his spiritual sense to investigate, only to discover that Yu Wumian was preparing breakfast, albeit in a frantic manner, manipulating the spatula with her magical power. Seemingly wary of splattering oil on herself, Xu Yun was left speechless. Moments later, Yu Wumian cheerfully called out, "Little Yunzi, come out and sample my culinary skills." Xu Yun was filled with confusion. Had this woman lost her mind? Intrigued yet apprehensive, he stepped outside, only to feel a wave of dread as he beheld the dish before him. It was a plate of pitch-black food, resembling charred coal, hardly appetizing. "Give it a try," Yu Wumian said, handing him a pair of chopsticks, her smile revealing pearly white teeth. Xu Yun almost wished to inform her that her royal presence was far more delectable than this ghastly dish. Trembling, he picked up a morsel. "Your Majesty, please, indulge first." He forced a smile. "Eat." Yu Wumian's eyes narrowed. Xu Yun swallowed the morsel whole. Within less than a second, he spat it out. Yu Wumian fell into silence. Was it that unpalatable? She gazed at Xu Yun with a forlorn expression. Xu Yun silently cursed in his heart. If it's so terrible, why not try it yourself? Your Majesty's initial foray into cooking has resulted in a dish that is already a remarkable feat. Painful. I meant to ask if it was good or not. Delicious. Yu Wumian's face lit up with satisfaction. Then you shall finish it. Moments later, Xu Yun, in tears, polished off the culinary disaster that was Yu Wumian's cooking. It was a case of choosing the lesser of two evils. He would rather suffer through the taste than endure physical hardships. Chapter 40. As steady as a rock, striving for a breath of air, my life's script should now undergo a transformation. After washing the dishes, Xu Yun felt a stirring in his heart. Gradually, the script of his life coalesced within his consciousness. Name: Xu Yun. Identity: outer disciple of the sacred land of ascension. Fate: blue talent, exceptional cultivation. Early stage of divine powers. Life script: supporting role, Xintian Great World, recent turning point. About to become an inner disciple of the sacred land of ascension, his fate had finally transcended beyond the mundane white. Xu Yun's expression brightened. His fate had risen a tier, and his talent had shifted following the formation of his dragon elephant spirit body. However, Xu Yun did not bask in pride. This was merely the beginning. Your Majesty, I am to proceed to the inner sect today to ascend as an inner disciple. At that time, I will have the right to select a cave dwelling and relocate to the inner sect. Xu Yun declared. Yu Wumian replied indifferently. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. Xu Yun activated his magical essence, employing the 7-star steps, moving as gracefully as a swallow. His speed amplified tenfold compared to previous days as he rushed towards the inner sect. To ascend to the inner sect, one must report to the Taishan Hall, and pass the evaluation to become an inner disciple and select a cave dwelling that, of course, he would also receive the upgraded version of his cultivation technique. The Great Joestar decision he practiced was merely a foundational method. It lacked the techniques for Qi practitioners. After his ascension, he would obtain the subsequent techniques. After a moment, Su Yun arrived outside the Taishan Hall, where the interior was sparsely populated. Su Shidi, what a coincidence. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang in Su Yun's ears. He turned to find a stunning woman in a purple skirt, her hair cascading like a waterfall, and her bright eyes gleaming. Senior Sister Lin, Su Yun nodded. This woman was none other than Lin Ziyue from the Jilan Pavilion. Congratulations, Senior Sister, on breaking through to the realm of divine powers and ascending to the inner sect. Su Yun remarked, noting the aura emanating from Lin Ziyue, indicating she was indeed at the early stage of divine powers. I have lingered at the perfected innate realm for quite some time. Breaking through to divine powers was a natural progression. Lin Ziyue's eyes widened in astonishment. But Su Shidi, you have managed to cultivate from the early innate stage to divine powers in just a month. Truly remarkable. Are you here to ascend to the inner sect as well? Lin Ziyue wondered, astonished by the rapidity of his progress. Su Yun nodded. Upon entering the inner sect, I will be able to select a cave dwelling. Do you have any recommendations, Senior Sister? Lin Ziyue smiled, revealing her sharp little tiger teeth. Thank you for your kind offer, Senior Sister. I already have a cave in mind. Yi Chen's third opportunity was indeed an inner sect cave. Then I will not delay you further, Lin Ziyue said, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her face. Though her smile remained radiant, I reside on the Haoyue Peak. Should you have time, do come visit. Su Yun's potential was boundless, and Lin Ziyue naturally wished to befriend him. I will surely pay a visit when time allows. I shall take my leave now. Su Yun entered the inner hall. In just a month, Su Shidi has made astonishing progress to become a Qi practitioner. He is not merely a piece of unrefined jade. He is a gem of unparalleled beauty. If the Senior Sister were to know, she would undoubtedly go to great lengths to win him over. This matter needed to be conveyed to the Senior Sister swiftly, Lin Ziyue thought. What brings you here, Shidi? A man in black clothing glanced at Su Yun. Recognizing his aura, are you here to ascend to the inner sect? Much obliged, Senior Brother, Su Yun responded. The process for ascending to the inner sect was quite straightforward. One merely needed to pass the Spirit Stone test. The man in black explained as he led Su Yun to the registration area. Please register first. The man handed over a form. Su Yun filled in his details accordingly. Are you Su Yun? The man in black was taken aback. Recently, Su Yun's reputation had soared. He had only heard of his name without seeing him in person until now. Su Yun nodded. Su Shidi, let us proceed with the test. The man's eyes glimmered with hope, considering Su Yun's ability to slay perfected innate realm warriors at the early innate stage. His talent must be remarkable. At the center of the Taishan Hall stood a crystal-clear spirit column, intricately carved with 9 stars, resembling a celestial alignment. At a height, just above Su Yun's shoulder was a palm-shaped indentation. Su Shidi, the 9 stars on the spirit stone represent the strength of one's magical essence. The man in black explained. The more robust your magical essence, the more stars you can illuminate. Su Yun placed his hand into the indentation. Buzz. He summoned his magical essence, and a torrent of power surged into the spirit column. A soft hum resonated as the spirit stone trembled slightly, and a swirl of ethereal light danced in the AI. In an instant, 2 stars were illuminated. The man's eyes brightened, as expected of him. His hope soared higher. I would rather not attract too much attention by illuminating all 9 stars at once, Su Yun thought. He refrained from exerting his full strength, allowing only 3 stars to light up. Given the potency of his magical essence, illuminating all 9 stars would have been effortless. However, considering he had many adversaries within the sacred land of ascension, revealing his true capabilities would be ill-advised. On the path of cultivation, one must be both steady and cautious to ultimately triumph. Reflecting on this, Su Yun deliberately tempered his magical essence. With a decrease in power, only 3 stars were illuminated on the spirit stone. The man in black's expression gradually dimmed. What a pity, I may have misjudged. In an instant, Su Yun had illuminated 2 stars. His magical essence was formidable. The man had anticipated at least 6 stars to be lit up. To his surprise, only 3 stars were activated. Rather unremarkable. Indeed, most individuals only experience fleeting moments of brilliance. Su Shidi, Illuminating 3 stars is already a commendable achievement. Do not be disheartened, the man in black reassured him with a smile. Many of our junior brothers and sisters can only illuminate 1 or 2 stars upon their first attempt. Su Yun smiled without speaking. If the man in black were to realize that he had only utilized 30% of his strength, he would surely be astounded. Follow me. The man in black led Su Yun to a side hall where he procured a set of inner disciple robes. Please wait a moment, the man instructed. And shortly after, a fellow disciple at the innate stage entered the repository and retrieved a set of basic items for inner disciples: robes, a spirit sword, and an inner sect jade pendant. After stepping into a changing room, Su Yun emerged moments later, transformed in appearance. Though the items were spirit artifacts, they were merely of inferior quality, far inferior to Zhong Yun's blazing sun spirit sword or Lu Li's 5-element precious cauldron, truly a world apart. Su Yun gently caressed the blade of the spiritual sword, letting out a sigh within his heart. The existence of a treasure mountain, yet the inability to utilize it, was indeed a source of distress. After Lu Yun's demise, his elder brother Lu Li had been tirelessly searching, even employing the might of the 10,000 Treasures Alliance, offering a hefty bounty for any clues related to Lu Yun. Having already offended the True Dragon Society due to Su Qinghe, adding the 10,000 Treasures Alliance into the mix would likely mean he could no longer survive in the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land. Thus, he had to tread with utmost caution. Senior brother, where can I collect the subsequent cultivation techniques? Su Yun emerged from the changing room, inquiring of the man in black. Naturally, it is at the transmission hall. However, the Taishan Hall and the transmission hall are separate entities. To select advanced cultivation techniques, you must proceed to the inner sect's transmission hall, the man in black explained patiently. Let us first choose a cave dwelling. Su Yun replied with a smile. The matter of the cave dwelling was of greater significance. The two returned to the Taishan Hall, where, on the right side of the hall, a geographical model was displayed, encompassing the 76 peaks of the inner sect. Gazing upon it, one could not help but feel a sense of grandeur, as if surveying all the mountains beneath Xushidi, the peaks of the inner sect. Known for their rich spiritual energy, have nearly all been claimed, suggest you choose the Xinqing Peak. Senior brother, which one is the Xining Peak? Su Yun countered with a question instead of answering. The Xining Peak? The man in black frowned. That peak is saturated with yin energy, which imbues the spiritual energy with a heavy yin essence, making it exceptionally beneficial for Qi practitioners cultivating the Xining techniques. However, you do not seem to be one inclined towards such practices. I have my own discretion. Su Yun replied with a faint smile. I kindly ask for your guidance. Seeing Su Yun's determination, the man in black refrained from further commentary. That is the Xining Peak. He pointed toward the Xining Peak with a ruler in hand. The Xining Peak, located in the far north, stood solitary, facing south. Only 7 cave dwellings had been excavated upon it. Su Yun smiled subtly. The third opportunity for Yichen lay on the Xining Peak, specifically in the third cave dwelling situated halfway up the mountain. I want that one, he indicated, pointing at the third cave dwelling. The man in black sighed. I will promptly handle the paperwork for you, Shidi. Just then, a light snort echoed. Yi Chun, clad in black with jet black hair, exuded an aura of cold competence as he approached alongside a disciple of the Taishan Hall. He fixed his gaze on Su Yun, sneering, I never expected you to reach the Divine Passage realm, and on the same day as me, no less. Yi Chen's eyes were dark, his aura frigid. Ever since he obtained the 5 elements sacred Yuan Cauldron, he had been sailing smoothly, never encountering setbacks, until Su Yun became an exception, having bested him on 2 occasions. Yi Shidi, do you know him? The accompanying blue-clad Qi practitioner furrowed his brow. He is Su Yun. Yi Chen replied mockingly, on the life and death platform, fighting beyond 1's level. In the sword-washing pool, killing without guilt. His fame is quite illustrious. Surely, you must recognize him. Senior brother, so it's him. The blue-clad practitioner chuckled. Teasing, but how could he possibly compare to Yi Shidi? Yi Chen had risen rapidly, his talent exceptional, ranking among those who could enter the inner sect's list. How could a mere Su Yun stand in comparison? Su Yun did not cast a glance at the blue-clad disciple, instead addressing Yi Chen. Yi Shidi, as you mentioned, it appears we are quite fated. Had it not been for the sword-washing pool incident, I might have felt a tinge of guilt. However, after you made your move, seizing my opportunity, there is no longer any hesitation. Su Yun regarded Yi Chen, a smile playing on his lips as he reflected on how he had twice seized opportunities from Yi Chen, who could only watch helplessly, unable to alter the outcome. This feeling could only be described with one word: exhilarating. Yi Chen, under Su Yun's gaze, felt an inexplicable surge of irritation and unease rise within him. "Senior brother, let us proceed with the cave-dwelling paperwork," Su Yun suggested. "Wait." Yi Chen's expression hardened. "I want that cave-dwelling." Upon hearing this, the two disciples of the Taishan Hall, aside from Su Yun, wore expressions of astonishment. Were they truly vying for the same cave-dwelling? Yishidi, the Xianin Peak is remote, desolate, and there are numerous superior cave-dwellings available. Why must you compete with Su Yun for the same one? Questioned the disciple beside Yi Chen, incredulity etched on his face. The man in black also wore a look of disbelief, scanning between Su Yun and Yi Chen. TO contest over an inferior dwelling when there were better options available? Was there something amiss? "Senior brother, this matter is between me and Su Yun," Yi Chen declared sternly. He harbored a vague feeling that this cave dwelling was not ordinary. Moreover, the last time in the Qingyan market, he had been outmaneuvered by Su Yun, leaving him with pent-up frustration, and no matter the cost, Yi Chen was determined not to suffer another defeat. This was about pride. Chapter 41. Sword Intent. Yi Chen? Are you out of your mind? Su Yun's expression remained impassive. In any contest, one must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. This cave dwelling was one he had set his sights on. It rightfully belonged to him. Why should he contend with you? The man in black wholeheartedly agreed. Why? Yi Chen scoffed. Are you afraid? I am not afraid, Su Yun replied. However, even if I were to defeat you, the cave dwelling would still rightfully be mine. What benefit would I gain by engaging in this futile struggle? At his words, Yi Chen's anger surged. Su Yun's tone suggested he had already calculated his victory, and it irked him. The blue-clad disciple also displayed a hint of surprise. Yi Chen was a rising star, his strength undoubtedly among the elite of his generation. While Su Yun was renowned, in comparison to Yi Chen, he still fell short. It was worth noting that Yi Chen had once slain a Qi practitioner at the Divine Passage realm, while at the peak of the Innate realm. Though you dare to bet? Yi Chen asked coldly. Observing this scene, the man in black understood that today's matter could not end amicably. Su Yun chuckled. Yishidi, if you wish to compete with me, it depends on your sincerity, not mine. An upper-grade spiritual weapon. Yi Chen produced his wager with a clang. He flipped his palm, revealing a crystal blue spiritual sword that shone before the crowd. The blade was adorned with intricate spiritual patterns, emanating a chilling aura, its quality exceptional. Su Yun's brow furrowed slightly. The fact that Yi Chen could casually produce an upper-grade spiritual weapon indicated that he possessed even more formidable weapons. Although Su Yun had the 5 elements sacred Yuan cauldron, he was reluctant to bring it forth. In terms of weaponry, he was at a disadvantage. Do you dare? Yi Chen pressed. Very well, Su Yun nodded, turning to the 2 men in black, clasping his fists. I ask you 2 seniors to witness this. Very well, this battle shall not be to the death, merely a contest, the man in black replied, exchanging glances with his companion, who subtly shook his head. How could Su Yun dare to? That is acceptable. Yi Chen responded, unconcerned. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. He merely sought to reclaim his pride. There is an open area outside the hall where the 2 of you may duel. The man in black led the way, with the 2 following closely behind, the atmosphere charged with tension. What were they about to do? The commotion caused by Su Yun and Yi Chen attracted the attention of other disciples arriving at the Taishan Hall, who hurried over to watch. They arrived at an open field. Lush green grass spread out before them, expansive enough to rival a football field. Remember, it is merely a contest, the man in black reiterated. He was resolute in his desire to avoid any incidents within the Taishan Hall. Understood. Yi Chen's battle intent surged forth, his mana swirling as he grasped a spear that radiated a dazzling red light, exuding an intense heat, akin to a crimson dragon. Clang. As Su Yun focused his thoughts, it appeared in his grasp, revealing itself to be the inferior-grade spiritual weapon he had just acquired from the Taishan Hall. Inferior-grade spiritual weapon? A disciple of the inner sect scoffed. With Yi Chen wielding an upper-grade spiritual weapon, how can Su Yun compete with him? It was evident that Su Yun was at a disadvantage. In the same realm, the enhancement from their weapons was significant. Even before they exchanged blows, Su Yun had already lost half the battle. Suddenly, the spear in Yi Qin's hand vanished, replaced by a silver spear that was identical to Su Yun's weapon. Also an inferior-grade spiritual weapon, Su Yun. I will not take advantage of you, Yi Qin stated. Let us fight fairly. Su Yun's eyes flickered with surprise, admiration glimmering within them as he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, rest assured. Yi Shidi, I too shall show mercy. While this statement was sincere from Su Yun's perspective, it was exceedingly grating to Yi Qin's ears. Whoosh! Yi Qin's spear shot forth like a dragon, his mana surging as a roar erupted. Akin to a furious dragon, he lunged forward, his spear moving with the speed of lightning, striking towards Su Yun with overwhelming force. Dragon Snake Sword Technique. Su Yun countered with his sword, channeling his mana as the sword energy split into two. Resembling a dragon and a snake, coiling around the spiritual sword. Clang! The sound of spear meeting sword resonated, sparks flying as a tremendous force surged from their weapons, causing both to stagger back several feet. Swish! Yi Qin halted his steps, releasing the force, and with a light tap of his toes, he soared towards Su Yun like a dragonfly skimming water, his speed so swift that his afterimage lingered behind. Hunyuan's spear radiance. With a shake of the spear, he struck at Su Yun's sword, unleashing 12 waves of hidden power that erupted, sending Su Yun retreating with his hands numb. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qin continued his onslaught. Crushing mountain force, he bellowed, his chest reverberating with a thunderous sound. As he swung the spear in a wide arc, the force powerful enough to split mountains and shatter stones, sending shockwaves outward. Sky Gang Beidou Sword Technique. Su Yun's feet tread upon the 7 stars, his sword light intertwining and twisting through the void, casting countless sword shadows that gradually dissipated Yi Qin's strength. As he shattered Yi Qin's divine abilities. A glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes, and his mana surged forth abruptly. North Dipper Sword Formation. Clang, clang, clang. Su Yun activated the Great Zhou Tian Star Decision, his magical energy roaring forth. This celestial North Dipper Sword technique was composed of fundamental sword forms. When cultivated to perfection, it could coalesce into the North Dipper Sword Formation, akin to a divine ability. The spiritual swords danced, and in an instant, beams of sword light emerged from 7 directions, their sword energy howling and starlight shimmering, dazzling the onlookers as they surged toward Yi Qin. Junior brother Su possesses remarkable comprehension, a man in black remarked, astonished. This fundamental sword technique had been mastered by him to such an extraordinary degree that it transformed into a divine ability. Impressive, truly exceptional, another nodded in agreement. Yet, some remained dismissive, asserting that such abilities alone could not rival Yi Qin. Do not forget, he is the one designated by the True Dragon Society. Without formidable skills, how could he receive such preferential treatment? A hush fell over the crowd. The honor of being chosen by the True Dragon Society had only been bestowed upon Yi Qin in the last decade. Well said, Yi Qin laughed heartily. His battle intent soaring. Suddenly, he cast aside his spear, forming a fist seal, immense mana flooding into his fist, and a phantom emerged behind him. Moo! The thunderous bellow of a bull reverberated, overwhelming to the ears. Yi Qin unleashed a punch, and the wild bull seemed to materialize, charging forth, shattering 7 streams of sword energy as it barreled towards Su Yun. Yi Qin is indeed formidable, Su Yun thought to himself. How could an ordinary practitioner of the divine realm, newly ascended, command such an array of divine abilities? Yet, each strike from Yi Qin seemed to be imbued with divine essence. Junior brother Yi, behold my punch. Su Yun stood firm, his Hongmeng Dao body technique in motion, his vitality surging like a mighty river within, ultimately converging in his fist. Boom! Their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying force. Yi Qin was sent flying over Tianzhong. His steps unsteady, blood roiling in his chest, unable to settle for some time. A body cultivator? Yi Qin's gaze sharpened. His punch had drawn upon divine power, yet at its core, it remained rooted in mana. Conversely, Su Yun's fist bore no trace of mana fluctuation, relying solely on the strength of his physical form. Su Yun indeed possesses considerable prowess, a disciple praised. Those who cultivate both body and spirit are seldom weak. Another added. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Su Yun, outsiders believe my strength lies in my spear, that I have even grasped the essence of spear art. Yi Qin approached Su Yun, a fierce aura emanating from him. As he passed, the grass seemed to be severed by an invisible sword energy. Yi Chen's aura intensified. Su Yun's brow furrowed. This power was all too familiar. Sword intent, on that day by the sword-washing pool. He had comprehended the Thunder Sword intent through the Thunder Sword Pill, and even in the Black Wind Stronghold, he had slain the chief Li Huayuan with a single strike, leveraging both the Thunder Sword intent and divine abilities. Su Yun understood the might of sword intent well. For practitioners of the divine realm, mastering such intent greatly enhances one's combat prowess, yet comprehending it is a formidable challenge. Those capable of grasping such profundities are invariably exceptional talents. With a subtle flick of his finger, Yi Chen caused the weeds to wither visibly, as if their very life force were being siphoned away, until they perished. Simultaneously, Yi Chen's aura continued to amplify. With sword intent, the observing inner disciples were awestruck by Yi Chen's revealed sword intent. Junior brother Yi truly lives up to his reputation as the greatest dark horse of the outer sect. At such a young age, he has comprehended the wood sword intent. How can I not feel inferior? One lamented. This sword intent he wields is undeniably profound. It must not be a recent understanding. Even if it has not reached the second tier, it is surely close. Another remarked, Su Yun is in peril. Once sword intent emerges and augments divine abilities, it becomes nearly unstoppable. The consensus among the crowd leaned toward Yi Chen's victory. A series of azure streams wound around Yi Chen, brimming with vibrant life force yet exuding a sharp edge, swirling in the void, evolving into a blue vortex, the moment Yi Chen unleashed his sword intent. An intangible sharpness aimed directly at Su Yun, pricking at him like a thorn in his back. Junior brother Yi, you have indeed not disappointed my expectations. Su Yun remained composed in the face of Yi Chen's unveiled sword intent. Showing no signs of panic, Dutto? Yi Chen's gaze was proud. Then I am eager to see how you will block me. With a swift command, he struck, the powerful essence of the blue vortex hurtling towards Su Yun. The vortex transformed into countless azure lights as it traversed the air, enveloping every direction. Su Yun's brows knitted slightly. Clang. Yet before he could react, the unparalleled sharpness was upon him. A thought made manifest. Akin to an invisible sword, unseen and intangible, slicing into Su Yun's sea of consciousness, attempting to obliterate his soul. A commendable move, Su Yun scoffed coldly. Unfortunately, Yi Chen has underestimated me. Lotus Platform Divine Method. Su Yun invoked his spiritual consciousness. His sea of consciousness roiling, waves of mental power surged toward his soul, resembling a lotus flower whose petals closed, safeguarding his soul within. The wood sword intent descended, yet could not breach Su Yun's mental defenses. It is vital to note that Su Yun's mental force was extraordinarily vast. Even the proud Moon Wumian had expressed admiration for it. How could Yi Chen possibly penetrate his defenses? Now it is my turn. Su Yun unleashed his divine ability, the spiritual sword ringing, darting toward Yi Chen like fleeting light and shadow. Yi Chen's expression turned astonished. He sensed the sword intent being thwarted, unable to advance. A smirk graced his lips. This was becoming interesting. With sword technique. Yi Chen formed seals with his hands, the ground trembling violently as azure vines erupted from the earth, resembling swords and dragons, twisting in the AI art in an instant. Dozens of azure vines transformed into a cage, ensnaring Su Yun within. Su Yun. It is time to conclude this attack. Yi Chen channeled his mana with all his might, the power of his divine ability surging. As the azure vines shot towards Su Yun like arrows, Junior brother Yi, you have indeed broadened my horizons today. Su Yun's laughter echoed from within the azure vine caged. So, the sword intent can be manipulated in such a way. Upon hearing this, an ominous feeling suddenly welled up in Yi Chen's heart. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. I shall return the favor with a surprise. A flicker of lightning danced in Su Yun's eyes. His hair standing on end as electric arcs surged through it, a domineering, fierce aura brimming with destructive energy exploded forth. Thunder Sword Intent. Chapter 42. Seizing Fate Clang. Silver lightning erupted from the azure vine cage. Bolts of electricity tearing through the wood sword chi, instantly obliterating Yi Chen's divine ability. Su Yun surged forth, his mana flowing. Whoosh! The Thunder Sword Intent, refined to its utmost, became a sword of the mind. Slicing through Yi Chen's sea of consciousness in an instant, Simultaneously, Su Yun's mana swelled, the currents of heaven and earth converging upon his spiritual sword under the influence of the thunder sword intent. In the void, thunder rumbled, and the sword roared like a thunder dragon, lunging at Yi Qian with ferocity, a dual assault of spirit and body. Magnificent thunder, a heart-stirring spectacle. Why Yi Qian's expression grew slightly hazy. Su Yun has also comprehended sword intent? The man in black gasped, and it is the thunder sword intent. It is widely known that the power of thunder is the most formidable and fierce. The thunder sword intent, born of its might, surpasses equal-tier sword intents in offensive capability. The disciples looked on, wide-eyed and speechless. They were evidently astonished by Su Yun's sudden display of prowess. Boom. However, when Su Yun's thunder sword intent struck at Yi Qian's sea of consciousness, it was consumed by an overwhelming force, as if his sword intent had plunged into an abyss. In that instant, Yi Qian, who had been momentarily dazed, abruptly regained his senses, a flicker of embarrassment and anger crossing his face. He activated the Great Five Elements sword technique, unleashing a blazing sword intent. Crack! Yi Qian wielded his finger as a sword, the power of the Li Fire sword intent erupting forth, transforming his mana into streams of Li Fire sword chi. Igniting the void into a sea of flames, melting Su Yun's mana away, he did not relent. His assault intensified. Earth and soil sword intent. Yi Qian charged once more at Su Yun, his sword intent shifting dramatically, becoming dense as if a layer of shackles constrained the void, slowing Su Yun's movement significantly. 3 sword intents. Su Yun's heart raced in terror. For an ordinary individual to master a single sword intent in the early stages of the divine realm is already a sign of exceptional talent. Yet Yi Qian had grasped 3 distinct sword intents, a thought like thunder. Su Yun let out a long howl, merging the thunder sword intent with his mana, and with a single stroke, he cleaved through the air like a thunderbolt. Startling the onlookers, boom! As the 2 sword intents clashed, the void thickened, gravity increasing manifold, rendering Su Yun's divine ability excruciatingly slow, as if time itself had stretched. Witnessing this, a smile crept onto Yi Qian's lips. Su Yun, you have lost. Yi Qian smiled broadly, and with a resonant clang, a spirit sword soared from his sleeve, carrying unparalleled sharpness and invincibility. A blinding golden light burst forth from the sword's body, and beams of golden radiance, akin to sword energy, swiftly severed Su Yun's thunderous divine ability, descending with an unstoppable force. Not only that, at the very moment Yi Qian unleashed his divine power, it seemed as if countless needles pierced Su Yun's sea of consciousness, threatening to turn him into a porcupine. Another manifestation of sword intent. Su Yun's heart chilled. In terms of sword intent, he had completely fallen into a disadvantage. He immediately activated the Lotus Platform Spirit method, steadfastly guarding his soul. This duel was truly spectacular. The onlooking disciples praised in admiration. In an instant, Yi Qian revealed 4 types of sword intent, effortlessly dazzling all. Although Su Yun's thunderous sword intent was remarkable, it ultimately proved fleeting. Given more time, Su Yun was destined to lose. To the crowd, the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. The myriad sword cannon, the great sun sword energy. Suddenly, at this moment, Su Yun let out a low roar, and 108 star seeds trembled. A torrent of magical energy surged into his sword, and brilliant sword light erupted in resplendent display. He resembled a sun. This divine ability was bestowed upon him by Feng Shuiyuan. But he had only recently attained the divine ability realm, and time was of the essence. He could only grasp the first form of the myriad sword cannon roughly, facing the enemy in a moment of crisis. However, the power of this divine ability was undoubtedly formidable. It must be noted that Feng Shuiyuan was an extraordinary deity. The items he provided were not of ordinary quality. Crack, the low-grade spirit weapon, under the immense magical pressure, began to crack, clearly unable to withstand Su Yun's strength. The crowd was nearly numb. The magical power of an early divine ability cultivator could shatter a low-grade spirit weapon. What a concept that was! It was nearly an impossible occurrence. The only explanation was that Su Yun's own magical power surpassed that of cultivators of the same realm by at least tenfold. Both Su Yun and Yi Qian were monstrous in their own right. 2 freaks, indeed matched opponents, the man in black remarked, as they had shifted from mere spectators to appreciative observers. Boom. Su Yun's divine ability reached its zenith, and the low-grade spirit weapon suddenly shattered, with fragments under his control resembling great sun sword energy, striking into Yi Qin's divine ability. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of divine abilities intertwined, causing a cataclysmic explosion in the void, blinding light forcing many to shut their eyes. The overwhelming residual force obliterated a 100-foot stretch of grassland. As if scorched by fire, the earth charred and devoid of life. Yi Qin and Su Yun gasped for breath, gazing at each other. What a thrill! Yi Qin laughed heartily. Su Yun, I initially thought little of you, but today's battle has unexpectedly fostered a sense of mutual respect. Your divine ability is astonishing, yet your execution is rather crude, likely due to a lack of complete mastery. Ha ha ha, Su Yun laughed back. I have more than enough to surpass you. I still have trump cards up my sleeve. Yi Qin was quite displeased by Su Yun's dismissive attitude. Clang! He darted forward, moving like light and shadow, his speed multiplying several times, leaving traces in Su Yun's vision that the naked eye could not capture. Su Yun immediately urged his divine sense, but it was too late. Yi Qin had already charged in. Whoosh! In the haze, Su Yun seemed to hear the sound of river tides, the great river crashing against the shore, colossal waves gathering in Yi Qin's form, as a tremendous force condensed. The air suddenly drained, becoming dry and flammable. This is bad. Su Yun instantly realized the peril. Boom. Yi Qin thrust his palms forward, like raging tides surging forth, his overwhelming magical power transforming into a tidal wave of celestial proportions. Each drop of water infused with sword energy, countless sword energies surging, morphing into an unstoppable torrent. This divine ability was grand and imposing, exerting pressure like a force of nature. Great sun sword energy. Su Yun shouted, lacking a low-grade spirit weapon. He could only use his fingers as a sword, bringing them together to trace a sun in the void, radiating brilliant light. Whoosh! The sunlight, like sword energy, penetrated the river and sea, evaporating the surging waves. To Su Yun, you've fallen for my trap. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Qin not only felt no despair but instead wore a smile of triumph. Su Yun's heart sank. Boom. Yi Qin unleashed his magical power, the dry air igniting with the intent of the fire sword, instantly blazing forth. The flames roared, engulfing the sun, rolling like mountains and seas, crushing towards him. Bravo! The crowd erupted in applause. Yi Qin commanded the 5 elements of sword intent, freely transforming, and in the realm of sword intent, Su Yun was clearly at a disadvantage. Far from being Yi Qin's match, a blue-clad man analyzed. Many disciples were drawn to his voice. Senior Brother Mo. Upon seeing the blue-clad man, the crowd's expressions turned respectful. Mto Qingkong, ranked among the top 10 in the intersect, late stage of divine ability. Moreover, he was a core member of the True Dragon Society. Who would have thought that the battle between the 2 junior brothers would attract Senior Brother Mo? One person flattered, to receive Senior Brother Mo's praise is truly an honor for Junior Brother Yi. Mo Qingkong replied nonchalantly, in the early stage of divine ability, I could not possibly match the strength of either of them. Their future accomplishments will likely surpass mine. Hiss! Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. None could have anticipated such high praise from Mo Qingkong for the 2. Senior Brother Mo, in your view, who has a greater chance of victory? One person inquired. Yi Qin, Mo Qingkong stated with conviction. The crowd understood his implication. Rumors had long circulated that the True Dragon Society sought to recruit Yi Qin. Mo Qingkong's presence was to support Yi Qin. Boom! The spark of fire had become a sweeping inferno. The tidal waves of fire engulfing the void, forcing Su Yun into retreat. Dragon Elephant Spirit Body. Su Yun could no longer conceal himself. At this juncture, he had no choice but to reveal his trump card. Thud! A deep, resonant sound echoed, like the beating of a drum. Su Yun's fighting spirit soared. The sounds of dragon roars and elephant trumpets resonated within him as he activated the Hongming Dao body technique. His body akin to a furnace, his blood like a vast ocean, ceaselessly circulating. Roar! The true spirit of the dragon elephant roared to the heavens, unyielding and defiant. Boom! Su Yun unleashed a punch, his vitality soaring. Enduring the scorching waves of the fire sword, his skin reddening from the heat, yet he suffered no fatal injuries. He pressed on against Yi Qin's divine ability, breaking through the encirclement. What the hell? Witnessing this, the crowd could only exclaim in astonishment. unable to articulate their feelings with anything less than coarse language. Is this even human? The man in black murmured. Why Yi Chen's divine ability? Even a mid-stage divine ability cultivator would hesitate to enter. Yet Su Yun crossed the divine ability with his flesh, truly monstrous. Is he a body cultivator? Mo Qinkong frowned. Su Yun's physical resilience was terrifying. Among those of the same realm in the Feathered Ascension's sacred land, one would be hard-pressed to find another. No wonder he could make Su Qinghe repeatedly suffer setbacks. He indeed possesses considerable skill, O Qinkong sneered, yet his eyes still brimmed with disdain. Junior brother Yi. Are you surprised? Are you taken aback? Su Yun traversed the sea of flames, appearing before Yi Chen like a descending deity. He wore a broad smile, his body flushed, emitting wisps of white smoke, though he moved with ease. It was evident his flesh had been injured by the fire sword energy. Why Yi Chen looked as though he had seen a ghost. How has his body cultivated to this level? Boom. Yi Chen was momentarily dazed. But Su Yun did not hold back. He delivered a punch to Yi Chen's face, sending the favored child of heaven flying several dozen feet. His teeth shattered and his face bruised. This sudden blow seemed to leave Yi Chen stunned. His face pressed to the ground, utterly motionless. Is he dead? The crowd's hearts raced, glancing discreetly at Mo Qinkong. If he were dead, it would spell great trouble. Stop, Mo Qinkong admonished. Su Yun frowned, turning to look at Mo Qinkong. Thinking to himself, is he yet another moralist? He paid it no mind and said, Senior brother, I am in a contest of skill with Yi Chen, and a wager has been placed. The brothers of Tai Xian Hall can attest to this. He has yet to concede, and I cannot cease my assault. Indeed, the man in black nodded in agreement. Mo Qinkong narrowed his eyes, like a serpent poised to strike, and said nothing further. Why Yi Chen, do you concede? Su Yun smirked inwardly. Having already offended Su Qinghe, he had no qualms about offending Mo Qinkong as well. He was well aware that he had transformed beyond recognition. Confidently, Su Yun thought that in due time, he would be able to trample Su Qinghe beneath his feet. Junior brother Yi, please say something, the man in black urged solemnly. Without Yi Chen's concession, Su Yun had every reason to continue his onslaught. Su Yun approached Yi Chen but did not strike in this battle. Yi Chen had not gained the upper hand, and thus he would not deliver a lethal blow. He prided himself on not being a gentleman. But he still upheld a basic sense of ethics and morality, I concede. Moments later, Yi Chen turned over, lying on the grass, appearing as though he was both weeping and laughing, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Ever since obtaining the 5 Elements Holy Yuan Cauldron, he had never tasted defeat among his peers. Losing to Su Yun had dealt a severe blow to Yi Chen's pride. He could not comprehend why. Despite mastering the 5 elements of sword intent, albeit not fully perfected, he remained nearly invincible among his peers, yet still faced defeat. Why Yi Chen was engulfed in a profound sense of despondency. His myth had been shattered by Su Yun's hand. A flicker of light danced in Su Yun's eyes as he sensed an enigmatic force surging into his body the moment Yi Chen conceded defeat. Though intangible and formless, the sensation was strikingly vivid. Could this force be a manifestation of Yi Chen's destiny and fortune? An astonishing thought arose in Su Yun's mind. Chapter 43. The profound Yin Jade embryo, the Lingyun sword seed to wager is to accept the terms. This is yours. Yi Chen summoned his spiritual energy, and a crystalline blue sword, inscribed with intricate runes, soared towards Su Yun. Thank you, junior brother. Su Yun beamed radiantly. Why Yi Chen, remarkably, refrained from retorting with words. He felt mentally drained, still reeling from the blow of his defeat. Su Yun, allow me to offer you a piece of advice, Mo Qinkong said flatly. In a forest, the tallest tree is bound to be uprooted by the wind. You worry too much, senior brother. Su Yun replied calmly, I am no withered tree. I shall not be easily swayed by the wind. He gazed at the man in black and declared, Senior brother, I have emerged victorious. That cave is now mine. I kindly ask you to facilitate the necessary procedures. Not a problem, the man in black agreed, leading Su Yun into the Tai Xian Hall. Shortly thereafter, the residency formalities were completed, and he summoned a disciple of the innate realm. Instructing him, Xiao Su, please escort junior brother Su to the profound Yin Peak. Understood. The disciple, Xiao Su, nodded and said, Junior brother Su, please follow me. The two made their way towards the profound Yin Peak. After a brief incense stick's time, The peak came into view that it was a secluded place, characterized by steep cliffs and dense vegetation, obscuring the stone steps, suggesting it had been uninhabited for quite some time. Su Yun felt a surge of joy. The sparse population suited his preferences perfectly. The two ascended the steps, arriving at a cave dwelling halfway up the mountain. A chilling aura permeated the air, causing Xiao Su to shudder involuntarily. "Senior brother, this is your cave," Xiao Su announced. Su Yun produced a vial of 100 beast wine and said with a smile, "Thank you for guiding me. This is but a small token of my appreciation. Please do not refuse it." "Thank you, senior brother." Xiao Su accepted it with sincerity, his respect for Su Yun deepening. "You may return to the Taishan Hall now," Su Yun instructed. The cave contained further opportunities, and he preferred not to have a second person privy to them. Xiao Su took his leave and descended the mountain. Su Yun approached the cave. It had been long uninhabited, overgrown with foliage, and adorned with cobwebs, where palm-sized, multicolored spiders hung, scurrying away upon sensing his presence. With a swift surge of spiritual energy, Su Yun unleashed a fierce sword aura, incinerating the webs and spiders in mere moments. He wielded his sword energy, clearing the foliage meticulously, revealing a narrow path that exuded an intense chill. Such a dense aura of Yin energy in this cave. No wonder it could condense the profound Yin jade embryo. Su Yun mused. Yi Chen's third opportunity encompassed two aspects. The first was the profound Yin jade embryo, akin to the earth vein dragon pearl he had acquired in the Black Wind stronghold. The second was a sword seed. He followed the narrow path into the cave, which spanned over 10 zhang in diameter, furnished simply with a stone table, 2 stools, and an incense altar. The bed was covered in dust, and the screen was dim. It appeared the previous occupant had been a woman. Su Yun did not rush to seek treasures. He meticulously cleaned the cave, taking half an hour to do so. The source of the chill seemed to emanate from the bed. His consciousness traced the origin of the cold, honing in on the bed. Su Yun's gaze sharpened as he began to comprehend. Approaching the bed, he attempted to penetrate its depths with his consciousness, only to be met with a bone-chilling aura that nearly froze his mind. Hiss! Su Yun exhaled a breath of cold air, his presence almost solidifying. Just as suspected, the previous occupant had sensed the cave's potential for the profound Yin jade embryo, yet she had not fully refined it. Instead, she had placed the bed atop the embryo, absorbing the extreme Yin energy for cultivation. Quite astute, Su Yun remarked, though he wondered where that individual might be now. He activated the Hongmeng Dao body art, lifting the bed with one hand. The overwhelming cold energy surged against his body, causing him to shiver, yet his vitality burned bright and vigorous. This Yin energy could not harm him. Peering closely, he discovered an ice-blue gem nestled within a hollow stone pedestal, surrounded by grooves that gathered the cold energy towards the profound Yin jade embryo. "Impressive," Su Yun praised, recognizing that the previous occupant had utilized the profound Yin jade embryo as the heart of an array, showcasing an understanding that surpassed that of most individuals. "If only I had asked Xiao Su to investigate who the previous occupant was." Su Yun lamented. He set the bed down and began searching for the sword seed. Before long, he discovered a jade box in a small pool. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a green sword seed and a letter. Surprised, Su Yun leisurely unfolded the note to read its contents. "This sword is named Ling Yun. After expending great effort, it ultimately ended in failure. I leave this sword seed here for a fated individual." "Ling Yun," Su Yun murmured. He took out the Ling Yun sword seed, channeling his spiritual energy into it. In an instant, tendrils of azure light burst forth, and the sword seed, light as a feather, flew from his hand, transforming into a beam of sword light that danced through the air. This sword seed was extraordinarily spirited, seemingly merging with the wind. Su Yun could even sense its exhilaration. Could this sword have already developed sentience? Su Yun exclaimed in shock. Moreover, within this sword lay a sword intent that resembled the essence of wind. Although it was merely a sword seed, its quality surpassed even the spoils he had just acquired, undoubtedly ranking as at least a treasured artifact. The fact that a defective product could reach the level of a treasured artifact attested to the remarkable prowess of the cave's former occupant. Su Yun summoned the Ling Yun sword seed back, where it lay quietly in his palm, cool against his skin. He began to imprint his consciousness upon the sword seed, a process that proved exceedingly successful. The Ling Yun sword seed offered no resistance. With the sword seed in hand, my strength shall greatly augment. Su Yun rejoiced. He exited the cave, the sun setting in the west, casting a breathtaking glow across the horizon. With a swift motion, Su Yun stepped forward, hastening down the mountain towards Xiang Mountain. With the matters of the cave settled, it was only natural that he would bring Yu Wuxin to the profound Yin Peak. At Tai Xin Mountain, within a tranquil cave, Yi Chun sat cross-legged. In the past, he could swiftly attain a meditative state during his cultivation, yet today, for reasons unknown, he found it impossible to calm his mind. Each time he closed his eyes, visions of the events outside the Tai Xin Hall flooded his mind. Bang! Frustrated, Yi Chun struck the ground with his fist, sending stones flying. How could I be defeated? Yi Chun roared. With the 5 elements sacred Yuan cauldron in hand and guidance from top-tier experts, how could he have fallen to Su Yun? Calm yourself. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Yi Chun's ears. Within his consciousness, a massive cauldron floated, radiating the essence of the 5 elements, continuously nourishing his body and mind. Senior Spirit, Yi Chun's expression brightened. You have finally appeared. Were you not in slumber? The cauldron trembled, and a voice emanated from within. I sensed a shift in your mental state and feared you might develop a heart demon. Hence, I have come to guide you. What happened? Yi Chun recounted the events in detail. As he spoke, his expression grew indignant. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in battle. There is no need for you to feel disheartened, the spirit continued. You have received the true teachings of your master, and with my guidance, you will surely ascend to the apex of the wasteland in due time. You must understand that the wasteland is but a corner of the world. Your stage lies in the central celestial domain. I understand, Yi Chun replied, his breath growing fervent. He had heard the senior spirit describe the wonders and splendor of the central celestial domain more than once, and his heart brimmed with longing. One Su Yun could not impede his progression. This defeat is but a lesson. You must learn from it, so that when next you encounter him, you can turn the tide in your favor. The spirit intoned gravely to Yi, my boy, though you have received your master's true teachings, do not let pride consume you. Remember, there are always greater heights and more formidable individuals beyond your current standing. I shall heed the senior spirit's teachings. Yi Chun responded resolutely. Continue your cultivation. The spirit fell silent. Yi Chun began to practice the great 5 elements sword technique, his mind settling as he gradually made peace with his defeat, immersing himself fully in his training. Strange, a voice whispered from within the cauldron. In just under a month of slumber, why has Yi Chun's fortune begun to dwindle? Su Yun, the tone grew increasingly grave. Could it be that the issue lies with him? Chapter 44. Not worthy of your majesty, the aura of Yin energy on this peak is indeed dense. Yu Wuxin ascended the profound Yin peak, absorbing the omnipresent profound Yin energy, a hint of amusement gracing her features. Xiao Yun, you are quite thoughtful. Su Yun was taken aback. She couldn't possibly think he was doing this for her benefit. Rather, it was simply a fortunate coincidence. Your Majesty, please recover swiftly. My safety will be significantly more assured. Su Yun replied with a smile. Are you implying that I cannot protect you at present? The moon, sleepless and discontent, remarked, I tell you, should I truly desire your survival, not even the ancient monsters of this sect could extinguish your life. Your Majesty's might is unparalleled. How could I dare to question it? Su Yun's heart blossomed with joy, recognizing the Great One's unwavering confidence despite her injuries. Your Majesty, I have a gift for you. A gift? Moon Wuxian's heart stirred, yet her expression remained as tranquil as water as she scoffed. Can your gift possibly captivate my interest? Su Yun, accustomed to her haughty demeanor, chose not to engage in a dispute. The two entered the cave abode, where the extreme Yin energy surpassed even that of Lingxi Valley. Moon Wuxian mused, Your Majesty, the gift lies over there. Su Yun gestured towards the bed. Moon Wuxian's beautiful eyes narrowed. A smile lingering at the corners. How thoughtful of you. Su Yun sensed a hint of unease. Your Majesty, the gift is not merely the bed but the Xian Yin jade embryo beneath it. He quickly clarified, You urgently require extreme Yin items. This will alleviate your pressing needs. I am aware. Moon Wuxian's eyes flashed with annoyance. She could hardly disclose her own misinterpretation to Su Yun. She calmly shifted the topic, saying, The one who arranged the formations is truly remarkable, adept at refining the physical body with extreme Yin energy. Su Yun nodded in agreement. The Xian jade embryo beneath the bed allowed for cultivation even during slumber. This was not merely a gifted individual but a fervent cultivator. From this moment forth, that bed belongs to me. You shall find your own place to rest, Moon Wuxian declared. However, prior to that, we must adorn the cave. Adorn? Su Yun was taken aback. How could one sleep in a space resembling a doghouse? With a graceful wave of her sleeve, Moon Wuxian summoned the items she had instructed him to purchase. Su Yun retrieved a bag of holding, and with a flicker of his consciousness, various items manifested. A screen, an incense burner, luminous pearls, curtains, and pillows. Step aside. I shall arrange it myself, Moon Wuxian stated, unusually not requesting Su Yun's assistance. After all, it was her little sanctuary, and she could not settle for less. Despite her seemingly frantic actions, she found joy in the process. Su Yun, both amused and exasperated, realized that the joy of the moon goddess was refreshingly simple. As if she were a celestial being experiencing the pleasures of mortal life, he settled by the pond, sitting cross-legged. With 3 days remaining until Yi Chen's fourth opportunity, he had ample time to prepare. Su Yun reflected. Within a month, Yi Chen possessed 4 chances, 3 of which he had already claimed. The final opportunity lay within the Wilderness Mountains, hinted at in the script of life, as a dragon soul bone. For Su Yun, cultivating the Hongming Daodi Ju, the significance of the dragon soul bone was self-evident. He must obtain it. I wonder if my fate has shifted since I seized the fortune, as he pondered. The script of life materialized in his mind. Name: Su Yun. Identity: inner disciple of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land. Fate: blue tinged with green. Talent: extraordinary cultivation. Initial stage of divine powers. Life script: supporting role: Xintian Great World. Recent twist: fate in turmoil. The path ahead is uncertain. Do not forget your original intention and forge ahead with determination. Su Yun was both astonished and elated. His fate had indeed transformed. Just a day prior, his fate was blue. But after seizing Yi Chen's luck, it now appeared green, indicating a genuine elevation of his destiny. If I can continuously absorb fortune, reaching Su Su's level, or even attaining the pinnacle of the 7-colored fate, may not be impossible, Su Yun exclaimed with excitement. After a while, his emotions gradually settled. The most pressing matter now was to comprehend the second layer of sword intent from the Lingyun sword embryo. He retrieved the Lingyun sword embryo, resting it upon his knees, and began to attune his consciousness with the sword's essence, seeking to grasp the wind-based sword intent it harbored. Swish, 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 as Su Yun's mind melded with the sword embryo. He felt as if countless sword energies interwove between heaven and earth, agile as the wind, ethereal as smoke, formless and intangible. He moved as he pleased, his heart following suit. Buzz! The Lingyun sword embryo trembled. Resonating with him, and streams of azure light enveloped Su Yun. Without conscious effort, he channeled his power, condensing sword energy at his fingertips. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, the sword energy cleaved through the air. Swoosh! A screen was sliced open. Su Yun. An angry voice followed. As Moon Wuxian's beautiful face was etched with fury, her power coalescing into a hand that lifted Su Yun's collar as if he were a small chick, suspending him in mid-air. Your Majesty, I meant no harm. Su Yun's expression turned pale. Moon Wuxian, uninterested in his explanations, was infuriated that her carefully arranged decorations had been severed by Su Yun's sword. Su Yun resigned himself to his fate. After all, he could not escape retribution, so he might as well accept it. Ding! She unleashed her power, flicking her finger, a strand of azure light descending upon Su Yun's eyes. Su Yun cried out, the azure light blinding him, as if countless needles pierced his vision, causing him immense pain. After a moment, he began to recover slightly. What is happening? Su Yun gazed into the void, where sword lights danced, then looked down at the Lingyun sword embryo. The spiritual patterns upon it seemed to come alive, leaping like fish, soaring like birds, and galloping like beasts. The mysteries of the Lingyun sword embryo unfolded before Su Yun's eyes as if he could glimpse its very essence. Ha ha ha! Su Yun laughed heartily. Your Majesty, you miscalculated. I have turned misfortune into fortune. Though Moon Wuxian's brief punishment had affected him, Su Yun gained immense benefits, enabling him to discern the ultimate mysteries of the Lingyun sword embryo. Fool! Moon Wuxian chuckled lightly, not knowing whether to be amused by Su Yun's navet or her own handiwork. That strand of azure light served as both punishment and a boon bestowed upon Su Yun. Otherwise, how could he have grasped the intricacies of the Lingyun sword embryo in an instant? Streams of sword light swirled around Su Yun as his consciousness melded with the sword intent, flourishing like a fish in water, flooding his mind with countless insights. Clang. After an indeterminate time, Su Yun's consciousness seemed to transform into a sword, ethereal and agile, flowing like wind, mist, and cloud die in an instant. He could traverse heaven and earth, wandering through the vast void and meandering through landscapes. The second layer of sword intent, the spirit wind. With the sword intent mastered, Su Yun did not cease his cultivation. He continued to delve into the Lingyun sword embryo's mysteries, enhancing his comprehension of the spirit wind sword intent. However, as time passed, the azure light in Su Yun's eyes gradually faded, and his vision became increasingly limited. Ultimately, entranced, Su Yun fell to the ground with a cry of dismay. That hurts. Rubbing his backside, he surveyed the cave, which had transformed dramatically. The incense burner exuded fragrant smoke, mingling with the chill. The two screens mirrored each other symmetrically, and the offering table was adorned with an array of delicacies. Luminous pearls were positioned atop the cave, their light, smoke, and cold mist intertwining, bestowing an air of ethereal beauty upon the abode. Xiao Yunzi, what do you think? Moon Wuxian reclined upon the bed, clad in a flowing azure gown that accentuated her enchanting figure. Her expression was languid, several strands of azure hair cascading over her face, adding to her allure. Yet, her eyes remained filled with an air of regal aloofness. For a moment, Su Yun was captivated. However, he quickly regained his composure and praised. The room arranged by your majesty is undoubtedly exquisite. What do you mean by that? Moon Wuxian frowned, unfamiliar with the term that it means it is superb, Su Yun explained. You possess some discernment, Moon Wuxian replied coolly. Though Su Yun's gaze was sly. Once more, Moon Wuxian's delicate brows furrowed. However, this entire scene pales in comparison to your majesty. Su Yun smiled, and he spoke sincerely, without embellishment. Moon Wuxian was the most beautiful woman he had encountered in both lives. Xiao Yunzi, your audacity grows bolder, Moon Wuxian scoffed, yet her heart brimmed with delight. Despite being a deity and a top-tier powerhouse, she relished sweet words. I merely speak the truth, Su Yun replied with a grin. I am weary, Moon Wuxian said, lightly nodding her head, extending her hand to lower the curtains, seemingly preparing for slumber. Regrettably, he had intended to inquire about the cultivation methods of sword intent. Su Yun's gaze flickered, and in the glow of the luminous pearls, he could faintly discern a graceful silhouette. With a soft sigh, he retrieved a cooling mat and a blanket from his bag of holding, opting to sleep without a pillow. Collapsing onto the ground, today, he had battled Yi Chun and traversed back and forth, leaving him mentally exhausted. Su Yun fell into a deep slumber. Silence enveloped the night. Chapter 45. Mo Lushu at dawn? Moon Wuxian was roused by the clattering sounds. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, her lovely face bore a hint of irritation. Releasing her consciousness, she enveloped the entire cave. After a breath, her anger dissipated. Su Yun was constructing a stove, nearly completing it. After a stick of incense, as the sun rose in the east, Su Yun's voice echoed, Your Majesty, it's time for breakfast. Such a racket, she retorted. Yet, there was no trace of true annoyance in her tone. She gazed at the meat porridge and two small dishes on the table, satisfied. Xiao Yunzi, your culinary skills have improved. Were they not always good? Su Yun proudly declared his ample confidence in his culinary skills. As the two dined together, he hesitated for a moment before inquiring, Your Majesty, during my last contest at the Taishan Hall, I overheard discussions about the first and second levels of sword intent. Is it possible for sword intent to advance as well? One should eat in silence and sleep in quietude. Yu Wuxian replied softly, her lips pursed as she savored her meal, feeling somewhat helpless. Su Yun continued, after half an hour of dining, Yu Wuxian leisurely remarked, the cultivation of qi practitioners involves numerous aspects. Knife intent and sword intent are merely forms of power intertwined with weaponry. For instance, the thunder and spirit wind sword intents you wield are, in essence, the realms of thunder and spirit wind. Yet they merge with your swordsmanship, resulting in the unity of man and sword. Thus termed sword intent. Su Yun scratched his head, feeling inexplicably as though Yu Wuxian was subtly reproaching him. Is there a hierarchy to these realms of intent? Su Yun inquired, his curiosity piqued. Naturally, Yu Wuxian replied steadily. Qi, momentum, intent, domain, law, and path. These constitute the 6 major realms. Momentum is the simplest form of power, and you currently reside in the 3rd stage. Intent is divided into 9 levels. To cultivate it, you must integrate with the insights you have gleaned. Take the Thunder realm as an example. During a thunderstorm, you could evoke thunder to refine your Thunder Sword intent. Additionally, one may utilize treasures imbued with the power of thunder to enhance their understanding. Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty, Su Yun expressed, feeling as if he had received enlightenment. Sword intent cultivation requires steady progress. Do not harbor unrealistic aspirations of instant success, Yu Wuxian cautioned, dousing Su Yun's fervent spirit with a cold splash of reality. Your talent is mediocre, so do not expend excessive energy on it. Su Yun felt indignant. Mediocre talent? Had he not achieved the divine transformation realm in just over 2 months and mastered the dragon elephant spiritual body? As Yu Wuxian rose to depart, he asked in surprise, "Are you going out, Your Majesty?" Yu Wuxian veiled herself and, notably, did not refute his statement, humming a cheerful tune as she left the cave without a backward glance. "Do not touch my bed." Suddenly, her voice echoed in Su Yun's mind, warning him that if she returned to find her bed disturbed, he would be in serious trouble. Su Yun was at a loss for words. "Do I seem like that kind of person?" he thought, settling by the pond and retrieving the Wanxiang sword classic gifted by Feng Suiyuan. This technique, of unknown rank, comprised 4 forms: Great Sun Sword Qi, Mirror Flower Water Moon, Starry Sky Array, and all things returned to one. Thus far, he could barely grasp the first form, Great Sun Sword Qi. Even so, during the battle outside the Taishan Hall, he had managed to counter Yi Qin's meticulously executed techniques with a single strike of Great Sun Sword Qi. Illustrating its potency, he perused the 4 techniques repeatedly, the text containing Feng Suiyuan's insights into cultivation. Though named the Wanxiang Sword Classic, it was, in fact, a synthesis of the powers of the sun, moon, and stars, pushing the celestial force to its utmost limits. This gesture from my senior is indeed substantial, Su Yun murmured. As he practiced the Great Zhou Tian Star technique, the Wanxiang Sword Classic was the most fitting swordsmanship for him, and Feng Suiyuan evidently understood this. After reading through the Wanxiang Sword Classic, Su Yun closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to manifest a phantom, treating his mind as the universe while passionately deducing each move of the Wanxiang Sword Classic. This was a method of his own creation. His spiritual power far surpassed that of other Qi practitioners at the same level, enabling him to deduce techniques with his consciousness, significantly conserving both magical and physical energy, allowing for unfettered expression without being constrained by the limitations of the physical body, thus avoiding any risk of deviating from his path. With his right hand, he formed a sword gesture with his index and middle fingers, instinctively tracing the air. Gradually, he entered a state of forgetting the self, where his mind was clear and serene, undisturbed by external noise or errant thoughts. Completely focused. In his earlier days, he would have found it impossible to achieve such a state. After more than an hour, Su Yun opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, feeling a touch of fatigue, but predominantly exhilaration. He had preliminarily grasped the Wanxiang Sword Classic, enhancing his comprehension of Great Sun Sword Qi. This secluded and desolate Xianyin Peak. Why had his junior brother chosen such a place for his cave? At the foot of Xianyin Peak, 2 women approached on flying swords, standing side by side. They were as enchanting as a pair of twin flowers, captivating the eye. The one who spoke was Lin Ziyue, while the other, with a delicate nose and ruby lips, and eyes like twinkling stars, donned a flowing blue dress, exuding an aura of tranquility and coolness, reminiscent of a hidden orchid in the valley. The dense yin energy here is indeed conducive for cultivating yin techniques, the blue-dressed woman remarked. Since you have chosen to reside here, it is clear that Su Shidi has his reasons. The 2 ascended Xianyin Peak. After a brief tea session, they arrived at the cave halfway up the mountain. Su Shidi, I am Lin Ziyue, she announced, channeling her energy so that her melodious voice echoed within the cave. Is it really you? Su Yun's gaze shifted, halting his cultivation as he released his spiritual awareness, discovering that beside Lin Ziyue stood the blue-dressed woman, whose aura was profound and inscrutable. Her cultivation is remarkably high, Su Yun thought, astonished. His spiritual power was formidable. Even a Qi practitioner at the Yuan Dan realm would reveal some clues. Yet he could not fathom the blue-dressed woman at all. Stepping forward to greet them, Su Yun smiled. Lin Shiji, your visit truly graces my humble abode. You live in such a remote place, Su Shidi. Lin Ziyue chided at it. Took me and Imo Shiji over half an hour to find this place. I prefer tranquility. Bustling areas do not suit me, Su Yun replied with a smile, glancing at the blue-dressed woman. Lin Shiji, this sister seems somewhat familiar. May I inquire about her identity? Lin Ziyue grinned mischievously but refrained from immediately answering. Su Shidi, do you intend for us to stand while conversing? Su Yun's expression turned awkward. I failed to consider that. Please, both of my esteemed sisters, come in. The three entered the cave. Su Shidi, I didn't expect you to have such an artistic flair, Lin Ziyue remarked, her eyes flitting around the cave, which resembled a young maiden's boudoir. Su Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. Ziyue, please refrain from teasing your junior brother, the blue-dressed woman chuckled, displaying a hint of exasperation. Do not take it to heart. She is simply like that. Familiarity breeds comfort, Su Yun remarked with a smile, extending a hand in invitation. Please, have a seat, both of you. The three settled beside the fragrant table. This individual possesses profound cultivation. She must not be an ordinary person. I wonder if I can glimpse her life script? Su Yun pondered, a thought striking him. If you do not reveal it, I shall discern it myself. He subtly turned his gaze towards the blue-dressed woman. In the next moment, her life script materialized within his mind. Name: Imo Liusu. Identity: true disciple of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land, head of the Jialan Pavilion. Fate: red within purple. Talent: a genius of unparalleled caliber. Cultivation: great perfection of the Cave Heaven Realm. Life script: supporting role: Xiantian Great World. Recent turning point: after departing Xianin Peak, she began seclusion, on the verge of breaking through to the Yuan Shan realm. Is it truly her? Su Yun's heart trembled. The head of Jialan Pavilion, a figure on par with the foremost members of the True Dragon Society and the 10,000 Treasures Alliance? The so-called Su Qinghe, Imo Chenkong, and Lu Yun were mere small players in her presence. She was the pinnacle of prodigies within the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land. Most importantly, Imo Liusu was about to attain the Yuan Shan realm. Once successful, her reputation within the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land would soar, and the influence of Jialan Pavilion among the younger generation would rise accordingly. Su Shidi, why are you in a daze? Lin Ziyue's voice broke through his thoughts, teasingly asking, are you perhaps captivated by our eldest sister's beauty? Lin Shiji, you jest, Su Yun replied with a smile. Though your sister is indeed radiant, I am not so easily swayed, he chuckled, having become immune to the charms of ordinary beauties after spending extensive time with Yu Wuxian. Although Imo Liusu was beautiful, she paled in comparison to Yu Wuxian. Lin Shiji, you have yet to introduce this sister to me. Su Yun feigned curiosity to shift the topic. This is my eldest sister from Jialan Pavilion. Imo Liusu, Lin Ziyue said with a smile, I have invited you to join Jialan Pavilion several times, but you have remained unmoved. Hence, this time, I came with my eldest sister to extend the invitation. Su Yun's expression grew serious. It was indeed rare for the head of Jialan Pavilion to personally visit an inner disciple who had just entered the divine transformation realm. This spoke volumes about the significance they placed on him. Imo Liusu smiled, saying, Su Shidi, your talent is nearly unmatched among your peers in the sacred land. The only one who could rival you, Yi Chun, was defeated by you yesterday. You have undoubtedly emerged as the foremost among your contemporaries. In just 2 months, he had ascended from the postnatal realm to the divine transformation realm, defeating the dark horse Yi Chun. Su Yun's reputation had soared to the top tier within both the inner and outer sections. Given time, becoming the first among the inner sect was well within reach. As a woman, Imo Liusu's ability to lead Jialan Pavilion showcased her exceptional talent and strength, but her keen insight and strategy were equally indispensable. Otherwise, how could she contend with the likes of the 10,000 Treasures Alliance and the True Dragon Society? Hence, her willingness to condescend and come to him was not without reason. I need some time to contemplate, he replied as Su Yun spoke in a low voice, while Imo Liusu maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly having anticipated Su Yun's response. With an air of composure and devoid of any urgency, she smiled and said, Junior brother, I am aware of your conflict with Su Qinghe from the True Dragon Society. This individual ranks 12th on the Inner Gate leaderboard and indeed possesses some skill. However, within our Jialan Pavilion, there are many inner disciples whose strength surpasses his. Emir Su Qinghe is hardly worth mentioning. Su Yun nodded with a smile, acknowledging that the strength of Jialan Pavilion needed no further elaboration. Senior sister, what benefits would I gain from joining Jialan Pavilion? Su Yun asked directly. Mo Lushu replied, as a disciple in the initial stage of the Inner Gates Divine Ability Realm, you would receive 60 top-grade Spirit Stones each month. Moreover, in our affiliated marketplace, the prices for purchasing items, forging weapons, and talismans are all at a 5% discount. Should you join, you would receive 100 top-grade Spirit Stones monthly, with a 10% discount. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's interest waned immediately. Such offerings were inconsequential to him. The key issue was that they were far too paltry. Lin Zue frowned slightly, noting that Su Yun was indeed unlike others. Mo Lushu smiled and increased the stakes, saying, if you join Jialan Pavilion, I can elevate your monthly stipend to 500 top-grade Spirit Stones, with a 30% discount at the Alchemy Pavilion and the Forging Pavilion. Lin Ziyue looked at Mo Lushu in astonishment. The concessions from Jialan Pavilion were indeed substantial. Su Yun chuckled softly and replied, Senior sister, to speak frankly, if I were to join Jialan Pavilion, it would not be for the sake of the stipend or discounts. Pray tell, Mo Lushu responded with a smile, I have heard that Yi Chan is a designated member of the True Dragon Society? Su Yun inquired. Indeed, Mo Lushu nodded lightly. It is well known that I am sworn enemies with Su Qinghe and have had past grievances with Yi Chan. Su Yun stated confidently. Thus, what I seek is a sanctuary that can protect me. Can you guarantee that when I confront the True Dragon Society, Jialan Pavilion will stand by my side? Mo Lushu lowered her head, falling silent. This line of questioning had genuinely thrown her off balance. Lin Ziyue felt a sense of shock as well. It was important to note that the leader of the True Dragon Society was Qin Taichu, the foremost figure among the younger generation of the Ascendant's Sacred Land and a top-tier prodigy from the Wilderness Domain. Engaging in full-scale conflict with the True Dragon Society would inevitably mean opposing Qin Taichu. She could hardly fathom the audacity of Su Yun. Junior brother, your demands are beyond what I can fulfill. Mo Lushu mused for a long moment before sighing softly. Do you know how formidable Qin Taichu is? Su Yun shook his head, having little knowledge about Qin Taichu. His soul realm is perfected. Mo Liushu's expression turned grave. Su Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a significant disparity between Mo Lushu and Qin Taichu, given that they were both hailed as contemporaneous prodigies. Qin Taichu is on the verge of breaking through to the law manifestation realm. Once he does, he will be established as a holy son by the sacred land. Mo Lushu said solemnly, think carefully, can you truly contend with the holy son of the Ascendant's sacred land? Junior brother, you can manage the disputes with Su Qinghe and Yi Chun, preventing them from escalating. Lin Ziyue advised that in doing so, Jialan Pavilion can mediate. In truth, Lin Ziyue herself held a degree of skepticism. While Su Yun was indeed talented, it seemed improbable that he could reach the heights of Qin Taichu. The two were unlikely to be rivals. Su Yun replied indifferently, between Su Qinghe and me, one of us must die. He was not one to compromise. Life and death were trivial to him. To yield would be an affront to the very essence of being a transmigrator. Mo Lushu and Lin Ziyue exchanged glances, shaking their heads gently. Then, I am powerless to assist you, Mo Lushu said with a bitter smile. She understood Qin Taichu's temperament well. Should Su Yun truly slay Su Qinghe, it would be tantamount to opposing the True Dragon Society and striking a blow to Qin Taichu's pride. He would undoubtedly not spare Su Yun. Lin Ziyue's gaze dimmed, recognizing that their visit had yielded no fruitful outcome. What a stubborn bull, she thought, feeling a tinge of frustration. However, Mo Lushu suddenly shifted her tone, her eyes shining brightly as she said, if Su Junior brother is unwilling to join Jialan Pavilion, would you consider becoming a guest elder? Guest elder? Both Su Yun and Lin Ziyue were taken aback. What was the intention behind this? The previous conditions remain unchanged, Mo Lushu clarified. Furthermore, you would have no obligations to Jialan Pavilion. You would simply extend a helping hand whenever we are in need. However, she added, her expression turning serious, Jialan Pavilion would have no obligation to assist you. After a pause, Mo Lushu continued, at appropriate times, Jialan Pavilion may choose to support you based on the circumstances. The terms were indeed exceedingly generous, and Lin Ziyue expressed her envy. Deal. A smile spread across Su Yun's face. He understood Mo Liushu's intentions. She was betting on his success. If he were to rise, Jialan Pavilion would benefit alongside him. Conversely, If he were to be subdued by the true Dragon Society or perish outside, Jialan Pavilion would merely incur a loss of resources. Senior sister, you truly possess a knack for business, Su Yun praised, though a separate thought lingered in his mind. This woman was not to be underestimated. Junior brother flatters me, Imo Lushu replied with a smile. In life, one cannot afford to place all bets on a single outcome. She produced 2 jade slips, imprinting her consciousness into them. Junior brother, this is the contract. You need only imprint your consciousness within, and it shall take effect. As Su Yun scanned the contract, he found it exceedingly fair. From every perspective, it was clearly advantageous to him, leaving him with no grounds to refuse. With his consciousness imprinted, he declared, from this day forth, I shall be a guest elder of Jialan Pavilion. Imo Lushu smiled radiantly. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Su Yun clasped his fists in respect. Inside this is 500 top-grade spirit stones and your identity token, Imo Lushu said, handing him a spatial pouch. On this day each month, I shall send someone to deliver the spirit stones to your residence. That is perfectly acceptable, Su Yun replied without hesitation. After some pleasantries, Imo Lushu and Lin Ziyue took their leave. Senior sister, do you hold him in such high regard? Lin Ziyue asked, puzzled. What you see in Su Yun is merely the surface. Imo Lushu replied, Tou, he is just a gifted qi cultivator, but I perceive him as much more. A faint smile graced her lips. Don't know oneself and the enemy is to achieve victory in every battle. Prior to their encounter on Xianin Peak, she had thoroughly investigated Su Yun's past. His sudden rise must undoubtedly stem from a secret, akin to Yi Chen. However, Su Yun possessed one advantage that Yi Chen lacked, Jiang Baiyu. While outsiders recognized Jiang Baiyu as an elder of the transmission hall, few were aware that he was a disciple of Feng Suiyuan and an exceptionally gifted direct disciple. Jiang Baiyu's impulsive act of drawing his sword for Su Yun within the law enforcement hall was enough to indicate their close bond. Should Qin Taichu, notorious for his domineering and ruthless methods, ever face defeat, it would undoubtedly be at the hands of Su Yun. Imo Yoshu's smile grew ever more pronounced. Chapter 47. The Heart's Demons Erased. Returning to the true inheritance, the sun was at its zenith. Yu Wumian returned, humming a cheerful tune, her spirits high. Your Majesty, what brings you such joy? Su Yun inquired, intrigued. Why must I explain my actions to anyone? Yu Wumian replied with an air of authority. Su Yun silently scoffed, feeling as though he had heard this phrase before. With a swift motion of her sleeve, Yu Wumian conjured a variety of exotic flowers and plants, which sprouted into existence around the cave residence, creating a vivid tapestry of colors and fragrances. Standing amidst the floral splendor, her gown billowed as if she might take flight at any moment. Leaving the mortal realm behind, Su Yun found himself momentarily entranced. Humph! She let out a soft huff, yet did not chastise Su Yun. Instead, she turned and entered the cave, planting a lotus flower in the pond and arranging several meticulously trimmed potted plants around. Mission accomplished, Yu Wumian clapped her hands, a smile she could not conceal lighting up her eyes. Thanks to your Majesty, my cave residence is almost transforming into a paradise, Su Yun remarked with a grin. I once resided in a palace adorned with myriad colors, where celestial treasures were strewn about, and the scenery was unparalleled in the world, Yu Wumian sighed. Alas, I have been cast down to this mortal realm, and I know not when I shall return to my homeland. Ha ha ha, Su Yun laughed, Your Majesty, the mortal world also possesses its own beauty. When the opportunity arises, I shall showcase the wonders of the human realm to you. Is that so? Yu Wumian's pretty face was marked by skepticism. I must depart for a while, Su Yun stated, eschewing further idle chatter. I need to venture into the barbarian wilderness mountains, and it may take me 10 days to half a month before I return to Xianin Peak. Yu Wumian opened her mouth, suppressing the questions that surged in her throat. She nodded calmly and said, Little Yun, you must be cautious and avoid meeting your demise out there, I warn you. I shall not assist in collecting your remains. Such arrogance, Su Yun murmured to himself. Despite the concern in her words, the way they were articulated by Yu Wumian made one unable to resist the urge to teach her a lesson. He nodded and departed from the cave dwelling. However, instead of heading directly to the wild mountain range, he made his way to the outer gates transmission hall. Jiang Baiyu, at the law enforcement hall, had been at odds with Chen Qingchuan for the sake of himself and Su Su, and Su Yun had always remembered Jiang Baiyu's kindness. Having become an inner disciple, it was only right, both emotionally and logically, that he should pay Jiang Baiyu a visit. Upon entering the transmission hall, Chen Zhong, who was far away, spotted Su Yun rushing over and hurried to greet him. Su Shixiang, congratulations on your ascension to the inner sect and for defeating Yi Chen. Chen Zhong exclaimed. Chen Shixiang, once a brother, always a brother. Su Yun replied with a smile. You mustn't embarrass me. Ha ha. Chen Zhong playfully punched Su Yun on the chest. Elder Jiang truly did not misjudge you. You must be here to see Elder Jiang, correct? Su Yun nodded. Elder Jiang is about to leave, Chen Zhong said, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Yet he was also pleased that he was soon to leave the outer gates transmission hall and return to the ranks of true disciples. Really? Su Yun exclaimed in delight. This is wonderful news. Let me take you to see him. Chen Zhong led Su Yun into the transmission hall, turning through several corridors until they arrived at a tranquil courtyard, where through the sparse bamboo grove, a figure could be faintly seen. Su Yun, you and Elder Jiang can have a good chat. I have matters to attend to, Chen Zhong said. Bidding farewell, farewell, Su Yun watched Chen Zhong depart. Elder Jiang, Su Yun requests an audience. Su Yun entered the small courtyard and bowed. I knew you would come to see me after breaking through to the Divine Passage realm and entering the inner sect. Jiang Baiyu smiled lightly, gesturing for Su Yun to come closer to the stone table. Please, have a seat. Su Yun made himself comfortable, sitting down without hesitation. Congratulations, Elder, on your imminent return to the true disciples. Su Yun exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Such joyous news deserves to be celebrated. Do you know that I have a jar of seasonal fruit wine hidden away? Jiang Baiyu said with a peculiar glint in his eyes, producing a jar of the rich brew and filling Su Yun's cup. How could I possibly know? Su Yun protested. Elder, how is it that you suddenly returned to the ranks of true disciples? He savored the seasonal fruit wine, which was sweet and delectable, invigorating his senses, truly a rare vintage. Su Yun looked at Jiang Baiyu, his eyes filled with curiosity. Could it be that you have reached the divine storage realm? Astute, Jiang Baiyu laughed heartily, draining his cup of the exquisite wine. On that day in the law enforcement hall, when you acted in fury for a fair maiden, I felt a deep resonance. The step you took also helped me take mine. After years of inner turmoil, a single moment of enlightenment paved the way for my advancement to the divine storage realm. This proves that I share a bond with you, Elder. Su Yun laughed joyfully, clinking cups with Jiang Baiyu and downing the wine. When do you return to the ranks of true disciples, Elder? Su Yun inquired. The day after tomorrow, Jiang Baiyu replied with a smile. He had originally intended to visit the Xining Peak with his treasured seasonal fruit wine to personally thank Su Yun. But with Su Yun's unexpected arrival, his thoughts aligned perfectly. Jiang Baiyu added, from now on, you need not address me as Elder. Call me Shixiang instead. I had that very intention. Su Yun chuckled. Shixiang, being so accomplished yet bearing the title of Elder has aged you by over a decade. I always found it awkward. Now that I can call you Shixiang, it feels much more natural. Indeed, Jiang Baiyu said, half jokingly and half seriously. The two engaged in delightful conversation, following the turmoil at the law enforcement hall. This was their first meeting, and the growth of their friendship was palpable. Whereas before, Su Yun was merely a disciple whom Jiang Baiyu valued, they now felt more like friends, ready to support each other through thick and thin. As the wine flowed, Jiang Baiyu's expression turned slightly serious. Do you know of the Little Starry Sky Secret Realm? The Little Starry Sky Secret Realm? Su Yun pondered for a moment, but found no recollection. It is no surprise. You have just ascended to the inner sect and are still unfamiliar with many matters, Jiang Baiyu said, scratching his head. Shixiang, please elaborate, Su Yun inquired with curiosity. You are aware that the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land is one of the three giants of the Wild Domain, where nations abound. The Little Starry Sky Secret Realm is located in the Su state of the Yin Kingdom, Jiang Baiyu explained solemnly. Su Yun's pupils constricted slightly. The Yin Kingdom was indeed where the Su family resided. It is said that the Little Starry Sky Secret Realm was formed from a fragment of a star, capable of manifesting celestial demons that can ensnare one's mind. Jiang Baiyu continued. However, this secret realm also harbors numerous treasures. The first time Qin Taichu displayed his prowess was in the Little Starry Sky Secret Realm. Celestial demons? Su Yun's expression grew serious. The concept of celestial demons existed in countless texts. It was said that they were tangible entities born from the accumulation of negative emotions from the world, capable of invading the minds of Qi practitioners and even seizing their bodies. Moreover, celestial demons excelled at manipulation. Those with weak wills could meet their demise if ensnared by a celestial demon's influence. Shixiao, are you telling me that the Little Starry Sky secret realm is about to open? Su Yun asked. Zhang Baiyu nodded. The Little Starry Sky secret realm opens once every 5 years, and in about 20 days. It will be accessible. At that time, the sect will select outstanding disciples to enter for approximately a month of training. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are there any requirements? None, Zhang Baiyu replied. Everything depends on the opinions of the sect's higher-ups. If you are interested, I can advocate for you to secure a spot. Of course I am interested. Su Yun replied without hesitation. He could envision that those entering the Little Starry Sky secret realm would primarily be the elite of the Feathered Ascension sacred land. Their destinies and talents would surely not pale in comparison. If he could seize a few opportunities within, his own strength would undoubtedly surge. Su Yun was determined not to let such a divine chance slip by. I knew you weren't one to miss out. Zhang Baiyu had anticipated this. However, do not harbor excessive hopes, he cautioned with a light sigh. The incident involving Su Su has caused the sacred land to lose face. And many elders are dissatisfied with you due to your connection to her, especially Granny Yu. And Su Yun's eyes narrowed sharply. He would not forget that on the day Su Su awakened, the first person who sought to strike her down was Granny Yun. Let them come. As long as I can enter the Little Starry Sky secret realm, I will soar as high as the heavens and swim as freely as the seas. What can they do to me? Su Yun declared coldly. That's the spirit. Zhang Baiyu openly expressed his admiration. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges. It is a journey against fate. Let us drink to that. The two raised their cups in exuberance. As dusk fell, Su Yun roused from his stupor and bid farewell to Zhang Baiyu, making his way leisurely toward the wild mountain range. Dragon Soul Bone, I am coming. Chapter 48. The True Demon Palace. Yang Qi at Mount Taishan. A beam of sunlight illuminated Yi Chen at the cliff's edge. He was enveloped in a swirling aura of sword energy, embodying the profound mysteries of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, indicating that he had fully mastered the 5 elements sword intent. His cultivation had also reached the initial perfection of the divine passage realm. The words of the Holy Spirit had enlightened Yi Chen, propelling his advancement in cultivation rather than hindering it. He trained with increasing diligence, living up to his reputation as a genius. I have mastered the 5 elements sword intent, significantly enhancing my strength. Yi Chen's gaze was resolute. Should he encounter Su Yun again, he believed he would prevail. However, given Su Yun's formidable physical prowess, if he were to guarantee victory, he too needed to bolster his physical strength by practicing body-refining techniques. Senior Holy Spirit, Yi Chen called out. What is it, young one? Came the voice of the Holy Spirit. I wish to enter the wild mountain range to cultivate the 5 elements sword body. Yi Chen declared with determination. Excellent, the Holy Spirit replied with a smile. The great 5 elements sword technique requires dual cultivation of form and body. You should have begun practicing the 5 elements sword body long ago. Of course, now that you have just entered the divine passage realm, it is not too late. If you master the 5 elements sword body, dealing with that Su Yun will be effortless. Yi Chen brimmed with confidence. The 5 elements sword body required the cultivation of the 5 elements sword intent, tempering the body with sword intent in a cyclical manner. Once he reached minor success, every part of his body would become akin to a sword. Then let us head to the wild mountain range now. Yi Chen concealed his aura, not returning to his cave dwelling, and rushed down the mountain. Meanwhile, Su Yun was also on his way. Yi Chen's 4th opportunity involved an encounter with a man in black named Yang Qi. Su Yun contemplated. This individual had stolen the Dragon Soul Bone and was being pursued. Given that 2 days had passed, he was likely still in the midst of fleeing. Regarding Yang Qi's identity, there were vague hints within the script of life. This person was a disciple of the True Demon Palace, one of the 3 giants of the wild domain. Yang Qi dared to risk his life to steal the Dragon Soul Bone, attesting to its precious nature. As long as I obtain the Dragon Soul Bone and proceed with caution, it would be nearly impossible for them to trace it back to me, Su Yun mused. Even if they do discover it, given the antagonistic relationship between the Feathered Ascension sacred land and the True Demon Palace, the latter would never dare to invade the former. Although a portion of Yi Chen's fortune had been seized by him, it remained uncertain whether Yi Chen could sense the 4th opportunity. Ding! Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from Su Yun's Qinkuan ring. Su Yun, Yi Chun has descended the mountain and departed from the Yuhua sacred land. This was a message from Qin Chong. Before leaving the transmission hall, Su Yun had instructed Qin Chong to keep an eye on Yi Chun and to inform him immediately should Yi Chun exhibit any unusual behavior. It seems that the threat of fortune still does not affect Yi Chun's foundations. A smile played upon Su Yun's lips. Indeed, a person of great fortune is formidable. Since you have chosen to come, I shall not let your journey be in vain. With a swift turn of thought, a plan took shape within Su Yun's mind. As the stars traversed the night sky, a day passed. Su Yun journeyed over 4,000 miles into the wild mountain range, encountering fierce beasts along the way, most of which were at the pinnacle of the innate realm, with the occasional divine beast making its appearance. With just one more day, I shall reach Wangyue Mountain with ample time to spare. Wangyue Mountain lay over 2,000 miles away. With Su Yun's speed, he could arrive at his destination in no more than half a day. However, if he were to wait at Wangyue Mountain, Yi Chun, guided by the unseen hand of fate, would inevitably arrive there as well. Su Yun did not wish to expose himself. After all, once or twice might be mere coincidence, but if he were to be intercepted each time, Yi Chun would undoubtedly grow suspicious. The true demon palace lay to the southwest, making it highly likely that Yang Qi would approach from that direction. Su Yun's mind raced with thoughts in a flash. He stepped upon his crystalline blue spiritual sword, swiftly weaving through the mountains, accelerating his pace. As his speed increased, his presence became apparent to the beasts around him. A magic tiger, its body encased in a tough shell, charged towards him. Seeking death, Su Yun summoned his magical power, unleashing a radiant sword chi that cleaved the tiger in two, its insides charred to a crisp by the searing energy, thus meeting its demise. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding beasts were too frightened to approach. With a swish, Su Yun dispatched the obstruction with a single stroke and continued onward. At last, as dusk descended, he arrived at Wangyue Mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he surveyed the surroundings. First, he eliminated the direction from which he had come. To his left lay an expansive plain, flat and unyielding, unsuitable for escape or concealment. To his right, a mist shrouded the base of Wangyue Mountain, where a great river flowed in that direction. Ahead, the mountains loomed, a labyrinthine depth of the wild mountain range. According to legend, this range harbored demon gods, and traversing from that direction would be tantamount to courting death. However, the southwest was the direction he had to consider. The area to his right was replete with mountains and water, advantageous for hiding. Yet, it did not lead to the true demon palace. Su Yun felt increasingly vexed. The southwest lay ahead, but Yang Qi could not possibly approach from that direction. A gamble, Su Yun murmured. With half a day's time left, he could traverse the right path, covering a distance of no more than 1,500 miles. If he did not encounter Yang Qi, he would turn back immediately. Thus, the timing would be barely sufficient. Of course, at that point, he would not only encounter Yang Qi but would likely run into Yi Chun as well. With a swift decisiveness, Su Yun acted without hesitation. He commanded his spiritual sword to breach the sound barrier, emitting a sharp whistle as he surged towards the right. A mere quarter of an hour later, he plunged into the mist. Activating the great Zhou Tian star technique, he extended his consciousness, enveloping a radius of several miles in search of any anomalies. Suddenly, a vast expanse of water came into view, shrouded in thick fog. Under the scrutiny of Su Yun's divine sense, the lake revealed its intricate network of tributaries, flowing in all directions. A gentle breeze brushed across the realm, stirring the waves and creating a symphony of water's whispers. Starlight filtered through the trees, dancing upon the surface and imbuing the scene with an air of tranquility and solitude. Then, without warning, a commotion arose from the right, as if a flock of birds had taken flight in alarm. That direction lay several dozen miles away. Su Yun's pupils constricted. He immediately summoned the Myriad Form Sword Classic, a technique containing a method to conceal one's presence, allowing him to traverse undetected. After employing the concealment technique, Su Yun activated the bone transformation technique, his bones cracking as he entirely transformed into a tall, middle-aged man. With preparations complete, Su Yun leapt forth, following the sound. Across the lake, a figure strode atop the water, a man clad in black. Enveloped in a shadowy cloak, his imposing stature belied by his light-footed grace akin to that of a butterfly. The forest lay silent, the birds in fright, the beasts vanished without a trace, an eerie stillness pervading the air. Coughing incessantly, the man in black stained his cloak with blood. Yet his eyes burned with an intense light. Yang Qi, you are a thief of your own fate, courting your own demise, a sinister voice echoed, chillingly declaring, if you surrender the dragon soul bone, I can report to the sect and advocate for leniency in your punishment. A ghostly figure swept through the trees, instantly plunging the atmosphere into a frigid chill. Ha! Yang Qi scoffed. You expect me to hand over the dragon soul bone? You think I would trust the words of my pursuer? Come and take it if you dare. He was no fool, and he would not be easily deceived. Indeed, the man roared in wrath. After 3 days of relentless pursuit and repeated battles, despite being a consummate practitioner of the Yuan Dan realm, he was utterly fatigued. Harboring an intense hatred for Yang Qi, Yinming Ghost Hand. The night deepened, a chilling wind howled, and a terrifying wave of energy surged from the land, materializing a massive skeletal hand in the void. Its fingers hooked and shrouded in dark mist, the cries of the damned echoing all around. Yang Qi, already heavily injured, felt a surge of blood rise in his throat as the dark sound wave struck him. Boom! The Yinming Ghost Hand descended, compressing the air into a vacuum. Liu Ming, I shall fight you to the death, Yang Qi roared defiantly. Though he was a practitioner of the Yuan Dan realm, his aura surged powerfully as he unleashed his full strength. Yang Qi summoned his magical power, a black copper bell covered in cracks spinning in the air, as his divine abilities erupted forth. The bell radiating a terrifying ghostly glow, coalescing into a massive demonic shadow. Yet, this demonic shadow shattered almost immediately under the might of the Yinming Ghost Hand, and the copper bell exploded with a thunderous crash. Yang Qi hastily attempted to evade, yet his speed proved inadequate. With a crack, a fragment of a finger fell from the sky, piercing Yang Qi's chest. The eerie ghostly energy invaded his body, rendering him suddenly cold. His blood congealing in that instant, his heart ceased to beat. Liu Ming, you shall never obtain the dragon soul bone. Yang Qi let out a defiant roar, expending his last ounce of strength to shatter the fragment of the finger. With a thought, a talisman flew from his sleeve. Boom! The talisman activated, and a thick fog billowed forth, engulfing both Yang Qi and Liu Ming. With a splash, he plunged into the water, his presence entirely vanishing from Liu Ming's perception. Having fallen victim to my Yinming Ghost Hand, your life is forfeit. How could you possibly escape my grasp? Liu Ming channeled his magical power, dispersing the dense fog. He released his divine sense, enveloping an area spanning several dozen miles. Moments later, Liu Ming's expression darkened. He has left behind a means of concealment. Liu Ming seethed. Yang Qi's disappearance clearly indicated the use of stealth. Humph, I shall see just how far you can run. Liu Ming declared coldly. Yang Qi had no chance of survival. Finding his corpse was merely a matter of time. Liu Ming summoned his magical power. 6 four-winged flying insects emerged, darting off in 6 different directions. The dragon soul bone shall be mine. Chapter 49. The old man accompanying me. The vast lake surged, shattering the night's tranquility. Beneath the darkened sky, a shadow lurked beneath the water, drifting towards Wangyue Mountain. After a quarter of an hour, Yang Qi emerged from the fog-enshrouded area, bloodied, pale-faced, with lips tinged blue and eyes devoid of life. He stumbled, his breath barely a whisper. Suddenly, a figure flashed into view. Su Yun made his appearance. Yang Qi fixed his gaze upon him, lacking even the strength to flee. Fellow Taoist, come with me. Su Yun summoned his magical power, enveloping Yang Qi and guiding him towards Wangyue Mountain. He brought Yang Qi to a stone on the mountainside. Sighing, fellow Taoist, your injuries are grave. No medicine or stone can save you. I am powerless to alter your fate. Who are you? Yang Qi managed to utter, his voice strained. My name is Yi Su, Su Yun replied, using a false name, claiming to be a scion of the Kanglin Yi clan. Kanglin Yi clan? Yang Qi's heart stirred. Why would you save me? Seeing injustice, one ought to draw their sword to assist. Su Yun lamented, alas, my strength is insufficient to help you fend off your formidable enemies. Ha ha ha. Yang Qi suddenly regained his vigor, his gaze turning sharp as an overwhelming aura erupted from him. Su Yun was taken aback. Nonsense. You speak only lies. In an instant, Yang Qi's spirit waned once more. The fleeting resurgence did not save his life but rather hastened his demise. You saved me for the dragon soul bone. Though on the brink of death, Yang Qi's mind remained clear. You could have struck me down but chose not to, allowing me to live a moment longer. By this alone, I would willingly part with the dragon soul bone. Yang Qi removed the jade ring from his thumb. A Qinkuan ring. I have one wish. Yang Qi intoned solemnly. Speak, fellow Taoist, Su Yun replied. Should you gain sufficient strength in the future, avenge me upon Lu Ming, and exact my revenge. Should you refuse to comply, I shall muster my last breath to summon Lu Ming. No problem, Su Yun nodded. The value of the dragon soul bone far exceeds that of Lu Ming. I have been astute throughout my life, yet I did not wish to be blinded by treasures, allowing a moment of folly to seal my fate. Yang Qi slumped despondently to the ground, his gaze gradually losing its luster, his hands falling limply beside him. Yang Qi has perished. With his death, the consciousness imprint of the Qinkuan ring slowly dissipated. Becoming an unclaimed artifact, Su Yun activated his consciousness to refine the Qinkuan ring. Within the ring's space lay several vials of elixirs, one of which was called the Divine Essence Pill, essential for Qi practitioners. It not only replenished spiritual power but also enhanced cultivation. Additionally, there was a secret technique known as the Black Prison Demonic Tome, a renowned skill from the True Demon Palace. Furthermore, there were 3 divine abilities, all of which belonged to the demonic path. Even Su Yun would not dare to showcase them openly. Regrettably, his treasured artifact had been destroyed. Su Yun lamented that the Black Bronze Bell, a low-grade treasure of significant worth, had been shattered by Lu Ming in a series of battles, in his flight for survival. All of Yang Qi's artifacts had been exhausted. Su Yun's gaze fell upon a purple gold jade box. With a thought, the box appeared in his hand. Intricate mystical patterns were engraved upon the box, seemingly sealing the unique aura of the dragon soul bone to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy. Su Yun's heart raced. The 4th opportunity had finally arrived. Suddenly, a formidable consciousness swept through the area. It was Lu Ming. He must leave promptly. Yang Qi's corpse would undoubtedly be discovered, and he could not remain here any longer. Before departing, he would send him one last gift. Su Yun summoned his power to extract a black vial from Yang Qi's Qinkuan ring. Heart-eating poison fog. Just hearing its name conveyed its lethal nature. Su Yun infused a strand of his power into the vial, placing it in Yang Qi's embrace, then activated the concealment technique, hiding himself on a cliff to discreetly observe the movements halfway up the mountain. This location offered both ingress and egress, allowing a comprehensive view, an optimal hiding spot. Calculating the time, Yi Chen should be arriving soon. Roar! The forest echoed with the sounds of beasts. The eastern horizon revealed a hint of dawn. A red sun crested the horizon, painting the clouds crimson and illuminating the earth. Whoosh! A figure ascended Mount Wangyue. Yi Chen. It seemed as though some unseen force guided him to Mount Wangyue. Yi Chen's aura was formidable. Though a hint of weariness lingered in his gaze, throughout his journey, he had slain fierce beasts, honed his sword intent, and forged his 5 elements sword body. He had already made some progress. After resting for 2 hours, he would delve deeper into the wild mountains. Yi Chen reached a halfway point, kindled a fire, and prepared to roast a deer. Quite the connoisseur, Su Yun mused. Huh? Yi Chen's eyes flickered as his consciousness suddenly locked onto Yang Qi's corpse. Who is this? He flipped his palm, and a superior spirit sword appeared in his grasp. It seems he is deceased. Yi Chen approached Yang Qi's body, his gaze falling upon a black jade token lying on the ground. Unmistakably the identity token of the True Demon Palace, a member of the True Demon Palace. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. How could he have perished here? This was a Qi practitioner at the Yuan Dan realm. A voice resonated in his sea of consciousness, that of the Holy Spirit. However, he was wounded in the heart vein, gravely injured. His time of death would not exceed the burning of a single incense stick. It did not activate its consciousness. After all, it had yet to recover its peak strength, and its power was limited. Better to conserve it. This man's Qinkuan ring and Qinkuan bag are missing. It seems someone has been here. Yi Chen's brow creased in instinctive unease. Someone? Yi Chen's heart tightened. A powerful Qi practitioner was swiftly ascending the mountain. Mere moments later, Lu Ming soared onto Mount Wangyue. He hovered in midair, his robes billowing, his icy gaze fixed upon Yi Chen. Hand over the items? Items? Yi Chen shook his head. I do not understand your meaning. Humph! Lu Ming sneered, murderous intent evident. Dare to feign ignorance before me. And I shall send you on your way, senior. I bear no grudge against you. You shall still die. Lu Ming's resolve to kill was unwavering. Boom. He waved his hand, and power coiled around his palm. Black lightning swirling, transforming into a blade of thunder that surged towards Yi Chen. Whoosh. The thunderbolt was swift and relentless, arriving in an instant. 5 Elements Sword Intent. Yi Chen was alarmed, promptly activating the Great 5 Elements Sword technique. The 5 Elements Sword Intent materialized, evolving into a grand divine ability, the sword intent acting as a shield to protect his body. Bang! The thunderbolt struck down, shattering the sword shield. Yi Chen was hurled back. Crashing against the mountainside, his body weakened. Tio, withstand a blow from me and not perish. You are no ordinary individual, Lu Ming observed in astonishment. State your name. The disciple of the inner sect of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Ground. Yi Chen. Yi Chen replied coldly. This fellow's strength has indeed increased, Xu Yun remarked. In just a few days, Yi Chen's progress was remarkable, truly a genius endowed with great fortune. Ha ha ha, so you are a disciple of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Ground. Then I shall take your head and return to the sect to claim my reward. Lu Ming's murderous intent surged. Ghostly hands of the underworld. He summoned his power, manifesting a colossal ghostly hand. Resembling a small mountain, with fingers like hooks, a chilling wind howling as it surged towards Yi Chen with deadly intent. Yi Chen steadied his mind. Senior. Yi Chen called for help. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm. No matter how talented he was, he could not possibly contend with Lu Ming. Leave this to me. A deep and ancient voice resonated through the void. Before the words had fully settled, an ancient and overwhelming aura emanated from Yi Chen. Clang! A strand of sword light shot forth. In an instant, the ghostly hand of the underworld was vanquished by a single strike. In the void, a white-clad, white-haired, benevolent-looking ethereal spirit materialized, its gaze sharp, as if countless sword intents converged within, capable of captivating the heart and mind with a single glance. Who are you? Lu Ming was struck with terror. The aura of the Holy Spirit was profound and mysterious. He could not discern its cultivation level. This junior is no ordinary person, Lu Ming thought. Yet, he did not retreat. The dragon soul bone was of paramount importance. He had tracked it here and was on the verge of achieving his goal. He could not abandon it lightly. Meanwhile, from a distance, Xu Yun watched this scene in shock. Xu Yun felt a chill run down his spine. The old gentleman accompanying him? At this moment, he finally understood why Yi Chen had transformed from an ordinary youth into an unexpected contender. Even catching the eye of Qin Taichu from the True Dragon Society, who had earmarked him as one of their own. Because Yi Chen possessed the script of the protagonist, Chapter 50. Invincible Holy Spirit. Junior, retreat quickly. I shall spare your life. The Holy Spirit spoke indifferently. It surged with power, swirling strands of sword energy in the air, numbering in the thousands, emanating a domineering sword intent that sent chills through Xu Yun even from a distance. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming chuckled coldly. Although I know not your origins, you are but a spirit, possessing a soul without a corporeal form. How much power can you truly wield? That little demon harbors a primordial spirit. It must possess a great treasure. Today, I shall slay you both and take your heads back to the palace to claim my accolades. Whoosh! Lu Ming transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the Holy Spirit. Sweeping his sleeve to reveal a strange demonic banner that appeared out of thin air. Power surged into it, and the heads of countless vengeful spirits roared upon the banner, as if hell itself had opened. With an uncountable number of malevolent spirits surging forth. Roar! In an instant, the heavens and earth echoed with the wails of ghosts. The Holy Spirit's expression turned cold, and it formed its fingers into a sword. Addressing Yi Chen. Yi, young one, pay close attention. This is the true essence of the Great 5 Elements Sword technique. I shall only teach it once. Understood? Yi Chen nodded. Clang. The Holy Spirit's aura intensified, its sword intent flowing like a mighty river, annihilating all in its path, as the sword energy sang with resonance, merging into the sword point of the Holy Spirit. Whoosh! Thousands of sword energies converged into a single beam of sword light. Yi Chen was transfixed. Within that beam of sword light lay the mysteries of the 5 elements, the interplay of creation and destruction, an intricate profundity that even he could not grasp in such a short time. Xu Yun felt dizzy. He too had attempted to comprehend this sword technique, but lacking the foundation of 5 elements cultivation, he found it impossible to grasp the intricacies of the great 5 elements sword technique in such a limited time frame. Lu Ming sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the Holy Spirit and was filled with dread. The Holy Spirit's realm surpassed him by too much. However, at this moment, retreating was no longer an option. It was merely a spirit. I might not necessarily lose, Lu Ming's heart roared. Heart eating of 10,000 ghosts. Lu Ming gripped the 10,000 ghosts demonic banner tightly, shaking it frantically. A massive tide of demonic energy engulfed the area, transforming a radius of 100 feet into a demonic domain. Countless ghostly figures wailed and roared, the sounds of demonic voices chilling to the bone. Boom! Lu Ming exerted every ounce of his power. A black Yuan Dan floating in his dantian, surging with immense energy, a glimmer of cold light flashed within his sleeve. He intends to play tricks. Su Yun's gaze flickered as he noticed Lu Ming's subtle movements. Old rascal, come and take your life. Lu Ming was the first to strike at the Holy Spirit, as the myriad of ghosts howled, enveloping the Holy Spirit like a dark cloud. A flash of black lightning darted forth. It was a demonic knife. With unorthodox methods, I shall extinguish you with a single sword. The Holy Spirit remained composed, and with a mere flick of his fingertip, a radiant sword light surged forth, a single strand of sword energy astonishing the world. The great 5 elements sword technique erupted, and in the eyes of all present, there existed only that one beam of sword light, resplendently brilliant and utterly unstoppable. As the sword fell, countless evil spirits dissipated into the ether. And the demonic blade, upon a gentle contact with the sword light, was reduced to mere powder. Crack! The myriad demons banner was cleaved in twain by a single stroke, and Lu Ming's right hand, which clutched the demonic banner, was severed by the sword energy, blood gushing forth like a fountain as he let out a heart-rending wail. We must depart swiftly. Su Yun's eyes narrowed. With Lu Ming's defeat, the Holy Spirit, possessing such profound cultivation, would inevitably sense his presence. Should he be discovered, the Holy Spirit would surely see through his true identity, and when combined with Yi Qin's recent tribulations, deducing the sequence of events would be all too simple. Whoosh! Su Yun activated the Great Zhou Tian star technique, leaping off the cliff, treading upon the void as he fled into the distance. Is there someone else? The Holy Spirit furrowed his brow. His primordial spirit had sustained grave injuries and had yet to recover, which is why he typically chose to slumber, conserving his spiritual energy. Having just revealed himself, he had not employed his divine sense to perceive the surroundings, thus failing to detect Su Yun's presence. However, the instant Su Yun made his exit, he became aware. This individual's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the divine power's realm, seemingly concealing his true visage. The Holy Spirit's thoughts stirred. It appeared that this person was indeed the one sought by the demonic palace's chi practitioners. In an instant, everything became clear to him. Su Yun aimed to frame Yi Qin. The Holy Spirit floated in the void, his gaze landing on Lu Ming, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, "Tell me, what were you two vying for?" Lu Ming's eyes filled with terror. "Senior, I will explain everything. Will you grant me a chance to live?" he implored, remorse flooding his heart. "Bargaining?" The Holy Spirit scoffed. With a mere thought, the essence of heaven and earth coalesced into a beam of sword energy, striking with a clang. Before Lu Ming could react, his left arm was also severed. "Answer my question, and I shall spare your life," the Holy Spirit stated coldly. "You old man, you shall not." Lu Ming roared in despair. "It seems you have never experienced the soul-searching technique." The Holy Spirit said with a smile that was not a smile. In that case, I shall allow you to taste the flavor of soul-searching today." "Senior." Lu Ming fell to his knees with a thud, despair evident in his eyes. "I will speak. I came for the Dragon Soul Bone." "The Dragon Soul Bone?" The Holy Spirit's gaze shifted. Yi Qin was equally astonished. The Dragon Soul Bone was a rare spiritual treasure capable of refining the soul and enhancing one's divine sense, an exceedingly rare find. "Where is this item now?" Yi Qin inquired. "And no need to ask," the Holy Spirit replied. "The moment I took action, another person slipped away. The Dragon Soul Bone is likely in his possession." "Is there someone else?" Lu Ming said incredulously. "Damn it. I refuse to accept this," he bellowed. "Silence." The Holy Spirit snapped, and a wisp of sword light cut through the air. With a swift strike, the Holy Spirit sealed Lu Ming's throat. "Senior, where do we go from here?" Yichen asked. The Holy Spirit appeared contemplative. "The Dragon Soul Bone is a rare treasure. If obtained, it would also be of use to me." After deliberating, he made a decision. "Let us see if we can catch up to this individual." "I share the same intent," Yichen replied with a smile. Bang. Suddenly, Yang Qi's chest heaved slightly, and an explosive sound erupted as a jade vial containing heart-eating poison mist shattered, releasing a dark purple toxic mist that spread like ominous clouds. "Poison!" The Holy Spirit's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately summoned his powers, transforming the sword light into a barrier that enveloped Yichen. Buzz! The heart-eating poison mist spread, coming into contact with the barrier, and the sword light visibly dissolved. What a formidable poison! The Holy Spirit's eyes narrowed. With a thought, the 5 elements sacred Yuan cauldron blazed with brilliance in Yichen's sea of consciousness, unleashing a profound aura that swept across the heavens and the earth. Boom! Divine light rippled outwards in all directions. Moments later, the heart-eating poison mist vanished entirely. This person employs ruthless methods and possesses a steady mind. He is no ordinary individual, the Holy Spirit said solemnly. He knows how to lay down contingencies, conceal his presence, alter his appearance, and yet dares to remain in place after seizing the treasure, indicating his great audacity. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak. He poses no threat. The Holy Spirit's gaze revealed a trace of disdain. "Senior, can you discern this rogue's location?" Yichen asked angrily. He has always adhered to the principle of not disturbing others. Today's affair cannot end well. "Not easily," the Holy Spirit replied. "This person understands the art of concealing his breath. By now, he has already distanced himself greatly, and uncovering his whereabouts will require considerable spiritual energy, a pursuit not worth the effort." Upon hearing this, Yichen's eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. Then, "Senior, please recuperate. I have noted his aura," the Holy Spirit added, "and should we encounter him again, I will discern his true identity. Next time we meet, let it be his grave, for only then will my heart's hatred find solace." Yichen's murderous intent surged. Swish! The Holy Spirit flew into his sea of consciousness, descending into silence. Yichen approached Lu Ming. Collecting his Qinkuan ring and the severed myriad demon's banner with practiced ease, clearly not his first time pillaging. He then turned to Yang Qi, but found him entirely bereft of possessions. "This fellow is quite the seasoned hand." Yichen scoffed. In the east, the sun rose, casting a crimson dawn across the sky. Yichen soared on his sword, heading towards the direction of Su Yun's escape. Chapter 51. The Kanglin Yi family. Whoosh! Su Yun, invigorated, fled 300 miles, his magical energy dwindling to a mere 30% as he gradually slowed his pace. "They should not be able to catch up with me now," Su Yun panted. Yet he did not halt. After restoring his appearance, he continued toward the direction of the ascendant Holy Land. The Holy Spirit residing within Yichen. Had he seen through his true form? He murmured to himself. Regardless, acquiring the Dragon Soul Bone was worth the risk, even if it meant exposure. The Dragon Soul Bone was an extraordinary treasure capable of refining the soul and enhancing one's divine sense. A powerful soul would lead to an even more formidable primordial spirit. Whoosh! Suddenly, an urgent whistling sound pierced Su Yun's ears. "Elder, there is a Qi practitioner in this vicinity," a voice echoed. Su Yun's expression momentarily froze. Could they be referring to me? Capture him. The next moment, an order resounded. Yes, dragon catching hand. Accompanied by a long howl, a middle-aged Qi practitioner clad in white unleashed his magical energy, manifesting a divine ability. In the void, swirling air currents stirred, and from the vortex emerged a hand the size of a mountain, casting a shadow over the bewildered Su Yun as it descended upon him. Yuan Dan realm? Su Yun's heart quaked at the aura, akin to Yang Qi, unmistakably a Yuan Dan realm Qi practitioner. Yet, he sensed no murderous intent from him. Dragon and snake sword technique? Su Yun refused to sit idly by. He gripped his crystalline blue spirit sword, unleashing a torrent of thunderous sword intent. The originally harmonious divine ability transformed into a force of pure yang and unyielding strength. Clang! The dragon and snake sword. Cleaving towards the massive hand, boom! The gigantic hand descended, effortlessly obliterating the dragon and snake sword energy, seizing Su Yun's hand, and a voice rang out, "If you dare resist again, you will be killed on the spot." At these words, Su Yun immediately withdrew his magical energy. After a moment, he saw a group of Qi practitioners soaring toward him, led by an elder clad in a yellow robe, whose presence was robust and enduring. Surpassing that of the white-clad practitioner, behind the yellow-robed elder, over 10 Qi practitioners exuded a withered aura, their expressions laden with concealed fury, quite peculiar. Moreover, Su Yun noticed a disciple dressed in the inner sect attire of the Ascendant Holy Land. "Elder, I have fulfilled my duty," the white-clad practitioner reported respectfully. "Very good," the yellow-robed elder said, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Su Yun. His gaze swept over Su Yun's attire, and he chuckled. Who would have thought? Yet another disciple from the Ascendant Holy Land. Su Yun remained unflustered. "Senior, who might you be? I bear no grudge against you. Why must you apprehend me?" "Enough with the nonsense," the yellow-robed elder replied coldly. "I require your assistance with a small matter. Once accomplished, you shall be free to go." "Who exactly are they?" A thought flashed through Su Yun's mind as he scrutinized the yellow-robed elder. Name: Yi Yuan affiliation, 4th elder of the Yi family in Kanglan City. Fate: blue talent, exceptional cultivation, initial stage of the cave heaven realm. Recent turn of events: about to venture to the Netherfire volcano in search of Netherfire. With perilous prospects. The Kanglan Yi family? Su Yun's expression turned grave. Was this not the family he had deceived Yang Qi with? Could this be retribution? Su Yun chuckled bitterly. However, where was the Netherfire volcano they sought? Doubt crept into his heart. The Netherfire volcano, the Netherfire. Both were entirely foreign to him. Whoosh! Lost in thought, the white-clad Qi practitioner activated his magical energy, pointing a finger at Su Yun's chest. His divine ability erupted, sealing all of Su Yun's cultivation, rendering him unable to use his divine sense. "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" Su Yun seethed. The white-clad Qi practitioner replied blandly, "To prevent you from creating chaos. Remain obediently, and I shall not harm you." With that, he cast Su Yun aside. "This senior, I am Su Yun. Are you also a conscripted individual?" Su Yun approached another disciple of the Ascendant Holy Land, inquiring in a hushed tone. "Are you Su Yun?" The man was clad in black attire, appearing to be around 30 years of age. His gaze was steady and his demeanor exuded a sense of competence. Even when captured, he displayed no signs of panic. "I have heard of the exploits of Brother Su," the man in black remarked with a smile. "I am called Yu Feng." "Brother Yu," Su Yun replied with a cupped fist. "It was 2 days ago that I fell into the clutches of this group." Why? Yu Feng sighed with a bitter smile. "While walking along the way, I was inexplicably ambushed. Their intentions do not seem to be for monetary gain. I cannot fathom their true objective. Could it be for illicit desires?" Su Yun teased. Why? Yu Feng rolled his eyes. "Junior brother, in these perilous times, you still have the heart to jest? Life is but a fleeting journey. One must learn to find joy amidst the suffering." Su Yun replied with a smile. The others regarded Su Yun as if he were a fool, having fallen into the hands of others. With their cultivation sealed, they were undoubtedly in a life-or-death predicament. "You, a mere novice in the realm of divine powers, think you can escape?" a man remarked with an impassive expression. This senior brother, Su Yun's eyes flickered as he prepared to extract more information from the man. Silence, crack, a whip, akin to a venomous serpent striking, lashed against Su Yun's left arm. Yet the robes of the feathered Ascension Sacred Land, being a magical artifact, absorbed the blow. Su Yun's formidable physique rendered him impervious to pain. His gaze turned cold as he cast a glance filled with murderous intent towards the white-clad Qi practitioner. "Do you wish to kill me?" The white-clad practitioner sneered. "Do you possess the ability to do so?" Su Yun repressed his murderous intent. "No," he replied with a shake of his head. "That is good to know." The white-clad practitioner chuckled coldly. "Should you speak again, I shall have your tongue severed." Walking at the forefront was a Qi practitioner, who was suddenly beset by a frigid aura, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. In just a few breaths, he was completely frozen, resembling a lifeless ice sculpture. "Brother Qin," a heart-wrenching voice echoed, as a man, his face etched with sorrow, halted in his tracks, feeling the overwhelming heaviness of the surrounding malevolent energy. A practitioner at the Yuan Dan level bellowed, summoning his magical power to envelop his body. attempting to ward off the sinister onslaught. Su Yun furrowed his brow and likewise activated his powers to shield himself from the encroaching darkness. "This is futile," cried out a Qi practitioner in the early stages of the divine ability realm. "Senior, my powers are insufficient to resist this malevolent force. Please spare me. If you cannot withstand it, then prepare to meet your end," the white-clad practitioner sneered, and with a swift crack of his whip, he cleaved the unfortunate soul in two. A chill enveloped the hearts of the onlookers, rendering them silent with fear. "Press on," Yi Yuan commanded. Despite their myriad fears, under the pressure from the Yi family, the group had no choice but to advance towards the Netherfire volcano. Thick fog billowed, obscuring their senses, and their vision was confined within a mere 3 yards. Crack! Along the way, several less experienced practitioners succumbed to the corrupting malevolence, swiftly freezing into ice and perishing on the path. "That boy possesses some skill," the white-robed practitioner remarked, observing Su Yun, who, against all odds, remained standing while nearly all the divine ability practitioners had perished. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The more formidable Su Yun became, the more he felt compelled to eliminate him till last. After a brief moment, they arrived at the base of a colossal mountain, its surface resembling charred coal, devoid of any vegetation. The mountain's jagged rocks loomed steeply, casting an ominous shadow. "What a terrifying chill," Su Yun mused. "Why does this power not reach the outside world?" He surmised that it was due to the narrow canyon. That gorge shields the winds and rain, preventing the malevolence from dissipating, allowing it to circulate within, Yu Feng explained. "Thus, the darkness here is extraordinarily dense. Junior brother, this mountain has been saturated with malevolence for many years. It must have drawn attention. However, judging by the demeanor of this group, there are likely treasures hidden within. There can only be one explanation. A powerful entity is safeguarding this place." Su Yun's pupils constricted. "Ascend the mountain," Yi Yuan urged. "Hurry." The white-robed practitioner unleashed his whip with tremendous force, akin to a thunderclap tearing through the void, aimed directly at Su Yun. With a swift motion, Su Yun activated his 7-star step, deftly dodging the attack. The whip struck the mountainside, shattering the rock and leaving a scorched mark as if struck by lightning. The murderous intent in Su Yun's heart intensified. There will be time for reckoning. The group began their ascent. The mountain seemed to be a vessel for the malevolent energy, with thick and eerie coldness seeping from its fissures. Before long, they reached the summit of the Netherfire volcano. A dormant volcano. How peculiar. Despite the dense malevolence, why is it still called a volcano? Su Yun pondered. Could it be that malevolence can also ignite? "Jump in," the white-robed practitioner commanded, pointing his whip at Su Yun. With a smile that betrayed no hesitation, Su Yun leaped into the abyss of the Netherfire volcano. To his surprise, there was another practitioner in the early divine ability stage, Li Xingyue, who noted Su Yun's presence with a flicker of astonishment. For a practitioner of the early divine ability stage to reach this point was indeed remarkable. Whoosh! One by one, practitioners leaped into the volcano. Inside the mountain, an entirely different world awaited. The space expanded as they descended, with winding paths snaking around the mountain's interior like a colossal serpent. The oppressive malevolence filled every crevice, leaving scarcely a glimmer of light. Su Yun was compelled to summon his dragon elephant spirit body, activating the Hongmeng Dao body technique. His form became akin to a furnace as the malevolence surged through his pores, melting away under the heat of his vigorous life force. Why physique, utterly pure and unyielding, is truly the bane of all malevolent spirits, Su Yun marveled. Hiss! Many practitioners at the later stages of divine ability, their lips turning blue and faces frosted, were frozen in despair, yet Su Yun, the weakest among them, remained lively and spirited. "That boy is peculiar," Yi Yuan remarked, his tone grave. "Once this matter is resolved, do not kill him. Bring him back to Kanglan for thorough interrogation." "Understood," the white-robed practitioner replied, his expression cold as ice. Regardless of the circumstances, he believed Su Yun would not escape his grasp. As time passed, they drew ever closer to the depths of the Netherfire volcano. Threads of dark red light emanated from the abyss, resembling flames or candlelight, faintly piercing through the chilling mist and adding an air of the uncanny. Su Yun's steps grew slower. "Junior brother Su, are you struggling to endure?" Yu Feng inquired. Xu Yun nodded. The malevolence is overwhelming. Even my magical power struggles to function. He spoke with feigned modesty, concealing his true concerns for his life. After all, they were nearing the heart of the Netherfire volcano, and one could never predict if a monster might suddenly appear and bisect him. He was acutely aware that while he could rely on the dragon-elephant spirit body to resist the cold, he could not contend with the unknown dangers that lurked within the Netherfire volcano. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light darted like a wraith, vanishing in an instant. "Lu, brother!" A voice filled with dread echoed, as a woman clasped her hands over her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks, her gaze fixated in horror upon the half-body remnants of a practitioner at the early Yuan Dan level. She fought to suppress her terror, even stifling her sobs. "Did you see clearly?" Yi Yuan's heart sank as many practitioners shook their heads in disbelief. Why I Qinglin remained silent, her right hand crackling with purple lightning. Whoosh! Suddenly, another crimson flash sliced through the dark void. "Beast, reveal yourself." Yi Qinglin seized the moment, unleashing her divine abilities. Boom! She channeled her magical power, and a tempestuous bolt of purple lightning surged forth, resembling a majestic purple dragon, its scales shimmering as if a true dragon had descended. The purple light illuminated the interior of the volcano, as the dragon roared, its overwhelming force reverberating through the void. Bang! It seemed to strike true. The next moment, a deep, resonating roar echoed throughout the Netherfire volcano. The sound resembled a dragon's roar, yet also a serpent's hiss, bizarrely potent, shattering the eardrums of the divine ability practitioners, ringing like a metallic chime. Buzz! An eerie red glow blossomed, revealing a serpent several feet long, adorned with a single horn, its body covered in crimson scales and possessing black slit-like eyes. It flicked its forked tongue, enveloped in a sinister crimson mist, exuding an aura of malevolence and terror, indicating it was a formidable beast. Residual traces of lightning were evident upon its form, clearly indicating that Yi Qinglin's earlier strike had found its mark. Is this the guardian of the Netherfire demonic flame? A thread of doubt crept into Su Yun's mind. It was known that the Netherfire demonic flame was a secret treasure for which a first-rate power would go to great lengths to protect. It must involve something of extraordinary significance. However, the serpent before him seemed rather weak. Chapter 53. Revenge for Grievances. Roar! The horned crimson-scaled serpent howled, its magical energy swirling as its body expanded, transforming into a massive serpent several dozen feet long, exuding an overwhelming aura that billowed forth in a torrent of crimson mist. Be cautious, Yi Qinglin warned. The red mist is toxic. Young Master Li, join me in vanquishing this fiend. With a flourish of his palm, a purple lightning will spun into motion, unleashing dozens of purple bolts that arced toward the horned crimson-scaled serpent with a crackling sound. This was a high-grade treasure imbued with the true power of thunder, and upon activation, its divine might surged forth, seemingly summoning heavenly retribution in a deluge of lightning. Struck by the bolts of lightning, the serpent let out a pained shriek. Whoosh! Li Xingyue, like a flash of light, released a stream of ethereal brilliance from her sleeve, resembling a blooming lotus, illuminating the void as hundreds of sword energies sliced toward the horned crimson-scaled serpent. The clash of sword energy and lightning intertwined, dissipating the red mist and leaving behind deep gashes upon the serpent's body. This beast's cultivation is not high, merely at the mid-stage of the Yuan Shan realm, Yi Qinglin assessed. We must conclude this swiftly. Roar! The horned crimson-scaled serpent let out a long cry, opening its enormous maw, a ghostly light shimmering within, as it unexpectedly expelled a flag that grew larger and larger, adorned with magical patterns and depicting a demon with 8 arms. A treasure! Yi Qinglin was momentarily stunned. Li Xingyue's eyes flickered. This creature is not a product of the Netherfire volcano. It is a spirit beast raised by someone. Yi Qinglin quickly realized that ordinary beasts could not wield magical artifacts, especially not a formation flag that was a high-grade treasure. The demon lord Xianyi. Yi Qinglin instantly thought of a figure. Only he would leave a spirit pet in the Netherfire volcano to thwart those who sought the Netherfire demonic flame. My suspicions were indeed correct, Su Yun mused. This horned crimson-scaled serpent was a spirit pet of the demon lord Xianyi, and it was highly likely that the demon lord himself lay hidden within the depths of the Netherfire volcano. However, given the demon lord Xianyi's prowess, he could easily eliminate everyone with a mere gesture. Yet, at this moment, he had not revealed himself, indicating there was more to the story. It was very likely related to the Netherfire demonic flame. Su Yun murmured, "The demon lord Xian Yi must not have refined the Netherfire demonic flame. Otherwise, he would have already departed." Su Yun could conceive of this, and so could Yi Qinglin. The disciples of the Yi family? All the Qi practitioners joined forces to swiftly eliminate this beast. Yi Qinglin commanded. Yes. The elders of the Yi family and numerous Qi practitioners collectively channeled their powers and launched an assault on the one-horned crimson-scaled serpent. Roar! In the next moment, the formation flags were activated by the serpent's demonic energy, causing the banners to tremble violently as torrents of malevolent energy surged forth, manifesting into a legion of armored spectral soldiers. 100 forged shadow soldiers? Yi Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. The 100 forged shadow soldiers required the souls of Qi practitioners at or above the divine ability realm as their source, undergoing relentless refinement to obliterate their consciousness, leaving behind only a spiritual essence. Once one commanded the 100 forged demonic banner, they could control an army of shadow soldiers at will. Swish! The 100 forged demonic banner was invoked, and a wave of demonic energy surged forth as the shadow soldiers howled, unleashing piercing sound-wave attacks while wielding their demonic weapons, charging towards the Yi family members. In an instant, a Qi practitioner at the divine ability realm fell victim to the soul-stealing resonance of the demonic sound, his head rolling to the ground. Unbind the heart meridians, Yi Yuan commanded, urging the Yi family practitioners to release the heart meridian seals of the captives, uniting their powers to direct their spiritual tools and treasures against the shadow soldiers. Buzz! Amidst the chaos, the magic runes swirled in the heavens and earth, the formation flags devouring the sky and earth, drawing all into the array to combat the shadow soldiers. Yi Qinglin and Li Xingyue flew out of the formation to confront the one-horned crimson-scaled serpent. Young Master Li, the Xianyi demon lord is highly likely to be within the Yuming volcano. Were you aware of this beforehand? Yi Qinglin asked coldly. Head of the Yi family, with a great enemy at hand. You still have the presence of mind to squabble amongst yourselves? Li Xingyue mocked. Very well. I will trust you once more. Yi Qinglin declared. Let us together slay this fiend. Agreed. Boom. Yi Qinglin gripped the purple lightning thunder wheel, his hair standing on end as electric arcs danced fiercely in the void, resembling a multitude of purple lightning dragons coiling around him. Xian Lei Zum, he shouted, the radiant thunder illuminating the surroundings as torrents of electricity converged upon the purple lightning thunder wheel. With a thunderous boom, the wheel erupted in a myriad of lightning arcs, which surged into the treasure, ultimately manifesting as a thunderbolt several dozen feet in diameter. Crack! The thunder swept past, shaking the Yuming volcano violently. Roar! The one-horned crimson-scaled serpent growled as its horn emitted a bewitching red glow, and a dragon-like serpent with wings and 4 limbs materialized. This was its primordial spirit. Having cultivated to the realm of the primordial spirit, it condensed its essence into a formidable force capable of unleashing tremendous power with every movement. Boom! The ferocious creature's attack was straightforward. It activated its primordial spirit to strike at Yi Qinglin. The immense primordial spirit harbored boundless strength, tearing apart Yi Qinglin's divine ability, distorting the void as tendrils of crimson light surged forth, aiming for Yi Qinglin. Clang! Suddenly, a blade of light slashed down, akin to a streak of fire descending from the heavens, forcing the one-horned crimson-scaled serpent's primordial spirit to retreat. Li Xingyue and Yi Qinglin joined forces to assault the serpent at the same time. Within the array of the 100 forged demonic banner, the shadow soldiers roared as they clashed with the Qi practitioners. Elder, I can hardly hold on, a white-robed Qi practitioner exclaimed in terror, pursued relentlessly by a shadow soldier of the Yuan Dan realm, his body ravaged by the dark energy, his movements growing increasingly sluggish. He focused his divine sense, but it was swallowed by the dark demonic mist, leaving him utterly helpless. Thus, the white-robed Qi practitioner could only cry out for aid. However, his voice was drowned out by the wails of vengeful spirits. Elder, save me! The heart-wrenching screams echoed as one by one. Qi practitioners fell victim to the shadow soldiers, the air thick with the stench of blood, instilling dread in the hearts of all present. Demonic dispersal seal. The white-robed Qi practitioner exerted all his might to channel his divine ability, forming seals with his fingers, as torrents of righteous energy radiated from him, intertwining with arcs of lightning. Boom! He slammed the seal towards the shadow soldiers, the lightning ripping through the demonic mist, momentarily illuminating the void. In that instant, he not only glimpsed the shadow soldiers, but also a figure, Su Yun. Bang! The shadow soldier wielding a bone blade, its dark and demonic energy coalescing into a lethal force, cleaved down, shattering the torrents of lightning and severing the white-robed Chi practitioner's hand in twain. Ah! The white-robed practitioner wailed, having fallen victim to the soul-stealing resonance of the demonic sound. His strength diminished, leaving him defenseless against the shadow soldier of equal rank. You have your day as well? A chilling voice whispered into the white-robed practitioner's ear. Su Yun appeared like a specter behind him. Thief, do you wish to kill me? You think you can? The white-robed practitioner retorted in anger. Point one is sufficient. Su Yun replied coldly, masking any trace of murderous intent to avoid detection. His concealment technique allowed him to elude the awareness of the Yuan Dan realm shadow soldiers, as well as the white-robed practitioner. Had he not encountered them head-on in the wild mountains, he would not have been captured. However, displaying murderous intent could easily lead to exposure, making him the prime suspect in any subsequent investigation. Su Yun was prudent in his actions and would not make such an error. You dare kill me? The Yi family will not spare you, the white-robed practitioner said in fear. Spare me, and I shall not trouble you. His threats gradually morphed into pleas. I have always repaid enmities, Su Yun replied indifferently. Depart this world. Swish, a flicker of dark sword light flashed, and the white-robed practitioner was silenced, his throat pierced. Before leaving, Su Yun casually pocketed his Chinkuan pouch. After eliminating the white-robed practitioner, he concealed himself in the shadows. The 100 forged demonic banners array provided him with substantial assistance, rendering it difficult for others to sense his presence, as long as the Chi practitioners within the array were not entirely slaughtered or targeted by stronger shadow soldiers. Su Yun would remain safe. Truly, the techniques of transcendent beings were extraordinary. Su Yun felt an immense gratitude towards Feng Suiyuan. Regrettably, although I am momentarily out of danger, I cannot break the 100 forged demonic banners array. He frowned, pondering. Once the Xianyi demon lord appears, how shall I escape? Chapter 54. Life amidst despair within the 100 forged demonic banner. The battle raged fiercely in the Yuming volcano. Yi Qinglin and Li Xingyue cooperated to push the one-horned crimson-scaled serpent into retreat. Its body battered and bruised, nearing the end of the confrontation. Young Master Li, it is yours to claim, Yi Qinglin stated. You will handle the shadow soldiers of the 100 forged demonic banner to prevent further casualties. I have use for the 100 forged demonic banner, Li Xingyue replied. If you can eliminate them, it is yours, Yi Qinglin said dismissively, considering the banner trivial compared to the Yuming demonic fire. Li Xingyue smiled, her lips curving upward as she boldly entered the 100 forged demonic banner. Clang, clang. Her divine sense locked onto the shadow soldiers, and with a flourish of her sleeves, a torrent of sword light erupted, suppressing the shadow soldiers, dissipating the demonic energy and shattering the array, allowing everyone to see the light once more. That brat is still alive. Li Xingyue's gaze fell upon Su Yun, her expression astonished. The weakest Chi practitioner had managed to survive until now? Intriguing, a smirk graced Li Xingyue's lips. Thank you, young Master Li. An elder of the Yi family bowed in gratitude. Li Xingyue channeled her powers to obliterate the divine sense imprints within the 100 forged demonic banner. The one-horned crimson-scaled serpent roared in anger, but Yi Qinglin forcibly suppressed it. This 100 forged demonic banner is a superior treasure, yet it was crafted too hastily and has not yet cultivated shadow soldiers of the primordial spirit realm. Li Xingyue observed, her eyes shimmering. Immediately regroup and tally our losses. Why, Yuan commanded, that old fool is still alive. Su Yun's expression turned cold as he scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on Yufeng. He produced a divine essence pill and said, Senior brother Yu, this item can aid you in regulating your energy and recovering from your injuries. Thank you, junior brother Su, Yufeng replied, his face pale and breath weak. Severely injured from the battle with the shadow soldiers. Even with the divine essence pill, he could not return to peak condition in a short time. Junior brother, I fear I may not survive this ordeal. Yufeng said, seating himself in meditation as he consumed the divine essence pill. Should you return to the sect, I hope you can bring something for Bai Qiong of the inner sect. Senior brother, My strength is even weaker than yours. It will be even more difficult for me to survive, Su Yun sighed. However, should I manage to return to the sect, I will certainly deliver it for you. Thank you, junior brother. Why Yufeng smiled, revealing a small pouch that he handed over. It is settled then. Su Yun accepted the pouch, his expression complex. Boom. A thunderous noise reverberated through the air as Yi Qinglin unleashed his full power. A colossal primordial spirit manifested in the void, towering above. This primordial spirit wore a jade crown, stood upon a purple lightning dragon, and was enveloped in thunder, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a deity of thunder. That was Yi Qinglin's primordial spirit, tangible and immensely powerful. Beast, after entangling for so long. Your time has come. The Thunder Dao primordial spirit opened its eyes, arcs of lightning swirling around, as the purple lightning thunder wheel transformed into a lifelike lightning dragon, charging towards the one-horned crimson-scaled serpent. Simultaneously, the primordial spirit took a step forward, and the thunder roared like an ocean, instantly engulfing the one-horned crimson-scaled serpent. Boom. Yi Qinglin's primordial spirit struck the one-horned crimson-scaled serpent's primordial spirit with a thunderous punch, unleashing the power of lightning, nearly obliterating the serpent's primordial spirit, rendering it nearly ethereal. The lightning dragon, born from the purple lightning thunder wheel, tightly coiled around the serpent's body, scorching it black and releasing a tantalizing aroma of cooked flesh. Roar! The one-horned crimson-scaled serpent howled in agony. Die! Yi Qinglin's killing intent was palpable, as his primordial spirit formed seals, conjuring a bolt of purple celestial lightning that struck fiercely into the primordial spirit of the single-horned crimson-scaled serpent, shattering it utterly. The colossal body of the serpent crashed to the ground. The head of the family is formidable, cheered the cultivators of the Yi family. Wei Yuan, collect the corpse of this beast. Yi Qinglin commanded, his primordial spirit soaring into the sea of consciousness. He retracted his aura and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, stating nonchalantly, "As you command." Wei Yuan's expression was one of excitement. The body of a primordial realm ferocious beast was an excellent material for refining treasures. Continue onward, Yi Qinglin instructed. You all, gather around. A stern elder pointed his sword at Su Yun, Yufeng, and 7 or 8 other survivors, coldly ordering, clear the path ahead. The crowd dared not voice any dissent. A quarter of an hour later, a sound reminiscent of boiling water echoed, sending a chill through everyone's hearts as they realized they had reached the depths of the Netherworld volcano. That boy's physical strength seems quite impressive. Yi Qinglin also noted Su Yun's presence, recognizing the heavy aura of Yin energy surrounding him, compelling Su Yun to activate his dragon elephant spirit body. This child is an inner disciple of the Ascension Holy Land, Yi Yuan reported. Yi Qinglin nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Poof! Yufeng, gravely injured and eroded by the Yin energy, could barely hold on, expelling a mouthful of blood that crystallized midair. Thud. Yufeng slumped to the ground. Junior brother, remember our pact, he managed to utter with great difficulty. Su Yun gazed at him, slowly turning into an ice sculpture. Farewell, senior brother, Su Yun thought, feeling little sorrow. His relationship with Yufeng was merely one of fleeting acquaintance. Had it not been for their shared sect, they might not have exchanged a single word. Master of the house, we have reached the bottom, Yi Yuan announced respectfully. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Yi Qinglin conjured a beam of white light that soared into the void, illuminating the depths of the Netherworld volcano as bright as day. Under this brilliance, the Yin energy swirled like mist, rendering the vision of the crowd hazy. Nevertheless, they could still discern a pool of magma, a region of flowing magma, crimson and eerie, devoid of any warmth. Instead exuding a chilling coldness, reminiscent of ghostly flames. As spiritual awareness was unleashed, it was immediately frozen. Suddenly, a cultivator peered deep into the magma, and through the shroud of cold mist, he faintly perceived a cluster of dark flames flickering like distant stars. Boom! Yi Qinglin unleashed his magical power, sending a spell crashing into the void, causing the cold mist to recede and clarifying the vision of the crowd. In that moment, they finally discerned the true nature of the flames. They were merely the size of a fist. Beneath the flames lay an ancient ice that had not melted for 10,000 years, extremely cold and dark, resembling a crystal coffin that housed the flames, continuously supplying the chilling energy. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to the flames, which seemed to possess an eerie charm capable of ensnaring one's mind. "The netherworld devil fire!" exclaimed Yi Yuan, his expression fervent. Li Xingyue also felt a surge of excitement. This flame was the root cause of the annihilation of the Xinming demon sect, containing the power to elevate cultivators to divinity, though not act recklessly. Yi Qinglin advised, his brow slightly furrowed. "Send someone to test it, master. The Yin energy here is overwhelming. Who can withstand it?" An elder inquired with a troubled expression, reluctant to become cannon fodder. Yi Qinglin turned his gaze to Su Yun. A chilling smile gracing his lips, Su Yun's expression stiffened. "Senior, my strength is feeble. Going there would be tantamount to courting death. If you refuse to go, I shall send you to meet the king of hell this very moment." Yi Qinglin jested, "I will go." Su Yun replied with a nod, realizing that one must bow their head beneath the eaves. "Is the Nethernight demon lord truly trapped within that ancient ice?" Su Yun thought anxiously. With his cultivation, awakening the Nethernight demon lord would spell certain doom. Whoosh! Su Yun summoned his magical power, stepping upon the azure spiritual sword, swaying as he flew towards the netherworld devil fire. His mind raced, rapidly contemplating ways to preserve his life. How could there possibly be a path to survival? After much deliberation, he found no glimmer of hope. Stay calm. Su Yun inhaled deeply. In moments of desperation, one must remain composed. He held the script of life, capable of glimpsing the trajectory of existence, akin to seeing fragments of the future. This was his advantage. The strongest among them were Yi Qinglin and the Li woman. With a swift shift in thought, Su Yun made a decisive choice. He glanced back and gradually, a piece of information emerged. Name: Yi Qinglin. Identity: head of the Yi family in Kanglan City. Fate: Azure talent, extraordinary cultivation, perfected primordial realm. Script of life. Supporting role: Xintian Great World. Recent twist: after enduring countless hardships, he found the netherworld devil fire, but upon attempting to collect it, he awakened the severely injured Nethernight demon lord. Exploiting the weakness of the demon lord's injuries and employing mental powers to deal significant damage to the demon lord's primordial spirit. While suffering grave injuries himself, ultimately, the netherworld devil fire went berserk, incinerating everything. Yi Qinglin perished in the flames. Su Yun's expression turned to one of astonishment. "I have been written into Yi Qinglin's script?" Chapter 55. The Nethernight Demon Lord to severely injure the Nethernight Demon Lord. I actually have a part to play. Su Yun marveled. In the next moment, the reason dawned upon him. He could see the script of life. If the Nethernight Demon Lord truly emerged, he would inevitably penetrate the Demon Lord's script, thus gaining access to some information. The Nethernight Demon Lord was once a sect master, immensely powerful, even if his old injuries had not healed. Yi Qinglin and Li Xingyue together would still be no match for him. Su Yun's information had thus become crucial. Unexpectedly, the script of life could also be used to anticipate enemies and glean intelligence. Su Yun mused, however, after perusing Yi Qinglin's script, he felt a slight weakness in his mind. This was likely due to his frequent examination of life scripts, coupled with the fact that Yi Yuan and Yi Qinglin's powers far surpassed his own. Su Yun murmured, recalling that when he encountered Yu Wuming, he had learned a limitation of the life script. Once cultivation was too high, he could not penetrate its depth. He rode the azure spiritual sword towards the ancient ice. The terrifying chill surged like a tide, enveloping Su Yun entirely, but under the influence of the dragon elephant spirit body, he felt little impact. The netherworld devil fire. Su Yun's gaze burned intensely as he fixated on the flames hovering just inches away. Tendrils of fire rooting themselves in the ancient ice, continuously siphoning the chilling energy. He did not approach immediately, but released his spiritual awareness. A cold and desolate aura seeped into Su Yun's sea of consciousness. Plunging him into a frozen abyss, he inhaled sharply, quickly retracting his awareness. Dragon soul bone. Suddenly, a faint mental fluctuation resonated within Su Yun's sea of consciousness. Su Yun's expression shifted as he instinctively inquired. "Elder, are you the Nethernight Demon Lord?" "I am the spirit of divine fire." Another wave of energy responded. "The spirit of the netherworld devil fire?" Su Yun's heart raced. A flicker of flame could actually possess its own intelligence? How audacious! In an instant, an enraged roar erupted, and a surge of mental energy surged forth, akin to an ancient behemoth baring its teeth at Su Yun. its spirit slicing into his sea of consciousness. Lotus platform concealing divine law. Su Yun was taken aback and immediately activated his mental powers. His sea of consciousness surged, and streams of mental energy coalesced into a lotus flower, its petals layered and firmly guarding his soul. Clang! The spirit's sword cleaved down, slicing through the layers of lotus petals, gradually losing its momentum. Su Yun's eyes hardened. This mental force was undoubtedly that of the Nethernight Demon Lord. Although this being's cultivation was high, his primordial spirit had suffered injuries, and his mental power had long since waned. A voice of surprise emanated from beneath the ancient ice. You young one, though your cultivation is merely at the initial stage of the divine ability realm, your sea of consciousness is boundless, and your mental power rivals that of a golden elixir realm cultivator. I have underestimated you. However, you dare to covet the netherworld devil fire that is truly seeking your own demise. Crack! The ancient ice trembled, fissures spreading like a spider's web, an overwhelming killing intent soaring skyward, as if a divine slaughterer was about to emerge. Ice the Nethernight Demon Lord. Su Yun's eyes widened in terror as he cried out, swiftly retreating upon his flying sword like a fleeting shadow. Swish! Yi Qinglin's pupils contracted. That killing intent was chillingly formidable, imbued with overwhelming malice. Even a mere thought could take a life. The Nethernight Demon Lord. Yi Qinglin felt the weight of the moment. This ancient creature was indeed still alive. The single-horned crimson-scaled serpent was likely one of its tamed beasts, an elder of the Yi family, whose cultivation had reached the perfect stage of the cave heaven realm. Spoke gravely, Li Xingyue's expression grew complex. If the Demon Lord is not dead, how should I position myself? She pondered, her heart wavering. Let us observe the situation before acting, she resolved. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent, the Yi family disciples were thrown into disarray. Do not panic, Yuan bellowed. Yi Qinglin's gaze flickered as he sought to reassure everyone, declaring, there is no need for alarm. The Dark Lord of the Abyss, Xianyi, allowed his spiritual pets to be vanquished by us, yet remained concealed within the millennia-old ice, undoubtedly bearing grievous wounds. A severely injured individual poses little threat. Yi family science. Follow my lead and slay the enemy. Upon uttering these words, the hearts of the crowd steadied. Yi Qinglin's remarks were logical and well-founded. His authority was undeniable, making it difficult for anyone to dismiss him. Bang! After a breath, the ancient ice shattered violently, and Xianyi floated upon the magma, a stone-like piece of dark jade suspended above him. The tendrils of the netherfire took root in the jade, siphoning its power. With a swoosh, Xianyi opened his eyes. Dark and profound, emanating a bloodthirsty aura, he rose slowly, addressing the audience with disdain. A mere soul realm cultivator dares to covet the netherfire? They are unaware of their impending doom. Clad in a black robe, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, his complexion was an unhealthy pallor. He licked his lips, a sinister smile gracing his face. It has been ages since I tasted the blood of the living. Today, having been roused by you, you shall pay with your lives. Swoosh! The Dark Lord transformed into a ghostly shadow, lunging towards the Yi family. Form the array. Yi Qinglin commanded, and the Yi disciples immediately drew forth their array flags, each adorned with vivid lightning patterns, a total of 72. Mystic Sky Sword Qi. Yi Qinglin charged at Xianyi, channeling his magic, raising his hand to unleash a bolt of thunder that surged towards the Dark Lord like a sword. He was buying time. Such trivial skills, daring to show off before me? Xianyi scoffed, waving his sleeve, summoning a torrent of demonic energy, revealing a massive skull that flickered in and out of existence amidst the dark mist. Its gaping maw swallowing the thunderous sword energy whole. Crunch! The skull casually chewed and crushed the sword energy to bits. Mystic Thunder Concealment Technique. Yi Qinglin's eyelids twitched as an enigmatic aura radiated from him. The essence of heavenly thunder activated, merging with him. Channeling his power, he transformed into a streak of lightning, surrounded by thunder. With a whoosh, the lightning shattered the demonic energy, piercing through the skull. Boom! Yi Qinglin summoned the purple lightning thunder wheel, which spun wildly, dazzling with electric brilliance, as dozens of thunder dragons surged forth, crashing down upon Xianyi. Xianyi narrowed his eyes. 10 years prior, he had ventured alone into the Netherfire volcano, seeking to refine the Netherfire. However, The divine fire possessed sentience and refused to be subjugated. Theo tamed the spirit of the nether fire. He had spent a decade suppressing it with his soul, but his essence had been harmed by the flames, diminishing his cultivation. Once, he had been a master of the unity realm, yet now he could barely exert the strength of the Dharma aspect realm. Moreover, he dared not use his soul. Should he do so? The fire spirit would seize the opportunity to incinerate him, leading to his demise. Xianyi harbored numerous apprehensions. "It seems you have all forgotten my renowned might after my prolonged silence," Xianyi sneered. Channeling his power as a blood jade demonic blade suddenly materialized in his grasp. The blade, seemingly stained with blood, exuded a chilling thirst for carnage. Clang! Xianyi swung the blade, and a flash of bloodlight sliced through the air, obliterating dozens of thunder dragons with a single stroke. The blade trembled as an eerie demonic sound resonated through the void. "Do not listen." Yi Qinglin retreated violently, bellowing as his essence manifested, encircled by thunder. And he fully activated the purple lightning thunder wheel, the resounding thunder drowning out the demonic sound. "Young Masterly, will you continue to watch the spectacle?" Yi Qinglin shouted in anger. Li Xingyue hesitated, her resolve wavering. Li Xingyue, granddaughter of elder Li Chongqing of the Nether Demon Sect, pay my respects to the Lord. With a decisive bite of her silver teeth, she knelt before Xianyi, offering her submission. "Ha ha ha!" Xianyi laughed heartily. "Little girl, the last time I saw you, you were merely 6 years old. Now, disguised as a boy, I hardly recognized you. The elder is a meritorious figure of the demon sect. Without him, I would have found it difficult to escape the clutches of the true demon palace. Since you are his granddaughter, I shall not treat you poorly. Thank you, Lord." Li Xingyue replied solemnly. "Quickly assist me in eliminating these insignificant pests." Xianyi commanded. "As for this one, I shall personally send him on his way." "Young Master Li." Yi Qinglin's expression turned pale. Li Xingyue was a significant ally. If she turned against them, not only would they fail to obtain the nether fire, but they might also struggle to escape with their lives. "Do not forget, the map to the Netherfire volcano was gifted to me by you," Yi Qinglin scoffed. "Now you dare to betray me? Are you not afraid of retribution?" A glint of menace flashed in Xianyi's eyes. "Child, if you find your way back to the right path, I shall hold no grudges. Besides, even without you, exterminating this group of fools would be but a trifling task." Chapter 56. The Divine Fire has sentience. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's thoughts wavered once more. She could not discern the truth behind Xianyi's words. After all, her collaboration with the Kanglin Yi family arose from Xianyi's silence. Now that he was present, she still leaned towards submission. "Li girl, the Dark Lord is a man who would abandon the Nether Demon sect to save himself." Revealing his selfish nature, Su Yun remarked, "Had it not been for your offering of the map, how could we have ventured into the Netherfire volcano? Therefore, even if you assist him now, once he has annihilated us, he will surely turn against you." "Well said." Yi Qinglin concurred. Li Xingyue's eyelashes trembled. "Lord, if you can swear by the heavenly path, I will never lay a hand against you." "Ha ha ha." Xianyi dismissed her with a sneer. "You little girl, do you believe you are worthy to bind me with a heavenly oath? Since you are so obstinate, I shall eradicate you all." Boom. At that moment, the 72 disciples of the Yi family activated the 72 Thunder Array flags to their fullest, with strands of lightning weaving through the void. Resembling a chain of 72 thunder dragons, flickering and extending at a visible pace, in an instant, they completely enveloped the depths of the Netherfire volcano. "Dark Lord, this is our clan's protective array, the 8-9 Thunder Calamity Array. Specifically designed to counteract evil forces," Yi Qinglin coldly declared. "Prepare to meet your end." He transformed into a streak of light, entering the heart of the array, his essence commanding the 8-9 Thunder Calamity Array. Rumbling, above the void, bolts of lightning intertwined, the energy dissipating, replaced by a gathering of calamity clouds that hinted at a celestial might, as if a heavenly tribulation were descending to purge the evil. "You, young Masterly, maintain the array," Yi Qinglin instructed. Li Xingyue nodded gently, gripping her sword, ready for battle. "A group of ants daring to act brazenly before me." Xianyi's fury ignited as he wielded the blood jade demonic blade. Channeling his magic, manifesting blood-colored demonic runes. Clang. 7 absolute heavenly blade technique. Xianyi's aura surged, Overwhelming power erupted, transforming the demonic blade into a 100-foot-long weapon that split into seven. The seven crimson blade energies slashed towards the 8-9 Thunder Calamity Array. Ye family science, follow me in slaying this demon. Yi Qinglin roared. Yes, the Yi family disciples echoed in unison. 8-9 Thunder Calamity, heavenly thunder descends. Yi Qinglin formed seals with his hands, the purple lightning thunder wheel settling into the center of the array. Maximizing its power, as thunderclouds roiled and 7 bolts of heavenly thunder crashed down upon Xianyi, crack! The blade energy swept past, the scent of blood filling the air, effortlessly shattering the 7 bolts of calamity thunder. Abruptly cutting into the 8-9 Thunder Calamity Array. Unbearably weak, Xianyi sneered. Heavenly Gang Mystic Thunder, vanquish demons and uphold justice. Yi Qinglin's expression hardened as he altered his seals, the red light flickering within the thunderclouds. As 18 bolts of heavenly thunder descended like meteors, pulverizing the 7 blade energies, boom! In the next moment, Yi Qinglin's power surged, unleashing 26 bolts of heavenly thunder, as thick as pillars, reaching towards the heavens. Radiating a devastating aura, the might of the 8-9 Thunder Calamity Array grew stronger with each passing moment. After all, this array was a mimicry of the heavenly tribulation descending. Xianyi's expression turned derisive. Rumbling! 26 bolts of heavenly thunder crashed towards Xianyi, followed by the sound of thunderous booms as the ground beneath him was engulfed by the violent tempest. The netherfire flickered precariously as bolts of thunder surged forth, incinerating everything in their path before they could even reach the flames. Is he dead? Yi Yuan sensed the absence of Xianyi's presence, astonished. Impossible. Yi Qinglin shook his head. Xianyi is a pinnacle master of the Unity Realm. Even if severely wounded, he could not be so easily slain. Ke Kuku. You wish to kill me? What audacity! Suddenly, a figure appeared within the 8-9 Thunder Calamity Array, Xianyi's lips curling into a smile as the blood jade demonic blade cleaved through the lightning patterns. Swish, with a single strike, Yi Yuan was bisected, unable to utter even a scream. In that moment, Yi Qinglin's pupils contracted, a chill seeping into his heart. He had forgotten one crucial fact. Cultivators of the Unity Realm had long mastered the intricacies of space. Capable of traversing the void and even shattering it, Xianyi possessed the ability to slip into the fabric of space, rendering him virtually invincible. At this juncture, there remained no option but to fight. Yi Qinglin gritted his teeth. Boom! He fervently channeled his profound powers, compelling all the strength of the Yi clan disciples to surge into the 8-9 Thunder Tribulation Array. The sky was engulfed in thunderclouds. Coalescing into a singular mass in an instant, the entire formation seemed to merge with the heavens and the earth, transforming into a prison that sealed the void, preventing the Xianyi Demon Lord from continuing his escape into the abyss. This formation is indeed intriguing, the Xianyi Demon Lord remarked indifferently. However, if your capabilities are limited to this, then consider it the end. Great Annihilation Thunder. Yi Qinglin appeared to exhaust his every ounce of strength. On the purple lightning thunder wheel, a black lightning flickered, emanating an aura filled with destructive power that swept across the universe. With a rustling sound, one by one, the Yi clan disciples fell to the ground. Utterly drained, their magical energy had been nearly completely siphoned by the formation to condense the most formidable strike. Crackling, the heavens and earth were alive with electric currents, and the thunder roamed like dragons and serpents. The purple lightning thunder wheel resembled a black hole, brewing a devastating thunderbolt. Sensing this formidable presence, the Xianyi Demon Lord's expression shifted drastically. He immediately summoned the Blood Jade Demon Blade. Simultaneously, Li Xingyue, who had been observing, unleashed her divine-powered Yin-Yang Sword Seal. Though a disciple of the demonic sect, Li Xingyue practiced an exceptionally orthodox sword technique. She channeled her magical energy, manipulating the yin and yang. As the sword bore intertwining yin-yang runes, resonating with a sharp sword intent. With one yin and one yang, there was an implicit tendency towards the formation of the Tai Chi swish. Li Xingyue thrust her sword towards the Xianyi Demon Lord. With the yin and yang inverting, the 5 elements in chaos, her divine technique appearing to strike from every conceivable direction. Boom! Yi Qinglin's power also reached its climactic moment. He roared, and the black hole like great annihilation thunder emitted a destructive force, locking onto the Xianyi Demon Lord's aura and cleaving towards the Dark Overlord. Seeking death, The Xianyi Demon Lord erupted in fury. He channeled his profound powers, pouring immense magical energy into the Blood Jade Demon Blade. On the blade, a blood-red vertical eye flickered open. Then, the crimson vertical eye fully opened, and strands of blood-colored blade light danced in the air. Gulp! A mouthful of fresh blood surged in the Xianyi Demon Lord's throat, but he swallowed it forcefully, his complexion turning increasingly pale. As devoid of color as a blank sheet of paper, it was evident that wielding this divine technique exacerbated his injuries. Su Yun keenly perceived this. Yet, at this moment, he could only partially focus on the battle, his mind entirely preoccupied with the nether fire. The divine fire possessed a spirit and actively reached out to him. The Dragon Soul Bone. The three words were deeply imprinted in Su Yun's heart. He believed that the fire spirit must harbor a yearning for the Dragon Soul Bone. Otherwise, it would not have reached out to him. To subdue the nether fire, the Dragon Soul Bone was undoubtedly the key. Su Yun mused. He released his divine consciousness, multitasking, monitoring the battle while attempting to communicate with the fire spirit. The Dragon Soul Bone is of utmost importance to me. If you can submit to me, I can bestow upon you the Dragon Soul Bone. The voice of the fire spirit resonated. Submit to you? The fire spirit's tone seemed laced with disdain. Su Yun remained unperturbed. It was the fire spirit that sought something from him. You wish for me to hand over the Dragon Soul Bone without offering any price. Are you still dreaming? Su Yun replied with a faint smile. Your cultivation is too weak. I cannot possibly submit to you. The fire spirit countered. I can help you escape. It continued. How so? Su Yun's eyes flickered. The Dragon Soul Bone harbors the immense spiritual power of the Dragon Clan. If you give it to me, I can restore a portion of my strength and manipulate the powers of the Netherfire Mountain, causing it to erupt at that time. I will protect you with my very essence. Allowing you to escape their grasp, the fire spirit elaborated slowly. That seems feasible. Su Yun's gaze sparkled. However, I have painstakingly intercepted the fourth opportunity from Yi Chen. If I hand it over to the fire spirit, would I not return empty-handed? An idea sparked in his mind. Handing over the Dragon Soul Bone is not out of the question, Su Yun proposed. But on this perilous journey, you must escort me to the Ascension's sacred land. Once we return to the cave, you will have fulfilled your mission at that time. I shall present to you a Xianyi Jade fetus to aid in your recovery. It is a deal. The fire spirit did not hesitate. Although it had acquired sentience, its intellect was not particularly high. Moreover, Su Yun was merely a fledgling in the early stages of divine power, appearing as weak as an ant in its eyes. How could he possibly pose a threat? Chapter 57. No matter the distance, I will ensure your demise, we vow by the heavenly path, Su Yun transmitted. The fire spirit's voice followed suit, declaring, I am the spirit of the Netherfire. I pledge by the heavenly path to establish a contract with Su Yun, an inner disciple of the Ascension's sacred land. After obtaining the Dragon Soul Bone, I will ensure Su Yun reaches the inner sanctum of the Ascension's sacred land. Should I violate this oath, may the heavens punish me. I, Su Yun, an inner disciple of the Ascension's sacred land, he recited, mirroring the words. As his voice fell, an ethereal spiritual connection, like a bridge, was established between him and the fire spirit. Boom! During the time Su Yun was communicating with the fire spirit, Yi Qinglin and Li Xingyue had already plunged into the Xianyi Demon Lord's proximity, unleashing the great annihilation thunder in a thundering roar. As the thunder danced wildly, the yin-yang sword intent, embodying both the utmost yin and yang, was gentle yet formidable, resembling two dragons soaring, fiercely rushing towards the Xianyi Demon Lord. Swish! At that moment, Su Yun also surged towards the Netherfire. Yi Qinglin, Li Xingyue, and the Xianyi Demon Lord all noticed this scene. Why, Yi Qinglin's expression was one of disdain. Human greed is insatiable, daring to covet the Netherfire even in the face of danger. Death is well deserved. The Xianyi Demon Lord chuckled mockingly as the Blood Jade Demon Blade rang out. Buzz! The crimson vertical eye fully opened, and in the void above, a profound vertical eye materialized, its demonic aura thick as blood mist. The blade light like jade, saturating the emptiness. Clang! In the next instant, the Xianyi Demon Lord swung his blade down. Boom! The Blood Jade Demon Blade emitted an eerie blade cry, akin to the howling of a demon. A frenzy of rage, as the Blood Jade Blade light cleaved through the heavens and earth, sweeping across with a single stroke. Bang, bang, bang. The demon blade surged forth like a raging tide, effortlessly obliterating the great annihilation thunder and shattering the Yin-Yang sword energy. The terrifying blade intent swept through the cosmos, causing Yi Qinglin and Li Xingyue to spew blood, crashing heavily against the mountainside. Puff! Yi Qinglin's garments were torn, his body marred with dozens of intersecting blade wounds. His blood continuously devoured by the residual blade energy within him. His primordial spirit also became scattered in the blink of an eye. Yi Qinglin's face turned ashen as if made of gold paper. This is bad. Li Xingyue seemed to recognize the Xianyi Demon Lord's technique. Yi clan leader. This is the blood slaughter blade qi, refined from extreme yin and malevolent energy, capable of consuming the blood of countless beings. It must be suppressed with something of utmost yang, as she spoke. Li Xingyue produced a golden spiritual pill, swallowing it in one bite, refining its potency to suppress the power of the blood slaughter blade qi. These two are truly inept, Su Yun thought as he flew towards the Netherfire. Letting out a long sigh, he focused his thoughts, gazing at the Xianyi Demon Lord. Name. Xianyi Demon Lord identity. Former master of the Xianming Demon Sect fate. Azure innate talent, exceptional cultivation. Perfected Unity Realm life script. Supporting role, Xiantian Great World, recent turning point. Soon to be exposed by Su Yun as weak in primordial spirit. Leading to an all-out strike from Yi Qinglin and Li Xingyue under Su Yun's guidance. Further wounding the Xianyi Demon Lord. In 15 minutes, the Netherfire will absorb the power of the Dragon Soul Bone, igniting the Netherfire Mountain, forcing the Xianyi Demon Lord to escape in bitterness. Indeed, there is an issue with the primordial spirit, Su Yun contemplated. Regarding Su Yun's actions, the Xianyi Demon Lord remained utterly unconcerned. He was a perfected Unity Realm cultivator, having failed to subdue the Netherfire for a decade. How could a mere insect like Su Yun possibly achieve it? He channeled his magical energy to suppress his old injuries, directing a murderous gaze towards Yi Qinglin and Li Xingyue. You impudent girl, you have betrayed your master and ancestors. Death is your just punishment for you. I shall drain your every drop of vitality. Next time you are reborn, do ensure your eyes are wide open. The Xianyi Demon Lord activated his magical energy. Yi Senior, Miss Li, his weakness lies in his primordial spirit. Su Yun exclaimed sternly. For 10 years, the Xianyi Demon Lord has attempted to subdue the Netherfire with his primordial spirit, yet it has burned him, leaving him unhealed to this day. If we utilize spiritual techniques to invade his sea of consciousness, we can severely injure him. Boom! The Xianyi Demon Lord's mind went blank. His magical energy even became sluggish, difficult to operate normally. Impossible! A wild roar echoed in the Xianyi Demon Lord's heart. How could this little brat know my weakness? Yi Qinglin and Li Xingyue were equally bewildered, unable to believe their ears, cackling. After a brief moment of dazedness, the Xianyi Demon Lord swiftly regained his composure. A glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he sneered, You little brat, do you fear they will perish too quickly? Now is the time. Do not let this opportunity slip, Su Yun shouted. Trust me, I will slaughter you. The Xianyi Demon Lord could no longer contain his fury. With a wave of his hand, magical energy transformed into a blade light, crossing hundreds of feet of void, instantly slicing towards Su Yun. The terror of imminent death erupted in Su Yun's heart. This strike, though seemingly casual, was far beyond Su Yun's ability to withstand. Boom! Suddenly, the Netherfire flickered, the lava bubbling, and a fire dragon leaped forth. Engulfed in extreme flames, incinerating the Xianyi Demon Lord's power to ashes. You little beast! The countenance of the Dark Knight Demon Lord shifted dramatically as the infernal demon fire surged forth. Indicating an undeniable accord reached with Su Yun. In an instant, he became fully aware. From beginning to end, he had underestimated Su Yun. Yi Qinglin and the others were equally taken aback by this spectacle. Exchanging glances that revealed the realization. Su Yun's words were likely grounded in truth. With death being the inevitable outcome, they decided to take a gamble. Yi Qinglin activated the Purple Thunder Profound technique. His consciousness roiling as an unceasing torrent of spiritual energy flowed into his primordial spirit, gradually restoring it to its zenith. Alas, the forcible stimulation of his primordial spirit exacerbated Yi Qinglin's injuries. Li Xingyue exclaimed sharply, her hands forming intricate seals as her primordial spirit emerged from her purple mansion. It manifested as a half-black, half-white entity, embodying an ambiguous duality that conveyed an ineffable essence. Her primordial spirit wielded twin swords, one representing yin and the other yang, with the black and white energies swirling in the void, creating an extraordinary spectacle. With a resounding boom, Li Xingyue activated her primordial spirit, and as it opened its eyes, one black and the other white, the dual energies danced upon it like a vortex. The yin-yang annihilation sword. With a surge of mental prowess, Li Xingyue's primordial spirit grasped the dual swords forged from concentrated spiritual energy. As the swords converged, the black and white energies intertwined, traversing the void to cleave into the Dark Knight Demon Lord's consciousness. In that fleeting moment, a swirling black and white vortex materialized above the consciousness of the Dark Knight Demon Lord. The sword energies of yin and yang soaring toward his primordial spirit. At that instant, Li Xingyue beheld his primordial spirit, seated regally within his consciousness, enveloped in an aura of extreme cold, akin to a frozen sculpture. Utterly motionless. The pervasive darkness within his consciousness rendered it nearly frozen, hindering the activation of his primordial spirit. A spark ignited in Li Xingyue's eyes. Indeed, Su Yun's assertions held merit. With a thunderous roar,